Hello and welcome to the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017. My name is Ryan Ektar Murphy. I will be your host today and I'm joined by two fantastic people, so let me introduce them to you. First on my left it is Mihailo Still Mojo Jugovic, my co-host for most of the season. How are you today?
Brilliant, mate. Like, this is an annual meeting for me because every year I'm on Grand Finals and an analyst, and as a tanker I must be here.
Always hyped for them.
Always.
Also joining us, we have James Rockstar Grieve, coming all the way from the North America region.
Yep, thank you very much, Ektar. It's like Christmas. If you're a World of Tanks fan right now, best teams in the world all here to play over the next 2 days. It's going to be a blast.
This is it. It doesn't get any better than this. We started off with 12 teams from across the world. We're down to 8 teams today, and they're going to be fighting it out to see who is global champions. Now, for those not familiar with the format of how that works in esports, why don't you break that down for us, Rockstar?
All right, so we play the 768 format. What that means is you have 7 tanks split over 68 tier points. Tier points are equal to what they are in game. So a tier 10 is 10 tier points. 2 lineups that we get a lot out of this is we get 5 tier 10s and 2 tier 9s, or we get 6 tier 10s and a tier 8. Now, it's played on the attack defense format. What that means is, unlike a regular battle, there are 2 cap circles, but they belong to one team. That's going to be the defending team. The attacking team has to either cap one of those circles, or they have to kill the whole other team. The defending team just has to stop them from either capping or kill them all.
So the attack defense always forces the teams into having to make a move, doesn't it, Mojo?
Definitely. Now, this attack and defense mode was made so it completely deletes any possibility of draw battles. So one team always must attack, and unless they cap the enemy team, the defending team, or kill them all, they automatically lose. So you'll always have a winner of the game.
Okay, now I said earlier on we had 12 teams, dropped down to 8 teams. We were there for the casting of those matches, Mojo. On the 23rd and 24th was the initial group stages. We had the 12 teams separated into 4 different groups, teams of 3. And what actually happened to the teams that didn't make it, Mojo?
Well, the teams that will not make it, obviously, will have to watch from the audience. There is 4 of them, 1 from each group. Some of them gave a really great battles, like Yato as example. Kazna won them by merely 1 game, 5-4, and that's why Kazna is actually playing today and not Yato. Eclipse is a team from NA who lost both of the matches 5-0. Brainstorm was in a death group, I would say. They were really annihilated there, so they had no luck. And what can you do? Team Efficiency was also the team that came here, but this is their first Grand Finals from APAC region. They need a lot of experience to be able to match these kind of teams.
You can see here now the tournament breakdown. So EL Gaming were winners of Group A, B. Group B was NSS, Not So Serious. Then C, Tornado Energy. D, Ding was a big upset. Surprised a lot of people there, didn't it, Rockstar?
Yeah, and what that's caused, if you look at the seeding, that's going to have Na'Vi versus Tornado Energy in the opening quarterfinal round today. So that means one of our defending champions is not going to go on to tomorrow.
That's correct. The winners from Group A place the runners-up of Group B. The winners of Group C place the runners of Group D, and vice versa. So exciting matches today. I can't wait. I mean, to be honest, this is it. I mean, the matches we have today are like phenomenal. Every single one of them. It's so hard to actually predict a winner really on them.
Well, there's so many little details in each of these little matches. You have the 2 undefeated regional teams playing each other in L versus Elevate. You have Oops, who surprised everyone so far, squaring off versus Ding, a team that just upset Na'Vi. We have Na'Vi versus Tornado. There's so many great matchups all through today.
All through today as well. Now, if you guys tuned in earlier on, I have to say congratulations, you watched a live rehearsal. This is the show. We are going here. This is it. All the way. No more take it backs. Very first time that actually people have been able to see a rehearsal, and we nailed it. We were spot on.
They got a sneaky peek how the actual stage looks. That's
correct. Yeah, if you were here earlier, you already know what to expect. So you can see, guys, this next bit coming up soon.
But there's a lot of more to come.
And there is more awesome still to come. Now, from today, we'll have the 4 matches, 4 quarterfinals. That'll separate the teams. We'll know then 4 that will play tomorrow in the semi-finals, and then they'll go on to play in the finals. Now, initially, I mean, we'll get more into details and predictions later on, but I mean, Rockstar, who do you think is going to get through to the final match here?
Through to the final, I mean, you have to look at all the quarterfinal matches first. You got to favor Ding in the upper bracket. They're probably the strongest, especially after taking out Na'Vi. And the lower bracket, I think, is going to go to whoever wins the Tornado Energy versus Na'Vi match tonight. So potentially Ding versus Na'Vi or Tornado. I don't even want to call that Tornado versus Na'Vi match because it's such a close rivalry between those 2 teams.
And Mojo, your thoughts on that?
Are you asking me who is actually going to make it all the way through the finals?
Who's going to make it all the way through? What two teams do you think are going to be
I'm going to
through
go
in the
with
finals?
Ding and Tornado.
Ding and Tornado.
Yeah.
Now we're here for the first time we're playing. This is the first time the grand finals have been here in Moscow. We're sitting in actually the VTB Ice Palace. It's starting to get filled out as a huge capacity. Now, how much do you think this home audience is going to play into the favours of the CIS teams?
I think it may be a little bit intimidating for a couple of the teams from other regions, such as North America and APAC, for sure. This arena is massive. It looks great. The stage is huge and it looks amazing, and so with the Russians, with the Russian crowd we have here, and they're going to be obviously going to be cheering on the Russian teams, so you got to wonder how much it's going to kind of trickle into the minds of the other teams from other regions.
Yeah, Mojo, for the less experienced teams, for example, Oops, this is their first time coming into an international tournament. Do you think that's going to be a bit of a potential stage for it? Do you think they've got
They had a good tries
opportunity?
on season finals in Katowice, which they played twice. So I would say they're not that inexperienced team anymore on that. Now, this is of course quite different because this stage is 10 times bigger, and the event itself, you're traveling to another country far away. You're spending entire week here to play the group stage, to prepare, and it's all on another level. But that's why I think they will step their game up. I don't think Ding will have an easy game against them. I think Ding is more experienced team and they will have an advantage there. But the match will be rough. And Oops showed more than once they're a tough opponent, especially against Ding.
Now, another thing that actually makes the grand finals really exciting is we had a fairly substantial content patch. It was a good time before the grand finals, but we're seeing new vehicles used and vehicles used differently anyway, especially, for example, tier 10 light tanks and artillery, Rockstar.
Yeah, definitely. The one that sticks out to mind is the T100 we saw used against Elevate NSS. They brought it, and that tank can do a lot of the different climbs on these maps, and including a couple that a lot of people didn't even know existed, and that can completely, essentially break the current meta and change what these teams have to do.
And Mojo, this changes a lot how the artillery works, and especially consumables as well have changed.
And everything in the game is changed now by that default, because the game mechanics is heavily influenced now. You get consumables back in 90 seconds. But that's not only that. It's the best chance to test a patch actually on Grand Final. The previous huge change, influence of physics.
Yes.
You remember it well. It was added on Cliff, like watch out falling apples.
Yes.
Because Applewah was stuck in the finals, and that's why his team actually lost a match due to inexperience in that. The fact is, all the ground changes are saved for this moment, and this will be the best testing ground. And these guys will put so much imagination to show us how can you actually use that.
Just wanted to say, last season grand finals, I was on the desk along with Mojo, and I called it. I said, physics changes is going to have a huge impact here.
It's going to be additional player.
The Applewah getting stuck situation was a really big thing, but what really excited me is actually the guy that was ready to shoot Applewah, when he dropped down from that area, he was a 2-shot. When he dropped down, he took too much damage. He was then down to a 1-shot. It made it even more intense. We saw Monty get stuck in his roof. He tumbled down off cliff. All that can still come into
play. The entire
play.
grand final was really brilliant. It was brutal mix of advanced gameplay, fast gameplay, and some of the mistakes that were just like a cherry on top.
It is like super interesting. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, just so much. Now everyone is ready to get underway, so let's jump into the opening ceremony. this is it. This is a moment of truth. We're going to find out who is going to be crowned global champions here at the Grand Finals. On stage right now, talking to the audience and the arena here in the VTB Ice Palace is Stefan Schulga, also known as Don Stefan. He's going to be our master of ceremonies today. After that, he's going to introduce the 8 teams that we have on stage, and we'll see how they line up. Just how much of a change this is, Mojo, compared to what we had last season for you?
I really like the stage here. It's a bit different. I like how the tracks, the front one looks. This is like a front part of the tank. You can see animated here, and the teams will come around. Like the whole stage is meant to look like a huge tank, I would say. It's brilliant.
And Rockstar, this is your first time coming to the Grand Finals, isn't it? What do you think of the experience so far?
It is just awe-wowing. It's so impressive just walking into this arena and seeing the stage and all the teams here ready to play. It's just a great experience.
I would say the teams had really good terms how to practice here. They had the lounges with computers, all the time guides, all the time covered what to do, how to practice 24/7. Like, it was really brilliant. Something I haven't seen so far used.
Yeah, definitely. The teams all have their individual rooms. We can actually look up above us. We can see they've got their own little branded rooms and stuff here. And the preparation they've had, the time to be able to get ready for it has been fantastic. You can see the area where they sit in just now. It's like 2 little pillboxes, 2 little armoured bunkers that they're sitting in there behind the stage. Very, very different stage layout from what we'd see perhaps in other sports. But I mean, it suits our game absolutely perfect. Now, first team coming out here, it is Kazna Crew, and it's going to be the full team coming out, Mojo, something that we've seen Kazna 2 do in Europe as well.
Oldest Kazna team ever. I mean, Kazna is the first team in Europe that played. They played every season so far. Unfortunately, one player is missing here, LD Nexus, but we are hoping they will be able to cope with it and still manage to pull through.
Sharing a little joke there between Vetso and Nexus. Now, coming out next is Not So Serious, the team that always, generally come out looking super serious. A couple of smiles there occasional, but I mean, these guys have, I would say, have really stepped up for this tournament, haven't they?
Yeah, and they've always kind of lived in the shadows of Na'Vi and Tornado, formerly known as Hellraisers. So maybe this can be the tournament where they can kind of break out of their shell and show the rest of the world what they can do.
Monty is their in-game leader, the guy there front right hand side staring at the camera. Must have heard me talking about his name. He actually played with Tornado last year as Hellraisers, so he's like the major tactician for them. Now, coming out on stage is Oops the Tough Giraffes. They've been reinforced for this tournament, haven't they, Mojo?
Yes, they took Nile from Gohard. The rest is already well known to European audience. We're gonna go in their details. Youngest European team, always aggressive on tactics. They will be interesting to watch.
Coming out now on stage, European back-to-back champions is Ding. Everyone tuning in from the EU region is always going to be commenting on how I pronounce their name. Alien with a big smile on his face. He's probably going to stare at the camera in a couple of seconds. Breakneck, closest to us again, not able to hide his excitement about what he's about to play in.
Yep, and not just the EU champions, but they also won the Challengers Rumble in New York last November.
Coming out now, Natas Vincier, G2A. Everyone always just calls them by Navi. I mean, if you know anything about World of Tanks esports, or even just World of Tanks in general, pretty much you should know about Navi.
Natus Vincere, the Born to Conquer from Latin. Definitely the winning team, but they're struggling against Tornado recently, so this will be a huge fight today.
Bright black and yellow team shirts that they have here, but coming out now, Tornado Energy, they have the fantastic tagline, team motto, don't just win, do damage, and these guys right now are flying high.
Yeah, definitely, and this is a team, they've won the Grand Finals once before, 2 years ago. They won the most recent Russian League championship, so everything says that they are ready to go today.
Mojo, your thoughts on Tornado Energy?
They're super strong lately. They didn't play the season that well. They did look out of the focus after winning the championship rumble. But when it matters to the season finals, they are more than ready.
And Rockstar, I believe your favorites, Elevate, coming out now on stage.
Yep, the North American champions, back-to-back seasons. They did pretty well at the Challengers Rumble last November. They did beat L Gaming, who they're going to square off versus first, but then they fell to Ding eventually. So definitely going to be interesting to see how they can fare today.
And coming out now, lots of smiles. Earlier on, they were looking a bit serious, but now again, super happy. Look at this. It's EL Gaming. They're comfortable. They're going to be playing in this first matchup against Elevate, and well, these two teams couldn't be more matched.
Elon Gaming, the Chinese Dragons, this is not a new competition for them. They've been here since the Grand Final 2, 3, and this is the third one for most of this team, actually.
Okay, now something that is missing on stage that we haven't seen yet, but we know what it looks like. And if you were here earlier on, guys, for the dress rehearsal, if you like, it is our trophy. Now this year is different from last year. Let's have a look and see how the trophy was made. Not gonna lie, that trophy looks absolutely fantastic. I love the way it just looks like the logo's just been slammed into like metal, concrete, and it's all exploded and stuff. I'd love to have that home on the mantelpiece.
I really enjoying every time watching how they're made, and this is something that teams need to cherish when they win it. This is something worth having.
Yeah, one thing I love is, unlike a lot of different other sports and tournaments, they use the same trophy year after year.
Yeah.
We have a new one every single year, and every year it's equally as impressive as the year before.
Is that the highlight of your grand finals each year, Mojo? You're always saying the trophy video, the trophy. Have you saw the trophy video?
Get the trophy. Well, it was a highlight also on second one when they tried to lift it. And whoa.
Oh, yeah, they needed like 3 people to lift. It was 2 years ago. I think I had the picture of Mo. He looked like Mo Fado, head of esports, global esports, looked really like, angry. Actually, that was him trying to lift the trophy, I think.
Yeah, it was like, help guys, help.
yeah. With multiple people carry it out on stage. So, on this first match, we are going to be leading off with Elevate versus EL Gaming. Now, saying earlier on, Rockstar, these teams are like looking at them on paper, they pretty much are like really close to each other, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, Elevate, they've won season ago. They won this most recent season. Same with L Gaming. L Gaming only had 2 losses last season to Team Efficiency. Elevate didn't lose a single round. They swept through both their regional finals, so both of them I think are ready to go. I think they're a pretty even match, but personally, I have to give it to Elevate.
Going with Elevate already, straight away getting your chips on the table.
Putting it out there.
We kinda, to be honest, we kinda expected that. Now, Mojo, I know from talking to you through the group stages, you've been watching EL Gaming quite closely, haven't you?
I believe EL Gaming really stepped up lately. I mean, yes, they had a really, let's say, rather easy season with really few shakes, but I've been watching their games here. They look strong and they look pumped up, and they do want to play against the best.
Certainly, they're setting out their stall. So we know a lot about the teams. It's time to introduce them to you guys.
EL Gaming. When you think about the APAC region, you can't help but think about EL Gaming. Having featured in almost every international World of Tanks tournament, EL Gaming have utterly dominated their domestic region for years now. Losing only 2 matches in 2 seasons, they are back-to-back season champions in APAC. Whilst they had a poor performance in last year's Grand Finals, EL Gaming came second in the prior finals, where they were tantalizingly close to winning the tournament. Having tasted success previously, they're back for a bigger slice of that Grand Finals pie.
WGL Grand Final 一年比一年办得好了，我希望能为观众呈上精彩的比赛。我们用自己的风格去应对不同的对手，然后我们跟 Brightstone 的训练非常的有效。这次 WGL 在莫斯科举办非常的棒，我是第一次来到莫斯科，这里的空气环境都非常的好，而且俄罗斯的观众和人民都比较热情。我们最想遇到的对手是 Tornado。
Elevate. They are one of, if not the best team to have come from the North American region. Elevate are coming to the Grand Finals as back-to-back season champions from their domestic region. Undefeated in Season 2, this all-star lineup have blazed a path to the Grand Finals and cemented their place as the #1 team in North America. Bringing players with Grand Finals experience, Elevate are keen to show everyone that North American teams are not something to be dismissed, and they're looking to stake a claim in that Grand Finals title. One of the teams to watch for this tournament. Everyone is looking forward to seeing how they perform.
In general, for the Grand Finals, we feel very prepared and comfortable. We've been practicing a lot, and we feel good going into these upcoming matches. Preparing for these Grand Finals, we haven't been looking at specific teams. We've been practicing for the general event, but we have been mainly practicing against the European and the Russian teams. So, as we were looking to face them in the upcoming matches. We faced NSS in the first group stage match. We thought of that as a learning experience. We had never faced Russian teams before in competition, so for us it was a learning experience, and it was a great one at that. Versus the APAC teams, Team Efficiency, we have already played them before. We knew their play style. In terms of skill difference, there's a huge skill difference between the different regions, having the Russian teams being far greater than the APAC teams. The main goal for this Grand Finals, as being the only North American team left, is to do our best. We've amassed the best players in North America, and we're here to show what the region is about.
Okay, now Elevate on stage here, already taking our positions. Rockstar, you know all about these guys, so break it down for us.
Yeah, well, Elevate, one of the most talented rosters that North America has ever assembled. Canadian Impact, Doma, Ox Mathis, Vetro even sitting on their bench, God Emperor Brett, Wallhacks, one of the better callers coming out in North America, jumped over into this roster from Eclipse after the Challengers Rumble. And just looking at them, they play so well. They won both Season 1 and Season 2 from this year. They had a pretty strong showing at the Challengers Rumble, but they ended up falling to Ding. So they're really going to try to step it up here today.
This is pretty much, I mean, the NA region has their hopes and dreams pinned on Elevate. I mean, on paper, the performance of these guys, especially Ox Manthus, for example. I mean, who would you say is your hyper, your picks for the team, the standout players?
Ox and Dodoma definitely have to be the two standout players, but you cannot overlook Nitz. Nitz, well, he's not typically regarded as like the top player on the team. He's one of those players that quietly does everything he needs to so the rest of the team can do what they have to do to win.
Okay, now looking here at EL Gaming. Mojo, we've been following these guys quite closely. We were really surprised by them in the group stages, and we have quite a lot of, high hopes for them ourselves, don't we?
Double champions of APAC, of course. Long history here on Grand Finals. Started on Grand Final 2 when they beat Kazna in semi-finals, but lost to Hellraisers in final match. Before that, in quarter, they beat actually a team called SC6 Santa Claus, which was considered the most moderate, youngest Russian team, playing super aggressive, and Kazna should get a hint from that moment that how they're playing, but they didn't. And I thought they got a measure of them when they played the championship rumble, but they when they won against EL Gaming 5-1. But here, in the group stage, they got annihilated.
Now, your pick for standout players, I think you kind of agree with the same player as me, don't you?
I mean, these guys have really long history on Grand Finals. Nice, Black and Fox TS played it before together on all Grand Finals. Out of these guys, Rattlesnake is a completely new guy who played only Taipei Finals with them of APAC. And then we pointed out Quiet. We watched him. We didn't know him very well before that, but he played brilliant because he was always there when it was needed with his autoloader coming to take out the targets, running away, coming back on time to be annoying to the team. And of course, Hardliner is the guy who did most average damage in APAC over the season, so yeah, he's gonna be there.
Yep.
I think Quiet is very similar to Nits. The players that do what they have to do so the rest of the team can really open up and do what they have to do to get around the map and win.
Okay, now we were talking earlier on about the game system we play. Normally for the season we play best of 9, so that's first to 5, and we have 2, when it comes to map picks, we have 2 bans, 2 picks, 2 bans, 2 picks. This time round we're playing best of 13, which means we'll start off with 2 bans, and then that's it, all the remaining maps will be played. Straight away, Elevate are banning out Prokhorovka there, Rockstar. Is that a surprise to you?
Not really. It's one of the maps that L have always been really strong on traditionally. When they went to second place during the second Global Grand Finals, Prok was one of the maps they did it on, where they just kept going up and over through the middle and going for the brawls early.
Still, this should be a really good map for Elevate. Also, by statistics, they have a really good win rate there, like 70%.
Yeah, but I don't think it'll match up versus L Gaming that well.
Steps being banned out as well, so we know every other map following this now. The only one that's going to get me for really exciting is what we're going to see for the tiebreaker.
Steps is no excitement here because EL Gaming was banning it entire seasons all the time. They don't play it at all.
Yep, and that was a map that Elevate didn't play either.
Yep, so going Himmelsdorf Mines, Ghost Town, Muravanka, Runeberg Cliff, and then tiebreaker is going to be on Himmelsdorf, which is something we don't think that perhaps EL Gaming are particularly strong on, do we?
No, in Elevate, this is one of the maps that they didn't lose a round on all season. It wasn't until the NA Finals they dropped around to top tier. That was it. They went undefeated on that map the whole rest of the season.
Well, you've already given your prediction. You think it's going to be Elevate. I'm pretty sure, Mojo, you're probably going to go with EL Gaming?
I am thinking EL Gaming because tiebreaker is long away and their aggression and sense of the play they are showing lately, I think it's going to hit the point in like 7-3, 7-4 max.
Okay, I'm going to hold my prediction because I want to find out exactly what's going to come from Tomato the Lobster. Well, Tomato the Lobster is going with EL Gaming. I'm actually going to go with Tomato the Lobster. I'm really sorry to Elevate, but I think EL Gaming's perhaps got this one.
Must be a member of your clan, Tomato.
It must be, yeah. My clan is Tomato. Well pointed out, Mojo. Thanks for reminding me that I am a Tomato. So me and the Lobster, we have a lot to share with each other here now. Predictions, you were already saying the scores you think it's going to be. Rockstar, what score do you think it's going to be?
Judging by the Challengers Rumble, if that kind of holds true, which once again, history is kind of tricky to look at, I think 7-4 in favor of Elevate.
Okay, now you've heard about from us talking the entire time. It's not going to be us talking through the matches as well. It's time to introduce you to the casters who will be casting this first one for you.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, Elfish Guy here, joined by Arukill. We will be doing that first match. EL Gaming, Elevate. I mean, it's amazing to be here in this stadium. I'm so excited for this one.
Absolutely, and what a great way to start it off. I love this. APAC versus NA. Of course, I'm representing Elevate here. They're my team to root for.
Yeah.
I think they're going to take this one away.
I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. We saw the Lobster going for EL Gaming.
I saw that, and might mean a closer series.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a 7-5.
Okay.
But I still give it to Elevate any day of the week.
All right, well, I think EL Gaming is actually going to take this one. I'm also going to say 7-5. Like what Mojo said, they've been playing a lot better internationally. They've had some roster changes. And I just think, in general, they're looking like a different team to what we saw last year when they were over in the Challengers Rumble.
Fair point. Well, we're going to have to see how it goes down on the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. We'll hand it back over to the analyst desk and see what they have to say about it.
Thanks very much for that, Rukil and Elfish, guys. So no surprise there, each of them going for their home regions.
It's a trench war. I'm looking forward to that.
I was
cast.
hoping that they would do a rope-a-dope and go with the other region, you know, and see what happened to the fan base.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, not a big surprise coming out of Rukil there either of them. But Elevate, once again, you know, we have a lot of hopes for these guys. Because once I've said it before, this is the strongest roster that North America's had in a long time since Fulcrum and Fnatic during the first Global Grand Finals, especially in terms of just individual raw talent. So I definitely think if there's anyone that could take it to EL Gaming, it's definitely Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are so close to each other, aren't they, Mojo? There's no real team that has the edge over the other one.
You cannot say that because I believe EL Gaming has more experience on a competition such as the Grand Finals because they've been here twice. They know what to expect. They know how this competition ticks. So I believe they have an edge there, definitely.
Okay, only time will tell if they can do that. Whoever wins this match will then be playing up against our next semi-final, which is going to be Ding Oops. That promises to be an absolutely fantastic one. But right now, it is all about Elevate versus EL Gaming. Now, everything's on the line here. This is it. After you don't win this one, you're out. You're watching the tournament from the sidelines. You know, I mean, so close so far. To come through from the group stages up until now, the teams have battled hard. But I mean, this is it. You know, you've got to. Is this the time when teams use their special tactics, James?
Definitely. They've probably been saved. So a lot of these teams have probably either been saving strats from the group stages, or since the group stages, they've gone back and they've developed new strats. I know that we've talked to a lot of teams that they're playing their scrim partners, for example, in the matches here. So they have to go back to the drawing board because they know these guys already know what we're going to do. We have to change everything up. So definitely, it's the same thing here with Elevate. They've scrimmed some other teams. They're going to be playing later today if they win this match, or tomorrow anyways. And EL Gaming is a map that they've scrimmed previously over the last few months as well, so you're going to kind of have to wonder how much that's going to play into things today.
Okay, now everyone is ready to get this thing underway. It's time to jump over to Rukil and Elfish, who are going to be in control of this match for us.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, it's going to be such an exciting one here, Rukil, our first map, Himmelsdorf. And, well, we're doing our predictions a little bit earlier on, but I definitely think that this is going to be a very close series.
I think you might be right. I really am truly just in favor of Elevate. They seem like the stronger team, and it's an all-star lineup. In my eyes.
Yeah,
You've got a caller that is energetic and focused. You've got a lineup of players that, in this current meta, which we'll get into, of course, more with the mouse meta, why heavies are a thing.
Yep.
But this is a team poised to play this format, and what a better way for us, the Americans, than to start off on Himmelsdorf. Now, what do you think about EL and then their ability to play here on Himmelsdorf?
Himmelsdorf for EL Gaming has been, it's not been an amazing map, but it's not been a terrible map. It's kind of just there, right? It is the map that everyone sort of knows how to play, but not necessarily is amazing at it. So I'm definitely thinking that, they'll know how to play it. They don't mind playing heavy tanks, particularly Rattlesnake, the new player in their roster. He's a very, very strong heavy tank player. So there is a chance here. I'm probably just thinking this one's going to go 1-1.
Yeah, and actually, let's jump into Rattlesnake a little bit, because I know he's actually a newer player to the team, isn't he?
He is, yeah. So he actually only played in the EL Gaming roster for the finals of WGL APAC Season 2. He didn't play at all during the season. He literally came in for the Taipei finals, and he actually performed quite excellently and did actually the top damage at that event from anyone. So he's a very, very good player. He's slotted really well into this roster, and he's got a lot of experience on the Chinese server, but not so much in the APAC region. So this is kind of a big jump for him, I think.
Yeah, and then on top of that, this is a live event where he has a history right now of performing well in a live event, so you can give that to EL.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, I'll jump back over to talking about our NA teams, because of course that's my little roundhouse here, is definitely watching to see if this live stage is going to impact the way Elevate and EL play. There's lights, there's noise, there's a lot of pressure in all of this.
Yeah.
And as far as these teams have come, this is about as far as you make it when you're from SEA or the North American region. Usually you're going to see European and Russian teams dominate this area of the finals.
Yeah.
But this is the year that both of us are waiting right now to see if our region's going to make it.
Yeah. I definitely agree, particularly after the, I think, poor performance that EL Gaming had. I think it's fair to say that they did have a poor performance at the Challengers Rumble. I think grand total they actually only got 3 rounds from memory. They went down 5-1, 5-2.
It was not great. Yeah.
So that was a reasonably poor performance considering the strength that EL Gaming has in the APAC region. So hopefully they're going to be able to come into this one, maybe be a little bit more comfortable up against a team like Elevate, who isn't necessarily one of the big guns, like, right, for example, any of the Russian teams, or Ding perhaps is going to be a bit more of a big deal for them. And I definitely think that the way that this bracket has worked out for both of these two teams, in fact, is probably about as good as it was going to get.
Yeah, and now let's just jump into actually the head spaces here, because like we've brought up a little bit about the way these teams are in comparison to maybe EU and RU teams, but now let's think. North American teams have always done this. We've always underestimated when we've gone up against a Southeast Asian team, any one of them, and every single time you underestimate your opponent, they come at you with that aggression that no one ever expects, and it catches you off guard, right? If you're Elevate and you go down to that, that's really going to hurt. And that's a place we see American teams go full tilt and just lose it.
Well, this is a very, very confident Elevate as well, isn't it? They think that they're the best players in the region. Well, in fact, they probably know it, to be honest, because they have had a very, very stellar season.
They're absolutely phenomenal. They were almost undefeated as far as it goes. They dropped a few maps here and there. Of course, we've talked about Cliff being tricky here as one of the map choices, but Himmelsdorf feels like a good map to start on. This feels like something comfortable.
I think it's like the quintessential World of Tanks map, right?
Yeah, it's been around forever. It's one of the maps that hasn't been removed from the pool, where other maps have seen, a tiny little break here and there. The Himmelsdorf has always been tried and true. And what's great about it is it's the way the corridors work out to kind of make it so your technical skills as a team are incredibly important. You have to understand how to control various lanes, how to move up, how to bound forward here and there, and that's what we're gonna have to see, as it does look like is that's first battle underway. So let's talk actually a little bit about these lineups in a second after we get through, of course, the opening map video. And these guys look like they're just getting warmed up. Is this? This looks like a serious match, actually. Yeah, this will be it.
Yeah, I think we're about to go live.
Yeah, this is it. This is no practice. This is it. These guys are just sat down after that opening ceremony, lights and noise, and they're getting ready to play.
Yeah, Himmelsdorf, a bit of a strange map actually, really, for EL Gaming, because generally speaking, it actually favors the attacking side, but for EL, they're a little bit better on the defense, so that might be a bit of an interesting sort of a dynamic. I don't know what Elevator's like on the attack and on the defense, but...
So in North America, we've always felt that defense is favored. Americans have, much like the Russians and the Europeans, kind of followed suit in that and had trouble finding suitable attacks that were reliable. Because what I've always talked about is yes, your strategy might work sometimes, but how often is it really going to work? If you apply the same attack that you're seeing right now out of EL 100 times, is it going to work 20, 30, 40, 50% of the time? And that's kind of what you have to play with, because depending on your opponent's layout, that could throw your entire strategy off. It might work out just fine. But looking at the lineup right now, the way everything's rolling out, I see External and Nits in 113. Zippy little heavies moving right up what we call the banana. That's the 7-8 line. And they'll start taking cover there, which is a strong control point. But look at the way the hill control is going to EL. They've got 2 or 3 tanks up top. And from there's been no real spotting yet by Elevate. So right now, what's going through Elevate's mind is they're thinking, all right, process of elimination. I haven't seen tanks where? Right, and to just kind of throw it out there, it's just looking at your southwest. You've got Wallhacks with a scout run. His little scout run will actually clear out quite a bit of that southwest region. You can see M1, Rattlesnake are all holding back just enough that Wallhacks really can't approach that. He can't get close enough to spot them, without, of course, probably going down and taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly default setup here from EL Gaming. They haven't really done all that much just yet. Setting up in their default positions, seeing if Elevate is going to maybe push into them if they can get a bit of a lucky damage out. But what I actually want to highlight here from EL Gaming, it's kind of interesting here that they've actually picked up 2 Type 5 heavies.
Yeah, actually, that is a great point to bring up. Oh, but real quick, before we get into that, 2 bounces. Onto is that Hardliner?
Hardliner,
Yeah, okay.
He's a very, very strong 113 player. It's basically his favorite tank.
Well, clearly right there. That was great angling. He knew exactly how to do it.
Very, very comfortable in that tank. If you see a 113 on the field, if you only see one, basically every time it's going to
and look at this right now. We've got a little bit of action from EL in the south. They're going to move in those Type 5s we were talking about. Let's jump back to talking about those. Reliable damage. That's what I look at when I see a Type 5. Oh, a nice shot. You're talking about Hardliner. Solid connection into Nits. And while this is happening, it's a nice distraction for those Type 5s and those mice.
He takes one in response, though. So overall, equal trade.
All right, that's going to even out. So you've got a total, though, of, and that reminds me of the total health pool, which you can see up top, 15,843 for Elevate, 17,270.
Wow.
And that's because those Type 5s, those choices of tanks.
Type 5s, and the fact that Elevate have taken 2 50Bs as well, as opposed to only the single 50B here on EL Gaming, which Fox TS is taking away. So it's a little bit of a heavier lineup here for EL Gaming. They're going to use that HP to try and push down, try and get control of the map here.
Yeah, and just bully out to Elevate, which they're about to do with Wallhax. Although, look, Wallhax is not spotted. He's going to try and make this last as long as he can, while everyone else from Elevate repositions to try and cover that approach from the south. Now, this is tricky because it's a 2-cap.
And now he's spotted.
Okay, he's going to need to get out of here. He's on a timer. Yeah. This will only last so long before he really wastes some potential. Late game, that's when you want a light tank to be able to move because you can reset cap, all sorts of things.
There's a lot of shots coming out here from Elevate, but not too many are actually penetrating. Rattlesnake starting to take a little bit of damage here, but you can see how far forward M1 and Rattlesnake have actually managed to push here into Wallhax. Barely taking any damage. I think Rattlesnake's taken maybe 1 shot worth of damage, and Wallhax here, in theory, should be going down essentially for free.
He should be, although let's see how annoying he can make himself. Nope, not going to be able to make that happen, and there we go. That's the light tank out. But he did his job to a point. There's going to be a push from Elevate, try and set some tempo, take back a little bit of control, and they're going to 2v1 on Hardliner. If they can get him out quickly, if they can destroy him, that's going to be good for Elevate. That's going to mean they can start taking control and setting some tempo. And nice shots. 516. Oh, and a bounce right there from External. Nitz needs to get this connection.
Hardliner knows he's in trouble here. That's why he tried to hightail it out of there and get back to his teammate Nice. But unfortunately for him, that's not going to work out too well. External is going to drop him. So overall, actually, that works out pretty nicely here for Elevate, where they've taken the 1-for-1 trade. But it's the tier 8 tank, the tier 10.
External is going to go down. Nice crossfire. That's 50B up top and down below with Nice.
And look at where Black is at the moment. He's got himself all the way up towards the 2 flag, almost up to the A line, and he's actually not spotted out right now.
Think about this. We'll have to return to him later, see if he's going to do it. But you could actually pressure the cap, the number 2 cap of the red team Elevate with that light tank, and that would actually cause a bit of chaos and give EL an opening to maybe.
And even if not, he could just be a bit of a pest around the back, right? If you get behind someone in a tank like that, you're going to be able to put out some damage.
Yeah, it's get behind the 113s especially. Let's not work around the mouse because the mouse is such a heavily armored tank that let's not play with that reliability. Now, jumping back over to the west side of the map where Dodoma is currently squared off, looks like that's HE coming out against M1. Looks like it's not worth it at that range because, of course, your penetration is slightly lower than the mouse's front turret armor, so you're really depending a little on that RNG. Plus or minus, what is it, 10% penetration?
25.
25, sorry. That's, excuse me on that, just tripping up. And with that, you can't quite rely on penetrating the front turret of that mouse. So fire HE, get a little damage, maybe damage the gun, something like that. But let's remind all of our viewers about the newest update to tanks and what the large repair kit and the large med kit mean. Now you can just repair damaged modules, wait a few minutes, do it all again.
Exactly, and that's quite useful for a lot of the tanks that we do see coming out here. The mouse, you know, you take a bit of crew damage every now and then, but we just see a little bit of a push coming out from Elevate. They're trying to defend that flag, and honestly speaking, the way that things are looking right now, EL is in a very, very good spot because they have a massive health advantage. They've got good map control here as well, and I think it's really just a matter of time before EL Gaming decides to try and really push this in. But the only worry for me right now is there's only 4 minutes left here for EL Gaming, and they don't have very quick tanks left alive. The 113's already down, and aside from the 50B, it's kind of going to be snail's pace really for EL Gaming.
I'm glad you brought that up because what I saw out of Elevate was the kind of posturing that you would go for if you're trying to push your opponent back.
Yeah.
If you sit back and you just try and play corner games all day as a defender, your opponent, like EL, is going to just keep creeping up and up and up. And if you look at it actually, you're going to see that, over there on the east side of the map starting to move on in. And then we've got a 1v1 of Nice versus Oxmathis starting out. That's Type 5 versus Ox and the Mouse. Mouse is going to be able to reload a few more times, deal some significant damage, hopefully, for the side of Elevate. And see, Nitz is going to move in.
So bounce.
Yeah, but focusing damage should be able to make something happen. God Emperor Brett's going to move in. And if Nice can get a shot into the 50B, that's going to be good damage. If 113, he'll roll okay. That's a good 300-400. 500, nice shot.
Pretty good roll there from Nice, but he's going to start to get pressured here now by all of those Elevate players. You can see Nitz at the moment pushing forward. Doesn't manage to penetrate that shot, actually, so Nice gets away with a little bit extra and might get another shot off here. Depends on how much damage it's going to do, but Oxmath
But the hit point sharing, sorry to jump in, is the hit point sharing is what's working in favor in this 2v1 right now.
Oh.
But Nitz overextends right there, and he's going to pay for it. Fox TS, good play, solid cover. Is it going to be able to back up his battle buddy? And that's going to mean another tank down for Elevate. And this is looking like it's going to start in the favor of EL Gaming.
Yeah, I think so. I don't see Elevate being able to dig themselves out of this hole now. Oxmath is 300 HP. He's a one-shot to pretty much anyone. I mean, Canadian Impact and God Emperor Brett, 250Bs, they're very, very impactful tanks. But realistically speaking, the amount of HP that EL Gaming's got left, the cap pressure that they've got left as well, and the guns in the game, all favoring EL right now.
Exactly. There's the only room for real victory here is that a crossfire with the 50Bs and some serious mistakes. But if you look at it now, it's just about over right now. We just got God Emperor Brett on reload. You've got the EL team moving in. They've got cap, they've got hit points, they've got tanks alive. This has been a solid start and a rough start for Elevate. Solid though for EL. I have to give them props on that one. Maybe the Lobster was maybe the Lobster knows something I don't.
Yeah, but that's going to be, you know, a bit of a nerve settler, I think, there for EL Gaming. If they had any nerves, which it didn't really seem like they did, I think that was quite methodical play. It was slow, but there didn't seem to be anything that really struck me as like a incorrect play or a horrible play or anything like that, which might have thrown the game.
I agree, actually. It was very nice to see, and probably the guys will have to go back a little bit after this match, and this is a good little example, a nice lesson that you can show for how to just move up and keep the pressure. Now we look at the post-battle stats. Nice picking up 2 kills, and looking at the damage blocked and dealt, especially in this mouse mode, is going to be a big deal. So M1, 4,580 damage dealt. You got 3,900, 3,800 from the EL guys. The next is Nitz. So no one is even close to where EL was on dealing damage.
Yeah, 3.9k coming out of a Type 5 Heavy is actually quite impressive. It's generally speaking not a tank that you expect to see up the top.
And here we go. No damage blocked by external or another member of Elevate there. So you're noticing that comes into play here. That's what heavy tanks are about. That's what Himmelsdorf is. But we switch sides. And now we'll see how it goes, because you were talking about how attack in Himmelsdorf can be
generally a little bit favorable.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing about that is that EL Gaming has a better defensive win rate on Himmelsdorf. 85%. They've won 11 out of the 13 games that they've played on Himmelsdorf defense in Season 2 of WGL APAC, where they only had a 54% on the attack. So this is actually, in theory, the favorable side for EL Gaming.
Okay, so they actually should perform better. And based on the last result, I don't know. But what we can say about this is it was battle number 1 for Elevate. First time up on the big stage. This is a team that is, in its current configuration, has not been tested at this level. So if I want to cut them a little slack, give me a little slack.
Sure.
Maybe,
we can do that.
Maybe they come back and we'll see how this attack goes. But
I did say I think it's going to be a 1-1 before this game did start here on Himmelsdorf. So I'm going to stick to my guns there. I'm suspecting that Elevate's going to be able to come back here. I don't really think that EL Game is going to get off to a rocker of a start, but who knows? This is a fickle game.
And let's look at the lineups. We've got IS-4 Type 5, 113s, 2 of them, 250Bs, and an M. Was that an M4043?
Does look like it.
Yeah,
black.
That's curious. Now, artillery's been changed around a little bit.
Splash.
Yeah.
That's what it's for here.
And that can work with, I think, a slightly more nimble lineup, so you hit a tank and then you jump on it, wolfpack it, kind of.
Right, but more so what I think it actually is for here is if, for example, Elevate tries to push into that 1 flag or into that 2 flag, ordinarily speaking, you wouldn't get those resets easily, but with black there in the artillery, then that's a very real possibility.
That's gold. That's pure gold right there, because every single spot you would hide a tank, and every single little nuance about it too. You've seen how we've turned tanks on their side, we've turned them up and down, all sorts of things. The M4043 has just enough splash that he should be able to always get the reset. There shouldn't be any question about, oh, he barely misses it. And then we go Dodoma taking a little bit of damage down below. Up top, you've got wall hacks backed up by 250Bs, actually.
It would be dangerous here for EL Gaming if they push over this hill right into the 50Bs. Fox TS takes a big chunk of damage there. Hardline is going to continue the push. He knows that he can beat that T10 in a 1v1, and he's actually managed to get that here. So this is not too bad for EL Gaming. They take a lot of damage there, but now Hardliner, he needs to try and clean up wall hacks and make this worthwhile.
And off of that push up top, you're going to see down below, up the banana, up the 8 line, is going to be 3 tanks out of Elevate just playing off that push. 50Bs are going to back off. They'll have time to reload and possibly pick up a kill. Look, Fox TS and Quiet are at less than 1,000 hit points, meaning those 50Bs can jump them and just take them down very, very quickly. They'll have to be watching out for that. On the other side, Wallhacks, yes, is down. And as far as hit points go, I think the trade is still in favor of Elevate. Position,
It's only a tier 9 tank, right? So it's not like they've lost the 50B or something like that.
Yeah, and now, looking at the position though of Elevate, I'm skeptical. Right now, this is a place where if they can't figure out what their next step is truly, they're going to find themselves split up and taken down. Dodoma in the open, not driving carefully enough, is going to go down to Quiet in the 50B. Nice shots there from Quiet, good positioning, and solid follow-up shots as well. He's got one left in the chamber and throws it out for nothing, but 2 tanks down on the side of Elevate, no tanks down on the side of EL. Hit points in favor of Elevate.
Yes.
But that's
Guns in the game is always something we talk about.
Exactly. That's what it comes down to. There's goes Black. Okay, that's good for Elevate.
It is good, but...
Look at the positioning on the map. Who can get on the 1 cap?
Lots of people, actually.
Who can defend the 1 cap for EL?
No one.
I really say, no one can do that. If Elevate realizes what they have...
They're not getting on the 1 flag, so Elevate, they want to try and take a fight here by the looks of things.
They also don't have all the intelligence they need to know that there isn't a tank in the south.
Yes.
Right? So they know that there are a bunch of tanks up north. They suspect they could get overmatched. And if you don't deal with that, EL will come back and they'll take your tanks down 1 by 1, and it doesn't matter about that 1 cap anymore, right? So they're going to turn it into a big old brawl.
Here comes Quiet around the corner in the 50B. External and Nits both on the reload. Quiet's going to get enough time to get a second shot off there, but he'll have to back off now. Can't afford to take another shot from a mouse. He is essentially at a 1 shot right now. Give or take.
There we go. Hardliner goes down. That's good crossfire. That's what we needed to see. Canadian Impact in that 50B circling around. Focus fire is important right now. They're going to go for Quiet. Yes, he will go down. That's going to be good for it. Elevate. They should be able to follow this up with a few more kills. Those mice have enough hit points. They can still take a beating. And there, Hux Mathis is even joining the fight.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for EL Gaming. Nice does take down Nits there, though, equalizing things a little. It's 4 versus 4, but EL Gaming don't have the HP to play with here. Nice is a 1-shot, Fox DS is a 1-shot, and there goes Nice as well. So now tank advantage here for Elevate. I think they're going to be able to take this one away.
Yep, they've got guns, tanks, hit points, everything. It's maybe we see some heavy tank brilliance. That's the only thing left.
I think it's too late now for EL Gaming. I mean, M1's the only one with HP to speak of. Rattlesnake, he's a 1-shot as well. And he's actually trying to chase down God Emperor Brett, who is on the reload for 10 seconds. So if he can catch him.
He's less than 10% hit points, so now he's got adrenaline boost kicking in. So now he's going to actually reload. Not going to matter.
Quick enough. Doesn't matter, though. Rattlesnake's going to be the only one left alive here for EL Gaming. And basically, he's got no chance.
He's pretty good, but he's probably not that good. You're right. And just give him a minute. He should be able to come on in, see what he can do. 5 minutes left. He can try to reset, do all he wants, but it's going to be a moment. And, here we go. Once External rounds the corner, he should see Rattlesnake and should be able to find a connection, get his kill, and he's spotted. Shot goes out. It's not quite. Nice bounce right there. Rattlesnake understanding how to angle his IS-4 just so. And that's an important thing right now on Himmelsdorf, especially with the mouse meta. If you're an IS-4, 113, next to the mouse, you need to be careful about your armor angling because the mouse is going to bounce shells almost by its very nature.
Yep.
Whereas your IS-4, you're going to have to make sure you position it. You can't get lazy.
Well, there we go. So, Elevate, courtesy of Ox Mathis, is going to make it back to a 1-1. And so, for now, my prediction is proving correct, but I actually was a little disappointed by that from EL Gaming. They got the first 2 tanks down. They looked like they were in a fairly decent position, but then Elevate was able to bring things back.
I think the up top on Himmelsdorf, when we saw the west side up top with the 50Bs covering Wallhacks. Wallhacks was in a tier 9, and as he was up top there, used as bait, the 50Bs came in and dealt enough damage that I think it might have thrown EL off their game. Whatever game plan they had went out the window when they were ambushed.
Yep.
And then, of course, Elevate played off of that. The 50Bs knew they knew something was up. They've studied their opponent. The 50Bs are up top on the hill. There are tanks down below waiting for that. And the trigger is pulled, and those 3 move up. All of a sudden, I think Elevate knew exactly what they wanted to do, and everything was going according to their plan. That's why they won. It was all according to their plan. EL fell into it. They were behind in tempo, and Elevate was just telling him what to do. They were pulling the strings, and you give them. They put up a good fight, of course, but not when your opponent's doing exactly what they want to do and you're not, that's where you really don't stand much of a chance.
Yeah, having a look at the damage numbers here, things looking a little bit better for Elevate this time than what they did in the previous round. No damage to block their Black Canadian Impact, but he was in a 50B, so it doesn't really matter. 3k damage dealt, that's pretty much where you want to be hitting, I think, in a 50B. 2.5k to 3, you'd be feeling happy.
Yeah, it's something upper end of performance right there, so that's something to look for. Now, Dodoma, look at this in the T10. He did not get a lot done, and that's actually something that I was worried about early in the battle when he went down. I thought that might come into play, but it looks like everyone else was able to kind of pick up and carry on without him.
I think it's fair to say that the M4043 hasn't worked out there for EL Gaming.
I don't agree with that choice on Himmelsdorf. It's artillery.
I can see the sense in it, but it just didn't work.
Yeah, it's not really going to pan out most of the time. In my opinion, I feel like you could drop that M4043 and pick up a tier 10 and just drop it down to something, a lower artillery piece, because all you're going to do is you're trying to splash. You're never going to actually depend on reasonable damage, because on Himmelsdorf, you've got 4 or 5 really solid angles from anywhere on the map, and that's it. That's all you have. You can't play with much more, you don't have the ability to deal real significant damage, and you can't take any real damage. You can't maneuver much because you won't be able to flex north to south, or you get where I'm going. It's not a flexible enough tool for that map.
Not on Himmelsdorf, that's for sure. But Himmelsdorf is done and dusted now. One apiece, fairly even. I think we can't really read into it too much. Now moving on to Mines though, and I gotta say, this is a good prospect here for EL Gaming because this has been their best map throughout the entire season, and they have an 84% win rate overall on the map. 92% win rate. They dropped 1 round on Mines defense last season, or in this season, I suppose. And that was against Karen Tiger, but they have looked very, very good on this map.
And I have to completely agree. And when I was watching EL, I really liked the Mines play. I think between Elevate and EL, this is one, like you were saying on Himmelsdorf, you felt like comfortable with the 1-1. I feel comfortable with the 1-1 here.
All right. Well, I defensive side wins, you reckon?
Maybe. For Mines, in my mind, the map is very dependent on so many little nuanced factors that have to do with the way both teams approach it.
Right.
And so I guess what I'm saying with that is North and South don't matter as much to me. It's what strats they bring, and then I'll tell you what I think.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So based off the way Elevate decides to come in here, because guess what? New changes to the game since we've last seen competitive play. The little bit we saw in the group stages has informed me a little bit, but come on, these guys have had to step back and say, okay, what do we need to change and improve to reapproach this?
Yeah. I wonder if for these two teams, right, if they're in sort of like a bit of a hole, right, is this the time where they take out those pocket strategies, or are they trying to save them for a little bit later down the track?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because you have to think, right, both of these two teams, I say fairly evenly matched. This could be very well their last match in the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017. So it's kind of now or never.
Yeah, and sometimes it might not even be that back pocket strat. It might just be the strat they planned and then the strat that everyone knows, right?
Yeah.
Hey guys, scratch this. Based off the way we're playing right now, this doesn't feel right. Let's do something else. Now, we can see jumps going up. You got Canadian Impact in the east side. Artillery, that's Fox Yes, the M4043, against wall hacks in the M4043. We'll have to see if we see counter artillery or anything like that.
I'm sure we will.
I really love seeing it when artillery players intelligently kind of deconstruct what their opponent is doing and try and figure out how to destroy them that way. Because that's a lot of damage that's really meaningful on this. Artillery could be most of the damage this battle that counts.
On the topic of the artillery, when I see Fox TS in the artillery, I'm almost a little bit unhappy to see that because he's not a bad artillery player, but I think he gets so much work done in a TVP or a Grill 15 or a Bat Chat or something like that.
In a map like this, it would be perfect.
Right, so I'm not so sure. I mean, EL Gaming, they have been running the artillery quite a lot throughout the late stages of Season 2, and it has worked out relatively okay, but he's not the major impact artillery player that he always is.
Yeah, and let's actually take a moment to talk about the lineups. You've got Mouse, IS-4, 3 Bat Chats, the new Tier 10 and M4043 for Elevate. So decently mobile, not a huge amount of hit points. You got that TVP, 2 Bat Chats, 3 Mouse for the side of EL, giving them a nice hit point boost, but also taking a lot of the mobility they could have had. And because of that, you're seeing Elevate right now using their mobility to their advantage. They've sent 2 Bat Chats to the northeast. They've got one of their scouts up in the hills, just because that's what you do, right? There's no reason not to. The elevation, the control, the vision that you get by throwing something up on the east side is...
Is it Elevate going for a boost here? From the zero line?
Oh, they've already got it. They've already. Oh, you're talking about reverse the boost?
From the attacking side. I think they drove all the way around. I think they're going for a boost up the zero line. We'll have a look over there in a second.
No, they're going to pull out.
No, okay,
like
so they do have a guy up on the boost already, but yeah, that was a little interesting for me. It looked like they were going for it.
That would be fun, actually. That would be the first time.
They weren't lit either.
Yeah, it's actually a great spot over there. Go to the northeast. If you spawn south side, if you can get control of the east all the way up to the north where those mountains are, that's a huge position. It's absolutely just devastating if you can get vision on that Charlie 4 corner, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That approach from the north side to the mountain, to the mine. But to kind of jump to another topic real quick, we've got the push to Mouse up the water side into the 2-cap. That's going to put the pressure on Elevate and set the timer.
And one other thing that I want to comment on here for Elevate is that we can see Wallhax has already taken a little bit of damage there. He's got a dead loader, a dead gunner there as well, and that's absolutely massive in your artillery.
And I doubt he actually brought the med kit, which we were talking about, that counter battery. That's Fox TS doing his job, but also look, he's taking damage as well.
Yeah.
So both players are playing the counter arty game.
I feel like this affects Elevate a little bit more though, because if they're going to try and rely on Wallhacks at certain times to get resets, which in theory should actually be pretty easy given that EL Gaming's pushing on the 2 flag, it's going to be a little bit more of an issue because he's going to be reloading slower. He might not hit as many shots now. So I think that affects him a little bit more. But Elevate now, maybe taking things into their own hands. The Batchat's starting to push forward here. Nitz is going to take a shot.
This is sloppy play right now from Elevate.
Good.
This is not good for them. EL should be able to walk away with this. We've got 2 Batchats out in the open. They do not have the cover they need. They do not have the position they should have. And they're just taking fire unnecessarily. I do not agree with this play. This is Elevate. They're going to be kicking themselves for this because these Batchats don't really have the pen and the damage to take down Rattlesnake anyway.
10 seconds left on that cap timer. There is a reset actually coming out to a back up a little bit more, but Fox TS actually takes down Nitz. First tank going down there is an Elevate tank. And EL Gaming, they've done so much damage over to Elevate, particularly Rattlesnake. You could see how many free shots he was getting out in that Mouse. And let's be real, the Mouse actually has fairly decent DPM, so that's a very scary prospect here for Elevate. And, well, I think they're down in a very, very disadvantageous position.
Yeah,
to see them come back from this would be something of a miracle.
Yeah, and where they're going to have to come back is in the south. That external in the north is going to have to hold down and just take control. But 3 seconds left. No, it's a reset back up to 10, and it's going to keep counting down. We need one more reset. Wallhax is just about reloaded. He may be able to get it. We're going to have to hold for the timer. Oh, God, Emperor Brett will go down, and I believe wait for the timer up in the top center of the screen. There it is. That's it. That's EL taking their second win of the series.
Yeah, EL Gaming looking very, very strong in that one. It didn't even look close, to be honest.
Yeah.
And it didn't even seem like EL Gaming was doing anything particularly amazing. I thought Elevate kind of just walked into them and said, hey, please shoot me.
I think, yeah, I agree. More of that was Elevate making a huge tactical mistake than it was EL necessarily doing something that completely trounced Elevate in that sense.
Yeah.
Elevate walked in the north with those 2 Batchats. Earlier on in the battle, they'd been doing a little work. I think that was too aggressive. I think that they should have stopped more towards the middle of the map, and you can see it in the post-game here.
Rattlesnake, 3k damage coming out again. Such an impactful player here for EL Gaming. I'm so impressed by him. Every time I see him play, given how inexperienced he is on this lineup, he just seems to make it work. And Fox TS actually got a decent amount done there in the artillery as well. On the whole, though, not a hugely high damage game because of how quick that cap was coming out. Still, pretty good across the board there for EL Gaming. Not so great across the board there for Elevate. Wallhax in his M4043 didn't get too much done, only 300 damage.
Yeah, I think the lesson learned here for Wallhax is with the new meta and the new changes to the game, absolutely bring the medkit on your artillery piece, right? I don't see a reason not to. You bring medkit, repair kit,
food.
Exactly.
Like, if you get hit by... You're not going to take an extinguisher, are you, surely? Because if you get hit, generally speaking, you're going to die anyway. You don't need to get set on fire to die.
And also, you have perfect crew skills. So you've got firefighting. You've got also the additional peripheral crew skills there that assist with preventing fires and such. So... yeah, if fire's going to happen, it probably isn't going to be the thing that kills you. What's going to probably kill you is the fact that you've lost too many crew members, and now you're in an ineffective tank. Wallhax, had he had that med kit, could have changed the course of the battle. Because one reset could be all you need to get a kill that just cascades into the next.
Exactly, the snowball effect.
Exactly.
So, moving over to the defensive side is going to be EL Gaming, and that is actually their more favorable side. Now, they do often play a very, very similar setup on the defensive side where, well, they've kind of got two sort of default setups, I think. One is where they boost Hardliner, or they make Hardliner do the climb over on the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, zero line, yeah.
Right, yep. The other one is that they try and push around, they push some tanks up the mid, into the hill, and they try and push tanks around the back of the hill here as well. So, a bit of a pincer move.
Yeah, and let's take a sec. Actually, I like this camera shot we've got on the players from Elevate. So when you take a look at them, look at the energy. Wallhacks is as an American we call him a Yankee, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He's from New York. He's a big, loud, energetic
Out there guy.
Exactly. He is someone that you do not miss when he's in the room, right? He does not fall silent in a conversation. He's always there. And when you see him kind of calm, cool, and collected, there's two little things to watch for. Does he look like he's kind of gotten himself, kicked in the gut? Or is he just focused? Right now, I think it looks like he got kicked in the gut. I think right now the Elevate's reeling a little bit. Of course, they did what the American teams do, and they may have underestimated their opponent and their abilities, and that's come and bit them. We'll have to see what they're able to do with this. As opening scout runs, we've got Canadian Impact making his initial run on the mid.
Yep.
Doesn't quite watch it. Canadian,
There's a rock there.
Canadian's not watching where he's going. I think he was a little distracted, and well, clearly, right? Yeah. But from that, we'll have to see what Elevate's able to do. Nice spotting, as you'll notice. EL doesn't seem to have any return vision, and with that, that's a lot of intel to Elevate that EL does not have.
Yeah, and the strange thing here for EL Gaming is that this sort of a setup that they're running right now is not their standard setup. You can see there's no boost from Hardliner. They've got no control over the mid hill at all. And they're pushing around the side here actually with a Type 5 Heavy and a Mouse. So I'm sorry, but you're not going to be catching anyone off guard with those two tanks.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you're backing it up with a T110E4 and the new T100 as well from Black, who's just put himself out on the west side, which that's a typical position actually for a light tank or a scout, because you get vision, you can hide, you can actually escape, whereas medium and a lot of other heavy tanks just are stuck there forever. And there it is, it's working actually. Black is able to spot Dodoma on the west side. Looks like M1 getting spotted, external in the middle as well as Oxmath is getting spotted.
Yeah, a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy to talk about here.
But good vision, good intel for EL, so they're able to adjust their defensive positions in order to accommodate.
Those two heavy tanks have sort of wrapped back around the hill a little bit more towards the defensive side here, as opposed to starting to push down the 7 line. So they're playing a little bit safer now for EL Gaming. But what I really am focusing on right now, I've seen Fox TS, he's been off reload for probably the better part of 30 seconds, maybe even more. Still hasn't fired his shot, so it seems at the moment as though EL Gaming, they haven't got any good targets here for that artillery piece. Wallhacks, he just fires off one there. Didn't quite connect.
Wallhacks is actually playing to avoid counter-artillery right now. His positioning says to me that right now he knows that Fox TS is watching. He's waiting for that shot to go out, and he's going to counter, which is exactly why you probably brought that up. He's
Fox
waiting.
TS hasn't fired. He's been waiting.
Yeah, he's absolutely 100% focused on counter-artillery right now. If he changes his focus, he can just quickly zoom back down, like drag his mouse straight down and not lose a lot of reticle if he wants to fire external. So that would be a reasonable shot for him to take right now. And it does look like he went for it, just landed kind of short there.
Didn't quite manage to connect it, but Elevate here, they've used up almost 3 minutes, and they haven't really done all that much. They've got control of the hill, which is good. They've also got control of the 0 line, but they're not in a position to actually use the boost here, because if they do that, they will get spotted, they will take some damage. So really what Elevate has to try and do at the moment, I think, is try and push these heavy tanks back from EL Gaming and try and get that map control over on the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, get someone up on the boost, I agree completely, and then Wallhacks on the west side of the map. Here's the thing about this that I feel like kind of splits the focus of Elevate if they want to go for that east side. They're not going to be able to put damage onto tanks on the east side very easily with Wallhacks in the northwest, unless, like you said, they push back those heavy tanks are down and around the horn of the hill, which is about Gulf 6, right? If they can do that, that works. But we also know that Black is in the west side of the map, as you can see right now. And knowing that there's a scout on that side of the map, Dodoma's not going to be able to leave to support. So there's a lot, I guess what the point is that there's a number of reasons that it's tricky for Elevate to refocus or to kind of redeploy in order to get the control that they need to execute the way they want to. Right now, they're still trying to figure out how to crack this shell.
Yeah, and they haven't really been able to do anything. At the moment, EL Gaming haven't taken any damage, and Elevate have taken a sizable chunk. It's nothing too crazy. It's not anything to get worried about just yet, but if EL Gaming continues to trade like this, and it's not even really trading at this point, it's free damage, the job gets ever more difficult for Elevate.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the criticism for Elevate at this point should be that they're being a bit timid.
I agree.
But this could be me calling that out at exactly the moment when they decide to turn it around.
Yeah.
Because that's a bold push right there. Taking
is
a mouse
very.
over the middle of mines like this is usually something you would do if you had a huge advantage and you were ready to just kind of call it right there. Look at this as well. Dodoma taking on Black on the west side of the map. If he's able to take out that light tank, that's going to be good for Elevate. That's going to open up the west side. That's going to mean that they can, instead of going for the east, head off to the west. They'll have a better time dealing damage over there. And
Black's in trouble here. He's down to 567 damage, or health even, and needs to be a little bit more careful than he is at the moment, surviving on 7 HP. He did get hit by the artillery there, so maybe a little bit of a favorable splash there, I guess, for Black, considering he survives.
He's booking it north, too. He's going to try to get out.
And not going to work.
Oh, he could have gotten through and spotted wall hacks, even gotten the kill right there. That would have been huge for EL. That would have probably guaranteed the win at that point, just throwing Elevate off their game like that. And look at this damage. Nice.
This is actually looking really, really good right now for Elevate. Nice is in a horrible position, taking so much damage. He gets absolutely wrecked there by Elevate. So what was looking like a very, very good setup for EL Gaming, where they had a massive health advantage, all of a sudden has swung straight back in the favor of Elevate. They've got 2 tanks advantage. They now have, well, actually, they don't have the health advantage, but it's very close.
Yeah, this has every reason to go to Elevate if they don't just slow down too much. I think if they keep the pressure up, because notice this, when they were playing slow, when they were playing kind of timid, it wasn't working.
Yeah.
They were taking the damage. The second they turn that around, what happens?
Exactly. They just push in, and honestly, I thought that push was not going to work, but somehow Elevate find a way to make it, and now EL Gaming really in a spot of bother. Fox TS in his M4043. He's going to be key really here. He needs to be getting some big damaging shots off and really putting some pressure back on Elevate.
He just fired, though, just as you were saying that, onto Nitz, and it did not connect. So right there, it stuns him a little bit, but it doesn't do enough.
And one's probably dead here as well.
Yeah, he should be going down in a moment.
One more shot for Dodoma is all he needs.
Dodoma should have this.
Oh, Canadian Impact's going to get it up from the hill.
Yeah, east side. So that's a beautiful crossfire. That's why you want to put a tank up on the 0 line. With that, combined with that bat shot on the west side, there are very few tanks that are going to stay safe for very long. And also, look at this. Got Emperor Brett. He's going to have to watch out and not take a shell from Fox TS when he's finally reloaded. But as the TVP is rather susceptible to artillery damage.
Yeah.
But he can keep spotting those heavy tanks, that mouse from Rattlesnake below the hill. And with that, we can see Crossfire come in, we can see artillery start to whittle him down, and this is looking like kind of a matter of time game. But with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left, Elevate can't wait too long.
I think they've got enough time, surely, here. I mean, realistically speaking, an E4, yeah, it's going to bounce some shells, but it's not a mouse, and even the mouse here of Rattlesnake is getting very, very low on HP. He's a one-shot, and Fox TS is not going to be... He's basically irrelevant right now in that artillery piece. There's nothing that he's going to be able to do that's going to be able to bring EL Gaming back into this one, unless he gets some sick shot onto someone, but that's wishful thinking at this point, I think.
It's like when you see that technically the damage could be dealt to get the kills, but you know that reasonably you could never expect either team to really achieve that or to make those shots count.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and now looking at this, Quiet's going to look towards the hill, blind fire, see if anything shows up from that. Nope. And from here, we've got Quiet spotted now. Tanks moving in, and this is just, by the book, how you clean it up.
Pretty straightforward here for Elevate.
Yep, and that'll actually, this kind of starting to see a pattern back and forth between these teams.
Well, we did say that we thought that it was going to be fairly close, and so far it definitely has been close. I got to say, maybe it's a little bit of the APAC bias coming into play here, but I think EL Gaming is putting themselves in better positions than Elevate is, but they're not being able to convert them into the round wins.
I can agree with that. Maybe not 100%, but I can get on board with the idea there.
Okay.
Yeah, they're definitely positioning very well, and and by contrast, I have criticism for Elevate's less than I'd say I have a ton of pros for EL.
Right.
It's like EL's doing things right.
Yeah.
They're not doing things. They're not showing me anything that's
amazing,
outside of what you would expect, which isn't bad. That's not a bad thing. It's hard to make that. It's hard to say doing what you're supposed to do or what's expected or what's normal is somehow mediocre or less than exceptional. But they're doing what they need to do. And on Elevate side, I think, yeah, you're hitting on the point of the criticism of positioning.
Yeah. Is that enough, though, for EL here to be doing what they need to do, right? Is that enough for them to actually be able to take down Elevate right now, or do they need to go above and beyond? Because I honestly think they do need to go above and beyond. The Elevate that we saw in Season 2, the EL that we saw in Season 2 against Team Efficiency, where they went down 5-4 a couple of times, they got victories 5-4 over Meltdown and Horseman, who are teams that, realistically speaking, shouldn't even be on the level of EL Gaming. If they play like that, if they do just the same as, if they just play like they should, I don't think that's going to be enough against a team like Elevate. I think they need to lift.
Okay, I agree with that in the sense that here on this stage, above and beyond, you always have to be, right? And against Elevate, a team that is full of all-star players, people that you, in a 1v1, don't let your players get in a 1v1 with these guys because they'll probably win. They know how to do this. But what you kind of touched on before, and actually, is fundamentals. EL's fundamentals are solid.
Yeah.
Their positioning's good. Their strategies are solid. They're not doing anything crazy. They're put the players in the right tanks. They're doing it right. There's no huge criticism around that. If you stick to your fundamentals in World of Tanks, focus fire, team play, all of those little basic things that you learn when you get into clan wars or you start platooning up, those are the things EL is hitting on better than Elevate at this moment. And that can win them this entire match.
Yeah, nothing too surprising coming out here on the post-battle stats, really. You get the TVPs, the bat chats up towards the top of the damage charts. A couple of the EL players down the bottom here. Clearly that game didn't go too well for them, but moving on to the next map, which is Ghost Town, and I think this is actually EL Gaming's pick, which I don't necessarily agree with, to be honest. I'm not a huge fan of EL Gaming on Ghost Town. They have struggled on it in the past.
Yeah, I give this match, or this map, to Elevate. I think Elevate's going to play a lot better on this one. They've never really struggled too hard with it. I felt like they have solid strats. This should be Elevate taking a win here. They have had some teams show up and really kind of give them a nice knock in the face here or there, just to kind of wake them up and remind them that Ghost Town's a map to take seriously. But this, yeah, I think EL's going to struggle here. Maybe they can pick this one up later on in the series.
Potentially a 1-1, I think, could come out here from EL, but I'm not saying that they're going to get a 2-0.
Yeah, but look at this. Opening moves. Canadian Impact in the bat chat moves out for a scout run, and that's...
He spots the entire team.
Yeah, 4 tanks are up. Elevate knows what's going on. They can reposition.
Oh, I'm not sure I'm a fan of this here for EL Gaming. It looks like they're just walking into the trap that Elevate has set for them.
Now, here's the thing with this. They can decide to keep going forward. And if they focus fire and sink the shells quickly enough, take down Canadian, move on, and get the kills, they can win in a way. But it's so conditional, it's so variable in the way that can work out in favor of EL. EL's going to need to move north. Try and leave Canadian behind, hope Wallhacks can't get there in time, and pick up a kill from one player that gets a little bit aggressive. But look at the damage. Right now, Hardliner's taking about half, M1 in that WZ-111, and Black. Black is at half right now, and he's pinned out in the open. His track is done. He's in a rough spot.
I've really got to question what the thought process behind that was for EL Gaming, because they essentially just walked into a crossfire setup from Elevate, said, hey, here's some free damage. All right, now we can play with a 2,000 less HP and a free tank over to Elevate.
But they're able to flex off this. I'll give them some credit. EL gets into the high ground, takes the middle of the map, and that's something that Elevate wasn't expecting.
They need to kill Oxmathis here. Fox TS needs to come up big in that 50B, but Oxmathis, he's almost off the reload, and this could be disastrous for EL Gaming. Unfortunately for him, though, it doesn't really connect too well onto Fox TS. A bit of damage, but nothing amazing.
But that was good. That was what, you're right. EL needed to do that. And yes, they've taken a lot of damage, but they have the high ground. They have a solid position. They can make this work. They need to get Canadian Impact out, but he's dealing a ton of free damage right now. And if he's able to just stay healthy, keep distracting members of Elevate, this is great. And members of EL, he'll be able to do just fine. Nicely done. Now Canadian's just going to slip out behind, hopefully not take too much, and that's going to be Elevate coming back in for a cleanup kill later on. Now, EL, if they can't find a kill, one more somewhere, just get one tank exposed, this is over.
It is, yeah. It's almost looking over already, really, for EL Gaming. That was kind of the dream scenario there for a bad chat. Canadian Impact, he gets behind some tanks, he gets to the side of some tanks, he says, all right, I've got my damage out, I'm going to slip away. He takes 1 shot or 2 shots of damage. Very, very favorable trade for him, and as a result, you can see the position that EL Gaming is in right now is absolutely horrible. They've got barely any map control. They don't have any means to get any map control because they don't have anyone that can really push in there. Even both of the mouses that they've got, 1,600, 1,800 health, that's not enough.
Yeah, it's maybe if you can make a long distance fight, it's manageable, but at these ranges, it's not going to last more than maybe a minute or two. And there, quiets down in the 50B. That's Canadian Impact in the bat chat again. And there we go. We're going to see Elevate probably walk away with this one. Just give them about 2 minutes and they should be able to get all the cleanup. Now, I'll give it to EL. Even when they're down, I'm noticing solid moves. I'm noticing the kind of moves that aren't throwing in the towel, right?
Yeah.
They haven't given up on calling or trying to coordinate or trying to play to win. No matter what, even when they're down like this, they still repositioned. They gave a little ground. They said, okay, reposition. Let's find a better spot, something we can defend. Yes, they're down guns. Yes, they don't have the hit points. Yes, they're probably going to lose. But I gotta respect when I see the strats still coming out, when I see the focus, when I see the energy. And so that says a lot about the morale of EL, because even with your skepticism about how they'll perform on Ghost Town, if they're able to hold themselves together, that's something to watch for when the series goes long. Because this will go probably all 13.
Will go long.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it really comes down to this, I think, here on Ghost Town. If Elevate goes up 4-2, that is starting to become a sort of a significant chunk there that EL Gaming is going to have to try and pull back. And, you know, maybe then the next one goes 1-1, 5-3. Things are starting to look a little bit dangerous there for EL Gaming. So this next round, I think, is actually quite crucial.
I think so. So after we get through this map, we'll have to see how the next maps line up and how we feel about the teams when we get there. But before we get there, yes, Ghost Town could be where Elevate, you know, kind of breaks a little lead. Yeah. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's won.
No.
Because it's a long series, right? You've got maybe Ghost Town's the bad map for EL here, but maybe they're a little bit better next map. Or maybe it's a little later in the series. Because sometimes when you're picking and banning maps, you decide, I want to position one of my weaker maps that I'm going to have to pick in the middle of the series, right? Because you can think about the advantages of when and where you'd want to have that happen. You don't want to start down 2 in a demoralizing loss on your worst map. Let's save that for later.
Well, have a look at that. The top damage charts, 5 out of the 7 are going to be Elevate players. And no surprise, considering how that map did turn out. Mouse up the top. AMX 30 actually up very, very high there for Nitz. So that's quite impressive.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I thought he was a little bit far from most of the shots or angles I thought he would have had. But it clearly he was able to find a way of staying relevant throughout the fight. Oh, it must have been when I did not realize. I thought EL, when they took the middle of the map, had actually made a very strong play. And now I'm realizing, I think
they walked into his.
That was one of the few angles he actually has brilliant shots there. And so I have to kind of pull back on my words there and actually say I'd forgotten about it.
It did look a bit like a train wreck, I'm going to be honest, for EL Gaming. It just didn't seem like they were making the correct decisions.
Off the opening move, it was one of those, the opening strategy was just bad for you.
Didn't work,
EL chose a strategy that walked straight into what Elevate chose. And so Elevate doesn't. It's credit to Elevate for picking the right strat, but ultimately they had the advantage just on rolling out. And so with that's something that's hard to come back from.
It is. But EL Gaming going to be moving over to the defense side this time. Elevate will be the one that may potentially be walking into some sort of a setup. But who knows? We'll have to find out how this one does turn out. Certainly was impressed by how that worked out very, very well for Elevate there, and not so impressed for EL Gaming here. So I think it's going to be a pretty important one here in round number 6. Like we've said, if this goes out to 4-2, Elevate's in a good position to start thinking about closing out this series. But if it's back to 3-3, square one.
Exactly. Now looking at the lineups from both teams, on the red side, Elevate is going to have 2 Mouse, 113, T57, Batchat, and 2 WZ-111s. On the blue side for EL Gaming, we're going to have 2 Mouse, 113, a 50B as opposed to the 57 from Elevate. Another 50B to follow that up instead of a Batchat.
Right.
And then WZ-111, and then a Batchat 25 TAP.
A very, very mobile lineup coming out here for EL Gaming. Double 50B. When you see the sort of comparison between a 50B and a T57 Heavy, you think the T57 Heavy is going to sit itself in one spot, be a damage threat in one position, but the 50B is going to be a little bit more mobile, and EL Gaming, they're trying to take some early map control here up towards the northern part of the map, but I'm afraid, again, that they're going to walk into some sort of a setup that Elevate has ready for them.
Yeah, and Elevate's got a solid position to deal with this attack. They've got their Batchat moving up the 0 line, they've got Oxmathis to watch one of the lanes, they've got him with a battle buddy, and now Canadian's going to have to be careful. He can't overexpose.
Oh, here comes Black. Have a look at this. He's just coming in for a big, quick run. Not sure if he's going to come around the corner, but he's going to stop, which is a good idea.
Yeah, I was a little scared. Don't go around that corner. That's a great way to just get deleted off the battlefield. Now, looking at the damage right now, we've got 11k versus 12k for Elevate. Is neck and neck.
50B's on reload.
Good note right there. And that's going to be something to pay attention to. If Elevate recognizes that the 50Bs are on reload, they may choose to push up a little bit, take some risks, and knowing that if they can get that 50B kill, that'll mean a lot of potential damage off the battlefield.
Hardline is taking some average trades here at the moment, but he does get a free shot in there, so that's a little bit better for EL Gaming. And the 50Bs now coming back off the reload. Fox TS and Quiet starting to try and push around the corner here and do some damage to Elevate.
And look at this, if Elevate's able to recover from this attack, they are. They're actually able to pull back all 3 of those tanks around the corner. Yes, Hardlander's going to go down in the 113. Damage is going to come in every which way, but there, Black. Now Quiet, double kill from Canadian Impact.
Yeah, that's not good at all for EL Gaming. I think this one's done and dusted pretty much. Elevate should be able to wrap this up now. Dodoma taking down nice. Only 3 tanks left on the field here for EL Gaming. And what did I say about Ghost Town? Not a fan.
Yeah, it's solid play. I liked what I was seeing. It was well coordinated if you were looking at it, what EL was doing in a vacuum, but when you put it against what Elevate's able to do, their intelligence, their ability to react, they knew what to do. They knew what the proper play was, and they did it. It was nice to see. I liked seeing the frontline heavy tanks back off, support fire come in, and you just kind of see how they just sucked EL further and further out of a safe position.
Not a single tank lost there either for Elevate in that one.
So that's an ace.
7 tanks alive for Elevate. They're going to put themselves at 4-2 advantage over EL Gaming, and it looked like EL Gaming was going to be going toe-to-toe with Elevate over the first 2 maps, but now all of a sudden we find ourselves with Elevate at an advantage. But that's going to be our halfway point here. We'll send it over to the analysis desk to wrap things up.
Interesting couple of starting rounds there from Elevate and EL Gaming. What I happened to notice myself is it seems pretty much business as usual from both teams. Nothing special, nothing unusual to start with.
I agree, except for that first round, the first round on mines from Elevate. Lost for words, really. The rotate through the north just didn't make much sense. They knew EL Gaming had all those heavy tanks. They pushed straight into them without EL Gaming really asking any questions. There wasn't much cap pressure at that point in time, and they just pushed in. And the approach they took, the routing they took, it just really didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, slow paced at the start. Himmelsdorf 1-1, and then we went into mines as well. Mojo, that was another 1-1 map.
Yeah, I mean, we already switched a bit there to the mines there, but never mind. Himmelsdorf was also really interesting to me because EL Gaming made a trap in one moment. They set an artillery in one corner. Now, what people don't know, since the use of the patch, the splash of art is a bit increased, so you can actually dominate the upper city caps as defender. You can shoot from certain angles, and that makes teams really hard to attack that area. So EL Gaming tried to do a mind trick, sent really few tanks on a rail, mainly to spot and have a crossfire toward the hill, send a couple of the guys up and try to surprise Elevate. They pretty much did it, but they took too much damage, and Elevate did respond well. They attacked immediately. They lost some tanks, but they preserved most of their HP, and in the trade-off, after that, they really did well and managed to win the round and equal the score. Then we went to mines, and as James was saying, there was some really awkward decisions by Elevate in defense because EL Gaming was waiting to attack the water side on 1-2 line, set up all the shooting there, but they had a really lot of heavy tanks, mouses. So Elevate should have been aware of that.
It kind of felt like Elevate was trying to read what El was doing, like they were trying to predict what they were doing, but they didn't know for sure, and they kind of made that blind rotate through the north, and then they just kind of got surprised when there was tanks there.
I mean, we literally saw Nitz in the middle of the field, breaking in front of a mouse, shooting him. It's like, what are you doing
in
here?
A back shot, nonetheless.
They also
and
don't
there we
have
go. This is the Himmelsdorf moment when Elevate managed already to do a counter push. They already lost 2 tanks, but as you can see, HP-wise, they're far, far ahead, and they managed to take even that arty on the railroad.
Yeah, definitely, and I do like this play out of Elevate, the second round on Himmelsdorf. We'll try to break that down in a little bit, but overall, I thought it was a really ingenious bait and switch from Elevate, and they really controlled EL Gaming and forced them where they wanted them, and they were able to just pick them off one by one from this point on. And overall, it was just great stuff from Elevate.
EL Gaming taking artillery here on the defense. This is something Daki highlighted in the group stages. Is you can do the cap reset, but you feel it's still, I mean, I think it's still a risk personally taking artillery because it takes a gun out of the game essentially.
Yeah, definitely. And on Himmelsdorf, we saw during the season finals from North America, we saw Dare Rising bring the S14-2, the school bus. And they made it work, but they made it work in terms of it got a lot of damage, but the team had to play so passive to protect it while they were attacking that they really couldn't establish any map control, and they didn't get anywhere, and they ended up losing the round. Now, while on defense, I struggle to kind of see the angles that you really want to go for with that M43, because I don't know that it can really have clean shots onto that north cap.
Clean shots are not needed. Splash is only needed to decap, and then you don't need to apply any pressure. You just need to wait for other team who is forced then to attack you.
Right.
That's all you need as an arty. The arty doesn't need to do damage in that role.
Well, but you have that's still a arty to get the resets is not something I necessarily am a big fan of, just because you're relying on one shot every 40 seconds to come in and get that reset.
Now, this is something that I thought was amazing, that the casters didn't actually pick up the time because it happened so quickly. If you look at Artillery right now, they hit each other at the exact same time, and they didn't know they hit each other.
It's an interesting trivia how they managed to splash each other. One of them actually got the driver dead, one got gunner and loader, like no less. Like, definitely Volhex didn't do well in that trade. But the key thing is what we were talking before here. Elevate was really confused with EL Gaming's play, but this is not something we've seen first time. This kind of tactics being used, especially on EU, more than once, if you remember Utopia games. And I don't know what were they surprised with. Like the rotation with Butchats they're doing from upper side now, you can see it. It's completely wrong and badly done. Look at you, they're spotted so early. They're taking so much damage. There is no way to come in the game after this.
Well, and look at it. They're getting the resets they need from the south. They don't need to make this push across the north. They're under no pressure. They're consistently getting those resets. So deciding to push across the north here, especially through this open field, just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
One guy cannot be resetted from the south side, and especially since the artillery is positioned in the corner and not on K4, because that's the only position you can actually shoot it from. So that wouldn't work for a while. They knew it. They knew they had to do something about it, but this was definitely the worst possible answer.
Now before the arty changes, I know that wasn't able to be hit, but with the increase in splash, is it possible to get a shell close enough from that right side to splash and get the reset?
The question is, what is Volhex able to hit with a dead loader and gunner?
That is also true. That is also true.
Yep. I mean, Elevate were throwing everything at EL Gaming here to try and get the resets, but the defensive line EL Gaming had set up was pretty much picture perfect for defending what they were trying to do here with the cap, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I like how they didn't commit anything further into the south. They played strong along that 4 line. They used the boost with the TVP to get the tanks up on top, and then the Mouses in the low ground and in the backfield. And they did a pretty decent job at screening it. The only thing I wasn't a big fan of that round was how they were kind of positioned in the backfield, but they ended up being able to rotate back quickly enough to punish those bad chats, which I guess is the intent of the strat overall.
I think the EL Gaming from the start, when they realized how is Elevate positioned, using their heavier setup and knowing how light and little armored Butchats are, they just lure them in the trap.
Baiting the cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
It's an interesting exchange between these two teams because EL Gaming took the lead. They took that first round on Himmelsdorf. That ended up being finishing 1-1. Then here on Mines ended up finishing 2-2 with Elevate coming right back into this round, weren't they, Mojo?
This was a really confusing round, I would say, because at the start it looked like Elevate is actually losing it by bad positioning and mistimed positions. But EL Gaming played really passive here, and they allowed themselves to get surrounded by faster tanks, light from the hill and the medium from the water that no one shot, and they got in crossfire and they got annihilated.
Yep. Well, one thing that happened here, especially with External pushing up across in the middle, they did what we call paying the toll early on. They traded a lot of HP for position, and once they had the positioning, you see how Elevate's able to get into different cracks and pick one tank off after another. The Type 5 goes down, the T100 over on the one line goes down, gets picked off, and so they're able to isolate, get one tank at a time, and that's what happens when you have a very passive defense that kind of sits in one place. And
yes, but
that was great from Elevate.
The main problem is because EL Gaming didn't cover their bases. There was a light tank in water spotting the possible rotation from a Butchat, and there was not a single guy from his team who was actually covering that were supposed to shoot it. They were so focusing on Mouses. Mouses have nowhere to go. They're 20 kilometers per hour. You can shoot them anytime, but it's really obvious. Butchat has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, but that's the intent of pushing the Mouse through the middle is to
But that's what I said. That was their basic mistake. No one saved the shells.
Yeah, exactly. They drove a wedge through the defense of L, and then from that point on, they were able to break them apart, and it was that mouse getting to that position, regardless, that really opened that round for Elevate.
That was external in that mouse making that push here. And then we came into Ghost Town. Now, immediately coming up with Ghost Town, Elfish guy was saying he's not looking, he's not expecting a lot here from EL Gaming there. They don't have a good record in Ghost Town. They tend to favour more open maps, and boy, did it go that way.
This is something that we've seen even teams when you make mistake, like Kazna, remember in the start of the season trying to YOLO through the middle. It doesn't work like that. This was too aggressive. This is not something you can do. The Elevate, only thing they did here, they just displaced their tanks, created a cover fire, and EL Gaming more or less suicided and wasted so much HP.
Yeah, it was. The trades just were really not at all in EL Gaming's favour. Now, Elevate, are they? Is this a map that they're known for here, Rockstar?
Elevate definitely favor the more city maps, the rotational maps. Ruinberg, Himmelsdorf, and Ghost Town are maps that they've played really well on this whole season. And Ghost Town in particular, especially since the changes to the mouse, has become one of their favorite maps that they really seem to understand, and they showed it right here.
I would say there's the third map by quality with 84% win rate, while this is the worst map for EL Gaming with 47. So yeah, that's quite a disparity there.
This is the one we always like to cast, Mojo, because it always can, there's a lot of precision tactics, a lot of precision shooting.
You know there will be a brawl, there is no waiting, you must fight.
There's no holding back. And that was interesting because that was EL Gaming on that round on the attack. When EL Gaming were then on the defense, it was done and dusted in less than 3 minutes. Yep. They lost the brawl quite handedly, didn't they?
Very decisive push up the 7-8 line. And it worked out just so great for them. They baited them in, then they pulled their heavy tanks back, and the tanks out wide were able to really punish L.
Okay, now we're ready to get back into the action. Let's go back over to Elfish and Rukil.
Thank you, Ryan, mate. It's not looking good for EL at the moment.
Oh, and yeah, we got to see some of the players from Elevate walk on by when they went to their for the little break we just saw, and they're in good spirits.
They are.
Dodo looks like he was happy. Canadian looks like he's happy. I don't see any reason for Elevate to feel like they don't have momentum going into Muralonga.
Absolutely not. Prokhorovka going to be coming out as our next map here. Well, no, perhaps not.
It's Muralonga.
Muralonga.
Yeah, sorry. It's easy. Yeah, we just mixed it up a few times
I
here.
get confused every now and then. But Muralonga.
Magical Forests.
It's not a map that we actually see all that much in APAC.
Yeah, and it's also been a less popular map overall. A lot of teams kind of just have a bit of a stigma towards it or something. And so, or rather, maybe they favor something else. I think it's because of how tricky the map can be as an attacker.
Yeah.
It's just a hard map to attack on because very much a coin flip. If you go north, decide to attack on the west side, and you might just flop. Your opponent's ready for you. Everything goes straight to things and stuff very quickly.
Right.
You get me, right? And then east side, you could spend the entire battle trying to do what you need to do in order to win on the east, and it just never works for you. Like, that's the way it is. It's a difficult map to guarantee any kind of success. It's tricky. It's a great place to stall a series out, kind of ice your opponent a little bit, kind of cool them off a little bit. This could be good for EL in that sense.
It is actually not a terrible map for EL, but in saying that, they've been going up against APAC teams on Muralonga who I wouldn't necessarily rate very, very highly on Muralonga. So they do have a 100% win rate on the map after a lot of games played, but does that necessarily mean that they're actually going to be a good team on Muralonga?
That's the question. Now, Elevate, one of our top teams from North America, has a solid set of strats to use for Muralonga. So what will be the opening moves? Let's look at the lineups. We've got a mouse for Ox Mathis. So good hit pool, something that we can use as an anchor. On the other side, you've got that mobile lineup from EL, mouse. Actually, sorry, I may be a little bit too mobile.
It's reasonably mobile.
Well, you got the Bat Chat and the 2 Bat APs. Solid choices, mobility, scouting, and honestly, the damage, I'm okay with it.
I'm a fan of the AP.
Like, yeah, when I play the AP, I know I'm not a major damage dealer. I know I can't go out there and expect myself to take down heavy tanks quite the same way another 210 would, but I can be effective assisting.
Yeah, definitely. But a bit of an exchange of fire here. EL Gaming taking one shot, Elevate taking one shot as well. but it does look like the EL Gaming have managed to make their way onto the cap here. Fox TS has got control of the forest as well, which is quite important here actually, because that is one of the avenues that Elevate could go to get some resets easily here onto EL Gaming, but they will have to challenge Fox for that.
Yep, that's going to be something to watch out for. You're going to see Elevate tanks start to back off of that cap in the west. They'll move south, they'll move east, and they'll move north along the 7-8 line, just out of view of those tanks that are pressuring the cap on the west side from EL, right? So they're going to go for kind of a, as you might call some of the heavy tanks flanking, they're going for what's called a contra flank. Now, Fox TS, as you mentioned earlier,
this is...
the timing on this is rough, because now he's spotted, External knows he's there, Dodome is going to move on in, it's going to be a 2v1, and where he was very useful a moment ago...
He's dead. There's nothing he can do here. He's 100% dead. He gets a little bit of damage out, but I think he got max 3 shots. EL Gaming have to make a response here. They have to try and push, force the overmatch over on here, the one flag, and see what they can get done. But if they don't get a kill here onto at least one of those Elevate players, it's all going to be going up in the air. And Elevate, I'm sorry, but I think this is looking pretty good. Yeah. EL Gaming do trade one tank back, though, and there's actually a couple of tanks going down.
It's just Wallhacks in the HWK. Nice, and the Batchat AP goes down. So now you've got both APs down for EL versus a Batchat and a light tank from Elevate. Kind of evens out, but look at Nitz in the IS-4. Well, he's completely overmatched right now. He doesn't stand a chance, and he's dead.
EL Gaming have actually done very, very well with this, because they pushed it at the exact time that all of those Batchats were on the reload. External only just coming off the reload very, very shortly now. Hasn't had any impact on that fight. A couple of the other tanks didn't have maximum impact on it either. And EL Gaming have actually turned this around and put themselves back in a favorable position off the back of losing Fox TS.
Yeah, and they've got 2 Mouse Alive, 2 113s, and a Batchat. Here's the game we're about to see unfold.
Batchats. Cat and mouse.
Yep. It's lighter, more mobile Elevate lineup with 3 bats and a mouse. Versus the heavier, aggressive lineup from EL.
Dear.
So they're going to want to keep putting the pressure on, right? They're going to want to go after Oxmathis here, because they know the Batchats don't have the damage to take out everything on this battlefield. They need to string this out and take longer.
This is where it could swing back in the favor of Elevate, though, because the Batchats can outplay the heavy tanks, and that's at the moment what it seems like is happening. EL Gaming have just lost a tank. They've lost a lot of HP here. Oxmathis is going to get another one onto Rattlesnake there, and it's now 3 versus 4. EL Gaming have just thrown away that advantage that they had, and now they're going to have to try and claw it back when these Batchats are on the reload.
And it's that burst. That's what you're looking for. Batchats are good for burst. Very brief engagements, but look at this. They're all in reload. Dodoma can't deal any damage. He's going to probably go down. Quiet doesn't have to worry about holding back at all. There, Dodo's dead.
But does Quiet reload here now? He's only got 2 shells left in the clip. Does he have time, or is it better that he takes these 2 shells and tries to use them onto these remaining EL Gaming tanks? Looks like he's going to go for a reload here. I think he did actually in the end fire off those remaining 2 shots, and EL Gaming, they just have to survive as long as possible now against Canadian Impact. Yeah. That's the key. If they lose players now while Quiet's on the reload, then it's game over. But if EL Gaming can survive long enough for Quiet to get that reload off, it might just be enough.
And External knows he was going to go down. He knows he can't escape. He's just got to sit in the spot. Yes, and that's what we're going to see. The spotting. Canadian gets aggressive, though. He's out in the open, exposed to all 3 tanks of EL. If he does not play this right, he will go down. He will waste this, what could be a very close win for Elevate, and it may go to... Yes, it will. EL's going to take it there. They're going to get the last kill on Canadian. Canadian getting too aggressive, exposing himself when he shouldn't have. He could have clutched it, and it's going to be an EL win here.
Well, that was a very, very close round. That really could have gone either way.
Absolutely could have, and I have to give it to EL. They played well. I think Elevate, again, just like we were saying in some of the previous
initial setups.
Yeah, it's Elevate's kind of making mistakes or leaving windows, or
exactly
where EL is actually doing I think a pretty good job of keeping things together, at least on the fundamental side.
Yeah, that was just a pretty good reaction really from EL Gaming. They played that one. They lost Fox TS, which is not great for them, but they were able to react to it. They took out a couple of quick tanks very, very quickly. Honestly, I thought that from losing Fox TS, Elevate was going to be able to snowball it very, very quickly, but EL recognized the Batchat's on reload. We go now, take the overmatch, and basically win it out from there.
Yeah, I was feeling a lot of the same of what you were right there, which was that it seemed like EL had kind of dropped it for a moment.
Yeah.
But we always kind of, I think we underestimated how that burst was going to hurt Elevate's ability to keep dealing damage. Their burst was where a lot of that turned out to come from.
Yep.
And without that, that's where EL started to kind of bring themselves back into it. And you notice that the mediums, the Batchats, were out of position. They were a little far from the fight. Yes, they got one tank out on a flank, but turned out to actually work out for EL.
Yeah.
More of a distraction than anything else. Kind of sacrificial, but I mean, whatever gets the job done.
Yeah, I guess that's all you need, really. If you get that final tank kill, you've got one tank left, then you win. It doesn't matter how you got there, no matter how close it is.
But then, end of the day, it should have been elevated in that battle. They should have been able to walk away with the win in there. They had the mobility, they had the ability to control it, to dictate the pace with 6 minutes in the battle. And they were too eager, which this is something that happens when you're when you're a confident team, you're winning in the series, and you come off of a short break where you feel good. Maybe you're too motivated. You think you get a little
overhyped. Sort of.
Yeah, overhyped. That's a good way to put it. You get in your own head.
The brush of blood.
Ah, yes. And then, well, now we switch sides.
Yeah.
And
what's your opinion here on Moravanka? Do you think this favors the defensive side or the attacking side? Because I'm of the opinion that the defensive side is a little bit easier to play on Moravanka.
Absolutely, absolutely. I love defensive side on this. It's very easy to control. You can play a whack-a-mole game, or rather, it's more like a game of Battleship on the south, where you can stick passive scouts to kind of just sit there, and your opponent has to try and figure that out. If they don't, they're going to die. And as an attacker, it's very challenging because scouting is just so tricky.
Yeah, and this is a setup that I've seen before from EL Gaming with the Kranvagn with the STRV. Obviously, we'll see the Kranvagn just patrolling over towards the top flag there, over the one flag, trying to get resets if need be. Fox TS in the STRV, though, he is a massive threat. He's a very, very good tank destroyer player, very, very strong in the STRV, but Elevate have played this one very well. They've got very, very quickly onto that one flag. EL Gaming has a bit of a slower lineup here, so they're going to take some damage here getting in there, and they're going to have to very, very quickly try and get some resets.
Yeah, and this is curious for me, because you don't usually see medium tanks jump onto the cap very quickly. You see 50Bs, you see Mice, stuff like that, and there's, it's working out. They caught a tank moving out to the west. You always want to deal with that, because that's the tank that's going to get resets. He's going to be just a nuisance the entire time, and then you're going to find yourself pinched between tanks from EL moving in from the east, and then that guy in the west. Without the guy in the west,
5 seconds on that cap timer. Someone needs to push over here. It has to be quiet in the Kranvagn. He should get the reset here, and he does. A couple of resets, in fact, coming in for EL Gaming. But look at that damage. EL Gaming getting absolutely smashed here, and something needs to change for EL. They need to turn this around very, very quickly. Otherwise, they're going to be straight back to the garage.
Yeah, it's going to be something from the south here. They need to start getting that control back. They know their opponent doesn't have too much west side, so they could possibly put a mouse right up on the corner, proxy spot their opponent. And yes, we see that medium. That's Hardliner.
5 seconds here on that cap timer again. Now 3. The reset does come across again.
There we go.
So EL are not having trouble getting the resets, but I'm just not sure it's going to be enough here because they're taking very, very poor trades.
They are. They definitely had to take some negative trades for that one. And look, Fox TS taking a lot of damage in that STRV. We know he's dangerous, but when you start taking flank fire in the S-tanks,
there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do. You can't exactly leave instantly. You've got to leave your siege mode and then book it out of there, which all of a sudden now you've lost 10, 15 seconds of potential damage that would have been amazing for your team.
So Elevate have come off the cap now. They've basically got what they wanted off that. They got a lot of damage. They got a kill. They're in a favorable position. Now they can just play it out as they would, take the brawls, take the fights, and win.
Look at this. I love the way M1's coming around. This is actually fairly effective because Mouse versus Batchat AP, another Mouse that's not really paying attention, and then the IS-7. That's good. That's something that he can play with.
This might actually be a bit of a swing back in the favor of EL Gaming.
Yeah.
The Kranvagn pushing over there, getting some damage as well. So they've closed the gap a little bit. It's still favorable for Elevate, though.
But look at this. Nits and Dodoma. There's a little strike force coming in onto Hardliner. They're going to try and chase him down. He's a relatively healthy Batchat and is actually at a decent range to be able to escape, which is actually going to pull those 2 medium tanks farther and farther south, which we'll have to see how the tanks on the west side from EL react and how they'll play off of this.
Yeah, I don't see Hardliner getting out of this one alive. Surely not. Not a very good roll there, 297. Oh, that's from about AP, so maybe not too bad, actually.
Makes sense.
But even so, he's in a horrible position right now. He will come off the reload, but I don't think he's even going to get one shot off here. Maybe he gets one.
Think about
best case scenario.
If Nits actually goes up this little incline, he just goes up right now, he actually is exposed to fire from the west. So if tanks are watching, might take support. There's the support fire we were looking for.
Imagine if that shot hadn't bounced off Nits, though. That would have been a kill there for EL Gaming, and maybe something to play with. Still, though, Elevate doing a really, really good job of controlling the map at the moment. Nice is actually all the way up on the A line. Could be able to get something done from there, but he's in a tier 8 tank. He's got a dead commander. Honestly, I don't think he's going to be able to get too much done.
I feel like he's going to have to be a play for time maybe later if the battle
about
comes
6
to
minutes
it.
left.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so maybe he comes in and does some damage to Canadian Impact. He could certainly deal enough that he's annoying, and that might have an effect. But other factors are certainly going to come into play first. First of all, being that the mediums are going to rejoin the rest of the Elevate tanks, and then you're going to have a full 6 press versus the 1, 2, 3, 4.
And one can't be taking trades like that, particularly in the position that EL is at the moment. Elevate, I think it's just going to be the slow and steady victory here for Elevate. They're not going to try and do anything too crazy. They're not going to make mistakes. They're just going to slowly choke EL Gaming.
Yeah, and that Kronwagen, see from Quiet, it looks like he's able to get some shots out here or there. That's a tank to actually watch out for, because the Kronwagen in hull down, if he can get back into one as opposed to 1v1ing a bat chat in the open, which I don't agree with, although he is able to get it. All right, Quiet gets a kill on Canadian. External, though, takes down Fox. Alex Mathis takes down Rattlesnake.
Yep.
And yeah, it's just that press a moment more, and Elevate's able to pick up another win. That's going to give them a 2-point lead in the series, and ever closer to their first victory. Although at the same time, we've watched this go back and forth, and yeah, maybe a strong map for Elevate.
Well, what have we
EL
got left
back
in
and
the
forth.
pool? We've got Ruinberg left, and we've got Cliff left, and I think Himmelsdorf was the tiebreaker. So,
yeah, I know what you're thinking. It's what are these guys going to really go for? Although there is, looks like the cap. That's Dodo and Nitz.
Yeah, it's game over. I mean, there was always going to be game over, really.
They knew they didn't want to let the timer go too far.
Yep.
They knew that light tank alive was going to hide somewhere and just be a difficult tank.
Okay, so 5-3 advantage at the moment for Elevate. They're looking good. Looking good.
Yeah. As watching Elevate right now, next to their normal play, this is sloppy.
Right.
This is not the level of play that I would expect from Elevate. The kind of coordinated, very methodical, almost robotic kind of moves that we see in North America.
Yep.
Could just be the contrast, though. EL is a team that, sitting down here and watching these two teams play, if I hadn't seen them ever play before, I'd actually be saying this is a solid EL. The EL Gaming is a solid team.
Yeah.
Like they're supposed to be here. There's no reason that I see for them not to be standing toe to toe with Elevate right now. So they haven't shown a deficiency in any level or in any skill that Elevate doesn't.
I think there's been some questionable pushes from EL Gaming. That's the only thing that I'd really say where I was like, maybe shouldn't have gone for that. Like, for example, Black pushing there on Muravanka to try and get a defensive position over the one flag. You can understand why he does it, but in the situation that they were in, it was the incorrect choice.
I see what you're going for. I think what happened there was it wasn't a conscious decision with the intel to tell you that you were walking into what you were doing. I think EL missed picking up on what Elevate was doing, right? Because Elevate's lineup in North America says a certain strat, which is much slower and more east side. And maybe that's what EL saw. Maybe EL saw that and said, oh, this is going to be east side all day. And we'll have to play off of that, see how it goes. And if that's just kind of me, a little bit of hypothetical here, but maybe that's where they were going with their line of thinking, and that would have kind of explained some of this. But at the same time, then you think back into like, why is Black going all the way out to the west like that? And when they think he's going east side, and maybe you're right. Maybe it was a foolish play, and that might be a point of criticism. Something that if they win this, they can go back to the locker room and say, hey, we need to fix this for next time.
Yep.
If not, then that might have been one of the losses that they just couldn't afford. And we'll have to see as we are getting into Ruinberg.
Yeah, on to Ruinberg, and it's a map that very often lends itself to a 1-1. The defensive side a bit more favorable than the attacking side here, but Elevate will be starting off on the attack. So if they can actually pick up this attacking round, being that they are now on 5 rounds, then there's a chance that they close it out here. You said something like 7-2, 7-3 was your prediction? It's a possibility.
That's what I'm feeling, but I want that to be the prediction less and less as this goes by.
Right.
I want this actually to be closer and closer because, of course, I'm a North American. I love my Elevate over EL any day of the week. But watching EL play is nice. I like this match. This is fun for me. This is one of those matches that I'm going to remember for a while.
Yeah, Fox TS in the STRV didn't get too much done there on Muravanka, but here on Rurenberg, he's tracked it out once more. He's got another opportunity to go for it. And Elevate, they seem to be reading this pretty well. They're going very, very quickly into the 2 flag, which is not at all where EL Gaming is set up to defend.
Yeah, that actually might work pretty well for Elevate. If they realize what they have, they may be able to press for a cap, but just in time, we'll probably see the EL tanks come back and start the resets. And here we go, Quiet getting caught out in his opening run, going down just about half hit points. That's rough. You don't.
Yeah, and another one as well, right through the mid. I think that was Oxmathis that must have got that shot, but that's not a good start at all for EL Gaming. And Elevate, 2 tanks already on this cap. They're really pressuring EL.
Yeah, this is great for Elevate. This is exactly what they want. They've got Oxmathis in his position. They've got Canadian Impact and some wall hacks all in the mid. And there they go. They even see the weakness. They're going to pull off the cap. They're going to say, okay, this is not what we want to walk into. We know the crossfire's coming back on us. Let's back off, pull them into this, and take down 1 or 2 tanks on either flank. So they go for M1 or they need to go for Hardliner.
Yep.
I think that's what Elevate's focusing on. Doesn't look like they're going to do much with the east side over there. They don't want to get mixed up with the village.
Yeah, but Elevate have managed enough out of that push that they're going to be able to feel like that was fairly successful. EL Gaming haven't really been able to push too much back into them. 1 shot or 1 or 2 shots has gone into Brett, but realistically speaking, that's not going to worry him all that much at this point. So EL Gaming, they've been giving a little bit more breathing room now, given that Elevate did drop off that flag, but now we see another tank getting on there. I think it's Canadian Impact that's managed to jump on the 2 flag here. And again, we'll have to see EL Gaming respond to this.
Yeah, that's what's probably going through their minds is right now, of course, we know the crossfires are there. We can't just peek out. What are the angles of approach? And you see Rattlesnake right now. He is spotted, but he's moving up one of the better angles to actually approach and try and reset the cap without taking too much damage. And in a mouse of all tanks, he can actually bounce a few shells here and there. This could work out for a reset. But what comes up next is Elevate, of course, knows this tank's moving up. They're prepared for it, and they probably bring some guns to bear. But I like this. I like that. See, Hardliner with Fox TS covering him, moving down the 0 line. That's what EL needs to do in order to get control of the east side back. So that'll give them the high ground with the Defilade, which is cover.
The response starting to come out here from Elevate at the moment, pushing forward and putting Hardliner under pressure there. He gets that shot right into the ground, so not too great from him, but he does have his teammates backing him up here. So this is going to be the real question, how long Hardliner can survive here, if he can survive, and if he can get some damage across. Otherwise, EL Gaming is going to lose a tank for free, and that at the moment looks like it's what is going to happen. EL Gaming, that's not great at all. Hardliner goes down. Black does take out Canadian Impact, and Nice Fine's got Emperor Brett. So a 2-for-1 trade overall, actually at the moment for EL Gaming, but Fox TS now under pressure.
Yeah, and he's gonna try and book it out of there. He's taking 1 more shell's actually gonna finish him off. We'll see if anyone from Elevate can sink that. If so, no. Looks like he's going to get away. That's going to be great damage later on in this battle.
M1 in mid here at the moment is under a lot of pressure as well, and he is going to be dropped too, so that's a big kill for Elevate. Gives them a lot of map control. But it seems as though we've kind of equalized at the moment. Both teams fairly even on the HP. They've both got the same amount of guns in the game. And at the moment, I think that's kind of favorable for EL Gaming. Because they're on the defensive side, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to play this one out. But that's not to say that Elevate can't come back straight into this one and win it out.
Totally possible with Fox TS if he can get a solid position with just his
camo and
yeah, exactly. That could be beautiful. And especially you've got this Type 5 mouse combo. I love seeing this stuff right now because the Type 5, he can just throw some lob shells. Actually, he's about perfect lob distance for Dodoma and wall hacks, which are, by the way, also ideal targets for him. But he needs to be careful, taking a little damage from angles he's not expecting, and that's got to give it to Elevate. Good support.
Really good setup here for Elevate at the moment. You can see how much pressure Nice is under, and it's more of a matter of if, or when rather, not if he's going to go down. And there we go. So he does get dropped. That really opens up things now a little bit here for Elevate. They've got a massive health advantage. Black, he needs to make a play here, but I don't think it's the right idea because Dodoma's still full HP. He does spot him out. STRV, though, of Fox TS in a great position to get a shot across there. So immediately, EL Gaming do trade back that deficit that they had. It's still favorable right now for Elevate, though, in terms of the HP.
Yeah, just for now, and we'll see how that works out, because we saw Fox TS deal the damage and look quiet on the west side, may be able to sink some support fire, and we'll have to see if that comes into play. Oxmathis now moving out. Quiet takes down External, and Black still on the southeast, pinned by wall hacks. Damage, though, finally coming into Oxmathis. He did not expect Quiet, but Quiet's not able to sink a lot of damage here. That mouse is a healthy tank.
It's a little tough when you're in a bad chat AP to try and get some damage out on a mouse, but the back of the mouse, that one should have penned. I'm not sure what was happening there. That went right into the back of the turret.
Just, there's this one spot right there where you just happened to slip.
Yeah, but anyway, still, 4 versus 3 here. EL Gaming have the guns in the game. Elevate have the health advantage. Only slightly, though.
I think I got to give position to EL. What do you think there?
Hard to
high
say.
ground from Rattlesnake, the Fox TS with the camo and the high ground there. I mean, One Sox Mathis crest here.
I think Rattlesnake is going to be very, very difficult to dislodge for Elevate. That's going to be the key for me here. If he goes down, actually, that's where we start to see Elevate maybe pulling ahead here. But if he can survive a little bit longer, allow these Batchat APs to get those reloads off, that's when EL Gaming is going to come back in.
Don't forget about Black, though. Black is in the southeast still, I believe, unless he's managed to escape. Nitz takes down Rattlesnake. Black takes down Wallhacks, and it's going to be Black in the south. He's got not a lot of hit points. It's pretty much one-shots all across the board. Quiet can take
Quiet
a
can
shell.
take one.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, very.
Depends on the roll.
Yeah. Nitz and there we go. You got Fox spotted, but Nitz goes down to Quiet. Nice shot from the northwest. And now Oxmathis and a Mouse, a slow tank.
Yeah, he's spotted. I don't think he survives here much longer.
EL is barely squeaked this one by.
It's been like, that's the case that's happened in a lot of these rounds as well, though, where, you know, it's looked very, very close towards the end of things.
And then EL barely kind of, you feel like
just scrounges it through. And that's on the defensive side as well, where EL should be favored here. So when they move on to the attack,
but
you have to question, are they going to be able to pick that up and bring it back to 5-5, or are we going to see Elevate again just drawing ever closer to that round number 7?
Yeah, and there it goes. That's going to be EL picking up another one and bringing it closer. So what I think is going on with that is I think EL's doing a better job of kind of bringing themselves back into a series when they've started behind than it is Elevate maybe kind of floundering.
Having trouble closing it out.
Yeah, they definitely are, though. On the battles that EL's been managing to kind of bring themselves back into it, I feel like Elevate hasn't pressed an advantage they could have had.
I think you could say the same thing about some of the rounds that we saw out of EL as well, early on in the piece on Himmelsdorf and Mainz.
You know what, that's actually, that's a good point. So it's very much playing with a lot of hypotheticals, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of gray area where there's not a whole lot we can say for sure with that. It's a lot of what ifs and all that. But looking at the solid stuff, we've got numbers.
We do have numbers. 5.5k blocks by Oxmathis, 4.9 dealt. That is a champion effort, but not enough.
It's, yeah, absolutely. Expect nothing less from Oxmathis, one of probably the best players in the game overall. And then right behind, the EL guys are putting up better damage, blocking more damage.
Yep.
That's what they did. They just played better fundamentals.
It was very, very close, though. Really, it came down to 1 or 2 shots. If maybe one shot from Elevate would have penned where maybe it didn't, then that could have turned things around, and EL would have lost that one. We'd be down at 6. Elevate moving on to the defensive side. Very, very good chance to close things out. But at the very least for EL Gaming here, they will see themselves through to the next map. Even if they do lose this, there's still chances for them. They're not hanging on by the skin of their teeth just yet, but it's almost there.
It's scrappy. It's scrappy. They're certainly on the ropes. They've been pressed up against that. They've just getting hammered by Elevate here. But Elevate hasn't been perfect. Elevate hasn't been able to just completely understand their opponent and then dictate what's going on here. Both teams are trying to figure out how their opponent thinks, trying to figure out what's going on with that respect. And here we've got a little few replays back and forth as we load into Ruinberg side number 2. I think Elevate's been trying some trickier stuff. A little bit, throw some curveballs here and there. EL's been playing a solid, basic, fundamental game, which there's nothing absolutely wrong with that. It just, there are times when you got caught off guard by counter strats and clever plays from Elevate.
5-4 the scoreline there. You can see on the stage, it's a pretty fantastic stage, really.
Oh, yes.
When I walked into this place for the first time, I had a bit of a wow moment.
It's absolutely stunning to just stand there. It's massive. Stretches all the way from the top of the ceiling all the way down into that stage, and it's something to see.
All right, well,
back into the game,
on
right?
to Ruinberg here. EL Gaming moving out on the attack, and it does look as though they are going to be making their way to the 2 flag. And I think you've noticed something that you might want to comment on.
I do want to comment on the fact that there are 3 mouse on the side of EL. Now, when you do that, you're slow.
You are.
But you've got so many hit points, so much armor. With that, I've seen very recently, of course, with the introduction of the new mouse meta, as everyone's calling it, the fact that just by choosing that many mouse, you have too many hit points and too much armor.
Oh, dude, this is bad for Black. Wallhacks has spotted him out. I don't know if Black actually is going to be able to survive here. He's in a really poor position. One more shot, and that's a very, very good start for Elevate here. EL Gaming losing your tier 8 tank. So crucial on a map like this to be able to put someone like that on your 2 flag. And now, if they want to go for a flag capture, they're going to have to put a Batchat on there, or maybe the STRV, but it's not the ideal situation.
Definitely. It felt hugely wasteful to me as well. I did not agree with with an early move like that, it could have sold something to Elevate and forced them to make a different move, but you can tell they didn't. They scouted everything out. They
Poor
saw the
scouting from
lineup.
EL, really.
Yes.
And the fact that they push something like that as well when they have a predominantly heavy lineup, triple Mouse, the Mouse aren't going to be in a position to help out that tier 8 tank that early on in the piece. So, like you said, it feels very, very wasteful from EL Gaming, and I think that's going to come back and bite them a little bit later on down the track here, but it's not the end of the world. It is one tank. It's still salvageable here for EL Gaming, but it just makes the job 10 times more difficult for them.
And I'll jump off of that for a moment. As a scout player, one of the things that is very, very easy to do, of course, when you're a light tank, and this is pub battles, any situation, you take your light tank, you go up for an opening scout run, and you don't account for the rest of your team. You don't account for the fact that, yes, you didn't have, you know, IS-7s chasing you up. You had Mouse, and they didn't even round the corner to the correct lane to cover you before you were already exposed and scouting. If you're scouting targets and there's no cover fire, then there needs to be a purpose to that, right?
Yeah, like what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point? If you're getting intel so you can make a move based off of that, sure. But if you can get damage and intel, even better. If you're going to put cat pressure on, force your opponent to try and do something like move around the map and figure out what's going on, then you need to cover that. You need to give a payoff, because otherwise you have what just happened with Black. And yes, it sucks, and I don't want to harp too hard on him, but in general, it's an important thing to remember when you're a scout, to understand that not only is it about you getting vision, it's about your team being able to do something with that.
Yeah, Nice having lost his commander there as well. It's really going to affect the scouting of EL Gaming. They've lost their light tank. Now their Bat Chat doesn't have a commander. It's not good here as well for Hardliner. I'm not sure what at all is going on for EL Gaming, but I can tell you, it's not good.
No, it's not. They've stalled out. Look at the positions right now. What are you going for if you're EL Gaming? Are you pressuring the 2-cap? Truly. Are you truly pressuring? No, you're not. Are you doing anything with that 1-cap?
No.
You're not playing for either of the hard objectives. You're also not playing for much of real control. You've got one lane down the middle that's horizontally along the Echo and Foxtrot lines there, middle of the map. And then you've got nothing north side. You've got almost nothing protecting you. If Elevate decided to bring a medium tank into flank, like one of the Bat Chats, just to explore, he could probably pick up some free damage before he'd be forced to leave. So what I'm looking at right now from Elevate, and tell me where you see a hole, but they've got all of the important objectives covered.
I don't see a hole.
Yeah.
I've just been thinking, sitting here looking at that map saying, if I was EL Gaming, where am I pushing here to try and get into the 2 flag or into the 1 flag? And there's no answer.
Yeah.
Whatever they do, they're going to take damage for it, and they can't afford to take damage in the position that they're at right now.
And they also have to salvage this with 5 minutes and what's nearing 40 seconds left. Now, with Ruinberg moving around with a lineup, we talked about this earlier, they brought 3 Mouse.
Yep.
But they're very slow. They don't move around so quickly. They're not able to just get up to the 1-cap and then decide to go, let's switch to the 2-cap because of an opportunity. No, they're going to need to pick a direction, and that's just about what we're going to see from them for the rest of the battle.
Looks like maybe it'll be the 1 flag. You do see the rotation from EL Gaming coming back out of that 2 area of the map, so you'd think the only reason that they're going to do this is that they want to rotate up to 1.
It makes sense.
Or maybe push down mid, but then they walk into a crossfire.
No, I don't think mid. I think you were right on the first one with the 1-cap. It's send the Mouse up there. You've got, you could the S-Tank is probably what they'll hide. They'll probably take the S-Tank, Foxy S, and just kind of slip him in behind the Mouse, see if he can do anything. Maybe even turn him around so he just shoots at whoever shows up.
So you think it's going to be a shield strategy from EL?
That seems like the only option left. I don't see any reasonable fights they can engage in or force. Elevate could make a mistake, of course, but I don't think they're going to go for that based on the...
You can't rely on your opponent making a mistake.
Exactly. You can understand your opponent, you can find their weaknesses, but if you count on it, then, well, there's subjects we can bring up about understanding when normal players or the average player in a pub will get impatient, but here these guys are trained hard enough that they aren't going to just decide to play corner games because they're bored. It's not going to be 2 minutes of nothing and they're just decide, I'm going to go around.
Peek.
Yeah, they're going to hold steady. And when you see people deviate from that discipline, that's when you see them get smacked down and take damage they shouldn't.
Well, it does indeed seem as though EL are setting up for that 1 flag push, and find out what they do decide to inevitably actually go for, whether it is going to be that shield strategy or if they're going to just try and plonk all 3 of the Mouses on the cap and try and take a brawl, something like that. Realistically, though, anything that they decide to try and do here is probably going to play into the hands of Elevate, because Elevate, they've got so many firing lines down these angles that EL is pushing that by the time EL Gaming gets into the one flag, they're probably going to have lost more HP than they can afford.
Yes, and now what we're going to talk about is the one thing this hinges on for Elevate. They have to get 2 tanks from the southeast all the way up into the north and not lose their tanks up north too quickly. So they're going to be overmatched. Elevate's going to have less guns on the battlefield to deal the damage that they need to at the beginning of this fight. And yes, if they can't get those tanks from the southeast all the way back up north, they're going to lose. But
well, here comes the push from EL Gaming. They need to make this work. Canadian Impact is actually going to have a good time against Nice there. Actually got Emperor Brett picking up the kill, but realistically speaking, it would have gone the way of Elevate regardless. EL Gaming, they are trying to take this fight here on the flag. Rattlesnake and Quiet in the Mouses, pushing around, trying to take a brawl, but...
No, this is good. This is good from EL. This is fundamentally on this push what you want. They keep the Mouses going forward, right? If they wait too long, those tanks from the southeast, they'll be joining the fight. Now they need to get rid of Dodoma. If they can do that, they back off, put pressure on Cap, and there is your advantage.
Oh, Quiet is in a lot of trouble right now. He's taking a huge amount of damage. Does get traded out for the kill that EL Gaming did manage to pick up. So 4 tanks alive for EL. Very unhealthy tanks, generally speaking there. Elevate, they've got 5 tanks alive, mostly healthy tanks.
They should have this now. This was well played by Elevate. It was a little delicate for a moment, but they made their shots count.
Maybe Wallhacks is under a bit of pressure here, but Hardline is in a 113 that's a one-shot, so...
Yeah, you should be okay. Oh,
maybe not.
Maybe, yeah, maybe not. There's those little things that change the battle.
Yeah, but is it going to change the battle? I don't think so at this point.
The things that change the battle now are definitely down to shots, penning, and bouncing, right? So if Brett, or it looks like, Nitz takes down the mouse there. If those shells hadn't penned like they ought to, then maybe you see a different battle, and that's where things deviate. But now it's 4-2. It was 3 before, and it's easy to call at this point.
Yeah, there's no way that EL comes back from this.
Yeah, I tend to hesitate because I always wait to see that stroke of brilliance.
Yeah.
You want it to happen, right? Because you know every one of these players has it inside them, and each of these teams, because you've seen it once or twice before. But
not much of a chance for it here.
Yeah, not against this level of skill. It's difficult. It's quite tricky.
So that's going to put Elevate on match point.
Just about.
There we go. So 6-4 now, and you need 1 out of the final 2 rounds in regulation time. If we do get a 2-0 from EL on that final map, then we find ourselves on the tiebreaker. But that's a little bit ahead of us right now.
A little bit. We'll see where they get to after this one, because as we move on, let's look back a little bit and just kind of note the fact that this has been back and forth at the beginning. Elevate kind of caught a lead when we went over to Ghost Town, but Murrow and Ruinberg have been pretty close.
Exactly.
So this next map, in order to go to the tiebreaker, has to be EL's map.
Definitely.
They
has
have
to be a 2-0.
Cliff. And of all maps, okay, this is it. This is the map for EL.
Yeah.
This is the one they can take to a tiebreaker. This is one of the places where Elevate actually does drop wins in their regular season as opposed to their other maps. And I'm sure Rox on the analysis desk will have plenty to say about Cliff and about Elevate's way that they play it, because there's tons of holes you can poke in their past play. But yes.
At the end of the day, you have to inevitably play one of those maps. You can only ban 1 map in this best of 13 format. So it would have been Steps from EL Gaming that got banned and Prokhorovka from Elevate that was banned. But to see us on Cliff here, you say that Elevate maybe aren't going to be hugely confident on this map. I think it's a fairly similar sort of a storyline really for EL Gaming. They do have a decent win rate on it, but that's against the APAC teams. There were quite a few flaws for them playing on Cliff here. If they don't start off on the defensive side, they're going to be in a bit of a struggle street. So I'm hoping to see, at least for EL's sake, that they are going to start off on the defensive side. They get a good win there, maybe take that momentum through to their attacking side and see if they can take it out, get the 2-0, maybe take it through to the tiebreaker. But I'm just not confident in predicting that EL can get a 2-0 here. So I'm thinking it's going to be Elevate closing it out here. At worst, with EL Gaming getting 1 map. Well, 1 round.
Yeah, possibly. This is the one to do. You were talking about EL starting on defense. I think it's EL starting on offense that gives them an option, because defense for Elevate's been tricky. That's where the problem lies in all this. So what your prediction, combined with what I seem to bring from this, kind of says is EL either side
could work.
They could do it. So we just have to wait and see what the strategies are, how they play out, what the decision is here. as the lineups it looks like EL's going to go for an IS-4, Kronwagen, Bat, another S-Tank. Does that kind of tell you anything about what you're expecting there from them?
Not really.
Okay.
An S-Tank actually here from EL Gaming is not something that we see all that often actually on Cliff, nor is the IS-4. So I think maybe they've actually decided to sort of pull something out here that's not their default strategy. They're down, but they're not quite out. This is their last throw of the dice.
Yes, but look at the lineup now compared to Elevate. Much more mobile. You've got two WZ-1... No, that's a WZ-132-1 and a WZ-132. So just slight difference in the two tanks. Probably not worth it to go into exactly why they're so different. They're relatively similar in performance, right? And you've got the T100 TVP. I like seeing a TVP from Ox Mathis. It's just solid damage, very very fast, easy to kind of punch someone in the nose and force them back down, or just take them out entirely.
This is actually a very defensive setup from EL Gaming. They have not pushed very aggressively at all. They've gotten not a lot of map control. And what they were hoping for here, I suppose, is that Elevate would actually push in. But EL Gaming have not done, or Elevate have not done that, so EL Gaming just going to be sitting here.
Yeah, just kind of patient. Looks like we've cut out of game right now, so it may be, looks like a DC call.
Yeah, I think we're going to reset this one.
From time to time, of course, things happen, and that looks like what's going down. So that's why you saw the defensive play.
Yeah, right.
Otherwise, it was quite curious. Yeah. So what's going to happen is they're going to back out whatever technical or whatever issue could have come up, or just simple connection, little hiccup. Get those fixed, load right back into game, and we'll carry on with the exact same tank lineups.
Yep.
Players in those tanks, by the way, and any other settings or any other details.
So that actually gives both of these teams a little bit more time to actually think about what tank lineups they're going to be going up against, because what we've been seeing so far, obviously you can't see it on the stream, but we can see it here in the lobby, is that teams are taking down to the very last 5 seconds or so before the game is live to actually ready up their tanks, just to hide that from their opponents for as long as possible. But now both of these teams, they've seen those two lineups, they've got more time. Does that favor EL on the attack because they can think about how they want to break the defense? Or does it favor EL Gaming, or Elevate, sorry, on the defense because they maybe can think about what EL's going to be doing on the attack here?
Okay, yeah. So we'll play it. Let's start with Elevate on defense with the more mobile lineup, right?
Yep.
So they don't have the static lineup you might expect from a defender with maybe some mouse, IS-7, IS-4, heavier stuff mixed in to kind of just brace yourselves against that attack. If I'm Elevate, am I thinking about just going hyper aggressive, or what am I thinking about more? I'm probably thinking about trying to figure out where the weaknesses are in that initial run, and maybe catching a scout, catching something else out. Now, there wasn't any real intel gained from the last time, because in order to call a legal DC that an admin will allow, you actually can't have no tanks can be spotted or damaged.
Yep.
So what that means is no intel can be attained that is dependable like that.
Right.
And of course, after that call is accepted, players are still moving around, so they may have.
They may get
very often they'll even try and throw your opponent off. So right now, any intel they may have gathered from that opening scout run, stuff like that we saw in game is irrelevant. So what I think Elevate's going for is they'll go for the hill to kind of cut it short. They're going to go up into the hill, take the high ground, and then from there, avoid the IS-4. Just find the side of the map the IS-4 is not on, and you can just group up and attack. The IS-4 will not be able to reposition well enough, and this extends to other tanks as well, depending on what intel you gather, right? Just take the slow tanks and use your mobility to just attack flanks, kind of skirmish. Or even wolf pack, sometimes is how you call it, because instead of kind of poking at your opponent, sometimes you just gang up on whoever's alone.
On the same token, though, then for EL Gaming being on the attack, they'll think about how is things going to go here for Elevate on the defense. They maybe come to the same conclusion that you did, that perhaps Elevate is going to try and take control of that hill. Then do they set up for kind of a counterplay to that? Do they set up to get shots into the players climbing the hill?
That's a good play, because you can get an IS-4 into position to fire on the hill pretty quickly in the battle. You don't have to worry about him not quite making it in time so that he misses a shot. He can stop at one of the initial rocks on those opening moves and just zero fire. So certainly a good option there. But what EL has to be careful about is not grouping up too much just because their opponent might know what their lineup is. Because then they might end up, getting themselves into kind of a box. They'll need to still do the spread. They'll need to still kind of scout it out and play intelligently. But the intel that both teams have gathered, they'll have to know works both ways, and they can't. What's important that both teams don't do, I guess, is take that for granted. Don't sit there and be like, oh yeah, we know what their lineup is, so we'll just make sure that the things we know we're already going to do just go better. Instead, you need to say, okay, what might my opponent change about what they'll do because of what they know? Now you've answered the right question, right?
A lot of questions to be asked really across the board for both of these teams.
But if you can answer that core one, what's my opponent going to do with the knowledge they've got? That's the one question you need to answer. And generally, I felt in my experience, and that's enough of an answer that you're probably in the right direction.
Right.
Yes, there's other stuff that comes up, but answer that core thing. There's always one big question you have to answer first before you can get into the weeds.
A lot of hypotheticals coming out here.
Oh, of course.
There is a lot of things that can come down to it. And really, it is just down to this final map here. I mean, we've come a long way to get here. 1-1 on Himmelsdorf, 1-1 on Mines, 2-0 to Elevate on Ghost Town. And then 1-1 again on Muravanka and Ruinberg. So it's been quite a long series. We're pretty much going the distance here in this best of 13, and it's only the first match of the day, so there's plenty more coming up after this. But I really just want to see this one go through to a tiebreak. I would love to see the first match in the arena going to all 13.
Oh, absolutely, because we get the tiebreaker. We get to just feel out every little bit of a match. I like seeing tiebreakers because what you get is you get to see those cumulative stats.
Yeah.
Because of the way it's figured out is, of course, like fastest win on attack.
Yep.
Right? So on the attacking
What
side...
that would be, by the way?
I'll have to check with our admins to make sure. They're of course, tracking the round times.
Yeah.
But yeah, first it'll go to fastest attack. Now, fun fact, if you don't have a fastest win on attack, which would mean that...
Everyone won on the defense.
Yeah, but we do have wins on attack, by the way, so that doesn't come in. But if it did, it would be then the total cumulative damage dealt, I believe. I'll have to make sure.
Yeah. That sounds right to me.
Yeah, and so with that, that's if you had 0 winners on attack. Like if it was just defender winners, you would have to actually have someone has to go back and add up all of the damage dealt manually most of the time. Poor soul when they have to do it. I've had to do it a few times. It's a bit of work, but fastest win on attack will take that. And
I think most of the wins actually have been on an attack, really, so far.
Yeah, we've got EL won on attack.
With the exception of Ruinberg and Ghost Town for Elevate won the defensive side. So everything else, I'm pretty sure, has been an attacking win.
Yeah, defense win on Ruinberg for EL, and then, Ghost Town. Everything else has been attack. Ruinberg, Elevate, and EL actually both won a defense. Did you say that? Yeah, you said that. Okay, sorry. Which is a little uncommon, actually. It's not normally what you see. Normally you see a few more defensive-sided wins and then a few attack wins here and there. But that's at least the North American region. You would expect defenders to win more often and then attackers to kind of steal one away on the right maps.
Yeah. All right, well, I suppose we'll have to wait and see how Cliff does end up going here. The team's just locking things in at the moment. But, yeah, like it's getting down to the wire here. This is kind of where the pressure is going to start to build on both of these two teams because Elevate, they know that they're in a position to close this one out, to make their way through to the semi-finals, defeat EL Gaming. But for EL Gaming, they know that this is their last chance. They are now hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
And they've just had that DC. It's something that can get into your head. When you're especially newer, younger players, watch out for those guys on your team when these kinds of things happen. Because guess what? They just lost a minute or two that they were ready to go, right? Elevate, sitting there ready to close this one out. You stop them short, make sure no one on the team is all of a sudden out of their head zone, that has lost focus just because they had to wait a second. It's an important thing when you're thinking about any competition, just how the team is playing, the mentality everyone is in, and that outside of the game aspect of what's going on. Because if you worry about just the strats, just the inside of the game, you'll forget that one person is stressed. And like somebody had to stay up all night working on strats, you know? Someone was looking at stats, someone was really pouring all of their heart and soul into the work that needed to happen. And you have to pay attention to that aspect of this. And that's certainly a place to watch out for. Make sure no one slips up.
So here we go. EL Gaming coming out on the attack, Elevate on the defense, and EL Gaming, they're just setting up fairly about as much as you would expect, really. Like,
but here's the change. Didn't we see that IS-4 going east side?
Yeah, we may have.
And that's a good change up. Safe play. Going west side and bunching up some of your most important tanks is going to be a good way of taking control that Elevate can't exactly hard counter, right? So if you push west side, the low ground, you overmatch it, like we're seeing right now with the Kronbog and IS-4 moving up. Yes, Elevate can come in on the high ground, but if you get yourselves up onto the high ground, the grid coordinates on your mini-map are Echo 3 and Foxtrot 3. If you're up there and you're EL, you're fine, generally. If you stay down below, watch out here. Dodoma.
What is going on here?
Why is he? No, this is not good for him. He has just gotten off the hill, down to the low ground, taking most of his hit points, and he needs to back off. Support's coming in from Elevate. They're moving into position to start dealing damage, but if they cannot do it fast enough, they're going to lose out on a lot of potential.
They have lost a lot of HP there. Dodoma is lucky to survive at the moment, but he's still alive, and that's what matters right now for Elevate. As long as they don't lose a tank, they'll still have those guns in the game, but realistically speaking, these trades working very, very well for EL Gaming. Elevate need to respond.
Yes, they do, and we're going to be watching the low ground, yes, with the IS-4 and the Kronwagen, but that's something that Elevate can kind of push off till later. They need to also worry about the high ground, not forget about the fact that, oh yes, look at this, I love this from EL, this is good, this is good. Send Fox TS, send their Kronwagen up to the high ground after pressuring the low ground. It looks to Elevate like EL has just gone for a suicide run into the one cap area of the map. So they're going to try and reposition around that. They do not yet know that the Kronwagen, the S-Tank, the IS-4, everything has moved back into that high ground that we were talking about a minute ago.
Oh, and have a look at this as well. Black's wrapping around the back of the lighthouse. Dodoma headed in his direction. If Dodoma does get spotted out, that's going to be a free kill for Black because, remember, he's on 169 or 189 HP, in fact.
Yep.
Easy kill for the Batchat as long as it hits.
Yes, that's huge right now because the thing is, Elevate's expecting Dodoma's low on hit points. All right, how can we use him still in this battle? All right, let's send him off into the back.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Black gets the kill. Nicely done. Nicely done. This is looking okay for EL right now because losing Dodoma like that, this tells me that Elevate is not in, doesn't have tempo. They don't have control in that sense. They're kind of reacting right now.
Is this going to be the turnaround here? Because we see a lot of damage coming out from Oxmathis, or maybe not a huge amount, but a decent amount onto Rattlesnake, and he's actually being pressured from that little donut, or what we call the donut, just above him here from Canadian Impact, but he's going to be cleaned up by Black. So EL Gaming have got 2 tanks advantage. We have seen them in this position before though, so not going to get ahead of ourselves here. This is still winnable for Elevate, but EL Gaming are in the driver's seat right now.
And now External in that WZ-132-1 is going to start chasing down Black on reload. And he can deal some damage. I think he's going to not quite be able to deal enough to get the kill there. That's
still good damage.
But good. Yes. He can chase this up if he can, but right now he's got Emperor Breadspin left alone. Kronwagen comes in, just about reloaded, and there, gets the kill. Nicely played by EL. This is how you take control.
Yep.
And they're just step by step. Elevate has also left themselves behind. They do not have the hit points, the armor, to hold against an IS-4 Kronwagen combo and an S-Tank as well. I'm really feeling like EL's going to keep themselves in this series with this one. They should be able to take a win here.
They should be able to take a win, but it must be said that they have a lot of low HP tanks here, so one mistake from EL Gaming, they're going to lose 2 or 3 tanks very, very quickly, and then all of a sudden, Elevate straight back in the driver's seat. So EL, as far as I'm concerned, still need to play this one out almost perfectly.
You're right, because look at the WZs, the 132-1 and the 132. Those are tanks that you don't want to underestimate. They deal decent damage, and against what you've got here, 1 or 2 shells, you're right, are going to be able to take down those tanks. Do not underestimate. Oh, you can hear the heat sizzle on the front of the S-Tank there. And what I love, of course, about the S-Tank is you've got that little shield, helps you against exactly that, heat shells. Just
nice, taking a free shot of damage there. As again, Elevate slowly but surely sort of making this one competitive.
But look at this, Quiet's getting aggressive. He understands.
He has to be the one to do it. He's the one with HP to play with.
Yep, just move on forward, get the proxy spot. If you're in 50 meters of a tank, you just spot it. And there, Oxmathis finds M1. He should be able to get the win here. He fires faster.
Oh,
and
that's
now,
really nicely played.
If Oxmathis does not reload, which is he on reload? I cannot tell.
He fired 3.
He fired 3. If he chose to reload, he may go down, but Nice is going to back off. Nice isn't going to take the risk. He does not want to run around and decide, okay, did this TVP reload? Didn't he reload? Am I going to be able to get a kill, or am I going to throw this one for my team? Plays it safe. I think it was the right call as well. I think it was the right call. It's working out. It's working out.
Oh, Hardliner, I think a little bit lucky to avoid taking some damage there, to be honest. But he's going to be okay for the moment, just backing off, and he's got 10 seconds left on that reload, so needs to be very, very careful up here because he's being pressured from all sides. External's kind of got control of the hill. Not full control, but enough that it's going to really cause some question marks in the mind here of Hardliner.
Here's the thing, that Batchat, if he finds, and he just did find External, he can win the 1v1.
Yeah.
He will win in this. Now, External, if he's smart, will back off the hill here, once he's engaged, and that.
Whoa,
would be
look
the
at
end
that.
of it.
Wallhack
Oh.
just took a big chunk of damage. Not sure where that came from. Fox TS and perhaps Rattlesnake, I'd imagine, but that's a good swing there for EL Gaming because it puts one of these Elevate tanks on a one-shot. Now Elevate has to play a little bit more careful, like what EL Gaming has been doing so far. They can no longer be the ones as much to try and dictate the play of this game.
Exactly. And yes, this is where EL wins. If EL just plays it smart, yes, I like that.
That's
nice
really
on cap.
smart.
Nice on cap. That'll be something to work with. Now Wallhack's in the back is pinned. He's also the caller right now, by the way. So just bring that point up, the fact that the person who is in charge of the tactical play has not died yet. There, External plays well on the top of the hill, but without the caller dead, Wallhacks, he actually has more to worry
More to
about.
focus on.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a long battle too. So he's not sitting there thinking about all of the little things he's trying to put in place or have his players do that add up to victory. He's having to worry about his own play and how it contributes in that sense, along with directing the team. Now, there are other players on the team that back him up, but this is less than optimal for Elevate to have to try and clutch.
Oxmathis here. This is going to be a key play, actually. If he can take down Hardliner, get control of the hill here, that could be enough maybe for Elevate to start to come back into this one. I was thinking, what's the end game for Elevate? How do they come back into this? Because it's going to be tough for them to get the resets. And oh dear, Fox TS goes down. That's very poor play from him. And Oxmathis finds himself a free kill. Still 1 minute left on that timer for the cap. It's really not too much of a dangerous situation right now for Elevate. Oxmathis fires on the third shot. He's still got one more here. And Hardliner gets dropped as well by External. Now 4 tanks left alive for EL Gaming. Elevate, they're really coming back into this one now.
All right, they've got a chance here now. Wallhacks look is gonna go down. Nicely done by Quiet. That's what they need to do. He was gonna go around to the back. Look at this, Black also moving to the cap, and that's going to work out. If External cannot get there in time to get a reset, it's gonna be over. And
but if he does get a reset, it's a kill as well.
You're right, absolutely is. But he's in the open. Shots fired from Rattlesnake does not connect. He's spotted as well. So we're gonna see. Oh, if the TVP from Oxmathis.
Oxmathis just blind-fired Black. He just blind-fired Black.
He did?
Yeah.
Right. All right, one more shot. He needs to get Nice. External
Nice is 10
needs to get him. Spotting is all he needs to get. External only needs to spot. 1 minute and 53 seconds. They can go for a draw to victory.
Rattlesnake now.
2 seconds.
He's going to be so key here. The reset doesn't come out. EL Gaming, I think they've just won it.
Wait for it. Wait for the timer up top.
Yeah, surely.
Oh, and also wait for kills. That's it.
That's it.
That's
okay.
it.
Ooh, that was
God.
close. Very, very close. Again, another one of those rounds where EL, they come so close to defeat, and they only just come away with the victory.
Ooh, that was dangerous.
This is heating up.
Oh, it was. And Elevate, I gotta give, actually, I want to give a lot of props to Elevate at the end there. That was a huge disadvantage.
It was massive.
That was a loss through and through that was waiting to happen, right? And I gotta give him credit.
Oxmathis in particular does so much work in the TVP. I think he got individually like 3 or 4 kills out of those last ones.
Oh yeah, and if he'd been able to sink one shell there, just one shell, that's a different game. I gotta give it to him. Some criticisms or maybe some notes to take. WZ-132-1 and the WZ-132. I don't necessarily know why Elevate decided that, because no one's talked to me about using both tanks together,
Right.
why they would want that. It's a bit strange. I have to admit. I'm going to definitely take a note of this, and if Elevate moves on and I get a chance to, I'm going to find these guys in their training room and just ask them, why? Why? Just why?
All right, so one more round left here in the regular time. EL Gaming still down by 2, well, by 1. They were down by 2. They have a possibility to draw this one through to the tiebreaker. Moving on to the defensive side, I would say the favorable side here on Cliff as well.
Generally, but that was the worst side we just saw from Elevate. That was the worst side. They are 0-4 in the regular season.
Okay.
That's their worst map. Well, their worst side on a map. On attack, I give them a little bit better chance. So here's the moment of truth.
Yeah.
Elevate on attack, the side of the map that I consider them relatively competent, next to their defense. EL on defense here. How do you feel about this?
Fairly confident about EL on the defense. If we completely disregard who they're playing against, EL is a decent team on the defensive side. They have 70% win rate on Cliff. There's a few decent Cliff teams in APAC that they've been able to go up against, and so I think they can play it okay, but it's not their best map. It's not impossible for a victory to come out here for Elevate by any means, and it's actually possibly probable even that Elevate may be able to close this out here, but we'll have to find out how this one does turn out. EL Gaming coming out on the defensive side with a very similar sort of a lineup. They've got an IS-4 again, they've got a STRV again. This time they're on the other side of the map though.
Yeah, and the S-Tank, of course, probably going to be in the defensive position up north. And the other side for Elevate, you've got, of course, well, I like this with the mouse. I like seeing the bat chats. That's 4 of them. And you've got the new, I like seeing German lights coming in and mixed in. And then wall hacks in that artillery piece.
That's the key.
Yeah, arty where EL does not. So if EL plays slowly, if they play static, they don't move around, that's where we're going to see artillery from wall hacks start to really rain in and just mess things up. Now, if EL's fast, if they can understand where that artillery is and how to play around that, they should be just fine.
This is a nice spot for Quiet, actually. Considering Elevator's starting to push towards that 2 flag, he's got a very, very nice hold-down position there.
Yes, except with artillery.
Yeah.
It's like this is
true.
It's like a catcher's mitt, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
Or like there's a cricket thing that you guys have.
Yeah, no, I understand
like
the point. A keeper.
Keeper?
He's got gloves.
Oh, yeah, okay. No, I thought it was like that. Never mind. I don't know. It's Australia stuff. You guys have...
I don't think you're talking about the same game that I'm talking about.
I don't know. It's all foreign stuff. I don't know. We can barely figure out what the same name for soccer is.
Let's go with catcher's mitt, because that makes sense.
Catcher's mitt's easy peasy. And okay, it's just a catcher's mitt for shells.
Yeah.
Just wall hacks can put an M4043 shell in there, and he doesn't have to worry for much. There we go.
Right, so Canadian Impact did get spotted out there, takes a bit of damage, but that's going to give him some information. He knows the STRV is up the back there, which, to be honest, Elevate probably would have been expecting anyway. That's kind of the position you're going to put an STRV in, but at least it's affirmation of those suspicions.
Exactly, and actually, he'll be going for probably that S-Tank for a bit, and until he sees Quiet, I doubt he's going to look anywhere but in the far back of the map. That's the place he'll be. He'll just blind fire that a few times. We'll probably check out his POV as an artillery piece here or there. And
Quiet's already
see
taken
what
a bit
happens.
of damage, so I suppose it's
Quiet.
a little bit quiet. Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have to see how that goes. Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay. Sorry, I missed out on.
Yeah. So anyway, EL Gaming, they haven't taken too much, nor has Elevate though. So it's been a kind of a quiet first couple of minutes and a half.
And I look at this with this and external. We'll have to follow what's going on here. Elevate's obviously thinking about where they're going to reposition those mediums, trying to find a weak point and poke it out. Ox Mathis playing the middle and a mouse. A little. Here's the question. It's do you put your nose of the mouse into the rock that is directly to his right and
try and
reverse
angle.
out, right? Or do you just kind of poke out? It could just be because he feels like being a little lazy with it, or
Maybe.
he wants his retreat.
Surely at this point of the game, you don't be lazy though. 6-5.
Yeah, lazy maybe. Well, lazy is probably a lazy word to use for that one. But he's probably. He's got something in mind. Ox Mathis usually knows what he's going for. There we see the POV of wall hacks and artillery. He actually wasn't aimed on the mid, it looked like, for a second. It looked like he was actually just watching it, but he does end up throwing a shell that way.
50 damage, it's not really too much to talk about.
The stun happens, by the way. Remember that, of course, the stun. But
it's not going to be anything that's going to matter right now for EL, though. They'll have plenty of time to wear that off.
Yeah, it's if he's reloading, he has to wait a second longer, but of course that probably won't come into play.
At the moment, Elevate kind of, I think, just sort of waiting to see if Wallhacks can get anything done with that M4043. They're not really pressuring too much just yet. Playing it slow and steady. They've used up 4 minutes. They've probably realistically still got another 2 or 3 minutes to play with before they really have to commit to something here and push into EL.
Yeah, I'm really glad you chased that one up because that's what the factor is here. There's going to be a line that you have to draw and say, okay, we
have to go.
We can't wait. We can't wait. If you do that, it's the same mistakes that players were making two years ago when they were still trying to figure out how to play at this level, right? Players would try to play it slow, weaken their opponent, and then push on in. But you realize the longer that you play it slow, the more room for your own players to take damage, for your opponent to gather intelligence and to devise their own counter strategies. If they're static and playing very nicely for you, of course, time is great. But it's a lot of teams tend to underestimate how much they're giving to their opponent by playing slow as well.
So there's a bit of a push coming out now for for Elevate. It's hard when they both start with EL.
It is, and it's such a pronounced E.
Yeah.
As well, it's not like one of them soft and one of them's like It's tricky. Yeah, we've both been tripping up over that one all night.
But regardless, Elevate sort of pushing forward a little bit there in the bat chats. Again, not committing to it just yet. And really, I see 2 key players right now for both these teams. Elevate, Wallhacks needs to get something done. or needs to at least have some sort of an impact here.
Oh, look at Quiet in the Kronwagen taking fire. I'm pretty sure that was artillery right there, firing into the bull. With that,
Mathis, though,
but
he must have pushed out. Yeah, he's pushed out in mid, and now he's really under a lot of fire. But this is going to give the opportunity over to the Batchats to start to push forward here. Quiet needs to go down, and he should surely go down. But look at
watch
the
out,
damage.
Dodo and Nitz need to drive carefully.
They almost drove off the edge. That would have been a
Just
little bit
about.
too much.
It's a little bit scary on the damage there. They're going to pay heavily, but
2 kills.
Kills come in. You're right. Harder, Quiet, down. That's going to mean Ox Mathis is still alive. He should be dead soon. And that's it. But that was what he was doing that on purpose. It's obvious. That was a distraction.
That was a bait.
Yeah.
Fox TS is still alive up there and unspotted in the STRV. Nice making a push forward down the one line as well. Maybe able to find wall hacks here, which could again be a little bit of an advantage there for EL Gaming. But in the grand scheme of things, I think that kill is not going to be the most important part of this match that we're going to see right now. Those two Batchats pushing forward from Elevate took a lot of damage, and EL Gaming and Elevate still poised at a position where both of these two teams could win. Black, he could close out this kill, and will. That's going to swing things in the favor of EL Gaming for me.
Yeah, Dodo makes a very good makes an effort of actually dying in a very difficult spot. Black is going to have trouble getting out. Nice takes down that artillery piece from wall hacks before he gets his last shell out. I like this. This is good for EL. They may be able to take this one to the tiebreaker.
I think they're going to. They've got a 2-tank advantage. They've got a 3,000 HP advantage as well. Surely from this point onwards, you can't lose.
Surely, like I would find
the
it hard.
defense as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like there are very few things you could do at this point as EL not to take away the win and bring this to the tiebreaker. This is good. This is good. EL's been up against the wall. They've had the harder road through this series, and they've
had to come from behind. Yeah,
exactly. And now they're able to actually make it happen. I gotta give a lot of props to them. Elevate though, they need to work on their focus. And their Canadian Impact goes down. Brett's still alive somehow. There he goes.
Yeah, so 6-6, and that is going to be EL Gaming pulling it through to the tiebreaker. Rattlesnake looking pretty happy about that one, the new young gun on this EL roster. And, well, I sort of thought we were going to get to a pretty long game, and now we're here.
Yep, I was wrong. I thought this would be a little more one-sided, but EL's actually brought it back. They've had strong fundamentals. They haven't messed up in some of the basic stuff that I really like seeing. And Elevate, on the other side, has been sloppier. They've been a little bit more dynamic in some senses. They've been a little bit crazier, throwing out different strats, trying to kind of surprise their opponent more. But you've seen it backfire. You've seen it work. You've seen it not. It hasn't been the best. So now we're actually going to go off to Himmelsdorf. But before, look at the post-battle stats here. You're going to see the damage blocked, damage dealt. 3K from 2 members of EL. But the closest person is Brett with 2,100.
Yeah.
Damage just wasn't there this battle. It just was not there for Elevate. They were trying to play positions, trying to play a little bit of...
It's getting 0 damage done in his Batchat. That's definitely not what you want to be seeing.
That's not good. That's definitely, you're right. That's hard to look at, man. And so now what'll happen is we'll see who gets side choice on Himmelsdorf.
It'll be the fastest attacking side win. I'm trying to think, there wasn't any particularly quick attacking wins, was there?
No, nothing that stands out immediately. So I would hesitate to try and say I would know it. Yeah, it's a bit soon to call. I'd let the admins see what they know, and they'll give us that. But to recap on Himmelsdorf, which started the series,
which is also the tiebreaker map.
Exactly. We had an attack win by Elevate and an attack win by EL Gaming, and on both of those times, I kind of was leaning a little bit more towards Elevate, as far as like if in the hypothetical of if they just kept playing Himmelsdorf, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think this one I'm feeling the Elevate vibe, but after the way Elevate just lost
on Cliff.
Yeah,
it's hard because the momentum coming into this now is on the shoulders of EL Gaming because they've just come off 2 victories. Elevate, they would have known they could have closed it out there on Cliff. They've probably been thinking, well, we might have missed the bus now. Like, are we going to lose it here in the tiebreaker after giving EL an inch back into this?
Right.
Is EL going to take the mile?
Yeah, is it going to be morale that decides this? Because we look at the players on either team. If you're familiar with the faces and these names, do you see anything right now out of the EL guys that says where they are?
No, I mean, they look quite comfortable right now, to be honest. The only one that I might even have any questions about would be Rattlesnake, because he hasn't been at a big event like this before. All the other players have been at fairly large events. I suppose even like M1, who is kind of newer to this roster in this season, formerly playing under the name Principal, he was at the grand finals in 2015, and it was actually playing against EL Gaming, or it was 2014 actually on Refawn. He was playing against EL Gaming. So he's been at a big event like this as well.
Okay, so we'll have to see how these guys handle it in that sense. When I was looking over there at Elevate, I'm wondering how they're feeling going to this one, whether or not they're, just feeling a little down, or whether or not it's just some frustration over not being able to get those wins that otherwise you might have thought. We're seeing actually from our positions watching the matches, we can actually see when players leave the stage.
Yeah.
And so we can actually kind of get a little peek at those expressions and see what's exactly.
I mean, Elevate, they just walked past us and they looked pretty comfortable, I thought. I didn't think they were too down.
I think I'd be able to tell if it was full tilt.
Yeah.
If it was full tilt from Elevate, you'd have seen Wallhacks probably in a very different state. But what I'm seeing out of Wallhacks, the caller right now, is he looked okay. He looked like, of course, he's just gotten through 12 battles in a row, which, I mean, that, let's be honest, that can be a little tiring. But they're probably feeling okay.
Yeah.
A little pep talk and turn yourselves around, get back into the game. You're probably fine as Elevate. As EL, yeah, they look calm, cool, and collected. Question is whether or not they stay focused through the long series, and whether or not some of those newer players are able to stay focused.
That's going to be a good thing to actually mention there for EL Gaming, is that they're not necessarily used to these long series, because when they play in APAC, they win 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, maybe that's the longest. But they don't go all the way to 13 maps, so how's the endurance going to be going for them?
You've actually got that completely lost me too. Elevate, same side.
Yeah.
That's what they do in NA. Wow,
They just
okay.
roll over everyone. So this is not something that these two teams may be potentially going to be used to.
Yeah, it's like they've gone to a tiebreaker before, of course.
Yeah.
They've gone to longer series, but you're right. They're not a team that's used to sitting down and going, okay, this one's going to be a full, 13. We're going to be here an hour and a half, 2 hours playing. We have to.
Well, it's been quite a while. Yeah, almost 2.5 hours now.
Yeah,
It's a long series.
That's something important to pay attention to. 2 hours is enough time that probably you're going to need to go to the bathroom twice. You're going to be thirsty. If you haven't had any water or anything to eat for 2 hours, you might start, feeling a little famished.
Yeah.
And so that's what you're watching for out of players, how they're able to deal with a 2 hour long match and whether or not they can keep up with it. Now, we're seeing players starting to return to the stage. Looks like a little bit of a deliberation of strategy. Yeah. You got Dodo sitting in the back there. He's always he's a sharp guy. Not always going to be the one to lead a conversation, but whenever his contributions are usually fairly useful, I'd say. And in playing or in working with him. He doesn't throw out ideas that he hasn't considered.
Bit different on the EL side, though. They're all sitting there, just chilling.
On comms, maybe? Their headsets
it
are
doesn't
still
even
on.
look like they're really having a conversation too much, because normally you'd see people looking at each other even when they're talking in the headset. They're kind of all just looking forward at their monitors and that sort of thing. So I wonder.
That is an interesting note. The contrast between the way the both teams are kind of looking at each other. Although in game right now, what they're doing is, I believe there's a warm-up battle happening.
It's just a test, yeah.
Yeah, so like what they're doing is the players you're seeing out of EL are a little more focused on making sure that they're keeping their fingers warm and they're making sure that they feel comfortable in that sense. So maybe taking the downtime before your tiebreaker battle to actually just play around in game is a better way of focusing their energy and their minds.
I think it depends on the individual, really.
Yeah.
It's up to what you prefer to do.
Yeah.
If you prefer to stay in there and keep playing, or if you prefer to just take a break, chill out a little bit, reset.
Yeah.
It's down to the individual, really.
Yeah, because I don't know about you, but I'm one of those guys that I need to take short breaks.
Yep,
I'm not
too.
someone who does marathons. I go, okay, I'm going to play a marathon, but I'm going to take little breaks here and there.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's me too.
Yeah, because otherwise you start to just lose focus, or you just kind of, what is it, that shield over your eyes? You stop really seeing what's going on.
That's what I get that when I'm playing World of Tanks. Like when I play for a long time, I sort of start playing poorly after 10 or 15 battles.
You play one really good battle, and then the next battle you play as if you're just as
good or invincible or whatever, right?
Yeah, as that previous battle where every other player you had complete control over. But now it's a new battle with new players, and I see where you're coming from. Yeah,
so that perhaps is the mentality here for Elevate, in that they've been playing for 2 hours or maybe a little over 2 hours. Just take a chill, step back. They've lost those 2 matches. Maybe because of the fact that they've lost these 2 here on Cliff, they're thinking, well, we're not focusing as hard as we could be. We need to take a little bit of a reset break here. Take 5 minutes away from the game and calm down a little bit. just not even think about the game for 5 minutes and chill out.
Yeah, take the headsets off, because here's the thing: especially if you wear glasses. Oh God, if you wear glasses and you the noise dampening headsets there that they're pumping out white noise with, and you wear earbuds under, with glasses on for 2 hours wearing a headset, it starts to actually put a lot of pressure on the side of your head.
Yeah.
And so you actually need to think about taking your headset off and kind of relieving that, or else it really starts to get distracting.
Yeah.
And it's not horrible. Players usually can deal with it.
Yeah.
Usually accommodations are made, but it's one of those things. I wear glasses. I know what it feels like to wear a headset for
Just
2
little
hours like
things.
that. It's the little things, and part of that live event experience, because we've all had our LAN events where there's always, people trying to come in, on cheap flights to sleep on someone's couch and then do all that. But here, of course, we're paying for beautiful hotel rooms in the Palmyra, which is a great hotel.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But I think it's time almost to get underway here into the game. Elevate did get the choice of side. They chose attack, which is the side that they won on. So that means EL Gaming is going to be on the defense here.
I don't know, man. I like the defense on Himmelsdorf.
I would have chosen attack, I think.
You would?
If I was one of those two teams, having won the attack, knowing Himmelsdorf generally biases the attacking side a little bit, attack is really the only option in my eyes.
I can agree with that. I'm torn. I'm not really as much of a truly heavy tank player personally, so of course my opinion comes to a lot less, I feel like, when it comes to side choice. I'd lean towards you a little more.
Okay.
Or I'd lean towards Daki. Dekills were much more common.
One thing I want to mention here, EL Gaming have decided to take a UDES, which you might be thinking, why have they got this here on Himmelsdorf? We've seen them do this actually a couple of times during the APAC region, and it just kind of seems to be like a curveball that really confuses teams. And what they do here, you can see Black doing it at the moment. He's got himself in siege mode. He sort of pokes the back of his tank up to spot down into mid. And that's really like the only purpose that it serves.
And what he can do from that is he can leave siege mode and immediately zip right out of that position if anything scary comes up.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, he's an incredibly stealthy tank.
Exactly.
That against, the mouse or these type 5s or 113s, he's going to spot them well before they spot him. So it's a nice play. Looks like Elevate calls it though. They know what's happening. They've got their tanks set up on the hill and down in the southwest, waiting for, I guess, some trigger pull or some intel before making the next move.
Yeah, and an E3 coming out as well for EL Gaming, which is not a tank that we often tend to see them playing. I guess on Himmelsdorf, what other tank destroyer are you realistically going to be taking here? Maybe an E4, the E3 or the E4, but it's not one of EL Gaming's comfort tanks, so to speak. Back in the grill meta, Fox TS would have 100% been in a grill right now. But it's not a tank that you pick anymore.
It really isn't. It's not as effective as it needed to be. It's too lightly armored for the damage output these days, and the mobility is okay, but there's better choices now. You're right, especially with the mouse being added in as something that's now a first tier or a first round pick kind of a thing. If you've got mice running around, grills aren't standing a chance. They just don't stand up. And look at that, a little shot came in on Hardliner, and a shot into Rattlesnake.
Yeah,
Elevate.
favorable trades right now for Elevate.
Yeah, it's good for Elevate. They can play off of this.
My main concern here is Fox TS. If he gets caught out there, then EL Gaming are probably going to lose this. So he needs to be very, very careful with his positioning. A little bit more damage comes out into Elevate, but now they recognize that both of those tanks watching this B line have fired, and so they're going to try and push down now. Quiet in the E3 needs to get some damage across. He's going to be a key player. Fox TS is in a dangerous spot here as well. Dodoma and Wallhack's pushing into him, and he needs to find some backup. This is looking so good for Elevate right now. Fox TS is almost dead. He's not even fired a shot. No, he's fired a couple, but they haven't penetrated. He's done nothing in that 50B. Elevate are pushing right into EL Gaming perfectly.
Oh, it's just artwork right there. Look, Hardliner's gonna go down next. Rattlesnake's trying to cover for Fox TS. Guess what? That's not gonna last very long, is it? Rattlesnake can only do so much, and Nitz, beautiful shot, snakes it right over Rattlesnake, gets the kill. Rattlesnake could be next. We'll see what Elevate decides to take.
I don't think it matters at this point. Elevate have got just so much more of an advantage over EL Gaming than what EL Gaming can try and pull back here. As far as I'm concerned, there's almost no chance that EL Gaming comes back into this, barring some major throw from Elevate.
Oh, and this is just textbook too. Throw some tanks on the hill, tanks down south, find out they're in the middle. Dodoma's gonna go down, yes, but that's Black as well out, and now 4 tanks alive. Three correction. Rattlesnake is down as well. Not a lot left here for EL. Elevate. It feels like they were almost holding back.
It really
with
does.
how-
They've just come out here and absolutely smashed EL Gaming. The setup for EL Gaming, it looked pretty decent as well, to be honest. Like, it was just Fox TS. He got caught out. He was in a poor position there. He had no backup. And that was really the straw that broke the camel's back there, I think, for EL Gaming. That position of the 50B.
Yeah, and it was back to basics too. It was a solid strat. It's tried and true. But the thing about it was EL was surprised.
Yep.
They got caught off guard. Elevate made the first move and it worked. They got the tanks into position. They managed to get tanks shots on target as well, by the way. Big note right there. They were connecting. One more and that's going to do it. Elevate.
They're through. Elevate through to the semifinals. 7-6 though. It was a bit of a shaky win over EL Gaming, but a win nonetheless.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of lessons to be learned here. A lot of reflection to be made. And they will have a little time to reflect before they'll play another match. In the meantime, they get to watch all of their opponents play the rest of the day.
Wallhacks being left hanging a little bit there, but eventually he gets the handshake.
Oh, look at that. That's a little head shake right there, though. I know Elevate's going to be disappointed with themselves off of this one, but they understand, guys, we made it through.
Doesn't matter if you win 7-6 or if you win 7-0, you still go through to the semi-finals. But we've talked about it enough. We'll hand it back over to Ryan and the analysts to break it down a little bit more.
Thanks very much there, Elfish and Rukel. Absolutely exceptional match between these two teams. Expected it to go potentially all the way, and that's exactly what we saw. Rockstar, you seem to be quite a happy man right now with all of this.
Oh, definitely. Proving that lobster wrong. So, oh, what a series that was. There's some moments I was pulling out some hair because what Elevate did a couple of those games just didn't make sense. But then next game after that, they had some just brilliant plays in that last game. The coordination among that team on that last round just alone was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it started off 1 for 1, 2 for 2, then Elevate took a slight lead, and then it went back to kind of no real team taking advantage, did it, Mojo?
I would say the cliff was the moment, because this is the experience map for guys from EL Gaming. They managed to come back in a game, but Himmelsdorf is definitely the best game for Elevate and the best map they play. And they proved it here. EL Gaming didn't play on their pattern. Like, they tried to do something they were doing on what they said on interviews. They tried to accommodate the play of their enemy, which is, in my opinion, the worst thing you can do. Yes, you can see how your enemy plays, but you should stick to your game style, and they were playing too slow.
Now let's actually have a look at Himmelsdorf, because that was the round that just happened, and that was absolutely intense, because the coordination required there from Elevate was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it?
So the first thing to notice here is the UDIS that they talked about. His spotting lane is only down really through here. So he leaves a lot of this lane open. They're relying on this mouse right here to spot him. And what happens is the mouses cross up this line. They get into this corner, and that pulls the mouse to start looking this way. This mouse is looking forward. This 50B is trying to leave. And this coordination, this push comes through. We're going to clear that real quick. We're going to start moving it forward. And watch the coordination here. Look at the 50Bs in the south. They're just chilling out. They're waiting. That 113 is sitting here on this corner right here. And then this is where things start to go. T10s come around, and look at this right here. All of a sudden, the 50Bs have the isolation here. These mouses have these pinned along with the T10s, and this mouse can come in late and come through here and really seal the deal. And look at this. This is an isolation right here. These two are late to the party. The UDIS is pretty much a non-factor at that point. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tanks along the 3 right here. That moment right there, along with the 113 pick. They got those tanks down quickly, and the other tanks were out of the fight. That is what won that there for Elevate, was that brief moment that those tanks were out of the fight. May have been 30 seconds at most, but that was enough time for Elevate to clean that up.
I would say that from the start, Wallhacks actually had really good idea what is EL planning to do. In a couple of games I was watching their reactions, and they had a really brilliant read on EL Gaming strats, like on Ruinberg when they were positioning the tier 9 Bachat in bush to wait for a light tank and so on. So they're not playing automatic tactics. They were playing some flexible things, thinking about, okay, EL Gaming has these tanks. I'm gonna watch them. I'm gonna think, what can they do with them? And I'm gonna react based on that. And that was the positioning here. You could see, like, the tanks were laying in a trap on the top of the hill. Mouse was going alone down, to make sure everyone pulls back before the final push came. They exactly knew what is EL planning because EL relied on some past experience.
Yep, and one thing I want to point out is Ruinberg is a map that Elevate have really struggled on for the last part of the season, and it wasn't until right before the North American Finals where they sat down and they said, we're going to make sure we scrim this map every single day. They put in a lot of work, and that showed on Ruinberg, and Himmelsdorf has always been one of their stronger maps. Remember, the only team that took a round off Elevate on Himmelsdorf through the whole last season was top tier. They took 1 round out of 12 plus games. So this is a map that they clearly understand, and they just showed it right there.
Yeah, I mean, coming before that as well, we had Cliff leading into that one. An interesting thing about Cliff as well is that Jordan, Elfish Guy, was saying that, he favours, this is one of the maps that EL Gaming were famous for, and EL Gaming were able to bring back both of those rounds on Cliff, which took it into a tiebreaker. And I mean, there were so many times these teams, Knife Edge, Ruinberg as well. Ruinberg, you were down to 800 health for EL Gaming, and you only had Ox Mathis left. And I mean, Ox Mathis, let's talk about him as well. He played an absolute blinder in the mouse. Like, he was standing out lots of the time there. But right now, Matt Andrews actually has comps on stage. Let's listen in to Elevate and see how they're looking forward to the next match.
Thank you very much, Ryan and the guys on the desk. I'm with comps from Elevate, who are our first semi-finalists here at the Grand Finals 2017. Not a game that you're going to be pleased with the outcome, but I can tell not a result that you're happy with, really.
Well, it was a scrappy fight. We should have won a lot sooner, but I'm glad we pulled through at the end and won in the tiebreaker.
Why didn't you put it away sooner then? Was it something on your side, or did EL surprise you?
I believe the mistakes were on our side. The matches we won. I wouldn't say they were easy, but it showed that we played well on those ones, and the ones we lost, they were a lot closer, so it was a lot more mistakes on our end. But yeah, like I said, overall, happy with the results that we had here today.
I mean, yeah, you've got to be happy that you're through to tomorrow, our second day of the weekend, semi-finalist, that's all really important stuff. But from talking to you during this week, you have been very calm and sort of quietly confident, like you're being right now, Comps, to be honest with you. You were like this in the group stages earlier on when you had mixed results as well. When I asked you how you were going to play against Team Efficiency, you were like, well, we'll see. I'm sure they're good guys. And then you go and put them away 5-0. Yeah. This is a good win to get through the semi-final over a team as big as EL.
Yeah, it's great for North America. It just shows the talent that we have in North America and what we're able to do with our teams. And we're looking forward to the semifinals and see who we play there.
Do you want to make any predictions as to whether or not you think you can go the whole way? I know you don't know your route to the final yet, but based off of that, really strong showing.
Yeah, why not win it all, right? But we'll see who we're facing tomorrow, and we'll prepare as much as we can for them, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Good luck for that. We're really excited to see an NA team make it through to the second day of the Grand Finals. That's Comps, and with Elevate, they're our first semi-finalist. Back over to Ryan and the guys on the desk.
Thanks very much for that, Matt. So Comps looking a bit cool, calm and collected, and now he can relax. Hard work is done for today, and he's got to prep for the next match, which is going to be up against either Ding or Oops. Now, looking into this match again that we just had, as we were saying, so many close results. Another one we were talking about as well was Ruinberg as well, wasn't it?
Yes, Ruinberg was one of the really super tight games. You can see it here on the screen. This is exactly the moment that broke the game for me, because Hardliner was forced here to push on the 0 line to try to establish the spot, but there was several tanks already lying in a wake here, waiting just for that, and that's what I meant. Like, this was really, again, good tactics by Elevate. They annihilated him here, pretty much depriving EL Gaming from spot, and then they had to recheck whatever they had. But honestly, here you can also see a really good reaction from EL Gaming, like Fox, who immediately started running back. The STRV, who is really impregnable frontal, mainly. From the sides, he's like a piece of Swiss cheese.
It's just as fast forward as it is back, and this was a turning point. We still couldn't really predict how this one was going to go, could we, Rockstar?
No, not at all. And they take down the mouse here, and after this, it looks decent for Elevate, basically even on HP. But L, in a minute here, are going to make a really brilliant play late once they realize the situation they're in. Nitz is going to go down there in a second, and what's going to happen is the Bat Chats are going to get stuck down there on that line. And then Nice, the Bat Chat for L, he ends up pushing down with the crossfire. They still have the mouse in the village above. And so what happens is the Bat Chats can't peek to deal with the Bat Chat on the 0 line, because what's going to happen is the mouse and the S-Tank are going to punish them. So they're stuck there in this low ground. If they peek up, they're going to take damage. If they try to go shoot the Bat Chat down, they're going to take damage. And that allows him to get in there. And the second he got into that position is the second that game was over for Elevate.
I don't think, to be honest, I've ever saw a game of Runeberg go that close before. Like, right down to the wire, you still think, okay, he's a one-shot, he's a one-shot. Ox had to push on someone, and it was a case of they were just constantly trading HP. And from what you said, you know, they had the advantage. Elevate had the advantage, and then it just went back to EL Gaming. Going into Cliff now, this one as well. This is where you know, EL Gaming were favourites to win this one, and still, again, you couldn't really call a winner.
Yeah, and looking at it, you know, Elevate did a lot of really cool things here. Ox getting up onto the hill completely unspotted. Maybe more a flaw from L Gaming and how they set up, but Ox got up here and they almost pulled this back. Sterl comes in there, kills the Bat Chat, and at this point, they're actually in a decent spot, but there's still 4 tanks alive. They don't know where the Tier 8 is, who ends up going up the cap. And then this Kronwagen, full HP, ends up pushing up towards the hill. Nice still sitting down here on the cap, forcing the cap pressure, and External knows he has to go and get the lights. At this point, the S4 comes forward. He's trying to stop him, and it leaves these 2 tanks left alive for Elevate with trying to get the resets with only 10 seconds left. Now, the blind shot you're going to see come in here. They're going to find the shot onto, I believe it is Black. They're going to get the kill, but however, not enough to get Nice, who really had a majority of the cap points because he was on the cap a lot sooner. And there was nothing at that point they could do. They tried, they pushed in, but at the end of the...
I believe actually Black just even positioned in front of Nice so he would make sure he survives in a light tank.
Yeah, well, he was on the cap for a lot longer, so he had a majority of the cap points built up. It works the same as your standard pub battle for those out there that haven't played the attack defense format. The first person on, they start building up the cap pressure, so even if the second tank comes on later, they still have a majority of the cap points weighted to their tank until they're reset.
So then from that one, Cliff, they won that first round. They then took the second round as well, setting everything up for the tiebreaker we just saw on Himmelsdorf. And I mean, were you surprised with what we saw coming out from the tiebreaker? We were talking potentially about rush tactics or something, Moj. Is that how it went down that you thought it would go?
This kind of tactic, no. On Himmelsdorf, on a tiebreaker, it looked like something really planned, as I said. Like, Volhex really took sweet time to think what will they do. And I think the Udes was a giveaway. I think that was the problem, the main problem, because effectively that tank is not really usable on Himmelsdorf. It's really, needs 2 seconds to go in a siege mode. It has good penetration, but it can be only used for a certain position for spotting, which really limits its opportunities to use him. And I think they guessed really well what is going on EL side.
Yeah, and I think Jordan said it best. He said it was very one-dimensional. It was a one-trick pony, the one thing it could do, and Elevate figured out exactly what they wanted it to do, and they played around it, and it worked brilliantly.
So were you confident the entire time there, Rockstar? Do you think they always had it?
I wish I could say I was. I really do. But definitely seat your pants stuff there for a little bit. Couple rounds made me really uncomfortable, especially that first Mines game. You know, I kind of questioned if they were kind of losing their mind a little bit. But overall, they pulled it together. They're going to be the first North American team making it to the semifinals. This is already the best finish by a North American team at an international event.
Best run as well. Now, we could see up as well to where Eclipse are saying, you were saying, you noticed all the guys from Eclipse are up there cheering top of their lungs for their fellow teammates.
Yep, exactly. Well, fellow countrymen, essentially, the same region. So you could tell, you know, they're at least rooting for them, even though they didn't make it out of the group stage, unfortunately. But, you know, I'm happy to have one North American team, and sorry to Jordan, the last APAC team going home.
Yeah, the last dream's gone. Now,
it was a good fight, though.
Yeah, it was.
Great fight.
It was exactly what we wanted from both teams.
One thing I want to say is L Gaming should have their head high. That was a fantastic series. This was not some lopsided 7-0 series. That could have gone either way. And the one thing that I will say kind of separated that was, it came down to the map choices. The maps the Elevate are really strong on. Himmelsdorf, Ruinberg, Ghost Town. Those were maps where they got their rounds, and it was the rounds that we projected that would traditionally go to L Gaming went to them. Cliff especially, Muravanka, those were maps where they were really strong on.
Well, it's a really strong tool because EL Gaming abandoned steps entire time, and like Elevate had one less map, more or less, to prepare.
Exactly.
Now, looking forward to the next matchup of the day is going to be EU champions Ding against Oops, the Tough Giraffes. The winner of this next match will be the guys who play Elevate tomorrow. So Elevate are going to be watching this one like a hawk. We're going to take a short break to get everything set up, and we'll come right back. So stick around, and we'll see you after the break. And welcome back to the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017. For those of you just tuning in, my name is Ryan Ektar Murphy. I'm joined here by Mihailo Still Mojo Jugovic. How are you today, sir?
Brilliant. It was a super exciting match. I didn't predict the result okay, so my crystal ball is completely broken. Elevate did win, and I believe someone is very happy about it.
Yeah, definitely.
We have James Rockstar Grief here from the NA region, and your favourites, they won the previous round. It was Elevate taking on EL Gaming and winning 7-6 there.
Definitely not a match for the faint of heart, but they got through. They're going on to the semifinals tomorrow, and they'll play the winner of the match that we're about to watch.
Yep, this one is going to be, well, it's a big highlight for me and Mojo here. We're going to see Ding take on Oops. The winner of that match will, of course, be facing Elevate tomorrow. Elevate going to be watching this match like a hawk. And these teams as well, very actually quite equal themselves. Even though Ding are champions, Oops have always raised their game, haven't they?
Yes, indeed. Elevate can now really be in superior position because they're going to chill, they're going to watch other teams play now and sweat their battles, and they're going to study them very carefully. Ding surprised everyone, beating Navi 5-2. I mean, that's someone no one expected. Even like winning was a not expected part, but with that result, who can say what can happen next?
Anyone's game. Ding, one of the favoured teams to go through to Grand Finals. If you're not familiar with these teams, here's a little introduction just to remind you.
Ding, a powerhouse from the European region. Ding already have 3 titles under their belt since the last Grand Finals. In a dominating run that covered 24 matches, they were able to pick up the Season 1 title and the Challengers Rumble, whilst remaining undefeated against both domestic and international opponents. Season 2 was a much closer affair. However, Ding were able to maintain their dominance, taking the title for a second time. Whilst it's the first Grand Finals for the team, it's not the first for many of the players who have experience going back to the very first event. Viewed as the strongest team from Europe, Ding are looking to go the distance and add another trophy to the cabinet.
We came to the Grand Finals just to prove that the EU region actually can beat best teams from the CS region, like Navi and Tornado, and we will do our best to prove it. We want to play against Tornado. We want to revenge them because of our lost on the Champions Rumble in Moscow in the winter, and we just want to revenge them, and it's gonna be an epic game. Our victory against Navi for us was expected and also unexpected because the chances was like 50-50, I would say. And we actually prepared pretty well before that match, and because of Navi we did some mistakes. We won that match, and it was incredible feeling because with Navi in the LAN finals it's like almost impossible, and actually we are really happy about it. We are proud that finally EU team could do this.
Oops, the Tough Giraffes are a team with a huge following in the European region, coming 3rd and 4th in Season 1 and 2 respectively. They were the first team to stop Ding's undefeated domestic run. Having never played in an international tournament, they lack the experience of their European counterparts, but that doesn't mean they'll take things easy. Known for bringing new tactics to the table and thinking outside the box, Oops have the potential to upset any team they play against and are eager to show everyone why they deserve to be here.
There is no specific team that we really want to play against because it doesn't really matter, we can beat everyone. We have noticed that we play very well when everybody is in a good mood, relaxed, chill, so everybody can have a clear mind, can hit their shots. and this is exactly what happened against Eclipse and Tornado. We were just super chill and we had good games. We are very happy to come here to Russia for the biggest World of Tanks tournament. It's going to be a great experience playing against teams from other regions and can't wait to compete with them.
The teams now coming out on stage. We have Oops will be the ones coming out first, and then we'll have Ding following them. Now, I mean, these guys just go, oh, look, Positive looking super cool. You see that Mojo with the shades on?
Positive is actually Slick Cat, but Oops is coming out now. This is like one of the only European duel we will see today. I'm gonna be actually quite sorry, but one of these will have to go.
One of these teams won't be getting through. Rockstar, you've been following the EU season much closely?
Yeah, pretty closely. Watched almost every broadcast.
Well, how do you rate these teams compared to the American teams, especially considering they're going to go up against Elevate next?
Well, I have a little bit of a spoiler between Oops and Elevate because they're regular scrim partners, so I've seen firsthand how some of that can go. But definitely, I think Ding showed during the Challengers Rumble they're kind of that one step still ahead of them. However, watching that last match definitely showed some signs of life for Elevate. So I think they could definitely, excuse the pun, but elevate their play to match them.
Whoa! You've been listening to the Daki school of puns there, have you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Dug down deep there. Mojo, how do you initially see this one going?
If it goes well from the Oops from the start, they have a chance because they surprised Ding more than once. They proved to be a really nasty opponent for them, winning them the first match in the last season, if you remember, in the tiebreaker. So yes, with their aggression they can surprise Ding. Ding is known to fall for some tactics they've never seen before, so they don't adapt on the battlefield that best. But if Ding starts well, and I believe they will be rather cautious in a start and start stomping on Oops, well, they are known to fall in a spiral that they don't know how to dig out from, because they're emotional team, they're still young, they have a lot to learn on that part of the gaming, and if that starts like that, it's gonna be the end.
And your thoughts on these guys going head-to-head, Rockstar?
I think it's going to be a really close match because especially 2 of the last 3 times these teams have played, it has gone to overtime. But the one other thing I wanted to mention is, speaking of the North American teams, I was talking to Comps at the North American finals. He said one of their most difficult scrim partners was Oops, not because he felt that they were higher individually skilled, but they never knew what they were going to get out of them. And if they can bring that to their game today against Ding, this could be once again a second fantastic series of the day.
Now, Mojo, who do you say is the standout player here in Ding? The couple of players that you want to keep your eye on?
I mean, this is an all-star team, but let's go. Breakneck, definitely the guy who joined together with Koritz from formerly Wombats or Virtus, if you want it, the guys who played every grand final so far. So definitely we need to watch out for them. Koritz is playing mainly light tanks, and he's a tactician, so something like a Wallhex. Yep. And you cannot say he's most skillful player, but he had monstrous rounds in those light tanks.
Yes.
With several thousand damage each, so it's not a guy you need to forget. Then again, Positive, the guy who carried Ding through the Challengers Rumble against Kazna, 1 versus 3, man. Like, that's one of the most tense games I've seen in my life. So then we go old lineup, Hulknik, Shokish, really constant player. I mean, so many of them. And Ilian, who joined them from Kazna. Like, every one of them is a really good player. There is not a hole in there.
Every one of the players able to step up when counted. Something that we mentioned, we kind of caught ourselves out at the end of EU. We said that they don't really use artillery, do they, much?
Not much, but when needed, Mary actually plays it. And lately, they've been playing it quite often, probably to throw people off the balance, because entire season they were just neglecting it, like it doesn't exist in a game. But even the new meta with the change Arty still has a huge place in a game, especially since you are using more light tanks, so even that low penetration of new Arty actually can do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, and we saw during the Elevate match versus NSS, there was an artillery piece that won them that game. He got the penetrating shot onto that, the Tier 10 light tank, the German light tank, got the full pen for like 1,300, so it can still do a lot of damage.
And speaking of artillery players, their opponents here, Oops, have one exceptional artillery player in Insane as well, don't they?
Insane is really good and definitely one to look out for if needed for that. He's also, I think, stepped down lately a bit from Tier 10s to play more of the light tanks because he is burdened with leading, and it's really hard to play like a main battle tank and do that. So there you go. But we have a lot of good other players here. Milos, who who joined them previously from Utopia. Excellent heavy tank player, like one of the rare. We always point out that he in a single shooter heavy, he can often do more damage than an autoloaders. Nile, who came from the Go Hard now, and Malen, one of the best support players, I would say, in TVPs and so on.
Malen just never stops smiling, does he? One of Daki's best friends, and I mean, how do you? I was worried to say how do you rate them, but you want to add something there, Rockstar?
Oh no, he got to it. Was Annihilator joining them? You know, he's a great player. He played for Go Hard all season, and he's always
joined them before from Utopia.
Yeah. So or Utopia, excuse me. Yeah. But always a great player, and you know, seeing him join the Oops lineup, you know, it just kind of made them a little bit stronger, especially in the individual skill department.
Yeah, I mean, Oops, up and down season though, didn't they, Mojo? Very, very, you know, kind of went below what we all expected of them throughout the regular season.
They always have high expectations. If we rewind a bit history on Season 1 finals, Ding barely passed them in semi-finals. It was 7-6. It was one of the most tense games of the season, definitely, and full of aggression and sudden tactics and so on. So they can perform in offlines, but that's that inexperience. But this season, they didn't do that well. They had a lot of ups and downs, even with a lot of changes in their roster. They should have fixed that. They're still on the ropes sometimes.
Okay, we're going to get quick predictions from you in just a second, but before we do so, there's one prediction that's more important than everyone else's, and that's going to find out what Tomato the Lobster thinks of this round. Okay, so Tomato is choosing to go for Ding. I have to say, I think I'm going to go with Tomato once again. Oh no, Tomato and me lost. We said EL Gaming last time, so
Tomato
so I'm going to go with Tomato. I'm going to stick. That's how I'm going to save myself. I'm not going to get like beaten by a lobster here.
Well, I mean, I really like guys from Oops, especially some of the younger ones who are like trying hard. But I think at the moment Ding is really playing well. I think they're again at their peak, and I think they will have the game like 7-4.
Okay, very quickly, Rockstar, who do you think it's going to be?
My heart says Oops, just because I want to see them do well. I like the young gun aspect of this team, but my brain definitely has to go with Ding. I think they just have the edge over them.
Okay, interesting, interesting. Well, we're not going to continue talking all the time. We do have two people that are going to step in for this match and cast it, so let's throw it over to them and hear what they have to say.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, I'm here with Daki, the EU expert now. We've gotten rid of Randall. We've got you here. And this is going to be your bread and butter here, Oops and Ding. How do you think this one's going to go?
I mean, I kind of can't be biased like you guys were in the previous one.
I'm never biased.
Well, definitely you were, but thinking about it, I really want Oops to do very well. I think they can do it. It's a young team, they're an eager team. Okay. But against the experience from Ding with the likes of Koritz, Breakneck, Positive in there, I just feel like it's a wall they're going to run against them. I think they might take a few rounds, but it should be Ding in the end.
Yep, I think I'm going to agree with you on that one. I think everyone pretty much agrees with that one. I think it's going to be Ding here. We're going to chuck it back over to the analyst to break it down just a little bit more.
Bold, playing it safe there. I do love this little segment of those two talking to each other. It's very nice and relaxed between the two of them, isn't it?
I mean, I actually liked how Ru was syncing with Jordan. He's like kind of harsh there, man.
Yeah, like everything just worked really well.
No loyalty from APAC whatsoever, man.
Yeah. Rockstar, so you're saying your heart's with Oops, but your head is with Ding. That's pretty much what they were both saying as well.
Yeah, well, the experience, you got to give it to Ding. They won the Challengers Rumble. They went and they played in the Champions Rumble. I believe they ended up losing ultimately to Tornado in the semifinals. But Oops, they've played so well, and they've had some crazy matches, even in the group stages, where they were just doing things that you didn't expect out of them. They had a really great match versus, I believe it was Tornado in the online matches.
Yep.
So, you got to think they'll do well.
Yeah, for sure. And now let's have a quick look here and see what the map picks are. Muravanka being banned out by Oops, Ding taking away Prokhorovka. So two of the more open maps. Muravanka, I'm kind of not really surprised by that. Like, Oops have never really had a record of playing.
That's by far the worst map. Like, if you can even call success 14% win rate. But Prokhorovka banned by Ding.
Steps is going to be our tiebreaker as well. We're going to go on Cliff to start off with. Ding on Cliff. Hello, everyone from Europe who's going to love me saying that. Himmelsdorf, Steps. Then we have Mainz. Ding on Mainz is another favourite of mine. Love to say that one all the time.
And one thing
you can repeat Mainz again
Okay,
once more,
Mainz,
just for the
Mainz,
audience.
yeah.
One thing that really catches my eye out of all this, though, is Himmelsdorf. That's a map that Oops are exceptionally strong on. They've been really good at it all season, and in the online stage, or the previous group stages, sorry. And so they can really make those teams bounce back and forth between those caps. So if Ding kind of get a little bit too passive, maybe underestimate them a little bit, I think Oops could definitely cause some harm to them.
I think the map we need to pay attention to is Steps, actually, because that was one of the ruling maps of Ding previously, and they were really bread and butter. Like, they almost had 100% win rate there, and no one could stop them. But Oops is known for new progressive tactics, fast ones, and maybe these light tanks, maybe they're hoping for their chance there.
I'm interested to see Himmelsdorf myself. Himmelsdorf is the one where Oops have done some surprising tactics and some really nice baits on the different bases. They're kind of an innovator, aren't they, in the EU region, whereas Ding's kind of like they do the standard stuff and then sometimes surprise people.
Yeah, but that's just during the season. During the season, they don't want to reveal too much, so they rely on playing a lot of standard tactics that they repeat, which didn't work that well this season. That's why they struggle so much. And then they try to present the new stuff when it matters, when it comes to the offlines.
Okay, and you were saying as well earlier on, Rockstar, that Elevate, who are already through, they're going to play the winners of this match. They've been playing a lot with Oops in practice before coming here.
Yeah, well, so that could definitely play into tomorrow's semifinal, because if Oops do get through Ding, all of a sudden those are two teams that already know each other a lot. So, that's going to play into the whole strat knowledge.
Okay, well, we are done talking for right now. Everyone is ready to go, so let's jump over to the Killzor and Elfish guys who are going to get set up here for match number 2 here at the Grand Finals.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, maybe a good thing that you're done talking as well. Hand it over to the professionals, I reckon.
Yeah, sometimes, you just need to know who's the ones that know, and that is definitely me and Elfish guy. Well, he predicted DL Gaming to win, so I'm not 100%.
No, actually, I think you'll find that I said that the result was going to be 7-6 or 7-5 either way.
Yeah, but that's like taking a piece of cake from 2 pies at the same time.
What's the problem with that?
Well,
you get 2 pieces of cake?
I don't see an issue with that, but, you have to pick which one is your favorite. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just go both ways. It's like betting on every single horse in a horse race.
You're always a winner then. Anyway, speaking about Ding and Oops here, we sort of chatted a little bit briefly. You sort of said you were leaning on Ding a bit due to the experience there. Was there anything else here, maybe Oops rising to the occasion? Do you think that's a possibility?
I don't know. After watching the group stages, I think Oops did very well against Tornado Energy, but you could see when it came to those very tense situations, those close matches, those close rounds, that Tornado took the lead again. Oops was 3-1 up and managed to lose 5-3. Tornado won a lot of close rounds, especially the one on Muravanka comes to mind, where some questionable decision-making from Oops really cost them, losing a Bachat in the beginning, rushing the Isha inside, and Insane staying for too long, and then finishing it off with Deja not running away on time. So I feel like experience-wise, Ding is just ahead. For the people that don't know, obviously they have Breakneck and Koritz, who go all the way back to the first Grand Finals, where they took second place with Wombats. No, not Wombats. It was Virtus Pro at the time. So they're a very experienced lineup, and a team like that, you can just see it. They feel very comfortable here in a LAN environment. They're kind of just relaxing, going around. They really wanted to beat Na'Vi, and they did that. And I think that was the most amount of pressure they've had.
Yeah. And if they can beat Na'Vi, one has to think that they can beat Oops.
Yeah, but then again, I'm asking myself the question. They've beaten Na'Vi in groups to get into this side of the bracket. Now they're going to be playing against an arguably weaker opponent than Na'Vi. I just want to see them be 100% focused, because after beating an opponent like that, it's very easy to get lax,
Yeah, I agree.
It was like with Kazna in group stages, they were already thinking about the playoffs. Now Ding might already be thinking about the possible finals they're going to play. I want them to take it one match at a time.
I mean, if I was on Ding, or at least in my mind, I see Ding from this top side of the bracket going through to the finals. So I can definitely understand that train of thought. If they're thinking, well, we are the best team on this side of the bracket, let's start thinking about the finals, but they still have this match ahead of them. We do know Oops is a good team. They have shown up so far. They've looked actually quite good at the grand finals in the group stages, but are they going to be able to really challenge Ding here with this roster?
This roster from Oops, comparing it to seasons before, there's a lot of different players on here. They've added Deja, they've added Annihilator, they've added Melan, and they've added Milosh as well. So this is no longer the Oops we used to know. They played with most of these players during Season 2. They've only added Annihilator for the offline finals here at the Grand Finals. But it hasn't worked for them during the season. They told me that they're trying to train differently, more positive, more reinforcing the players, and it seems to have paid off so far. We know Oops used to be a team before that could go on tilt rather quickly. Now, if they're going to fall back into those old habits in a crucial match like this, that remains to be seen, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I really struggle to see a situation here where Ding doesn't come through with a victory, even if they start off poorly. We know they're a very strong team coming from behind. They always manage to come back. They always, even when they do go to those long series, are able to perform quite well. So I'm predicting Ding here. I'm thinking it's not going to be a hugely close. It's not going to be the 7-6 that we saw between Elevate and EL Gaming. I'm thinking 7-4, something like that for Ding.
I'm going with you on that one. I mean, I think Oops might... What Oops needs to win, in my opinion, is a strong start. It needs to happen right here on this first map. They need to get off and win, I think, at least the first 2 rounds, and then only lose like 1 round at a time for them to win. So it all starts here, and they need to take this for, in my opinion, to have a chance.
Yeah, all right. Well, we're about to get underway here with Ding and Oops in the first map. It is going to be Cliff, and you can see this wonderful little bit of a, I don't know, like it kind of makes me turn my head a little bit, rolling into that in-game shot of Ding and Oops. And here we go, Cliff, the first map. And Oops, going to be starting off on the defensive side. So one might say that's maybe going to be a little bit helpful for them. I think the defensive side, perhaps a little easier.
Yeah, but look already, 1-2 line, very aggressive coming out from Ding, and there's a lot of Oops tanks that were shooting them in the beginning. But now all these tanks that were climbing on that D4 position, Insane, etc., have to drop off. And say Ding took the initial damage, right? But they have gained a lot of positions because there are climbs on the D3, D4 area that you can get up to with a Batchat. We saw Oops do that. Well, you could see it on the minimap, and they decided to drop off because of the overmatch that was available there for the side of Ding. So yes, HP lost, but positions gained.
Yeah, is this going to be a problem here for Oops? Because you can see they're kind of, majority of them really stuck in that top left corner of the map here, and they're going to have to try and rotate back across, and Ding could potentially get some shots in on them.
And the one thing they have going for them, nice shot there from Milosh though, the one thing they have going for them is breakneck peeking with a dead commander, which usually doesn't work out very well, but they have no control over the middle yet. Milosh was free to peek there, but that's what we talked about, the damage coming now back out. If you lose that lower side like they did, they wanted to go 1-2 line, then you have to drive back up to the C5, C6 positions. Now, usually you can get away with that, but not with the position from Positive. He's in that German tier 10 light, and he's just spotting them as they come up. And these positions from Oops, I really don't like them.
No, I'm just looking at the map, and this is not something that you see very often.
It's flipped!
What is going on here?
Decha needs to take speed. He needs to take speed. This doesn't work.
I don't know how long Malin's been over, but they're going to get him back. Oh, it's Insane, actually, that was knocked over.
He must have flipped on the rock.
Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. He's back over, so...
I think he saw Apuao in his peripheral vision or something.
He's like, I want to be famous too. Well, anyway, he's back on his tracks, and that's okay. But they have taken a little bit of damage in tipping him back over.
You can wonder now why these E50s, why is Kuritz and Meritorious playing that E50 well? People that have it in their garage, obviously, it is a very, very accurate tank. The gun is really nice. It has a nice alpha, nice reload. Everything about it makes it enjoyable to play, right? But the biggest thing here, they're taking more damage in the meantime. Oops, bleeding way too much. But in thinking about this, why would you bring an E50? Well, you can see these teams are playing mainly Batchats, right? So you see a lot of Batchats on each side. Now, what Batchat do struggle with is some armored tanks, right? Such as an E50. Once they come up against that, not all shots are going to go through. Therefore, the E50 becomes a powerhouse, because if you're going to push with it, the Batchat actually needs to aim.
Really aim.
Because if it hits the upper hull, it's just not going to go through, and even the turret can bounce.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a possibility here for Ding. Meritorious taking a little bit of damage, but the major problem for me right now for Ding is that Shockish, he's a one-shot, very low on HP. I suppose Deca is evening the scales a little bit there on Oops as well, though.
You can see here, when we're looking at Insane, you can see that he has binoculars. Insane was one of the guys to climb on D2, D3. Now, why would you pick binoculars on a Batcha, you might ask? It's an easy concept, right? Binoculars increase your view range when stationary. If you manage to take the F2 position, F3 position, you can spot somebody trying to go up on the road on F7, F8. If they're trying to do the backside climb, trying to drive on the road, the camo will, the binoculars will be able to spot them.
Through the camera, yeah. But for Ding here, they had those good initial positions now, but they do seem to be quite split up right now. They've got kind of two separate forces.
Yeah, but the E50s will push first, and then the Batshots will go behind. The thing is, Meyland can't actually shoot from there, from that position. If he shoots, he gets spotted. Hooknick and Positive will make short work of him. Because this is going to go well for Ding, I think.
Oh, Annihilator's in a good position here, though, to be putting some damage out on this push of Ding. He will take some in response, but as long as he can get a full clip out here, he's probably almost done his job. One more shot, he should be able to take down Meritorious before he gets dropped, but no, he doesn't. Ilian actually saving Meritorious there, and now Oops under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, Oops is forced to take the middle hill now because Breakneck is clipping out Camille as well. They're losing a lot of tanks. They're pushing off the middle though, so Meyland can actually survive in that position, and that is actually super crucial.
Breakneck getting a kill onto Camille. And Oops, they've lost 2 tanks. They still have the health advantage, actually, but I don't know how much longer that's going to last. We have to see how quickly Ding is going to be able to use these guns to get back into the game. Breakneck is going to survive there. 240, the roll, not amazing, but this should be Breakneck going down. There we go, Meyland picking up that kill, but still, Ding have the player advantage right now.
But the HP very heavily in the favor of Oops here as well. Algo is stuck on the lower area, though. That's a big issue because they can't really clean out Positive, and Hooknick, and a big shot comes out. That's Positive with the HE ammunition on that German tier 10 line, and it's brutal against Batshots.
Yeah, very good HE ammo on that one, and Positive actually able to take down Insane there. That's a little bit of a problem now for Oops because ever so slowly they are dropping like flies. Meyland again the one to pull a kill back. The TVP doing work here for Oops, but Hooknick, he almost looked like he wanted to chase Milosh down the side of that hill there, but probably wouldn't have been the best of ideas. He thinks better of it.
Yeah, but look at the positions Ding have gained. They have pretty much the entire map under their control. Shockish in that G2 position, and Ilian relocated all the way back from the 1-2 line to go to G5, G6. And the good thing there is for Ding that Hooknick and Positive decided to back off from the hill. They dropped to a lower area, which allowed them to survive. Ilian came in with the support. Algo wasn't there, which is a big mistake on the side of Oops. If you want to clear out that hill, you need to be on the higher area.
Oh, free shot comes into Positive, and actually Algo is able to clean up the kill there. Just put us on pushing his tank up the side of that hill there to get the gun elevation that he needed, but Hooknick takes him down there, so the immediate trade coming out from Ding, that's exactly what you want to see from them.
Yeah, I mean, Algo, again, he did get the kill right, but he could have probably tried to play that safer, but Meyland coming in with his 3rd kill already, but this got him spotted, and that should be the end of him as well.
Yeah, and that should probably be the end of the game as well. Meyland getting dropped there in such a key position, that control that he offered from that sort of A5 position, it's really going to be a big impact on the defense of Oops now.
I see the biggest issue here being that Hooknick is a 3-shot, so is Milosh, so that HP kind of evens out, right? Because Milosh has more, but they're both 3 shots.
Yeah, exactly.
It's negatable. The biggest issue I see is the fact that 2 of Ding tanks, which is Hooknick and Ilian. Ilian is the 2-shot, so if Milosh tries to 1v1 him, he's going to get 2 shots in return, because Ilian should always have the first shot. And then Deja can't really go anywhere. So it's all on to Milosh here to try and make a play, or Deja to catch somebody from Ding out. But I don't think they're going to allow that to happen. I mean, they're going to find Milosh, make sure he's locked down, because he's the only one that might be able to pull this round back.
A little bit of a push here coming out from Ding. It's a slow push, though. They're not committing to anything just yet, but Ilian, he is spotted out. Hasn't actually spotted anyone out yet, but Deca does fire a shot, breaking his camo, and that gives away his position. Now, though, Deca spotted, still hanging around here behind the rock and playing it safe. It's still hanging in the balance.
Yeah, but Milosh, he tried to go forward to help Deca, took 2 for that, did make Hooknick a 1-shot also, but now this is again favor of Ding, 2 versus 3. They shouldn't really lose this.
Well, it's still definitely very losable when you've got autoloaders on the field. One of these Batchats from Oops, it's very possible that they're going to be able to get a multi-kill. The only problem is they've got 3 shots left combined between them, so they have to hit every single shot here. They cannot afford to go on a reload.
That's the thing, Ilian there, you could see him trying to make 2 shots, which were probably pixel shots on towards the position from Deja, just trying to make that impossible shot, but he can go on reload. And this is the thing. Both Ilian, both Shockish are on reload. They're going to make sure they have 5 shots, which allows them with a lot more versatility. They can take those kind of shots you can't take if you're Milosh, you can't take if you're Deca, because any shot they miss, it's game over.
It's game over, yeah. So this is a really tough position for Oops, and now that's going to be making it even more difficult. Shockish picking up Deca as soon as he's off the reload. Milosh now, it's pretty much an unwinnable situation for him here, unless Ding majorly mess things up.
Yeah, Ding's coming in for the kills as well. I mean, they could have put Shockish and Ilian towards the cap if they wanted to get Hooknick to control, but then again, if Hooknick, for example, loses the 1v1, then you come into the situation where Milosh might be able to win it. So Shockish is going to close the distance, Ilian's taking the higher ground, Milosh is now locked down in this lower part of the map. One of them will peek, one of them will close it out.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of time right now. Hulknik just a little bit scared, doesn't want to push too far forward, but now recognizes that there's a good chance Milos just pushed around the corner and he's going to be safe if he does come down the hill. Ilian still hasn't spotted out Milos. There we go, finally. I think that's a proxy spot maybe, but regardless, there's a free shot coming out. The roll wasn't too great actually, but it's not going to be really too big of a deal there for Ding, as we do see them clean up round number 1 there on Cliff. So they go 1-0 up. It's a good start for Ding.
Yeah, very good start from Ding even. They lost a lot of HP in the initial position, but they really just didn't allow Oops to execute their tactic. I mean, you gotta see it as it is. Ding had the control over the map. They made a decisive play as well. Oops had no map control. They wanted to do a 1-2 line strategy, which got blocked off by the initial play from Ding. Now, the thing we talked about, Meyland, right, in that position is so crucial. He picked up 2 kills without taking too much damage, but the third one is the one that got him spotted. Ding lost the hill initially when they pushed 1-2 line because Positive and Hulknik had to fall back off of it. But after that, they went back on top, and once Meyland gets spotted, it's game over for that TVP. You just can't sit safe from 2 angles. It's impossible. So good start there from Ding, also showing, you know, restraint, making sure they get the kills cleanly. This is a tilting moment almost.
He's tilted all the way around. He's 180 degrees tilted.
I didn't even mean to do that, but it is a tilting moment as in for a player. You know, you made your teammate lose a significant amount of HP. You put him in a bad situation because you made a mistake. And as the in-game leader, which is insane, obviously, it just weighs on you even more because you're thinking, what if this didn't happen? We could have maybe won this round.
I mean, like that little amount of HP, considering how close it got towards the end there, that 1 or 2 shots that maybe they did take flipping that tank back over could have been the difference.
It's the thing, you know, in the beginning you don't really... It's the same in random battles, ESL. The shots you take in the beginning, the damage you receive, you think it might not matter, but when it all comes down towards the end of it, it can always be that one shot that you missed, that one shot you took that you shouldn't take, that can make the difference. And that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, exactly. But still, it's only the first round. It's not too big of a deal here for Oops. They can still come back into this one. Really can't get too far ahead of ourselves. Ding currently at a 1-0 lead, which is nice for them, but really it's much of a muchness at this point. Moving on to round number 2 here. Ding's going to be moving over to the defensive side, which is, generally speaking, actually a little bit more favorable on Cliff.
Yeah, plus minus. It kind of depends on the region. I'd say it's a little bit region bound as well.
Well, this is essentially the EU region.
Well, for Cliff, I feel personally that in a lot of cases the attacker has an advantage because I feel like the defender is forced to play somewhat aggressive, because if you give up map control, it's usually not going to work out well for you. That's the thing.
Well, here we go. Oops and Ding coming out into round number 2, and Oops pushing very, very similar to what we saw Ding doing, getting punished a little bit for it, but not too much. Hulknik up the top here, though. He's in a good position, but is it going to be so good when he runs into 4 Batchats like that? He's getting absolutely wrecked. He's now a one-shot, now no longer a one-shot, as he's been taken off the field. It's really down to Ding here now, trying to pull things back, but they're not going to be able to do it. Oops are in just amazing positions right now, doing so much damage.
Ding tried to go for that immediate counter push, but they were just too separated. Kurit's breaking up on the bottom side, Hulknik by himself, the rest of the team just not there on time. And Oops throwing a little bit of a bait here. They had pretty much everybody except for Annihilator in that 1-2 line. I don't think Ding seemed to expect this one.
Meritorious here should be able to take down Insane. No, actually he misses the shot, and that's not too good. Will get it with the final shot in his clip. Now on the reload here. Breakneck also reloading, and he knows he's in a TVP, so he's going to reload a little quicker than the Batchats, but the Batchats cleared their clips a little faster. So they're both going to come off at roughly the same time. 3 versus 4, it's not the worst situation here for Ding. It is still winnable, but they've really put themselves in a hole that they're going to have to dig out of now.
Is it winnable, though? That is the question we have to ask here, because what they can do...
Anything is winnable.
Anything is winnable, right? But you have to look at the information you got, which is Oops has double the HP, Oops has a mouse as well, which will take 2 bad shots to effectively kill him. So they can put Annihilator towards that position of the bad shots of Ding, put one guy on towards the number 2 base and the others to control. There is no way almost for Ding then to come back into the middle area, because they would have to drive up the slopes, try and find angles, and it's just not really going to happen.
Yeah, anyway, Ding's going to give it a good crack, that's for sure. They're backing off a little bit here, trying to move back towards their spawn area, but Oops has got the control of the map, they've got the health advantage, they've got the player advantage. realistically speaking, this should be around for Oops, and now Meritorious taking some free shots here from Algo as well. It's not a great start to this late stage. I say late stage of the game, but really, we're only 2.5 minutes in.
It was an explosive start from both these teams, like older meta almost, you want to say, on Cliff. The meta we saw at last Grand Finals, heavy 1-2 line pushes from both teams, trying to get the overmatch, but Meritorious on fire, gets picked up by Deja. That's the thing we talked about. When you're in that lower area, you have to sacrifice to get up.
Yeah, so now 2v4, and Ding didn't even really get anything out of that at all. Algo here getting some free shots across in that Bat Chat AP. I like the Bat Chat AP. I'm a big fan of it. Pretty fun tank to play. And he's making it work with those. It's kind of a little bit more accurate than the Bat Chat, so he's having a bit of an easier time peeking backwards and forwards there, maybe hitting a few more shots than you might ordinarily.
Just feels, you know, when after playing the tier 10 Bat Chat, playing the tier 9, it's like, I want that alpha damage back, but
I want the accuracy of the Bat AP.
I like the Bat AP as well, to be honest. The only thing is, like, you know, the ammo capacity. 30 shots is, you know, you need to make sure you hit everything.
Yeah, pretty much. But Breakneck here, he's not got much more chance left here. Annihilator chasing him down, but in the end it's going to be Mayland to close it out. So, after Cliff, a couple of rounds there on Cliff, it's going to be a 1 apiece. Oops, looking pretty good in that one. So,
well, they seem to be pretty happy. Deads are not left hanging for once as well, so that's cool. It's good to see that Oops could recover from that initial round they had on Cliff, because it wasn't the greatest. I mean, their first Cliff round, getting, you know, having a tactic is one thing, but, you know, if one move from your opponent ruins your complete tactic, you kind of need to think about it. Was this even worth it in the first place? Which I don't feel like it was, but I'll go there in that tier 9 Bat that you highlighted, doing very, very well. 3k damage for him, but, you know, damage in this match from the Ding side is not going to be very high. For the likes of Hooknick, he got
0.
Yeah, maybe 1 shot of damage.
Well, he says 0 there.
Yeah, okay, I didn't look at that yet.
I know.
So yeah, 0 for him. That's just usually when you play with a mouse, it's probably why Ding tried to do what they did. Usually when you play with a mouse on Cliff, you kind of say you want to just sit back in the distance, just take angles, sit very far away, and wait for the mouse to get into the middle. If the mouse takes the middle, then you move up with the rest of your team. Now, Oops clearly didn't do that.
No, this is really where things started to go a little bit awry for them. If Hooknick maybe would have played a little bit further back there with Ilian and Positive, might have had a bit of a better chance there, but he kind of ran in, got focused down. The focus was really good from Oops, actually, and they made it work from there, just continuing to focus down those priority targets of Ding.
I just don't feel like it's a fight that Ding would have won ever. You gotta imagine the Oops guys are in that little bit of a defilade. They have the capabilities to just peek up with their turret, make a shot, fall back again. They can easily switch in between players as well, which is the difference between them and Ding. The guys from Ding would pretty much be caught in the open no matter what they do over there. So I just don't feel like the counter push was the correct plan. I think Hooknick should have just driven around the corner on his left rather than going forward. And if they wanted to push, at least do it together, you know.
Yep. All for one, one for all. Everyone jump in there and see what you can do. But now enough about Cliff. Moving on to Himmelsdorf here. How do you see this one shaping up?
Oops, their Himmelsdorf against Tornado was rather impressive, I'd say, pulling off some really, really nice rotations, especially on their attack. They were able to pull Tornado around the map like they wanted to. It didn't look good for them at one point, but just the rotations seem to be so good from the side of Oops. They seem to have the timing down of what to do when. And they are that kind of team that can be unpredictable, a little bit of EL Gaming-esque, where, you know, you can go to one side of the map, you don't expect EL Gaming to be there, and they are there all of a sudden. Now, what we saw during the group stages, though, when you're defending on Himmelsdorf, teams tend to pick an RT now from time to time as well, which might be the thing here as well. We'll have to find that one out. Obviously, you pick RT. For the people that don't know, why would you pick RT on Himmelsdorf? You put it on A1.
Doesn't make much sense, does it?
Yeah,
but when you first think about it, like, RT on a city map?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then when you think further with the recent changes, artillery got a splash increase, right? So they can stun multiple opponents at the same time, which is the concept for it now. Now, if Meritorious is correctly positioned, he can stun the tanks driving across the K-line, but he can also reset the number 2 base. making that virtually impossible, which means you have to go for the kills. You can't play for the cap.
We did see EL Gaming do this in the match before, actually, against Elevate, and it didn't work out for them. Elevate ended up pushing down, taking out the artillery piece very, very early on, and making life a little bit easier there for themselves. But, oops, they've got something interesting going on here.
Yeah, they have the school bus already, if you want to put it like that. The SU-14-2, we call it the school bus because it kind of
big and a bus.
It kind of looks like a school bus, right? This allows you to, for example, the position where Shokish is already can actually hit that. Also, you know, the standard position, D3, D4, some teams put an E3 there with binoculars to spot. Obviously, that RT will make short work of him rather quickly. It has multiple usages. It can hit the tanks, kind of not super effective, but at least splash for a decent amount of damage. But you can also park it in the cap and use it as a shield, obviously.
That's generally speaking what we see coming out of it more times than not. But Oops have gotten some very, very good map control early on in the piece here, pushing up, gaining pretty much complete control of the eastern side of the map here. And they can go into that 2 flag, get some point people on that cap, but they have to keep in the back of their minds the fact that Meritorious is in that GW Tiger. That's always going to be playing on their mind.
Yeah, it obviously makes life for Ding a lot easier. For example, let's say that Oops start the cap, right? And the Meritorious can be like, I got it. He resets, and that kind of doesn't mean you have to rotate as heavily as you normally would. Like, the cap has started now. Now the question is, can Meritorious actually get the reset on towards it? Because we could see, like from the view I had, Insane was looking towards the position of Meritorious. Perhaps some counter play coming out.
Potentially. I think position right now that we are seeing Meritorious in, he's probably going to be Artie safe there. But I have to have a look and see how he does shape up. Just having a look into the cap now.
You can see...
should get the reset.
Yeah, he will get the reset. He's aiming for the corner on the building over there, and they actually left the cap, so he's not even needed to reset, but he can maybe splash them, stun them. Anything works. We can see Alien in the meantime in his mouse actually got hit by RD as well.
Yeah, not too badly though. He's still got a decent amount of HP to play with, but every little bit counts. Karit's taking a shot there in the Type 5 Heavy. Camille is back on the cap here. As of yet, it's still a slow and steady game for both of these teams. That's a good shot.
Morak for Algo as well, so it's going to have to spend his repair kit there. 90 seconds, no repair kit, and that's the SU-14-2 coming in there. Koritz should have been expecting that one.
Yeah, what can he even do there? Because he can't really get out of that
position
position now.
He's just going to get killed over time now. I mean, Insane will have clear line of fire onto him over and over and over again. I don't even know why he took that position, to be honest.
Well, he's now found himself in a bit of a poor position, and I think he's going to have to deal with it, because if he tries to push out, he's going to take some shots from those guys on the cap. Algo in the 113 is going to get a free shot on his side. It's not going to be a good situation for him regardless here, so we'll see whether or not Insane's just going to continue to pepper him. Yep, there's another one going straight into Karitz in the Type 5 Heavy, so his life is very, very difficult at the moment. That's a good shot though for Annihilator.
A beautiful shot coming out from that E3 on towards Shokish. I mean, he's already at 1.5k damage. Shokish needs to be careful with that 639 HP. That obviously makes him a one-shot for that E3 with 750 alpha. This is not going well for Ding. What's up, Karitz? It's gonna hurt.
Yeah, that is gonna hurt, but has he been shot just yet?
He hit the, Nile actually hit the gun.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Nile, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes here, but the fight going on the rail tracks as well. Malin and Positive having a bit of a go at each other. Deca as well getting involved. And you have to say, Positive, he's going to have a bit of a difficult time here.
I don't know if I like this rotation coming out from Oops. They were doing very well on the number 2 base, and now they have rotated. RD comes in on towards Breakneck, sure, but can they make it work?
And Camille takes a shot there on the cross, but he's going to be able to find Breakneck potentially, though if he does push forward, he might be running into the sight lines of the two players.
I don't think it's worth it whatsoever. Breakneck will come off reload, and now Kami will be locked down, but Insane has a clear shot on towards Breakneck's position, so he's going to get hit by Artie in about 8 seconds as well.
Yeah, Breakneck not looking too healthy at the moment. He does have enough HP to survive, but here we go. Insane, 2 seconds off the reload. He is looking right at Breakneck, and whoop. Well, it could have been worse.
Could have been worse. Could have been better as well, to be honest.
Depends on whose point of view you're talking about.
But yeah, it's still good damage coming out here from both these RDs, but I still don't know if I like the play from Oops. Getting Camille locked down in this area, I just don't know if I like it. They were doing so well number 2 base, and now Ding can rotate, perhaps take down a tank. They should push 1-2. They have picked up Breakneck though, and that's a very significant kill.
It is very, very much so, because it does open up Camille a little bit more. He can go D-spotted now, peek around the corner a little bit more if he has to. Oops have got the player advantage now as well, but how long is that going to last? Mayland very low on HP, Deca getting low-ish as well, and of course Insane in the artillery. It depends on how much damage he's going to be able to get out, but I gotta say, I'm actually quite impressed by Insane at the moment.
Yeah, he's already done 1.5k damage, which is arguably what you expect from any tier 8 coming out on Himmelsdorf. So he's gone beyond and above and beyond of what he's supposed to do. I just don't like what is happening. Whoa! Amorak there on towards positive though. He was a 2-shot. It kind of makes Camille save 1 shot, but Oops is still trailing in HP, and they're not going to win that fight on the number 2 base.
Yeah, Hulknik trying to push forward here and pressure Milosh, but does get the free shot in.
Milosh is in trouble though, because he's going to get stuck between 2 sides. Ilian and Hulknik should be able to clean it up.
Yep.
Insane is a very big nuisance though towards that.
Milosh has just got to try and get as much damage out here as he possibly can. That's a nice shot into the side of the mouse. Always feels nice when you see a mouse with its side turned to you, because you're like, oh, I don't actually have to aim that hard anymore. I can just shoot into the side. But I gotta say, I think Milosh is doing a pretty decent job with what he's got here, right? Because he's in a poor position, but he's getting the damage out.
He's surviving like a boss, but Hulknik picks it up. Camille doing some nice work towards Ilian though.
Oh, this could be big actually from Insane. Have a look at what he's looking at. That's Ilian. He's 2 seconds off the reload, and Ilian may die right about now.
Yeah, they think Ilian's done for Insane. Lets off the shot, picks it up. Beautiful stuff from him and Ding, and Oops, it's so close, 700 HP from away from each other, but I definitely say Oops is in the advantage with the 1 extra gun, make that too.
Yeah, 5 versus 3 now, sorry, as Ding do lose that extra player. Oops have got the advantage, as you say, but it is still a winnable situation for either team, though you've got to say, though, the fact that the GW Tiger P here is on the side of Meritorious, he's, I was going to say, not have much of an impact in this game, but he does take down 1 player. And now Algo takes a big shot, Annihilator also taking a big shot.
Annihil needs a slight high roll, 758, it's doable, but no, 700. That means he'll be going down though, towards this Type 5 Heavy, and this is not over just yet as Shockish picks up Mayland.
Yeah, Algo though does take down Shockish, so Karitz, he is going to be a one-shot for
distance.
anyone. He does get the kill, avoiding the HE splash for himself, but Meritorious now, and Karitz, it's 2 versus 2. It's winnable for both of these 2 sides, but it's, I think, down to the artillery pieces. Algo pushing forward, Karitz is around the corner just in time, though.
Karitz gets around the corner. Algo, if he goes towards that, Meritorious is going to be holding that angle. He's going to be able to deliver at least, let's say at least 300 damage, right? He might even kill him for that matter.
Depends,
but
yeah.
Meritorious now is crucial. Karitz did it very well there. You could see Niall trying to put his gun inside of the Type 5.
Oh, there we go.
Woo, that was very nice there from Algo, but Karitz, he can still win this, right?
Yeah.
He can still do this. But the thing was, Niall tried to put his gun inside of his because of HE splash, obviously. That was a close situation, but 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
It's not enough time to cap alone. That is the thing. Algo can't cap alone.
Yeah.
So they need to both go on towards the cap.
They are.
To even bait Karitz.
You can see an Insane rotating across to the 1 flag at the moment. Karitz,
he's so slow.
It's going to take him a while to get there as well, though. My main question here actually is for Karitz, how realistic is it going to be that he actually gets a 584 roll on the 113?
I don't think he needs to kill the 113. I think he needs to kill the Artie. If he gets 1 reset, as we said, 1 guy would not be able to cap, right? So if he gets the reset on towards Insane, kills him, because obviously the Artie lower armor, then he can try and play around the corner, drag Algo in towards him. It depends on the amount of time that's available towards Algo if he can actually make it work. And I think Kuritz's best play should be C2, C3 actually. Side scrape from that point on, try and get the reset from there.
He's going to have a peek into the courtyard here, but we'll spot out. Oh, just a little bit too little cover pressure.
That's not in his favor whatsoever.
Yeah, gives away his position.
Exactly. Now Oops knows where he can be coming from, and with 26 seconds left,
he has to go.
He can't go from anywhere else.
Can he even get here in 26 seconds and get the reset? It's a very slow in the Type 5 Heavy.
I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be very close. Oops should know exactly where he's going to come from. I think he messed it up. It's too slow. He's not going to get there.
Yeah, there's no way that he gets here in 10 seconds and manages to get a shot off unless some sort of, I don't know, something crazy happens here. But I think this might actually be a little bit of an anticlimax coming out here as poor old Karitz going along at a snail's pace. And yeah, he gets a shot into the carcass of that tank, but it's not going to splash either of those two on the cap. And that is going to be Oops picking up round at number 1 on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, such a weird ending there towards the round. I don't even know Karitz. that position which he tried to take on that window, you don't generally have enough gun depression to shoot down anyways. The only thing he really did was give away his position. I mean, if he wanted to do anything, he should have gotten close enough to the cap to be able to wait, right? He could have gotten himself very close towards the cap, waited for Oops to go on to that one, and then killed Insane. So he actually knew. I don't know, I think he should have went to C2, C3, waited for them to go onto the cap, and even backside scrape it for that matter.
Yeah.
He could have easily done that and got the kill that one.
Having a look at the damage coming out from the artillery here. 1900 out of the Su-14.
That's insane.
Never in my life did I think I'd be saying an artillery's done that much damage on Himmelsdorf.
Meritorious is doing okay as well.
Yeah, that's good.
1,434 in his GW Tiger P, but you can see here the damage very spread between both teams. This kind of generally implies that we've had a close round.
Yep.
Neither team were really ahead. I think Oops had a lot of control over number 2, a lot of control over that base. I don't fully agree with their decision to rotate. I think they had that number 2 base on a fairly big lockdown. Insane was doing very well against Kuriz. One tank in the 5-9 would have given Kuriz another shot because you count normally on Nile penetrating that one. So I think the rotation actually almost made them lose that round.
Well, they did almost lose it, but they made it work. So I suppose as long as it works, you can't really fault them for it. For now, though, we're going to be moving on to the second half of Himmelsdorf, where Ding will move over to the attack. So they're going to have the opportunity to sort of figure out where they want to take the fight, be the ones to dictate how the game plays out, in a sense. I wonder if we're going to be seeing an artillery coming out again. Both of them taking it last round. It's a possibility they're both going to do it again.
It really depends. It's a little bit of a personal preference. You know, the attack that Oops ran, it's an attack Eclipse also ran. It wasn't successful for them. So it is a little bit of a, you know, it depends on how you want to play. If you want to be sort of proactive, make some rotations, take some control, then you don't pick the RD. Because the RD makes you feel too comfortable, and with RD you kind of just want to sit there, park the bus, wait for them.
Park the bus is what they did last round, but having a look at the tank lineups here, does not appear that we're going to be having an artillery piece coming out on either side. So
Object 416 going out from Oops. It's a tank we have seen a lot. Moravanka, for example. Not that much on Himmelsdorf though. It has a fairly good gun in that one. And also it has heat ammunition, which is okay obviously, but we'll have to see how much it can do, because obviously the downside of that tank is the turret is so far back and it's not 100% rotational, it's like 180 degrees. So you're always going to be, you know, you're always going to be a little bit behind because of that, when pushing around the corner, for example.
Yeah, difficult to poke the corners in that kind of a tank. It does get spotted out here. No shots headed in his direction just yet, but there goes one.
I just understand why they picked the 416, I guess. Because Breakneck, from his position in the E50, has a super tight angle to shoot the 1-2 line, right? Now, what does the 416 have that a lot of different tanks don't have? It's very low. It's very low to the ground. Now, they spotted out each other, which means Breakneck could spot him, but that doesn't mean he can shoot him.
Yeah.
So I think that's why they picked the 416, because now they can take 1-2 line control without having to sacrifice at least 400 HP on any other tank.
Well, they have taken that control as well of the rail tracks here. Ding starting to push in that direction, though they do have control of the hill, so some decent control across the map from both of these teams. Nothing particularly important at the moment, but eventually Ding is going to start to push in here, and jeez, that was a little bit risky from Kreitz, but it feels almost like Ding want to push into the rail tracks here.
That's a very close shot there on towards Kuriz. Yeah, it does look like they're lining up for that one. The Miles from Deja getting spotted out.
That's a good shot into Algo. Breakneck, though, taking one in response.
I don't even know how Breakneck hit that one.
Magic.
Yeah, I do believe so. But yeah, that Miles getting spotted, it's always good information to have, right? What I do not know is that the AMX 50B is there as well. I don't know if it's a good pick. I feel like Oops right now has a little bit too many tanks centered around that number 2 base, 50B being there, unless they want to catch some rotation from Ding, unless it's like a counter tactic, okay, we should throw some tanks in 1-2 line, but in reality we have a lot of our forces on the A line. I don't know if that's going to work, because we see a lot of teams come out with that K-line push with the mouses, which you were referring to actually. So if that happens, I think Oops just almost insta-lose.
Yeah, it's a very real possibility, because the tanks that they've got up there as well, like they can get across relatively quickly, though. We do see Deca up towards the A side, the A line. He's going to take a while to get there, obviously. The 50B is going to be a bit quicker, but yeah, if Ding do take a fight here on the 1-2 line, it may be a little bit of a while before these Oops guys are able to rotate across. But as of yet, Ding not really pressuring anything. Spread out across the map, still trying to figure out what kind of a setup Oops is running.
So far, Breakneck rotating back towards the hill. Ding getting a decent amount of information. They know where Insane is, they know where Annihilator is, they also know Milosh's position. They know Algo as well, that he was in that area, so they know the 4 tanks that were present there. I think the only unknown right now for the side of Ding is that AMX 50B. But they have a very good read into what Oops is going for, obviously. They should kind of be able to, okay, to pinpoint the positions. The only thing they don't know, where's the 50B? They have to account for that, obviously, no matter where they go.
The 50B, though, being unspotted so far for Oops, that could be quite a big deal, because the 50B, we know how critical of a tank that can be in certain situations. If you pop around a corner in a 50B, see a guy with his back turned, see you later.
It feels... Ooh, Annihilator takes a big shot there from Positive in the E3, but what it could be for is, you know how Oops does not have an artillery available to them, right?
Yep.
This kind of leaves the A-line cap sometimes a little bit open.
Another shot.
Blind!
Annihilator getting
that was completely blind.
Yeah, a little bit outplayed.
So lucky from Positive. Well,
no, I think you can put that down to game sense as well, though.
Game sense, yes, but you always need that stroke of luck as well, right? You always need... Sure. It's great shooting by him, but it's also that little bit of luck, that goes with hitting that kind of shot.
Annihilator not going to be too pleased with that, down to 470 HP now, and that's not a lot when you're in an E4.
I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some words said about that one.
Yeah.
470 HP. Ooh, Camel getting spotted by Koreeds, though. I don't know if he was hiding well or not, but him getting spotted.
Well, clearly
I thought it might have been a counter, you know, get the 50B there so he can kill the guy that drives into the gap, but getting spotted early is going to definitely ruin that plan.
Yeah. Well, Ding, they've used 5 minutes up so far, and now they've kind of rotated a little bit more up towards the 2 flag. So perhaps that's the option for them this time. Koreeds now starting to gain control of the D-line. Such a key part of the map here as well. When you're pushing into that 2 flag, if you can control the D-line, it's sometimes relatively difficult actually for the resets to come across for the defensive side.
E3 versus E3, that's going to be a long fight pretty much. But there is obviously weak spots on the cupola of the E3. It is not the center cupola though, where you always tend to aim for on tanks. Obviously the gun, it's an area where you can penetrate. It's not such a high percentage, but if you're close range towards an E3, one of the best spots to pen it is actually you have an armor plate on the cupola, right below that one, or on the outsides of the cupola, where most people would generally tend to shoot in the middle, because they're so used to tanks like E5, E4. You hit them in the middle, they're going to take damage.
Yep. Not the case there for the E3, but obviously these guys that are playing right now know pretty much everything there is to know about every tank. Maylan taking a bit of damage there as well, but
460 from HE, that's
quite respectable, really.
Yeah, that's only 300 below
an actual
damage.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage coming out from that HE.
Can't complain about that one. But yeah, I think it's about time now for Ding to start putting some pressure on Oops here, because they've used up a lot of time. They've only got 3 minutes, about 3.5 left. And they're really not in a position to actually win this game right now. There still needs to be something more done from Ding. That 2 flag pressure, absolutely irrelevant. We're going to have to see Koreeds pushing off that.
I like what is happening here, though, for the side of Ding. They realize Decha's over there. They realize Maylant is in a position where he can't really leave effectively. And they're going to be going back towards the other side. Now, Maylant and Decha being out of the fight, Positive's out of the fight as well, right? But Ding should have the overmatch.
Potentially meritorious trading shots there with Milosh. But Milosh is in a pretty poor position right now. He's got a lot of tanks headed in his direction, and he himself is but a single tank, so he needs to take some favorable trades here, and he's actually getting some decent damage out at the moment. Ding taking a lot across the board, but then again, so is Oops, and it's really hard to tell who's actually coming away with the advantage right now.
I think Ding has the positional advantage. You can see Hookneck in D2, D3 is behind them, and yes, Ding is down in HP, but with Insane going down, Milosh should be the next one that gets removed, and then gun in the game is an important factor. They continue pushing, Algo is separated, and a lot of the HP is on Decha, and he's not in the fight.
Yeah, and it's going to be a while while before he gets in the fight as well. Being in a mouse, it's not exactly the quickest of rotations. The cap is now on here, and Karit's coming around behind. It's just all going wrong right now for Oops.
Yeah, it is going disastrous. Decha decided to rotate because he wants to go help the fight, but that is the moment Kurit pushes in towards the cap and actually manages to catch out Oops that way. And I think Oops, unless Ding does some bad trades, I think they're ahead just by positioning. They should be able to punish every single mistake coming out from Oops.
Yeah, at the moment, caps on both of these circles at the moment. So Oops kind of have to split their forces up here a little bit. Shockish going for a bit of a trade war here with Algo, but neither of them penning their shots. Karit does go down to Deca though, and that's going to relieve quite a bit of pressure here on Oops.
Yeah, it will, but Breakneck is pushing on towards Deca. If he can get on the side of that mouse, he'll be doing a lot of damage towards him. He's deciding to bail though, doesn't want to.
Should take another free shot here though from Deca.
Yeah, just about though, just about. But you talked about that other base pressure, and that is the big thing right now. That's what everything Ding is going for. Ilian on that cap, Shockish to push forwards towards Algo, and they're gonna try and cap that one.
I'm not sure about this though for Ding, because we do see Oops starting to push in their direction. Triple kill though for Meritorious does make things look a little bit nicer for them. Algo, surely we're going to see a pending shot coming out from Shockish, but eventually it's not going to happen by the looks of things.
And Camille's just on reload as well, which leaves Meritorious alive. This is the thing, Camille is kind of useless now, and Decha is still the main point. He's 1.7k HP, that's a nice H3 shot coming out, but Decha, he's 1.7k HP, and he's not in the fight. Ilian has repositioned, he's safe in the cap now. He will force Algo to push on
They
forward.
have to come forward now, Oops, and Algo, he does push forward, but Meritorious, again, another kill coming out from him. Maylan does manage to take him down to trade things out, but still, things are looking okay for Ding. 2 on the cap, Shockish and Ilian. And as long as Ilian doesn't get reset here, this is basically game over for Oops.
Yeah, this is the point again. It should be GG, and it should be Ding picking up this one. Should make it all even between the two. Bases captured, obviously. What a good round coming out from them. We talked about Oops' rotations, but theirs were on point here as well. I mean, let's just put it like that. Drawing Oops across the map, and I think the big factor here was that positioning from Decha, from Maylan. Yes, they have to be there. But you could see once that mouse is committed on a side, it's just so hard to relocate it. He had to push across to go reset Kurit because Maylan was already relocating to help 1-2 line. So his HP becomes neglectable. And then Kurit dies for that, right? But Breakneck just plays around with him, really. He takes that damage, but what does Decha do? He has all the HP. The HP was even between the two teams at the end, but he had everything.
Yeah, that's a problem, really. But after the first 2 maps there, 2 apiece, I don't think either of these two teams are going to be particularly disappointed about how things have turned out so far. Now heading over onto Steps, though, and this one might be a little bit more of a tough nut to crack here for these guys. 2 apiece.
I'm just afraid for Steps, really. What I saw from Ding so far was pretty good. Coming out on that map, at least, when they played it, they used positive with that LT100 with binoculars and a Kamanat to make sure he can survive in that position. But they also, on their attack, used the Borsig, the Tier 10 German light with binoculars, and you push that into the middle road, because if you push him into the middle road, he can activate his binoculars, and you know how the defender likes to climb the A line to get to A1. He can spot that climber with 2 bad shots behind him. They can obviously take that guy down rather quickly. So I like Ding's Steps a lot. It was their best map in Season 1 and one of their better maps in Season 2. I think in Season 1 it took I don't think they've lost a single defense on that during the regular season. So it has been historically a good map for them. That's why I'm worried for Oops. If there is a breaking map, I think it's going to be this one, though.
Yeah, so you think this is a possibility for a 2-0 here for Ding?
I would heavily favor Ding in this one. Yeah, Oops has some talented climbers. They have the likes of Camille, who is a good climber. I think Insane's pretty good at climbing as well, but so does Ding. They have players such as Positive, such as Breakneck, and such as Kurit. We underestimate him, but in that tier 8, he's a very good climber as well.
We have actually seen a few new climbs coming out here on Steps as well, since obviously the Tier 10 lights have come in, shaking things up a little bit. So I'm excited to see what comes out here on Steps. I don't know if either of these teams are going to be pulling out any of the super secret stuff at this point. It's not that late in the game, but we'll find out.
These teams have to go all out. There's no point of keeping anything back. I mean, you're at the grand finals. You want to win this match. you better go all out. It's better to win comfortably than to have a really close match. So if they have anything, they should use it now. Ding might be throwing a little bit of a spanner in the works here, though. You can see how they're going 8-9-0 line. Might be a little bit of a trap. We haven't seen this in a while. Will it work against the... Oops, that is the question. Nice climb there. Very nice climb.
So on to steps, Ding and Oops. Currently tied at 2 apiece. Ding going to be starting off on the defensive side here. Karit's going for that boost, as you said, in the UDES. Sometimes in the M4043, you can actually pre-fire that position, but doesn't appear to have come out here from Oops. And Camille, he is in such a bad position right now. 340, he bounces the shot. Lucky to survive there.
Lucky to be alive there. I mean, this is what we talked about, Ding. These two teams said it themselves. They've trained against each other a lot. They know each other's moves. And I think this, between both of these, was an obvious counterplay.
Yeah.
Oops brought the lineup, which can do the middle, what I talked about. And then Ding brought the lineup, which is normal for the A-line climb and the more passive defense. And both of them deciding to go somewhere where you don't usually see the teams go anymore. But Ding getting by far the better of him because of that trap. I mean, I really think Camille's even lucky to be getting out of that one alive.
Oh, yeah. Well, he bounced the last shot off his butt, and that definitely would have been enough to kill him. 342 HP is nothing.
This is the issue for the side of Oops right now. The HP is not that far gone, but the positions have.
Yeah.
I don't think they have any claim whatsoever on this round. You see Miloš already taking 2 shots from that UDES. Great penetration. Great gun, great stealth on that Swedish TD.
Yeah.
It's just going to be so hard for them because somebody needs to spot right. And if somebody goes to spot that, UDES will pound them.
This position that the UDES is in and the tank itself is kind of like a match made in heaven, really, because it is such a good position for that tank to be in. He can do so much work there, and it makes it almost impossible to successfully push into that 2 flag and make it work.
This is the issue. I mean, Ding doesn't have to do anything. Even a mouse is penetratable by the UDES. He just needs the correct angle, let's say it like that. But they have lost the A-line, A1, and they have to commit on this side. Is it going to end well? I don't believe so.
Well, Deca might take another shot here. Won't penetrate, though. Ilian not able to get that one through. Still, though, Ding here. Very, very favorable position right now. Deca pushing forward, but he's kind of on his own at the moment. I suppose what we have to really see here out from Oops is that Insane might be able to get something done in the M4043. If he can get some shots into the UDES, if it gets spotted. If not, maybe blind shots. Anything. Something needs to happen here for Oops because just pushing into that 2 flag right now, it's not going to work.
They're going to try and work for the RD, right? They're going to try and get Insane to do damage, to even out the odds, to perhaps make Ding afraid. Now, the thing is, can he do enough damage in the remaining 7 minutes to actually make it work? That's a nice connection there on towards Ilian, 445. But for every shot they are doing towards the side of Ding, they're taking 1 back. Now, with Ding already having the advantage from the beginning, this just favors them more and more. And they'll be willing to spot and get Kuritz to do damage. It doesn't matter for them trading equally. It's even better. And they're going to even boost a Batcha behind. If this isn't the nail to the coffin, I don't know what else would be.
Yeah, well, maybe not if they can't get him up. But look, to be honest,
they're missing the hammer.
Yeah, even here for Positive, up in that A1 or A2 position that he's climbed up to, it is basically the perfect defensive setup here for Ding, because no matter what happens here, if Oops try to sort of rotate over to the 1 flag, they need to deal with Positive, and it takes them a long time to get up there and deal with him.
Yeah, it's what I was already touching on. The defensive positions from Ding are by far superior than the offensive positions taken by Oops. You see the attacker immediately rushing towards that number 1 base to counter the position that Positive goes to. Now with him taking that, it only allows that number 2 base. And with all the tanks there from Ding, how do you get through?
How do you push through here?
Don't forget, there is Shockage here available in the 3.2k HP mouse, which Insane.
Not anymore. 2.8.
Did 400 damage plus minus to it. But it's going to take him for the rest of the game to pretty much make that guy a 1-shot. So it's not looking good for the side of Oops. Let's just put it like that.
It's very, very tough to push in here for Oops, and the timer, there's still a fairly decent amount of time left in this game, but I feel as though we're going to get to 2 minutes left and Oops still hasn't pushed, and they're going to be like, oh, well, now we have to push. They're going to run in, they're going to die, and they're just not going to be able to make anything work here. Deca, gets a trade there, but again, 1 for 1, it's still reasonably favorable even for Ding, despite the fact that it's a mouse and a 113. Now Ilian gets a second shot across there. Definitely a favorable trade for Ding.
Yeah, but Kuritz is spotted too in the UDES. He needs to be careful not to get caught out. Ilian trading there, but Annihilator is positioned, I think, behind them in the SMG.
Kuritz just took a shot from the Artie.
needs to be careful. He cannot get spotted again. Let's just put it like it is. If he gets spotted again, it's GG. And yeah, Annihilator has taken up the elevated position on the 0 line. You can just about see it on your minimaps. He's on J0. What allows this for him is he can, anybody that peeks, he can pin them down, shoot them, and the STRV with the great penetration, great stealth as well. Alien poked, immediately took damage. But it's still not gaining Oops any advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not gaining them map control. They haven't moved up a single meter in all this time.
Yeah, just the arty shots coming across again and again for Oops, but I think it's going to be...
He has like 4 left before they really need to make the attempt, because with 4 shots, let's just say there'll be like between 1 minute 30 and 2 minutes left, and then they're just going to have to YOLO push in, and that's the end.
Very rarely works when you do have to do that, because you get down to that late timer, you have to push, you can't really go about it systematically, you run into the guns, you die, maybe you get 1 or 2 kills, but realistically speaking, if your last ditch chance is just to run into the enemy guns, how many times out of 10 is that going to work for you?
Probably a solid 1.
You reckon 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're EL Gaming, then it's solid 9.
9 out of 10, hey? All right, well, here for Oops, they're going to have to hope that they can be that solid 1. They can be the, well, in this case, I suppose 10%.
This is just not going well. Deka peeks the corner, takes a face full of damage, down to 621, and here comes the rest of Oops.
Mayland and Algo pushing in there. Alien should go down here, but how much damage is Ding going to be able to get off the back of that? The answer, at the moment, is not a lot, but slowly and surely, things are going to start to favor Ding here. Karit's up there on the boost in the UDES. He gets a kill. Now back to equal guns in the game here. Ding still favorable in terms of the health, still favorable in terms of the map positioning, and really, you could almost say they have an extra gun in the game, because Insane now, he's not going to be having the most impact.
Yeah, but look at the rotations from Ding. They are not going to let it be as it is. It's positive, coming off the climb, Breakneck as well. Annihilator is spotted out in the STRV. He has to run. Camelator still a non-factor in this game, and that German tier 10 line hasn't been able to do anything since the beginning of the game. And Oops, they are effectively surrounded now.
Yeah, surrounded. Down, but not quite out just yet. 2 minutes 40 left on the clock. Maybe it's going to be close to being out at this point. Hulknik picking up Milosh. Positive does get spotted out here and might take a little bit of damage, but I think he's going to get away with only taking 1 shot worth of damage. So that's not too bad for him. And Oops, they just need to try and make something happen here, because this time is ticking down too far now. They can't afford to be letting it get any lower, and it's now or never, really.
Annihilator doing some nice damage though, getting a shot on towards Positive, getting a shot on towards Breakneck. That brings about 1,000 HP closer towards the side of Oops, but it's still not going to be enough. There's 2 minutes left, and now they need to make that play we talked about. They need to be decisive, and there's still Koritz on that position. Number 1 base is no longer an option, because it would be too easy to just send somebody to suicide, spot the cap, reset. Now, what does Oops do? I'm not sure. They need to get Deja in the fight first and make him survive, and then Annihilator has all the HP, but the thing about the STRV is, right, as soon as he will get spotted, which he is now, Koritz should be getting a position on towards the side of him. STRV, great from the front, not that great,
not
from,
great from
the side.
Yeah, it's like Swiss cheese when you shoot it from the side. Easy to put holes in it, and for the moment, Annihilator taking a bit of damage there, but this is now the go signal really for Oops. They have to go now. Algo's going to push forward here with a full clip loaded into Shockish, and he may actually be able to take him down, but Shockish is going to be off the reload. Oh no, he's actually not. But Algo pushing back, hiding a little bit here, so he's got to go for the reload now. Annihilator does take down Shockish.
The pixel shot coming out from Annihilator, but for that trade, taking down Shockish, they have... Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Insane! Coming out, bring it closer, but look at the time, Jordan. 53 seconds, with Koritz still up there. There's just not enough. When it hits 40, they need to kill.
Unless Insane gets the kill onto the UDES here, that's the only chance for Oops to win.
They need to put 3 guys on the cap, because otherwise Ding would just run away. They need to get 3 of them on the cap. It takes 48 seconds now with the 2 of them. Algo will be joining that one.
Oh, will he though?
Just about though. But Meritorious will come in for the resets, and so will Hulknik.
Meritorious might not be coming in for resets anymore. He's going to be taken down. And so this is not looking too bad actually for Oops. It all comes down to this artillery shot from Insane.
It's over. There's 18 seconds left, and it's 1 second different. They can't cap in time. They cannot. It's impossible.
Positive, he's going to run away now and try to survive here. I don't think that that Oops is going to be able to catch him. And yeah, you're right, the reset's coming out anyway. That's going to be game over here. Oops, they came so close, and they're going to be so far away. Ding will come away with the round, but only just.
Not some great covering fire there on towards Rockish's position. Algo just being allowed to peek up, do 3 shots of damage towards the mouse, which was the main defensive tank left for the side of Ding. That should have been covered much better in essence. But then the thing is, Ding was playing for time, like we could see. Oops had to put 3 guys into the cap, and even right now they already lost the game, right? There was too little time left to cap the base. But then again, you leave. If you're left in a situation with 50 seconds, 1 defender comes in this case 2, come in, reset the base, that's GG.
Yeah, that is GG. It was GG as well. But again, we've been going 1 for 1 throughout all these maps so far. Cliff, Himmelsdorf, who's to say Steps is not going to be the same? I suppose Ding could be potentially the ones to
I
say.
said that.
You said that, you did. I remember. I'm not saying that you didn't, but it is still possible for Oops to come back in here and bring it back.
It was so close. I mean, especially after that initial play there from both teams, where Camille lost most of his HP, he really didn't get to do much, if anything whatsoever in this game. He was lucky to survive, and he did a grand total of 720 damage, so it's just not enough. Some great individual performance from Annihilator and Algo, combined with Insane, almost saved that round for them.
Almost, but not quite enough. Karitz was just too big of a threat there as well in the UDES. I think he's sitting above 4K damage.
3.7.
3.7, I was like close to 4K. But yeah, he was really doing a lot of work there for
this is the replay. This was a good play in essence from the side of Oops, getting the mouse to go in first. He takes the damage and the bad shots come full speed, clip out the 113. This shot from Insane almost
turned it around.
Yeah. So we'll have to see though. Now coming into the second round on Steps, with Ding being in the lead. Artie, for both teams, most likely, probably, 100% sure.
No screen cheating at all.
No, I would never do such a thing.
No, you're an honorable man.
But again, there is this kind of counterplay. Look at Oops, they have 2 light tanks. So 1 for A-line, 1 for A9, and there is Ding rushing across with their light to try and spot out the player from Oops, which is going to be Camille for Doonira.
Yeah, they're very close by as well. Camille needs to be very careful here, and I think he's definitely going to be spotted out right now. Whether or not Ding is going to get shots in there, Hulknick and Positive, you can see them pre-aiming that area. Camille's still not yet spotted. They're actually firing blind. They haven't hit him just yet. So he's okay for the moment. Milosh taking a little bit of damage there, but that's not too big of a deal right now. That is, though, getting a little bit too eager to push over those tracks there, and he gets punished for that.
That was, whoa, Artie coming in, even meritorious. Hello. Just adding insult to injury. Milosh,
and look at this here, the immediate response from Ding. They're spotted already.
He's dead.
They're pushing forward. They're going to be able to take him down, and now things are starting to go a little bit awry for Oops. Milosh, he might be able to take... No, he won't even be able to take 1 shot worth of damage.
But Decha's trying to get across the rail. They're abandoning Milosh, but he's going to take so much damage for this, already down below half. And this is just great from Ding. Yeah. Decha down to 705. Shokish to add 1 more towards that tank. He's down. He was on fire anyways. Milosh is down as well. Just over-eagerness from Oops. That's all you got to point it on. Just too eager to try and make a play.
Ding have really read the play very well there, and they've completely punished Oops for it. Insane now taking some damage here. I just don't think that this is going to be a recoverable situation
that is
for Oops.
Still, look where he drove in the RD.
Yeah.
Look where he drove in the RD. If that's not tilt, I don't know what it is. He's sitting in B5, B6. That's literally saying, I've given up.
I'm done.
I've given up. Which is not the mentality we're looking for, I guess, in the Grand Finals.
No.
2017, we're looking for that. I will try and fight through anything you throw at me and make it work. I am not a fan of that.
Yeah, but I suppose the good takeaway here, at least for Oops, even though they probably will be going down 4-2, after this round, that's going to be sort of the mid-game break, right?
Yeah,
they can reset a little bit.
It does seem like they need a moment
I think they
to
need
relax,
to
be honest.
After this round. Last round, they played quite well, but something's just gone wrong in this round. And
well, they might still be arguing about the last round as well, you know, like
maybe. But you have to put that behind you.
Can you though? Some teams just can't, honestly.
Yeah. Annihilator taking a bit of damage there as well. That's not going to be feeling too nice for him.
And even if you can't put it past you as a player, sometimes as a team you cannot. You know, there's always maybe one or two individuals that under pressure like this might tilt. Shokish throwing away the remainder of his HP, but Annihilator caught out in the open. Positive Hupnik taking some shots towards him. He's obviously playing a mouse. Not that easy to penetrate
It's
from distance.
not fun shooting a mouse at that range from a Batchat. One, because the Batchat doesn't have the most accurate of guns, and two, because you need to hit a certain spot on the mouse.
You're just hoping for that
lucky shot.
Or Artie just comes in and helps out a little bit.
There we go. Eventually, I wonder how much damage he actually blocked there. It would have been quite sizable. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. He goes down, and there's plenty of time here for Ding to get those reloads on the Batchats to come across. So we'll have a bit of a quiet period now for the next 20 or 30 seconds while Ding's on the reload. Their artillery's on the reload as well. But at the end of the day, at this point, oops, they can't come back from this.
I think we need to just move on almost from this round. We know it's going to be over. We know it's going to be 4-2 for Ding, which is a major blow towards the side of Oops. I think both Oops and us should be thinking in case of Oops onto the next maps, onto Mines for the starters, because obviously Mines being the next one. This one is done and dusted. On a map like this, there's no recovery. But I think Oops, they're going to need that break to talk about Mines, because it's a 1-1 map in essence. And they need a 2-0 almost. Because Ding on 5 rounds, would they be able to come back?
It's a very similar storyline to actually what we saw between EL and Elevate, where first couple of maps they went 1-1, and then the third map goes 2-0 to one team. And that's where you start to think, that might be it. That might be what they need to be able to close this game out in their favor. And Ding are going to be the ones to pick that up and bring it back to 4, or bring it over to 4-2.
I did say I was afraid from Oops coming out on Steps, which has been a good map, like I said, for the side of Ding. So this one coming out and Ding winning, I'd say it's not a surprise for me. The way how the first round super close, but this one, it's disappointing.
Yeah, well, the reset does come across actually there from Oops, but I think it's going to be too little too late. Maylan's going to push in here. He's got no HP to play with. He can only take one shot. Maybe he gets a reset, but it's going to be irrelevant anyway. The game is over, and he gets taken down. So that is going to be the round going over to Ding, which puts them at 4-2 after the first 3 maps. A very, very good start for Ding.
Yeah, almost ideal even, you know, trading a little bit and then taking a decisive lead on the 3rd map, winning a close round, which is super important. Those close rounds are super important, and then just annihilating the side of Oops.
All right, well, you've heard our opinions. Let's hand it back over to our lovely analysts and see what they have to say about those first 3 maps.
Interesting matchup here between Ding and Oops. Now, Ding are able to take the lead 4-2, but it certainly hasn't been an easy job for them, has it, guys?
Ding, when they play the decisive matches against Oops, it's always a racket. We've seen so many close matches. I believe some ended with 100 and 200 HP difference with a couple of guns in the game. That shows how motivated both teams are, how close they are, but still slight difference in experience and patience, and you can see that Ding managed to leap off.
Now, we started off on Himmelsdorf Rockstar, and round 1 was like right down to the wire between them, wasn't it?
Definitely, and you could really see what we were saying in the pregame about Oops in the rotations that they can do, and they really made Ding kind of run through a bunch of different hoops on that map.
My bad, it was actually round 1 was on Cliff.
Well, round 1 was on Cliff, I thought you were talking about Himmelsdorf.
This was actually when Insane flipped over.
Yeah, so most likely he was looking towards the hill, holding his right click, keeping his gun backwards, looking over his shoulder, trying to look towards the hill, and he probably just didn't see the rock in front of him and just flipped himself over.
Yeah, it was a really nasty moment that maybe possibly actually broke the game in later stages because there was some unnecessary HP lost there. We could see here his unfortunate position when he flipped. Then he forced his teammate, Deha, to come from this side to boost him together with one more guy to make him not die, because we know all when a tank flips he actually loses 100% HP after 30 seconds, and we know this game ended with 300 HP in total left. That, I mean, he created an opening for Ding people to shoot him from above, to shoot from here. And that was a really nasty situation.
And it's also not just the HP that was lost, but also the positioning, because to move him back, all of a sudden you're going to open up the middle of the map. That's going to be a lot less guns in this area here, and that's going to allow them to rotate around and keep their guns firing. That opened up the map, not just from the HP, but from the positioning as well.
Yes, because also some tanks got spotted that maybe didn't need to, and they had to change places, they couldn't come back. So it was a really maybe small hiccup, because we must remember one thing. Insane actually has to think for a lot of players, and when he plays a fast tank like that, he can just neglect a small detail on a map, and he can just not see something like a bump, and it can happen.
Yep. Now after that one, we had another quick old school shootout on Cliff, where the teams kind of went full on YOLO mode into each other. But then going into the second round in Himmelsdorf, again the first match of the map, we had a really drawn out fight between the two teams.
Yeah, this one was a really close fight. One of the closest I ever seen. An interesting part is that both of the teams are using RTPCs. You can see them here. Both are doing a humongous amount of damage. They're pincering the teams. What was interesting here, because they actually guessed where Kuric will be, and Kuric pinned himself. Duck even said it on TIE, like, why would you go on such a bad position and allow yourself to get pinned by enemy team? Because in that moment he actually created the opening for Oops to do every nasty thing to themselves what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, this was the one where Algo actually stepped up and carried it right at the end when he was on 1-on-2 effectively. We saw that HE splash nearly getting that, an AMX-50B as well, didn't we, Rockstar?
Yeah, well, the Artie shot also comes in here and almost kills Breaknet. And so the Artie, the one thing about Himmelsdorf is, well, it's Himmelsdorf, it's a city map, and bringing two artillery, you have to look at the current meta, the amount of heavy tanks that they all bring, the Mouses, the Type 5s. And so when you have those slow tanks, as long as they're spotted, that can allow the artillery to get some more shots in that traditionally wouldn't have with the faster, leaner lineups.
So we already mentioned, like, when teams take an arty from here now, mainly you can decap some of the spots here on the splash, because GV Tiger, as example, he has 13.9 meter splash now with all the buff, and they took Kuric here as a backup if there is a pressure. But that was nonsense, honestly, because all they did is create an opportunity for Insane to shoot Kuric here in this area endlessly and make him lower HP. But they knew he will have to run away. Also, these guys here kept him aimed, and there is an E3 here. So they had to rotate and do something else, and while doing so, actually opened a completely new battlefield on the rail.
Yep, and the other thing, already in the south here, well, we can't see it there. You have to look at all the different angles that you actually open up from right there. You open up on this corner when they cross, the Type 5 here, this corner right here, this cross here, a tank over here. There's just so many different options. And as we saw, helping up this, that's 5 different locations all over the map that one already helps open up.
And if people wonder why SU still has a huge gun, but of all of those tier 8 arties at the moment, he actually has the fastest reload of the big punchers. Yep. We cannot count Lorraine in big puncher. He's the fastest arty definitely, but after the last patch, he's hitting like a mosquito.
It's death by paper cuts if you're in a Lorraine, basically.
And then moving on from Himmelsdorf, we went into Steps. Once again, a new map, and once again, the first round of the new map drawn out. Teams fighting bitterly close to the end, but things went a bit quicker when we got into round 6, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's with Malos getting caught out there. That he was covering for his teammate, trying to do that boost, who was taking a sweet time, and he poked up, and there was just so many guns here waiting for him. And then after this, look at all these tanks that just come forward. They know he has no HP, so it's just, you know, sharks essentially. They smell the blood in the water, they go after it, and then the 113 tries to leave, and they actually ignore Malos for a second just so they can punish that 113 crossing, which is great coordination there amongst Ding.
So what goes on here realistically is really a sacrifice, because Milos tried to save Kamil not to get spotted, and he peeked a bit too much. And he really got punished heavily by Ding players who were already positioned and waiting for something like that. Because when you take 2 lights in your lineup, like Oops did in this case, tier 10 lineups are a great advantage now because of the speed they have. Some of them have great gun depression, like Rheinmetall, or the Russian one is really like a pancake, and he's really fast, so you can use him on upper position when Oops wanted to do it. But it also does make it a little predictable, and Ding guessed really correctly what will Oops actually do, and they really struck at the moment. You could see even in a previous game, Ding read Oops' intentions rather well. As I said before, a while ago, this was a bread and butter of Ding. This map was 100% winner for them. Even now it's above 80%.
And on this one, Ding was quite in control for this round, but in the previous rounds, I mean, we're talking seconds basically for winning matches and getting shots in. And then once again, the score is 4-2 right now to Ding, but that is a complete. It's not telling the full story. These guys are really. I mean, they're going the whole distance. Rounds are going to the full 10 minutes. It's on a knife edge every single time these guys are going against each other.
So, like, I mean, this is a really great moment for Ding because they took entire map. Now they can go really easy. On the last map of the steps, I really wanted to show some of the moments how are these things done, and this is what was the basics of the tactics here. So Oops wanted to get this light here. You can see him, Rheinmetall. He's a light tank that has a cooldown, minus 10 degrees, guys. That means that he can really lean over and shoot. So he would climb eventually up, get a nice position. You saw the Udes in the last game before that, and Oops wanted to climb a tier 10 light here because he's like a pancake. There are really flat little positions here he can use, so it's hard for enemy to spot him. And then they would just let the enemy go around the cap and they can start the capping. He will shoot them in a butts, he will spot them for RT and so on and so on. So on paper, that's really perfect. But what they never counted on is literally Ding played so super aggressive, immediately trying to spot whatever is going on, and immediately look at the number of the guns that was ready to shoot, plus RT. When Miloš peeked, because he saw that the danger is coming, to try to protect him, to buy him a couple of pressure seconds, there was so much damage coming his way and his way. There was nothing more to do.
And a lot of stuff that people have kind of overlooked is the Rheinmetall, the tier 10 light tank. It's extremely fast, and so they've been doing it multiple times this game is using it to get out in front and get those early lights. We saw it also earlier during the Elevate 8L game. They use it to get out in front and try to get the early spots. And then what happens as we play forward here is we saw how this already breaks down. We're gonna fast forward it real fast. And you're gonna see they start getting the picks and they chase in, and then look at how this kind of develops from there. The heavies have the positioning, and then right here, look at the situation they're in. This light tank is up here, but they're so down, so much HP. They have one Rheinmetall down in here trying to come get the artillery, but by that point, it's already over. They have a mouse out in the field, one batch out here.
They lost everything. They lost the guns.
Yeah, it was over at that point.
Okay, so we are going to have 3 more rounds still to go. Mines, Ghost Town and Runeberg. Let's jump back in with Elfish Guy into Killzor.
Cheers, Ryan, mate. It's, well, it's been an interesting series so far.
I don't know about those 3 rounds, but 3 maps we're going to see for sure.
Wow, that's not very nice.
You just gotta, throw a...
Call it as it is, I suppose.
Throw a job here and there, Keep the analyst desk on point, on focus.
Yeah.
Bringing up a good point there about steps, but I think we should forget about that one. Move ourselves into Mines.
Yes.
Think about what's going to happen between these 2 teams, where Oops is going to be defending first, if I am not mistaken. Now, we have seen a lot of Mines this tournament, and we've seen a lot of defenders actually lose, I'd say. It just feels that with the meta that currently is being seen by teams, the attack is actually viable to be broken. We have seen it done, and it's usually a combination of the 3-4 line pushing across the middle towards the rock in the 3 line, with a 7-8-9 line play with heavy tanks again pushing down towards the houses. What that allows them is to climb somebody on towards the 0 line position, because obviously as a defender, you bring that tank, like the Type 5 Heavy, which we saw Ding use, to shoot that light tank or Pacha, whatever you prefer.
Whatever pushes.
Drive up.
Yeah, it's a very difficult map to attack on if you can't get that map control that you do need, because then you kind of just get stuck. You walk into the crossfires when it's late in the game. It's GG.
I really like the way EL actually played it up until a certain point. I think they I mean, honestly, I think they were doing really, really well. Even loading HE ammunition, because they know the mouse angle that he's going to be driving on is going to be a hard shot to pen. I think 2 of them had HE loaded, an E4 and somebody else, and they did a significant amount of damage. I like the way they were set up. I think they lost it with losing 1-2 line though, when they lost Black over there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we can see a similar defense to what we saw there, just with slight alterations.
Yeah, so what's kind of like the history of these 2 teams on this map? How do they match up?
Ding, I've never been such a fan of their Mines, actually. Oops did very well against them on Season 1 finals. Oops was a team that could innovate a lot using the climbs and such, but now with the South climb being removed, I don't think it's such an amazing map for them. It is hard to innovate on it now. It mostly comes down to the right reactions at the right time and just shooting. You can't really be like, okay, let's do something new.
Yeah. All right, well, here we go into map number 4. It's halfway through, or we're already halfway through. Now moving on to the later half of the maps. And Ding going to be taking away a GW Tiger piece, so an artillery piece for them, but 4 and 2 at the moment. So Ding in a really good position here for themselves.
I like this, Jordan. I don't like this. This is always punishable. Light going up.
Yeah, there it is.
Let's see how much he's going to take.
Positive's going to get a free shot here, and at least one, 457. Good shot, good lot of damage, and another one coming out here from Ding. Oh, that one missed. Milosh, he needs to scamper his way all the way up that hill, but he's already been absolutely punished for this one.
This entire match so far, Positive has been a beast with that German Light. If you remember Cliff, he was wrecking bad shots from the side of Oops with that HE ammunition. Here, yet again, HE ammunition, getting that pen, it's just so much more damage, and always you have that added crew damage, module damage.
Etc., yeah.
So now, Milosh being this amount of HP, it's just, I told you, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Because 1 TVP and a light, you see what happens to this bad shot. He's on 432.
Makes life very difficult for him.
He could have very well been on a one-shot.
He could be, but, I mean, there's an Artie here still on the side of Ding. That's a possibility if they can get a shot into Milosh there. If he gets spotted, he's going to die. Now it looks like Breakneck might be going for a boost himself, though Annihilator being spotted out here, maybe that denies the boost from Ding.
Nope. Because he's going to get it up safe and sound, and the reason why is very easy. There's just not that tank from the side of Oops that can punish Nile enough, that can punish Break enough from not doing it.
Yeah.
You see teams bring Type 5 for that exact reason.
He didn't even get touched at all. He's up for free. He's going to go for a reload here, but now this basically means the control of that hill is in the side of Ding, because Milosh can't really contest that.
I just want to say, I think this round is almost over if Ding plays it out correctly for a few factors. Obviously...
Whoa, hang on. Have a look at this. Camille's pushing up very, very quickly through the 3 line.
This is desperation. This is desperation coming out from Oops, because when you lose that 0 line, you have to make a different kind of play.
Yeah.
Now, if they can catch somebody from Ding, maybe they can do something.
Potentially, but he's in a bit of a difficult position here as well. He will be able to take down the artillery of Meritorious, who tries to get a shot off onto him, but now there's a TVP here. Hulknik is going to get some shots into Camille, and it doesn't actually look like he's going to be punished for this, so that's a decent play from him. Oh, I lied, though. There we go. Ding coming in for a couple of shots. Favorable trade, though, really, for Oops there.
Yeah, but Camille on
the way
out. Hulknik puts 3 in towards him, the 4th to connect as well, and that's just not worth it anymore at that point in time.
It was, but not anymore.
Not anymore, right? He got the RD, that's nice, but then he got into a position where he needs to run away, because otherwise they will just drop on towards him and kill him anyways. So this is desperation from Oops. That's all it looks like. They're trying to find an opening somewhere. If they could have found Hulknik on the crossing, then perhaps. But now, RT being down, it does save Milosh. But I asked the question here, is it worth trading 1,400 HP on Camille to save Milosh for 2 minutes, right?
No.
Once they start pushing 7, 8, 9 line, Breakneck will just go over and kill him.
Yeah, it's not worth it at all. Oops, you can have a look and see how big that deficit in terms of the HP is. They're 3.8, almost 4,000 HP down.
I'm just going to say it now. I told it to you as well during the analyst segment. I think if Oops, I think Oops, the decisive map was steps for now, and I'm starting to feel a spiral out of control here almost. You know, that last round. Now this one again, not a good start whatsoever. Not getting into it. If they lose this one, I see them lose the Mines defense as well. And the 6-2 scoreline,
you can't come back from that.
Exactly.
Well, you can, but
not on an event of this caliber.
No, I don't think so. And I sort of said 7-4 when we started off this cast, but at this point, it's maybe not looking quite like we're even going to get there. Oops are in a bit of a rut, and
this is the play that I was talking about coming out from Saturday. Kuritz and Shokish going towards there, and they will be pushing the 8-9 line towards the G8 houses. What this allows is crossfire shots on towards Annihilator, because when they do this, Annihilator is forced to either shoot towards his right side or fight the tanks that will be coming on his left side.
Yeah, so he's going to be
because Ilian will push.
And Breakneck's going to get in control of this hill as well. Once those mouses push around, he's going to come over here. Milosh is a 1-shot, or, well, maybe a 2-shot as well, depends on what the role is. He's going to have
some... well enough, he's a 1-shot.
Yeah, he's going to have enough damage in the clip there still to be able to be a bit of a pest from up there as well. So this is really not looking like a good situation at all for Oops. And as long as Ding plays this out correctly, like you said, they should be able to pick up the win.
Here we go, Shokish, Koritz pushing forwards, Alien coming from the 3-line as well. Annihilator's going to be their first focus. Breakneck in the meantime controlling Milosh on that climb. He is pretty much useless. Annihilator now pushing forwards because it's the only thing he can do, but it's not enough.
He's pushing into 2 tanks.
Still there.
He's pushing into a 1v2, and that's the best possible scenario for him, and I think that tells the tale of how this is turning out for Oops at the moment on mines, though Ding are starting to take a lot of damage. Breakneck getting dropped relatively low. Koritz now is a one-shot as well, and Annihilator, he's off the reload shortly. Before Shokish, he'll get at least one more shot off here. Oops have managed to bring things back just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, but that's kind of down to bad shooting from Koritz and Shokish. They've lost Annihilator in the meantime. Milosh went down as well. Yes, Alien is taking a lot of damage here, but with that zero-line control from Breakneck, he'll be shutting down Insane in the base, and he will also shut down those tanks in K4, and it could go things way rather quickly.
Yeah, there was a hopeful little moment there for Oops, but as soon as I said, oh, they brought it back a little bit, you saw 2 kills straight away going over to Ding. Now, players are equal, but health is in the advantage of Ding, positioning in the advantage of Ding as well. They have a lot of time to play with still as well, so they can work the map as much as they need to.
And they're just chipping away now at the HP of Oops. You can see Melan torn between a rock and a hard place. Like, where does he go? He peeks out on the right side, he gets shot by Hooknik from the island combined with Alien. He peeks out on the other side, and Breakneck is there. In the meantime, Shokish, with the HP, can 1v1 Insane, who has no support. He drives backwards, he's still dead.
Yeah, Shokish, there's no way he even goes down here at all. I mean, he's going to probably come off the reload just a little bit quicker than Insane is as well. No, they're at the same time, but he takes that one shot of damage. That's pretty irrelevant really here for Shokish, as long as he cleans up this kill, which he does. Now player advantage, 2-player advantage even for Ding, as Hulknik is able to take down Camille as well. And Deck is a one-shot too, and the House of Cards comes falling down here for Oops. It was just sitting up there for a little bit, but that one little base piece gets pulled out, and then 3 more tanks go.
It reminds you of a Jenga after all. I mean, you pull the wrong brick and everything falls apart. And that's exactly what happened here for the side of Oops, I'd say. You know, getting Breakneck on that climb without taking those 2 shots of damage that he should, it just didn't get any better for Oops. They can't seem to catch a break. Positive comes in here, some more HE damage towards Algo, and that will be Ding 5-2. It's just going so well for them. Everything seems to be working.
Yep, and that's what you want to be seeing really here for Ding. I suppose if you're a supporter of EU, realistically speaking, the best possible chance for them is going to be Ding.
We talked about it, the experience from Ding might be too much for the side of Oops, and it's starting to show that way, isn't it? Oops getting what seems nervous in some rounds, especially, you know, the close steps round, trying to make Ding think about different tactics that he could be using, but Ding being a step ahead, then closing out the round as well, 1 second difference, which is going to tilt them a lot as well. The next round being a throwaway round in essence for Oops because of that nervousness with over-peaking, making bad plays, and now this round as well, not hitting the shots which they're supposed to do. Milosh, 400 HP before the game even starts. Breakneck should take at least 2 shots there from Annihilator, but he was destroying buildings at the time. That's like the timing thing, you know what I mean?
So, is this the start of the slippery slope for Oops, or are they already halfway down the slippery slope?
I think they're already tumbling down the rabbit hole.
Fallen down the hill a little bit. Yeah, I think it really did start on steps, didn't it?
Honestly, I think they're falling down the hill and inside the rabbit hole, and now they're tumbling all the way down.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, I think they're heading right for Alice.
Yeah. That was a good little analogy. I was going to bring it up, but I thought I'd give you the
You sure you were going to bring that up?
I was.
Oh, that's what they all say.
Oh, come on. How obvious was that?
Oh, come on.
Hulknik. That's a nice kill, actually, on
Actually,
Algo.
it was our analogy, you know. I was picking up what you said with the hill and the rabbit hole, so I'd say it's teamwork, you know.
Good work, mate.
Thanks, man.
This is the JJ team.
The JJ team. That sounds more like a boys band than anything else.
Are you saying that's a bad thing?
No.
I think we could make a good boy band.
Sure. Randall as front singer.
Yeah?
Mojo as manager.
Manager. Oh, that's not very nice.
But back on track, yes, I really do think, honestly, I really do think they're halfway down the slope.
Yeah.
They're falling right now. They need a good round to recover them.
They need a really good round.
And this is not the map to do it on. That's the thing. I don't.
Not moving over to the attacking side either.
Yeah, that's my thing. You know, I think they needed that last round, and now they're going to be moving into Mines attack, where Ding can just sit. Oops will get more nervous and nervous the more time goes on, because obviously when we get into that 5-minute territory, match point is inevitable if Ding close it out.
All right, well, we'll have a look and see how this one does turn out. We'll get the tank lineups very shortly as well. But heading on to round number 2 of Mines here already, the score advantage very, very heavily in the favor of Ding. Currently at 5-2. Oops have got a big mountain to climb here. And we'll see what they're rolling out with. Nothing too crazy. On the side of
light
Ding, nothing
lineup.
crazy either.
There's no Artie coming out from the side of Oops. It's kind of tells a quick aggressive play.
Yeah.
Don't bring an RT on Mines.
But a quick aggressive play to Mouse, does it really lend itself to that? They are going to get control of the hill early on.
It all depends if Positive can get that initial shot. If Insane is going to take the damage in the LTTB, then perhaps, this might be the plan. Send the LTTB first, get the Type 5 to shoot, 2 bad shots climb behind it. You sacrifice the T8, but you take all the map control you want.
Yeah, but is that going to be enough here? Insane, here we go. He's going to go for it, and he is up on the boost. Now, Positive, he misses the shot, in fact, and that's the perfect situation here for Ding.
You see how Insane is positioned?
Yeah.
He was shielding them.
Yeah.
Even if they... Oh, he's on fire. Oh, he's gonna burn.
That's so unfortunate.
It doesn't matter though. This was supposed to happen if Positive hits them.
Oh. Could have been worse.
Could have been. He hit the gun. That's why he hit so little.
Yeah.
You can see there, Camille gun is destroyed.
Gun is damaged.
Obviously, when you hit the gun, you splash from further away, which means less damage. So Camille quite lucky in that essence. But a good play there from Oops. I liked it.
Yep.
It is what we predicted it to be. The LTTB to take the damage or shield in this case, and the 2 bad shots going up. Now this will and has to force Ding into reaction.
And there already is a reaction coming out. You can see Breakneck's pushed down the 1-2 line. He's trying to get some control there. Shockish is starting to push the middle hill here as well. So they are trying to take some fights in mid, but Ding is just not finding anything.
Well, they're gonna have to push the middle almost, try and take down Milosh, try and take down Annihilator. I think that's gonna be the play, push straight over the middle, try and catch out these heavy tanks. And if they don't make this work, then Oops will at least be taking back this round. I feel like Ding, if they want to do it, they need to do it now. They need to push straight across the middle, ignore Decha and Meyland and go into Annihilator and Milosh, or the second option is going for Decha and Meyland, but then you have obviously those 2 bad shots on the hill that are going to be helping out.
Yeah, it just seems as though Ding is quite hesitant to push in there and actually force a fight, which is...
They're just losing HP now.
Yeah, exactly. It's a real questionable sort of play from them because Breakneck was around the back. They had a decent crossfire setup. He could have come in, taken a bit of the focus away from those mid players and maybe made something work.
This is Ding though, which we have seen sometimes throughout the seasons. They are sometimes not really great at adapting, improvising on the spot, on the moment. And this is one of those moments they would have to do exactly that because Oops brought a play nobody else has done so far. It worked out wonderfully even. And they're forced to react because with that amount of time left on the clock, you have to, because those 2 bad shots will just ruin your life slowly.
Yeah, slowly they are, because Ding is really forced into a not a great position here. Look at how many tanks they've just got stuck in this one spot because there's nowhere else to go. Anywhere that they push around is going to be covered off by those 2 bad shots.
At one moment in time, the tanks from Oops, like Annihilator and Milosh, will push towards that rock, fight against Shockish, fight against Koritz, play the angles, push them back, and if they do, then those bad shots might get those shots towards them. But Oops, looking at it, talking about it, they should never lose this round, right? Yeah. They have... This is going to be the sign if Oops is in a good mental state or not.
Yeah.
If they can close this round out properly, like they're supposed to do, then everything will be fine. But if they don't...
It may really be the nail in the coffin, though. If they do lose a round like this, then that's all said and done, really. If they don't come back from that. Milosh taking a bit of damage from the artillery there. Nothing too significant. And Oops now starting to try and gain control of the 2 flag side of the map as well, or at least the beach a little bit. Milosh is pushing on his own. But slowly and steadily, Oops gaining some more map control.
Meyland getting some nice damage there on towards Ilian, though. Ilian, you can see the positioning here, seems kind of afraid from that H0 position, or maybe trying to get the top of the turret there, but these bats from Oops need to start making some work here. I mean, they need to find some angles, get some shots. Oops, Milosh is still taking more control down the 1-2 line. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of that because I think Hooknick will give him 750 damage rather quickly, as expected. I don't know what's going on for Oops. I don't know why Milosh is driving the way in a mouse. They have 6 minutes time left. Why on earth does he take one route that Hooknick can shoot him? Why?
You're asking me like I know.
I don't know the answer either, so I'm looking...
If you don't know, then how do I know?
I don't know, maybe Mojo's been giving you some of his...
some tips.
magical.
World
He has
of Tanks power.
he can see things in the future, you know.
Ah.
Comes with age.
Oh, that was a low blow. Low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit.
But yeah, no.
You're all about the low-hanging fruit, though.
Mate, please. I love banana.
Do we really want to keep going down this track?
I was serious, though.
I like banana.
That's the best thing.
Actually, mango's better.
Obviously, we're just waiting for the side of Oops to make their play here. Milosh, so far, I still don't understand.
He's going to be covered off by Hulknik
He's
here as
still
well.
going to get hit by Artie throughout this. Through whatever he does.
Yeah, there you go.
Done. No damage, obviously, in this case. But
Still an annoyance.
Annoyance, yeah. It's rather annoying, it's fair to say.
Yeah.
But now, I wonder what the goal is there with Milosh, because you used to push a mouse down 1-2 line first, so the Batchats could drive behind.
There's no Batchats.
Yeah, that's the thing. So you can
Holy
take the damage.
It's kind of like we're going into Inception now. You know, when the world starts turning on itself? That's what I felt like.
You want to go into a dream together with me?
No, that's the last place I want to be.
No, that's just mean. I'm hurt.
You deserve it.
Wow.
Deca taking a bit of damage from the artillery, I think it was there again, but not too much. But now is the time, really. Oops have to pull the trigger here, because they don't have much more to play with. They've got a couple of Mouses. They're going to be slow to get in position. Deca again taking some more damage. Just feels like Ding is starting to choke out Oops a little bit, and this is becoming a problem now. Oops are going to have trouble pushing in with this little time. When you have to go quickly, that's when mistakes start to creep in your gameplay.
Okay, so Milosh is pushing forwards now on that 1-2 line. He's taken a lot of damage already, remaining with, well, not 1.4, but 898. He's taking so much. Breakneck can probably 1v1 him. Deca taking more, like you said. And Oops, they're not doing the correct moves, it feels like, in this game. Finally, they will find Elian, though.
Yeah, Elian is in a spot of bother here, but it is going to soak up a lot of shells from these two Batchats. Both of them will be on the reload by the time Elian does go down, if Elian does go down, in fact, because he is soaking up so many shells there, and he's actually still alive, taking at least 2 more shots to go down. A bit of damage went back across to the Batchats as well.
Big hits from
good
Hulknik.
passage of play for Ding.
Yep, Hulknik coming out there with the E4, not only shooting towards Milosh, but also towards those Batchats. I think it was Algo that took about 800 from him, so a big blow there from the E4. They didn't kill Elian, which I think was the goal.
Yeah,
and I really do think they needed that kill, because now they need to make another commitment to take down Elian.
There's still another 10 seconds on the reload here from Algo and Camille. They'll both peek out, maybe use up a couple, let's say 4 more shells between them, 2 each, to get that kill onto the mouse. Then they've got a lack of damage in terms of the fact that their clips are already halfway through, and Oops are going to have to wait for another reload from those Batchats, and time is just ticking away and ticking away. Annihilator trying to do his best here in a mouse, but he's on his own at the moment. Really, he's got the backup of Deca, who is doing some damage, but it's not enough here for Oops. They need to make something happen.
And they've lost a lot of initial damage on those tanks, which is really what is holding them back right now, especially Deca in that 1-1-3. You want him to be on 1.5k HP. Nile is doing a good job trying to bring it back, but Milosh being out of the fight and 2 Batchats, it doesn't leave you a lot of combat tanks. Finally, though, there might be something happening here. Breakneck is pushing towards Milosh, and if he picks him up, I think it's over.
Yeah, Milosh does go down there to Breakneck, who is still alive, has a decent amount of HP to play with, maybe a 2-shot for some tanks. And Oops in a very, very tough position now. They've got a distinct tank disadvantage, only 1 minute and 20 left to play with, and there's a lot of HP to actually chew through here on the side of Ding. Maylan does manage to take down Elian, but he's not the threat right now.
1 minute, 13 seconds left, and this is Oops now has to make a commitment. Kuritz might pick up Annihilator in the mouse, and he does, and that's just not going well whatsoever from Oops. Now Deca gets hit by Artie again.
Again and again and again. You'd have to hate playing in that 113 right now. He's getting peppered by the artillery, but that's just life sometimes here on Mines, and unfortunately for Oops, it's not going to be the life that leads them to a victory here, because Positive takes down Camille. Maylan does get a trade out onto Kuritz, actually a double kill for himself, but 43 seconds left. They have to take down a full HP T110E4.
Who can kill any of them 1v1, because with his alpha he'll shut them down, and they're still Positive to deal with in the Type 5 heavies. So 30 seconds, no
time at all. Maylan, he goes for a bit of a stroll down the cliff. Doesn't work out too badly for him. Oh, yes it does! Spoke too soon. But yeah, this is looking very, very good now for Ding. They'll be 6-2 up. And I think that's going to be really the nail in the coffin there.
6-2 when you have every advantage you would want on Mind's attack to begin with. Let's just say it doesn't... You can't get a better start than what they did. Yeah, Insane, after the Type 5 fired, I think he could have survived, honestly, in the LTTB. Type 5 fired, so there was no need for him to die, but they had every single position they would have wanted on an attack, and they just lost because Ding decided to drive towards the hill and hold there. I don't agree with Miloš going down 1-2. I don't think he had a factor in this game.
No.
And maybe if he didn't take the initial E4 shot from Hulknik, because then Breakneck would never be able to push towards him and kill him.
Perhaps.
Yeah, he would have 750 HP more. What would Breakneck have done then?
I still don't think it would have been enough there for Oops. They were too far behind, and they are too far behind right now to be able to come back into this one. It was a nice strat from them. It really did work out. They got the tanks up. In fact, they actually avoided that first Type 5 shot as well.
This
is really where things came up wrong.
So that's already 2 bounces. And Algo doesn't do his last shot, so we count that as a bounce, I guess.
Yeah, because he would have reloaded.
Yeah, so he would have reloaded. He might have done 1 more shot of damage.
But it still wouldn't have been enough anyway.
No, it's to be a 1 shot.
Yeah.
Anyway. It is not looking good for Oops. As much as we would like them to do well, they had a strong start, going blow for blow, but I think Steps really was not the map for them. Maybe should have kept it till later in the pool or banned it, but it was... I think Steps really just...
Well, that's where the turnaround started to happen.
I think it's not just that they lost it 2-0, but it's the way they lost it 2-0.
Yeah.
Losing such a close round, then again, moving into a round where you try, but you're over-peaking, and everybody just kind of gives up at one point, to then move on and having to play Mines, losing your defense, and then going on to the attack, having the positions and not making it work. It does things to a team. It's the mindset, the mental recovery, the restraint that would be needed to come back from this would be world class, like absolutely world class. It'd be Navi Tornado level, to be honest, thinking about it.
Yeah.
The only thing I see that they have going for them is that they're defending.
I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Well, we have to, like, try and find some positive points.
Well,
this is going to be rather shocking, you know what I mean?
You should stop.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't think you know what you're talking about sometimes either. All right, so on to Ghost Town. How does this map look for Ding, really? Because this could be the last map that we see Oops play.
Well, we'll see it in just a little bit as we'll have a restart of this round. So I think it's been a good map for Ding so far. I mean, they've beaten Kazna on it on the season finals as well in the tiebreaker.
Yep.
It is a map that lends itself towards the team that has been playing together for a long time because, like we said during the group stages, feel like Ghost Town is the kind of map where you need to have that team synergy, that team cohesion to make the individual plays. You really can't wait on a map like that, which is very close distance, right? For somebody to tell you what to do. It is in the moment. One, you need to be hitting your shots, and 2, you need to be talking to the guys next to you. Okay, I think we should do this and this, or I think we should turn around and push this. It usually comes down to the split-second decisions, which can cost you a few thousand HP if you don't make the right one. I mean, it comes down to like, okay, we push now.
What do you think of Ghost Town as a map in general? Because when I actually think about the map pool as a whole, I have to say I think Ghost Town, for me, is the most enjoyable map to watch.
Yeah, I think I like it. You never seem to get 2 of the same Ghost Town rounds.
Exactly.
Where other rounds play out kind of the same on Ghost Town, you always have those slight alterations to what is happening. If it is an individual position or anything else, some shots being missed, but there's just, it is so small that one shot miss can make a completely different game, and it's just really, really nice to see. It's also like one of the best displays of personal skill, I'd say, where we see those autoloader players really thrive, the ones that can hit the shots consistently.
To me, the thing I like about Ghost Town is it kind of has a little bit of everything. You can you've got the fields around the side of the city, you've got the city brawls in the middle, so that you've got opportunities for the bat chats, you've got opportunities for the heavy tanks, you can pick arty, you can do climbs, you can get everything really on Ghost Town. There's a lot of variety on the map, and I think it is the best display of this format.
I tend to agree with you. I'm still a fan of Cliff as well, because I just like the quick play that can come out of Cliff.
Yeah.
But it's not longer the meta. So yeah, Ghost Town probably up there in my list at least. But I'm gonna call it now.
You think it's 7-2?
7-2 or 7-3 at best.
Yeah. I'm going to agree with you there. I'm jumping on the Ding hype train. I think I'm going to be saying they're through to the finals here, because I think if they win this, which I think they will, I suspect they're going to be able to beat Elevate.
I don't want to, you know, say any bad things about Elevate, but I do believe that Ding is by far the strongest team in that bracket at least.
Yeah. We'll have to find out who they're going to go up against as well. We've still got a few more matches going on today, which is going to figure that out. But for now, focusing back in on Ghost Town, 6-2 currently the lead at the moment for Ding, and they need only one more round. And this could be that round which they need to get to the magic number 7, which would be the victory for them, pushing them through to the semi-finals.
So we can see here both these teams biasing themselves mainly to the A to D line. Quick play coming out from Ding. That's what the double WZ lineup allows you to do. Go into that number 1 base rather quickly. Insane is spotting it out in the 4-1-6. But the issue is, the only thing they have up on the climb is a bad shot. Now, with the bad shot, the autoloader, he might get some resets, but as long as they stay on the cap, he won't be able to reset a second time.
Yeah, 30 seconds is going to be what he needs to reload, and then you know, there's a lot of downtime really for those guys. Camille, he takes a big shot, and he's actually being caught out here by Breakneck right now, who's got 3 shots. This should be a dead Batchat. There's a low roll here for him. Camille survives on 9 HP. Breakneck still has got 2 more shots left in the clip and could push forward, but Camille, he is very, very dangerously low.
I mean, that play from Breakneck going around, spotting him, and it was even enough. I mean, Ding is now deciding to retreat from the cap, because even with Camille being so low HP, and he's going to go down here against Breakneck, but Breakneck is probably going to go down for that in return though. But the thing is, look at the HP deficit for Ding because of the heavy lineup Oops brought. So they pulled back, trying to play the distance game.
Yeah, I still favor Ding at the moment here, having been able to get that initial pick. Breakneck, he may go down, but he is still wasting a fair bit of time of that object 416 of Insane. In the meanwhile, Ding's starting to try and take a fight over the other side of the map, and it is actually hanging in the balance right now. Insane does eventually get Breakneck as we thought, but the damage coming across from Ding.
But now, the tanks from Oops have backed up. They've taken a significant amount of damage, especially Algo and Decha, and those 2 mouses are very low. Yep. They need to go very safe. Now, this is what I want to talk about. With the bad shot of Camille being dead, just drive back onto the cap.
Yep.
And who's
going to get the reset? No one.
Exactly.
They have to commit fully to getting that reset.
Yeah, they will have to push forward once more into waiting tanks. Nile on the side, though, could be a ruin to this, because he has an angle on towards the side of the turret.
Well, this is where we need to see Ding starting to push up in this Death Alley and sort of pressuring Annihilator so that he cannot get that angle, and it's exactly what we're seeing this mouse do. It's Elian pushing forward here, forcing Annihilator back, and now they found the overmatch as well. Positive coming around from the back. He is going to be pushed back a little bit by those guys on the 2 flag, but in reality, this is a good situation right now for Ding. Their positioning is very, very good.
Annihilator is left alone. There's nobody there, but he needs somebody right now. Milosh is coming, but it feels like a little bit too late at this point in time, as he's already bled over 1,000 points of health. The cap is still on. 20 seconds remain on that one. So while Milosh is helping over here and he's on fire, he was on fire at least, they still need to reset.
13 seconds left on that cap timer. Positive taking a bit of damage, but this is not the tank that Ding is going to be too worried about taking damage at the moment. It's really those guys on the cap, and who has a possibility to get a reset. At the moment, no one from Oops is pushing forward to get it, and I don't think they're going to be able to. Ding are going to win the match off a cap on Ghost Town, where Oops have not even tried to reset it, and that's going to be that 7-2 in the favor of Ding, and they look pretty pleased with that one.
Yeah, they should be happy about that one. Great play there in the end. Yeah, nobody got the reset. Did they try though? Annihilator desperately pushing forward, got blocked off by Elian. Elian, that player we talked about, coming forward, you said you have to push into that alley. They did exactly what you said. They pushed forwards, WZ, mouse of Elian. WZ went down, I think, at one point, but then Elian, when Annihilator was pushing forward to get that reset again, he blocked him. Annihilator could not get an angle on towards the turrets of those tanks.
Yeah, and well, that's that, really. A very, very dominant performance coming out from Ding there. 7-2 over Oops. You've heard from us. Now let's hear from the analysts.
That was one hell of a matchup there. We kind of all expected Ding to take it. It was tied in for a little while, but then, you know, Ding just kind of stepped up a gear, didn't they, Mojo?
Ding really stepped it up. As I predicted, they're gonna play really well, and Oops is gonna crack just based on their nervousness and inexperience. As Ducky said already, Steps is a breaking map, definitely, because we many times said Ding played that map magnificently before, and they just came back to it. They predicted every move that Oops will do, and that map simply broke the resistance. And after that, they played too nervous to come back in again. We saw what they can do on the first map. We saw that Oops is a capable team, but that weakness, they just need to grow up as a team.
Yep. Now, coming back in from the break, we were 4-2 to Ding taking the charge. And that first round on Mines, that spot at the start on that first round was effectively, that was it, done and dusted, wasn't it, Rockstar?
Exactly. They found that Batchat over on the 0 line. They got the early damage. The Rheinmetall getting the HE shots into it. The rest of the tanks sitting behind it, looking for the shots on that boost. It's a really common boost, and the thing that Rheinmetall allows them to do is get there early, get up onto the hill, and get the guaranteed lights. So using the speed of the new light tanks, and then they shut that down. And the second you shut down that 0 line, as the defending team, if you try to play defensive, if you try to play passive, the other team will just pick you apart angle by angle, and that's exactly what Ding did.
I would say the motto of all these 3 last games we've seen is early damage, always done by Ding, because they would position themselves and then they would react even in a dire situation like they were in Mines, because we saw those 2 Batchats up in a superior position, but still there was no real follow-up by the remainder of the team. There was just some desperate moves after.
And then in the very next round, it looked like Oops had the positional play, and then that just fell to pieces as well, didn't it?
We already went over that Mines. Yeah, it did look like on that Mines that they took the higher ground, and it really didn't work out because they didn't control any kind of crossfire. The water was completely empty. Breakneck saw it really fast, or whoever was on a light tank, went from behind. Realized immediately what's going on, started harassing them. They sent a mouse to chase a light tank. A mouse, 20 kilometers per hour, plus water. It doesn't work. It simply doesn't work.
And then coming into the last round there, it was Ghost Town. A cap rush from Ding. We've seen something like this before, but like they were just saying, both Daki and Elfish, Team JJ, a little boy band now that they're going to call themselves. There didn't seem to be any reset, did there, Rockstar?
Yeah, well, just what happened was they got so sidetracked with the fight, trying to cover each other. They were trying really hard to control that middle area, so they kept shifting tanks away from the cap to cover each other so they weren't susceptible to an overmatch. The problem was, in doing that, they pulled every single tank away that they had towards the cap, including the Batchat and the 416 in the north. They got busy chasing off other tanks, and that mostly was by design from Ding, and it was just so beautiful to watch. And you know that they kind of decided, we're not going to listen to Tornadoes don't don't win, just do damage. They were going for the opposite. They just wanted the win. They didn't care if they killed the other team. They just wanted to make sure, all right, we can screen this cap, we can make them move all their tanks away, and if they don't, we'll kill them, and if they do go to try to defend each other, they're going to give us the cap. And it was that perfect sort of bait and switch scenario that they put them into, and they made it work.
It was a bit risky move on Ghost Town because they sent a Batchat all around. Catching Camille there was a really nice move, but that's not normal position for Tucker to do, and that's what confused Oops. That was the trick. That was a trick from their sleeve that they pulled off, and it worked magnificently because Oops didn't have anyone else to spot. You could see that they desperately tried to push even T-57 around the corner. Anyone who could just see the guys on the cap so someone could shoot. There was no one.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the only map that really was one-sided, I think, in my eyes, was on Mines. Everything else to that, the teams were so close. The score is a bit unfair compared to the fight we actually just watched between the two of them.
I would say so, but history doesn't really forgive such things. Whenever anyone just looks back at the time, they will just say, "Oh, Oops got stomped 7-2." The precious few of us, or thousands of us who watched the match, we will know the truth. We will know that Oops actually fought, that the games are really close, and that just experience of Diggs won. But it's not enough.
And here's the thing, from this match now, we know for sure who's going to be playing in the first of the semi-finals tomorrow, which is going to be Ding, seasonal champions for EU, back-to-back seasonal champions, against Elevate, back-to-back seasonal champions for NA.
Yep, and last time they played each other, it went in favor of Ding, so it'll be interesting to see the rematch. Now it's going to be a best of 13 instead of a best of 9 per normal, so we'll have to see what happens.
Do you think that one's going to be a close one, Mojo, or do you think that one's going to be Ding's?
I think this will be Ding all the way, but I was convinced the EL Gaming will win, so it was not really. So we will see.
Okay, now Matt Andrews has Alien on stage. Let's go over and hear what he has to say.
Indeed, Alien with Ding, our second semi-finalist. Congratulations to you. That final round there where you took it 7-2, Oops didn't even manage to like do a reset on the cap at all. I think you'd well and truly beaten them by that point.
Well, we were kind of... I forgot what I wanted to say. Holy shit.
This win means a lot to you, clearly.
We knew what they can do with those 4 mouses, so that's they're kind of slow, so we just kind of countered their lineup. And at that point, when we saw them, we spotted them, there was like full control. Nothing could go wrong at this round.
I think you had them well and truly worked out. 7-2 is a big win over them. Now you're through to the semi-finals here in Moscow in this amazing arena with this incredible stage. This is exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm kind of hoping for the finals, first time in my life. Like, I've never reached the finals. 2 years ago, we threw a game against Elon with Kazna. Yeah, so this time I'm hoping to finally play in the finals.
And it's all looking very positive for you getting there. You know, you've come here off the back of 2 great seasons. You did brilliantly through the groups. You got that win at the end of the groups in the final group game over Na'Vi 5-2, which is a big shock to many people. Clearly, many thought Na'Vi were going to go through top and we'd have a grand final like we've had so many times before. You've had something to say about that against Na'Vi.
Well, that was the first win against Na'Vi in my life personally, so that was a big thing for me personally. And that was also a big thing for all of us because now we had easier bracket. I mean, it's better to play Oops than Tornado, obviously. I don't want to disrespect them, but, you know, Tornado is just better. Yeah, and that was a big thing for me.
You have a little bit of history with Tornado. Haven't beaten by them in big competitions, but before you get to that final, and maybe Tornado, or maybe a Na'Vi rematch, before you get there, it's Elevate in the semi-finals. How do you feel about that?
Well, it's easier opponent than NSS or Tornado, so we are happy. But we're gonna prepare just as for any match. Like, we are not gonna just go, you know, unprepared or, you know, easy win. But we need to prepare.
Congratulations again, Elian and Ding through to the semi-finals to play Elevate, another semi-final. We need to find 2 teams to take part in that. Ryan and the guys on the desk, though. What a great match that was.
Thanks very much for that, Matt. Elian looking super confident there, nice and happy. He knows he's got to play next and he's going to get some tactics blown up. Now we're going to have a bit of a look more in detail here at round 7. That was the first round on Mines where things just kind of fell to pieces for Oops and they couldn't get quite back into it.
And this is the very moment that broke the Mines map because Milos started climbing here with the budget. In the previous meta, in the previous patch, this would be a normal, even then a risky thing. But since now, look at this, a Rheinmetall 65 kilometers per hour light going, shot an HE, shells for him, and more importantly, lit him up for the rest of the team. I believe Milos was really lucky to even survive. And being Arty, like they had a Meritorious in an Arty, they knew it was only a matter of time until they managed to finish him off in that position.
Yep, and after that, Oops, you know, still driving forward, excuse me, Ding driving forward into the guns of Oops, they started to do some damage, but the problem was positionally, they were just so far out of place at that point, not really having an effective tank on the 0 line. With Milos being dropped to a 1-shot, it allowed the bat chat from Ding to go over there and kill him easily. The 1-on-1, when you have that sort of HP deficit, it's real easy.
I must say, like, it was really brilliant moment watching Battleship Ding here driving 2 mouses with those guns in sync. But after that came some desperate moves from Oops, actually before that, because they killed Mary and Arty. But to do so, they sacrificed so much HP on their budgets, like 1400 HP on Camille, that they would need later. And for a guy that would die 100% anyways, no matter what. So they lost HP everywhere, they could not move anywhere, and that's when they decided to close the deal. That's how they push with the mouses, because at the end of the day, you have to go bloody.
So the Overwatch fire there from Breakneck, we've seen that so many times throughout the season, Breakneck getting into that position and then doing consistent damage. Now in the next round, we thought to ourselves, okay, like maybe Oops can come back into this one. They did a nice climb at the start, but then, I mean, it was there for the loss, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we can see on a map when we pull it up, because that was really easy thing to do, countering these kind of positions. The new meta says pretty simple. You can always try to climb here with mediums as before, and this was a dominant spotting position for a defending team. He is covered here by a tank destroyer and so on, so it's really hard to pick on him. But like, all you need to do now with these lights, you press hard forward here. You can even get a first shot for free. Look at his TVP. with his reload 20 plus seconds, he will clip entire clip in him, and maybe even someone else will get a lucky shot plus an arty. And this guy is really lucky that he even survived on that one shot.
Yep. Now, one thing I want to point out, we're talking a lot about countering out that bat chat, but why it's important. Something as a defender right now, if you look at the positions of all their tanks, they're super passive. They're sitting back here in the low ground, behind the rocks, behind the buildings, and they have a lot of heavily armored tanks. The tricky part about this is finding multiple angles, and what this zero line climb does, allowing you to get up into here, is it allows you to open up an additional angle from the high ground. So then the team that's attacking, they can come over here, they can open up down this line here. That's new angles through here. You have the hill shooting down this way. There's so many different angles you can open up, but if they're all on one side right here and right here, they can come to the west or the east end and get safe. So what this does is this zero line opens it up so they no longer have a safe angle, and that's why it's so important. Now the problem is this climb that we're talking about right here is it's designed to stop this boost. So if the attacking team can first get to the hill, stop it, and then come rotate tanks over and get up here, it's going to make their job a lot easier as the attacker.
We've seen some teams use light tank on that side recently to climb, also Rheinmetall, but even that is risky, and even that can fail. So what is this all about? Always about positioning. Always all 7 guys need to be in sync. What's going to be done? I think this was just a bad calculation by Oops, and they should not have done it when they saw the light on the other side. Even if that was their tactics from the start, they should just given up on it.
Yep.
Because it forced a lot of moves, dire moves, forced moves after, and it was just like a domino effect they could not stop.
Yeah, well, you were talking earlier about looking at lineups and adjusting upon the lineup. The second they saw a TVP and a Rheinmetall coming out from the attacking side, I think you have to give up on that zero line idea right then and there. You have to find something else to do.
Okay, now after that round, Oops had a nice position, but they more or less just lost it. Ding were able to take advantage. Then we went into Ghost Town for the final match. This is where, Oops needed to come back in and salvage something, and they really couldn't, could they?
This was a really tricky map here. Oops really went for it. I kind of actually expected it. Maybe even Ding did, because Oops knows to strike in those last moments. And I believe that's the only moment why Breakneck actually went so far ahead and around, because that's not a normal position for attacking Bacha to go around there, because you can get shot easily, you can get caught, and what then?
Yeah, nothing coming in at all for resets. We've seen this for multiple times throughout the season. Sometimes the defending team just gets completely out of position, gets drawn into fight. And you were saying, Rockstar, there was no attempt really to get in there. They were just held up completely.
Well, if you look at it, they got so busy down here with the 6-7 line trying to cover each other, because at first they realized that Annihilator was alone. There was the Mouse, the T-57 there, so they were worried about him being picked apart and just them handing them an overmatch. So they had to pull more guns away from the north, from that cap, to get in place. And instead what happens is they leave no one to get the reset. At this point, the 416 has to push down there to try to get a light or get a reset, which is never going to happen. So overall, it was just brilliant play by Ding, really asking the questions of them.
They just suddenly didn't have a lane into the base really by that stage, because the fight had been held out for so long in the town, hadn't it, Mojo?
I believe that Ding did entire tactic as a bait. Also, they studied well what does Oops have, 416, how can it be used in defense. They guessed the play of Oops well. You could see that, like Object 416, tier 8, medium on Russian. He's also squashed like pancake. It does seem to be a trend in Russian tanks. So he can more or less spot here, and it's really hard to hit him. So Oops chose to push with the entire team here, and they had only a Mouse here backup, so there is no huge pressure on this cap. But look at this, they had this Bachat as a backup, so he can climb and get another angle of shooting here, and they left entire part of the map here, everything empty. So what did here Ding do? Okay, they said, you want to play like that? We're going to do a full pressure on the cap, because there is a depression here they can hide their turrets. These guys are just coming as a backup to cover the angles. And this Bachat, that would never normally come, came all the way here around. Normally this is his position, to cover his teammates, to get another angles. But he did this, and he caught Kamil here and brought him on a one-shot immediately.
Now, and if we fast forward here, look at what happens. Look at how this plays out. So the Bat Chat ends up getting spotted, and so he has to come deal with the Bat Chat down here, as does the 416.
This was even really lucky from Kamil to survive a 9.
Yep. Now look at this. Now this is where everything starts falling apart. So there's this engagement going on over here. Then there's this Mouse left in the middle. Now the problem is this Mouse is unsupported by this tank here. So these guys all realize they can start creeping down this way, and all of a sudden, bringing a couple tanks down there, We're going to fast forward once again, and you're going to see tanks are going to start shifting away from that cap, and they're going to restart that cap pressure with the WZ and the 113. So look, now here's the overmatch that we're talking about, the 57, the WZ, the mouse is going to come down here. Now look at it. Now all of a sudden they've had to shift all their tanks from the pressure right here in this courtyard and the 57 over here, and the Batchat's already taken down the Batchat over here. So now the cap pressure is building up, and who's in position to get the reset? This mouse is right here. He's the only one left. But they have an extra tank that's not even on cap right here that can come and take this engagement, because this mouse right here had to come help with that group there. And once again, fast forward. Now just look at how this all starts playing out. Now the cap pressure is building up. There's no one in position. 416 comes around, and this is over. Cap's almost done. They have 3 tanks right here. This mouse can't do anything from that angle, and none of these guys can get quickly enough into this lane to get the resets that they need.
Pretty much Captain Obvious now what happens, because there is no one to spot, no one to shoot, and game is over, game is capped. We've seen how it happened, and more importantly, we explain now why it happened.
Yep, and that was it. Ding taking the win there over Oops. We predicted a Ding win, the Casters predicted a Ding win.
Just not so harsh, honestly.
The Lobster predicted a Ding win as well. Now we're going to get ready for our next match, which is going to be Kazna Crew versus Not So Serious. Again, do you think that one's going to be another drawn-out match, or do you think we're going to get something a bit one-sided?
Well, that match will be actually super tricky, because NSS and Kazna used to practice one against another very much, so they know each other tactics. Now that means that in this short period of time they actually had to readjust everything. That might be a lot of baits coming out of that one, because they can show something that other guys think they've seen in practices, but they can just use something completely different, like we've seen in the case today on Steps with Ding and Oops.
So the boy band prediction of Team GG coming true and getting what they wanted as well with us, yeah?
Pretty much. I just wanted to say one more thing. Ducky, when you grow up, you learn that boys don't play with bananas.
Oh, okay. Now, for you been watching at home, if you want to participate, we do have a quest system running. For more information about that, you have the potential to win things like premium tanks, various other prizes. Go to your local World of Tanks portal for more information about that. You can also join in on social media. The hashtag is WOTGF2017, or you can do hashtag WatchPlayLearn. We're going to get set up for the next match. It is going to be Kazna Crew versus Not So Serious. Please stick around, and we'll see you guys very soon. And welcome back to the 2017 Grand Finals here, World of Tanks. We have an absolutely electric atmosphere in this arena. We have had 2 matches already, we have 2 more matches to go, and that will be the decider of our quarter-finals. Tomorrow we then have 3 matches. We have the semi-finals, we have the finals. For those just joining us, I am Ryan Murphy, also known as Ektar. Joining me here on the desk is Mihailo Jugovic, also known as Still Mojo, my colleague throughout the season, casting the various European matches. How are you doing now?
Brilliant. You saw the establishment where we are at the moment with TV Ice Palace. Magnificent place, I can tell you that at least.
And additional here on the desk, we also have James Rockstar Grieve coming in from North America.
Yeah, no, it's just finished off what Mojo was saying. Walking into this place for the first time, it is just massive. It's so awe-inspiring, seeing the stage all lit up and just the music around here. It's so crazy.
And the noise as well. The good thing I always love is, like, no matter the team playing, whenever there's a kill, whenever there's a good play, the crowds react almost instantly. You hear the cheers, you hear the applause, and there's generally no real favourites here, but we're about to see, you know, where the real home loyalty lies.
We haven't had any Russian teams playing yet, and seeing as we're in Moscow, it's about to get crazy.
And now this is where it's going to happen. We're going to see Kazna Crew taking on Not So Serious, and I think, well, we're going to get a bit more noise, a bit more, you know, hype going in here, Mojo, aren't we?
For sure, Not So Serious. I mean, this is the first time in a while we have seen them that they actually in a full lineup. Always there was a certain player missing here or there on events, and now they are in full 7.
James, how do you see this one going? Do you think it's going to be another drawn-out match like we saw first time round Elevate EL Gaming? Do you think it's going to be a quicker match?
Seeing as they were scrim partners, definitely has potential to be long, but I think NSS are playing well enough right now that I think they can take Kazna.
Of course, now we know a lot about Not So Serious and Kazna, especially me and Mojo, we know a hell of a lot about Kazna because we've been casting them all serious. Not So Serious, all season. Not So Serious are effectively the 3rd Russian team. Everyone knows Tornado Energy and everybody knows Navi. If you don't know about Not So Serious or Kazna, here's some more information for you. Kazna Crew. Now, Mojo, you know these guys inside and out. Hit me with the facts here.
Was to say the team that played European League from the very start, from the very first season. A lot of changes, but you can see Haiba and Vetso are still there and kicking and alive. They picked up a lot of players on the way. The latest acquisition, I mean, was pretty decent, I would say.
Kaizu pickup,
from the Gohard, yeah.
He played exceptional with
Not
Gohard,
so shabby.
actually.
But the problem they have here is something that bugged NSS many times so far. LD Nexus, one of their oldest members by membership, of course, not by age, is not here. He could not make it, and he's one of the main damage dealer for Kazna, and he will be dearly missed, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. We just saw Diplomat there up on screen. It's a little bit audio problems. I do apologise for that. Now he's actually saying that you're saying actually yourself, Rockstar. These guys are scrimming partners. These like Not So Serious and Kazna have been like putting in a lot of their effort with this Russian team.
Yep, no, exactly. When you scrim as often as these two do, they're going to know each other inside and out. And so both these teams have had to go back to the drawing board in the last, 48 hours essentially, and develop completely new strats or try to figure ways to trick the other team in a very short amount of time.
And Kazna Crew Mojo, arguably the second strongest team. And always been in Ding's shadow, effectively, haven't they?
Well, lately they were constantly fighting with Ding, but I wanted to point out there is something really important about Kazna. There is a great bond of friendship that is gathering these guys together for a long time. Even now, when they're practicing here, they have a couple of guys on the top because they brought Vale and Kolmi Piotr, who are not playing currently.
Yeah, that's always an interesting thing as well. Usually when the teams come out for lineups, the teams come out with just their starting 7, but Kazna pretty much always come out with the team and the substitutes. There's a really strong bond the guys have, very much like a kind of brotherhood, if you like, isn't it?
Everyone who deserves to get here, everyone gets brought. So, I mean, if you earn money together, why not? Something extra will be spent just so every one of the friends will be there.
Tough task, arguably, ahead of them, but I mean, the next team is Not So Serious. Let's introduce them to you guys at home.
Not So Serious are one of the big three teams from the CIS region, coming third place in both Season 1 and Season 2. They are always surprising their opponents with a non-standard approach to their tactics. A well-experienced team, they have overcome various difficulties this season to remain one of the top challengers for the CIS title. This will be Not So Serious's second grand finals, and they're looking to improve upon last year's result, where they finished in 4th place. Could this be the season where NSS step out of the shadows and into the limelight?
Наш старт на гранд-финале можно назвать вполне ожидаемым, потому что мы играли с двумя не самыми сильными соперниками, представленных в списке участников. Ну, есть, конечно, еще заготовленные тактики, мы не все козыри показали. Но впереди очень жесткие матчи. Очень хочется сыграть с Торнадо, потому что на последнем лан-финале мы потерпели от них поражение из-за того, что у нас был неполный состав. И хотелось бы взять реванш именно своим основным составом. И здесь мы уже настроены на жесткую борьбу. Настрой боевой, конечно же, очень хочется победить, ведь это гранд-финал, самый крупный турнир World of Tanks.
Interesting there from Not So Serious. We talked about they were the team that came up with the new tactic, or the tactic was new to us on steps, and they were saying in their video there they still have stuff hidden away.
I actually spoken to Just Cause because I know him for a while. He played in Virtus Pro in our region, and he actually told me we were not playing so serious. Not yet.
Interesting. Now, I was actually speaking to Dares from Kazna Crew, and he said we've already got at least 4 things not been seen before, not shown to Not So Serious, that we have ready to go.
It's going to be rather interesting to see because, as we mentioned several times, they were practice partners. That means they inside out know every tactic that both played. So they have to change quite a lot and influence it with some of the mind games and whatever to make it, to spice it up and make it maybe appealing for enemy to make a mistake.
And as Daki said earlier, this is the point where you no longer hold anything back. You need to win, you need to do everything that you can. You don't hold anything in reserve. So we'll have to see if they're able to pull some new tricks out of the bag.
Indeed, you can have all these fancy tactics ready to go, but if you get knocked out, then you don't get to use them. So is this it, Mojo? Is that it? Cards on the table, you just go for it?
I think that's been since the people came here. The only thing that differs them now is NSS is full, Nidin is here. He didn't play on the LAN finals when they played the CIS finals. LD Nexus is not here. And that's a problem. And they should have had the improvement with Kaizo. Instead, they're just missing, again, 1 member.
I can have all the difference bringing in a new player and losing a steady member. That was potentially an issue with Not So Serious at the CIS finals, for example.
They were devastated.
Team strength wasn't there.
They couldn't. They even didn't have a replacement player. Evil Granny was supposed to be there, but Bulkin replaced him. They had to pick him up in a team for that. But there we go. Kazna is there.
Kazna looking super confident, smiles all around. You can see Not So Serious now. Look at the smile on Monty. He's ready to go. Not So Serious enjoying. We're actually getting quite a bit of noise here in the VTB Ice Palace here as everyone is Not So Serious coming out on stage. In the introduction video, there's immediately one guy with the woohoo!
you know when a Russian team is playing around here.
These guys have it all to play for. I can't wait for this one. I really can't wait. I think it's going to be a more drawn-out one. Now, Kazna Crew, let's actually talk into them a bit more detail here, Mojo. The kind of key players for Kazna Crew, the kind of anchors for the team.
Both Season 1, Season 2, Kazna was a second team, second to Ding. The Championship Rumble, they lost to Ding. Challenger Rumble. On Championship Rumble, they were destroyed by Navi, as usual. I really must say I'm sorry, but it is as usual. From these players from the Group A where they beat Yato barely 5-4 and they lost to EL Gaming 5-2. That really is not something we expected from them. We expected them easy wins in both of the matches. So they're shooken up. Maybe the difference is because LD Nexus is there. Maybe they did not prepare for the patch well enough. We will see. They had a lot of time in the booths to practice. From these guys we know here, Haiba and Vetso, old standing members. Stefan definitely the best player and he's mainly in-game tactician lately. Kaizu, they picked him up for the damage. There's one of the best support clippers in a EU server.
Mr. Consistency, basically, for Kazna. Look at this. NSS going into a little huddle. My favourite football club does this as well, so it's always good to see it. A little handshake in the middle there, you know, probably shouting out Divide. Rockstar, not so serious. And these guys that we were saying earlier on, they have a point to prove here, don't they?
Yeah, well, they've always kind of lived in the shadows of Na'Vi and Tornado, and so seeing them come out now, especially adding a few players over the last year to their roster, they can really maybe finally make a challenge for that, especially picking up Just Cause and Coca-Cola coming over from Virtus Pro and Wombat on Tanks when they disbanded. So they really kind of stepped this roster up. So we'll have to see if they can really contend with those teams. But first, before they get to that, they're going to have to get through Kazna Crew.
Yep, get through Kazna Crew. Whoever wins this match is going to be playing up against the winner of the next match, which is Tornado Energy or Na'Vi. So it's not exactly a thing to look forward to realistically. Okay, look forward to for the challenge, but to go through it's going to be a hell of a match here.
But Na'Vi already proven they're not unbeatable anymore. Like Tornado took them down already in the season finals. They took them down. I mean, they didn't take them down yet, but they already won them also on Championship Rumble before that. So those are the two biggest tournaments that actually matter that happened lately. So everyone has cracks, and even Tornado had a shaky season. They allowed a lot of defeats against teams that should be far superior to them.
And like Daki said earlier on when he was casting the previous match, like with Ding, realistically, every team here just has to take it one match at a time. You can't really be looking too far ahead, can you?
It's like this. If it bleeds, it can be killed. So yeah, you need to fight.
Yeah, definitely agree. You just have to find a way in, and some of these teams, especially Na'Vi, they showed that they're kind of a little bit out of it earlier. So we'll have to see if they've kind of picked it up and gotten things back together.
Okay, so map picks coming in, and already 2 city maps banned out, 2 close maps, 2 brawl maps gone.
Wow, Ghost Town and Himmelsdorf gone there already. I mean, Himmelsdorf is not an issue because NSS was banning it entire time, so that was highly expected. Ghost Town for Kazna, on the other hand, yeah, that's... I don't know, like, they didn't have it that bad. They were much worse on some other maps, like, let's say, Cliff or Ruinberg, so that makes me think that they actually have something prepared.
This first map is really exciting for me, Rockstar, because this makes me think Kazna saying, okay, we saw what you did, come at us.
Yeah, well, Not So Serious versus Elevate on last Tuesday, I believe it was. That's the round where NSS really kind of tore apart Elevate and really pushed it up to the next gear. They brought out some really unique strats. They found that zero-line climb with the T100, which really kind of threw a wrench into the whole Elevate plan. So we'll have to see what else they have in store. And Kazna, you know, probably we're watching, so we'll have to see if they have something new in their sleeve as well.
An interesting thing as well, Mojo, if it goes the distance, the last map is Prokhorovka and then the tiebreaker is Prokhorovka as well. Not exactly Kazna Crew's best map, is it?
No, this is definitely not one of their best maps, but it's also not the best maps for one of the best maps for NSS. They're just like 50-50 there. So not too cold, not too not too warm, you know. So that if it comes to that kind of match, it can go either way. There is no contender there. There is no favorite then.
I think this one's, to be honest, hard to call. I think this one's really hard to call. I think Kazna are going to bounce back from the group stages. They struggled in the group stages. Not So Serious had a bit of an easier group stage, didn't they?
Yeah, but when you play against Elevate, I just don't know. Elevate, they beat them 5-1 rather handily, and then they also had other team in their group. Totally blanking right now. Not So
Serious had 2. Oh God, I wasn't ready for that
they
one.
They played against Elevate.
Team
efficiency,
yes,
so not very serious opponents.
Yeah,
5-1,
smashed them both. Yeah,
definitely an easier group. Kazna had it a little bit tougher. However, NSS, even though it was arguably weaker opponents, they played really well against Elevate. So I think it's going to be close, but I still think NSS are going to walk away with it.
So you're going for an NSS one?
Yes.
Okay, what do you thinking the score's going to be with that one then?
7-5, 7-6. I think it'll be close.
Going all the way. Mojo?
If Nexus was here, I would say a tight game for Kazna. I simply cannot betray, I must say. Kazna must win, let's say 7-5.
Okay, I'm going to do my usual. I'm going to chicken out, because first I'm going to wait to see what my good buddy Tomato the Lobster predicts, then I'll choose mine. Well, there we go. Tomato is predicting not so serious. There's a big cheer in the arena when that happens. I'm going to go against Tomato this time. I'm actually going to go with Kazna Crew. I'm going to go with Mojo. I'm going to go with our home time favourite. Now, that's enough from us. Let's actually introduce you to our casters who are going to be running away with this one.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ryan. I'm joined here by Rukil. We kind of don't agree with these analysts yet again, do we?
Yeah, I'm really feeling like this is going to be a little more NSS-sided. I'm really feeling like 7-2, 7-3 is something more my scoreline.
Like you said, I think the only discussion we're going to have is about if it's going to be 7-2 or it's going to be 7-3.
Yeah, and I'll give it a little room. If Kazna shows up and they've really fixed something, maybe. But I'll have to wait and see.
You see, Mojo went with Kazna Crew. I don't think it's going to be right, but perhaps he can prove us wrong. Ryan, take it away.
Well, I know I'm quietly confident. I reckon that they've put the legwork in. I think they've learned from the group stage. You know, I think they've put in a heck of a lot of work.
I'm hoping.
You're hoping. You're hoping.
What can you do best? After looking at those games, they definitely didn't look well.
Yeah, and
it looked like out of the sync, out of the tactics. Everything was wrong. So when they're already at bottom, only way they can go is up, man.
Indeed.
Well, one thing I just want to say is, while we were just talking about how NSS had arguably the weaker group, Kazna didn't do well in their group at all, and not even by a margin to where it kind of justifies the difference between the two. Against L Gaming, they struggled. They struggled really hard, and Yato as well gave them a run for their money. So I don't know. I just don't. As much as I want to believe with you guys and go for a Kazna, I can't.
Let's be completely honest here. Like not so serious. They smashed their way into the quarterfinals. Kazna Crew scraped their way into the quarterfinals.
This is quarterfinals.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I'm saying. They scraped their way into the quarterfinals. Not so serious. We're like boom, two like really strong wins. Kazna Crew like.
Sometimes it's all in the confidence, and right now I think NSS have the confidence. Kazna, on the other hand, I don't know that they do.
I've seen Kazna Crew throughout the regular season with their backs against the wall and they've pulled out some fantastic plays. I think they're going to do it. I'm going to stick to that. I can't give a score line, but I think it's going to be Kazna Crew. So the teams are ready to get this thing underway, which means our casters are also ready to get things underway. Let's jump back over to Dekilzor and Rukil.
Thank you so much from the analysis desk. Me and Randall, we are ready. Like we said, we are expecting a little bit of a uphill battle, like you will want to say, for Kazna Crew. So let's hope they can deliver everything that's been said about them, because so far it's been disappointing. Let's be real about it.
Yeah, they've had a rough time. It's pretty easy to see that Kazna's probably in a dark place. And if anyone knows Kazna, you know that they are hugely dependent on morale.
Yeah, this seems to happen to them every single grand finals, though. Every time a heartbreak story. I mean, just look at the way the bracket played out now. It could have been so good for them, but talking to them, they said they were already too focused on a possible quarterfinals against Elevate.
They started looking a little farther than they should have, yeah. And that happens to a lot of teams. We've seen it numerous grand finals where teams that should be able to make it farther than they
drop out because
they lose sight of what's in front of them. They stumble because they aren't prepared for the challenges that a reasonable team makes. Because everyone
anybody here deserves to be here, right? So we have the best teams. You need to be giving everything you got against every single one of them. Now that's what I say was the biggest difference between NSS and Kazna Crew. Kazna said they were holding back some stuff, their best moves for later matches, and let's just say it didn't work out that well for them. NSS, on the other hand, the way they played in their group stage was phenomenal. They didn't hold back whatsoever.
And you think that just because you don't hold back, that doesn't mean you don't have any more options. You can always take a step away and say, oh, let's just do this little variant. You probably have other strategies ready to go.
You can bring the same lineup, but variations of it. Mind games work very well in that case. So this lineup from NSS, people will always look back at the previous finals and be like, yeah, they didn't do so well. A last season final on the RU, it wasn't that great for them whatsoever. I think it's 7-1 loss, but they weren't in full force, and they are now.
Yeah, and they've also had plenty of changes. They've had plenty of time to think about those mistakes, make the adjustments necessary.
Seeing Nitin at these finals, he's been incredible. He's been amazing, especially in those light tanks, climbing up and down.
I really like watching him play so far. He's been doing really well, and I think a lot of people have noticed it.
Yeah, and I think with the fact that we now have a big adjustment, the new Tier 10 lights, and the way that a bunch of the Tier 9s and Tier 8 light tanks have been readjusted, that means as light tank players have a lot to catch up on. They have caught up on it, of course, and we've seen that performance here. So we'll have to see. Is Kazna ready for NSS? Did they prepare? Do they have counters? What do you think? Let's jump on Kazna. Yeah. What do you think Kazna does that wins them this match or gets them into this match?
I think they need to get out of that habit of playing just standard. They've been playing a lot of standard through, like in the entire group stage, they just brought standard strategies, and Elong profited maximum of that. They just countered the standards. Now, Kazna Crew is a team that trains a lot against the CIS teams, trains a lot against the EU teams, so it's very easy to get picked up in that meta. Now, what I think is an issue there, though, is that the CIS teams do the meta better.
Yeah, of course, if you're learning from someone else, they
if you're
might.
learning from someone else, they're usually one step ahead of you.
Yeah.
You might copy the way they play, but it doesn't mean you always 100% understand why they do the certain things they do.
Yeah, and what we've liked in the past is seeing Kazna do an excellent job with those strategies that are already established, making their own flourishes or innovations, or just being excellent at execution. But when that falls short, it ends up looking pretty bad because, as you and I both know, contrast is such a delicate thing in tanks. The tiniest little detail can make a
few
close.
Seconds is the difference between a lost round and a won round.
Yeah, and to get even closer in there between a round that looks close and one that does not even, that looks like it's miles apart.
It can be a small difference, yes.
Yeah, exactly, and those little things are what really shines here at the grand finals.
Yeah, because obviously it's all between the few percentages better, right? Who's better in the match itself for one, but who's also coming in better prepared, who had a better rest the night before. Everything plays into, everything is a factor, everything you can think of.
You bring up my favorite subject. Every time I'm at a LAN final, I love looking at the players and trying to figure out what's going on, right? Because when you see somebody and they're clearly exhausted, right?
Yeah.
You know that translates onto the battlefield.
Of course.
That's decision making right there. But when you see someone excited and happy, you know they're motivated, and you wait to see a team get overeager, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I always love watching for. And then I guess to bring it around, looking at these guys right now, everyone's focused. Kazna didn't look too worried. They looked serious. They looked like they were
But
ready
I like
for the
way
match.
NSS came on the stage.
Oh.
Those players, a lot of them very, very familiar, especially Monty, also are very familiar to the grand finals even, obviously winning one. They are no strangers to this. I just like the way they come on the stage. It seems like they have no worry in the world.
Yeah, they were playing off to the crowd. They were giving little heart signs. They had a little fan club actually on their side of the stage in the crowd. They all just jumped up and cheered. you saw that. We were both out front of the stage when they came out, and yeah, they've got this little crew that's there to motivate them, and that helps. Because when you've played on the stage plenty of times.
I never watched the audience.
You never?
No.
No? You've zoned them out completely?
My thing was always I listened to like set movie music, usually Interstellar, like something that just zones me out, and then I just go and play.
Oh, okay. That's fairly common. A lot of people try and just play inside of a bubble, right? You try and create the setup as like to your home, to whatever you've got at home.
That's the second point I wanted to mention with the factors we were talking about already, with just the sleeping. Also, for some of these players, it's LAN number 2, LAN number 3. It's always so much different. The game looks completely different always playing on LAN than playing at home. And some players just can't handle it. I mean, some players just can't play at a LAN finals because it's so different. Everything is different. The atmosphere is different. The preparation is different. I mean, if you're playing from home, I'm quickly going to go downstairs, grab a drink, go up, prepare myself for my match, chat a little bit here and there. For these players, it's all about the game, just the game.
Yeah, and if you can't find your comfort zone, it's going to be that much harder.
It's those small things, right? The elevation of your chair not being just right, the chair not being the same as you have at home, the monitor not being the same one. It's all those small little things that can stack
Yeah, because
up.
if you don't have a desk that's perfectly flat like they tend to have, and you're
going to position yourself and the desk's going to be lower or higher, and you're going to find it annoying, of course, at first.
Yeah, it distracts you. You can't get focused on the game, and then but these guys have generally figured it out. I've noticed. That's what I like when I watch NSS. It looks like they've generally gotten themselves in the flow that they need to in order to to play comfortably. Kazna, on the other hand, I remember to interrupt, but at the Rumble and a few other events, I've noticed when I've seen them set up, they don't always have exactly what they want to do when they set up in mind. They show up there and they're like, okay, what am I going to do with this? All right, this desk is a little tall. I'll raise my seat. Okay, is this okay? Some of the players, maybe it could be a criticism, could be extrapolating a little bit extra from what I should do, but Kazna guys could probably do to try to focus a little more time and energy on creating that safe environment we're talking about.
Perhaps they should. I don't know, Vetsu has that one coin that he uses to, it's like a poker chip, I think it is, that he spins around to like zone himself out. It's
something to fidget with, right?
Yeah.
I think we can all
relate
relate
to that. As long as it's not a fidget spinner, I'm okay with that. But what I want to go back to NSS and how comfortable they have looked, I think that showed exactly in the group stages. I mean, looking at it, the group stages, let's just be real, they looked like probably not the best, if not the second best team coming out of that one. Might have been partially due to the group they were in.
I think I was going to say that. I think a lot of it had to do with the group, but I don't want to say that you're wrong, right?
Yeah, but I think I agree on that. Half of it is making them look with the group they were in, which was fairly easy for them. Let's say it as it was.
Yeah, by contrast, they definitely were the stronger ones there.
But the tactics they brought, though, were against Elevate, were on point.
Yeah, Elevate really didn't stand much of a chance. And that makes me wonder whether or not Elevate, to jump onto a weird subject, is going to make it much farther in the series. We'll have to see, of course, tomorrow, because that's where all of this goes.
They have a lot of time off now to think, watch, study, learn, adapt. I mean, being the first to play, some people find it annoying. I think it's actually a benefit because you get to study everybody else so much better. It's much better to arrive at the venue, get up there, get to play than having to sit around for like 2-3 hours waiting.
I love this discussion point. What do you want to be? Do you want to be first in the morning? I think it's this, and tell me what you think. I think it's as long as you approach your match, or the time your match is supposed to be played appropriately, you'll be fine. If you know you're going to play late in the day, you decide, okay, I'm going to study, I'm going to watch my opponents, I'm going to relax, I'm going to make sure that no one wears themselves out or gets too wound up and stuff. Yeah. But if I'm first, I make sure everyone shows up, we're ready to go already, and then afterwards we do our study, right?
Again, yeah, it depends completely on the kind of person you are, right?
Yeah.
For some people, they can keep that focus and be preparing themselves for the last match of the day, but others just can't. They can't get themselves into that zone of preparing for their match, just watching others getting more and more nervous.
Yeah.
That's why for some people being the first is good, but for others being the last while having watched everybody else and prepare, taking everything you've seen into into the possibilities that might be brought against you, because you obviously know that these teams are playing against each other very often. That works for other people. It all depends on what kind of personalities you have in your team.
Yeah, and I guess to kind of to settle that point, Kazna seems like the kind of team that plays first in the day and does fine, or what?
I think so. I don't feel like they're a team that should play late. I think if they're coming off first, they might have some surprises, might be a little bit aggressive, might be ready to go.
That sounds like Kazna to me.
I feel like, I think if they're playing late, they get too much, doing nothing.
And then on NSS, I really don't see a huge weakness on the team. I feel like any time of the day, they probably got that figured out. They know exactly what they need to do. Okay, we play late in the day. Here's what we'll do in the morning. Then we'll play a match.
But they have this flair of a little bit of arrogance even about them, which is not a bad thing.
I kind of saw mostly confidence, but I can see where you say arrogance. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's a very thin line between coming across confident and coming over a little bit arrogant. But in a competition like this, I think coming over arrogant or even a little bit or very confident is a very, very good thing.
Yeah, and let's move on to this, and now actually let's talk about the first map. So first map steps, right?
Yeah, and we have seen some amazing things from NSS on this, so that begs the question, what does Kazna have prepared to break the NSS on steps?
Yeah, and we're going to actually see who is on attack to start.
It is going to be NSS going to be attacking first, but Kazna crew taking on the defense. So we saw NSS play against Elevate, eastern side, climbing that 0 line. Now, I don't think this is going to be something that Kazna allows to happen whatsoever.
If they go for that, they'll have to definitely block it out. But if they don't, there are a few other options they might be able to play with here or there, and we'll have to see how those go.
We'll have to see. I mean, it kind of really just depends on the way that Kazna crew prepared for NSS in particular. Do they deliberately counter what has happened, or do they choose to adapt to the things that they've seen from NSS? I mean, they can play their own game, right? Is it going to work against what NSS brought? Well, I'm saying it should, because otherwise they wouldn't pick it.
Yeah.
There has to be a very clear reason why Kazna crew let Steps get through against NSS. It either has to do with the fact that the maps that were banned, they didn't like whatsoever.
Because what did we see was banned? I think we saw Ghost Town.
Ghost Town and Himmelsdorf.
And Himmelsdorf.
I think NSS is a disastrous Ghost Town team. They have like 100% win rate on it, but that's because they have played like one round, I think.
Oh, okay. And they just avoided it completely the entire time.
But
yeah.
Ghost Town, Kazna crew, when talking to them about it, they said Ghost Town in practice was one of their best maps, but yet when they came here, they have lost 4 rounds on it already. They've lost against Yato. Against Yato, they played Ghost Town, and Yato took that one.
So it's a good thing then we won't see it here.
Yeah, and against EL took that one 2-0 as well.
Okay, so that's good that that's out. So that'll save them a little face on that. But we start out on Steps, and yeah, this is a place where Kazna can get into the match. This is a place where they can maybe start
They need
on
a strong
good
start.
foot.
They really need a strong start.
If they don't get that strong start, I'm also skeptical because again, going back to the Kazna morale. If they're doing well, they keep doing well.
It's the morale we keep talking about with them, with the emotional team, especially with also adding Kaizu. I think he's a very emotional player in my opinion. But also, I think the best way to break a confident team is to go in there and shatter their confidence straight from the start.
Yeah.
Now, if they would beat NSS on Steps 2-0, that might start working a little bit away.
Because you walk out on stage, you show off, you're like, hey, we're the best, and then all of a sudden you sit, you sit down and that happens. That's definitely a place for it. But a team like NSS has a decent amount of experience. Reasonably, we'll have to see. I think they could recover from something like that, but of course there's no guarantees. We'll have to see when it comes to it, if it comes to it, as we're loading into map number 1. On the red side, Kazna is going to be defending first, and they will be bringing 1-2 mouse, a 113, an object 430, Batchat, a T100. I love seeing those these days. The UDES, and that seems like a decent solid lineup. Against that, we've got a nice 3 113s, E50, Batchat, T100, and artillery with Monty.
Not a very different start, I'd say, from NSS from what we have seen from them before. Kazna, though, putting Kaizu, I think, in that object 430 already towards that C0 position to cover that off. Easily climbing in the meantime in the UDES, something we've seen from Ding as well, with Haiba on the lower side. So NSS going for their kind of standard opening, but Kazna crew, at least in the beginning, trying to counteract that.
Yeah, and I like this. Nice aggressive, it sets the tempo. It forces NSS to kind of decide, all right, what are we going to do based off of this action, as opposed to, all right, we're on track. Right now, they're not exactly on track. Nothing's outside of their wheelhouse right now. And we're going to see Monty, actually. Looks like he's moving up, trying to reposition. They're going to try and keep him close to the rest of the herd. While Stefan, is he going to be able to, is he going to jump off of A2 and maybe come around and flank?
I think for now, he's going to be keeping his position at the very least, making sure that he has control over that. But everybody being spotted from the NSS side, though, he will do exactly what you said. Come off of that one, perhaps relocate himself to get maybe that RD, but he needs to take it careful, though, because now we see Just Cause peeling away from this fight over here. Now, Stefan, we know the kind of player he is, should be doing fine, and should maybe get an angle on towards the side of Just Cause, but he still needs to be careful of it.
I like this stuff, and by the way, on the west side of the map, peeks up and out, just so that he can see Just Cause, who are just trying to follow there, and is able to actually kind of force him to focus on Stefan and gets a few shells in there. That's really nice there for NSS. They should be able to kind of push forward and maybe take something out that could turn into a crazy brawl here.
Well, the Mouses from Kazna crew are making their way forward. They are starting to take a lot of damage, but now they have gotten to the fight. The HP has almost equal to the first mouse to speak around the corner. Diplomat, Vetso making the damage towards Coca-Cola. But if this is the push that Kazna crew is looking for, I'm not so sure. These Mouses, they're starting to bleed a lot. These 113s are both ammo-rack though, which is a very important factor.
And on top of that, look at this. 2 tanks from NSS are chasing off that T100 from Kazna on the west side. So as far as numbers, that really helps out Kazna's. And if they're going to be able to make something happen in this brawl, although right now they've got, there for them, Durs goes down.
NSS, I don't think they can hold this. I mean, all the HP right now is on Shotnik, Nidin. Beowulf is about to go down here against the two Mouses from Kazna Crew. Haiba takes another artillery hit, not enough to finish him off as he remains on 2 HP. But Beowulf, he's left alone. He's left against the Wolves from Kazna Crew. Haiba picks it up, and that will be 3 versus 5. Kazna Crew battered and bruised, but in this one, and don't forget, Yizn in the UDES is still on that position. We kind of forgot about him even.
Oh yeah, up top. He's actually dealt a decent amount of damage, almost 1,000 this battle so far. And he's going to stay up top. He's relatively delicate right now. He's taking a lot of damage, but we'll see if anything comes of that.
Randall, now, let's slow down this fight, right?
All right.
There's still a possibility here for NSS, I would say, at the very least. The thing is, what I want to mention is...
2,000 to about 3,900.
Not even the HP. I would take away the HP, but talk about the mobility that NSS has available towards them. They have the E50, they have the T100 Light, they have the RT as well. They could make that work against this lineup. Haiba, a quick tank, low HP. Kaizu, a 2-shot. They can make this mobility work for them.
You're right, absolutely right. I wasn't thinking about it as much. The mouse, even though you have 3 mouse, right? That's not really that useful right now. You can't really attack. You can roll around a bit, but yeah, you're right. The E50, the T100, they should be able to kite as much as possible. But look at Monty's position, right? If the mouse from Kazna, the 3 of those, decide to press up, he doesn't exactly have a decent escape.
I don't think they can press. Shotnik, another shot on towards Diplomat. I don't think they can press, that's the thing. Because the only one they can realistically send is Vetso by himself in that mouse, while the others would have to cover. And if Nidin and Shotnik is going to get with the E50M, with that heat, he's going to give him at least 2 shots on the way.
You're right.
There we go. That's the first one. RD will come in, making him even lower. I don't think this is really going to be the trades that they're looking for, but they're going to try though. Shotnik puts in the first, puts in the second. Now he's getting flanked though. But there we go. Nidin picks up Haiba.
Yep, I was going to say the T100 just in backfield has jumped himself up on some high ground and is going to start kind of snipe covering. And at the same time, Monty as well just fires. And that's, what is that, about 300? Was that about 300 damage right there?
Yeah, I'd say something like that.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Now has 7 HP left. This is still not over, I'd say. I mean...
Oh, this can go either way still. E50 is off the battlefield, sure.
I think this should be the end of it, though. Nidin gets spotted in the open. First shot comes out. No connection there from Kaizu. Needs to be careful. This T100 light tank super quick. You can see it driving across. Gets engine damage. Quickly repairs that one. Kaizu might get one more shot before Nidin's in the clear, but he dips down low. He needs to be careful, though, because RT's reloaded in 2 seconds. If you can give a disastrous blow on towards Kaizu, 474 is what I'm talking about. Puts him into the 1-shot range.
Now we need to see that T100 come in and finish him off with one or 2 more shells should do it. But he needs to get that damage in. Artie should stay alive, and if you can do that, that's where a win happens. But if not...
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot coming out from Nidin. He's spotted though, but the mouse, Vetso, he doesn't know whether to push forward or to pull back because Monty's still alive. That position is actually working in their favor now. They want to kill this Artie, but they can't go for the Artie.
Oh, that's painful. Oh, here we go. There's the right play. You've got...
Monty's reloaded in 3 seconds.
Oh, he is. He may be able to shock it, but is he looking the right way is the question.
We'll have to find out. There comes the first shot from Kaizu on towards
Monty.
And he does! And he does! He picks it up! And this again, Monty should be kind of safe in this area. Another beautiful shot coming out from Nidin for 261 on towards Vetso and Kazna Crew. What it was a 1 round is now becoming closer and closer. They need to be careful because this is not the way to close out a steps round.
Oh no, it's not. Kazna should have had this minutes ago. This should have been done 5 minutes into the battle.
Vetso's gonna die to Monty. 12 seconds left. If Nidin gets a spot, Monty will surely try to finish him. This RT is now paying dividend. Usually in a match with 7 versus 7, he doesn't get to do it so much, but it was 3 versus 3 rather quickly. Vetso is kind of safe, but Nidin, he's working that mobility we talked about.
Yep, he's going to move around, try and find the flank. See a little pinging on the mini-map, by the way. And shot out, not quite going to connect. It hurts, just not enough.
He still has time to work with, though. Because of the relay from Monty. 29 seconds left now, Nidin. Trying to get that underplate. Obviously, that T100 light tank dispersion, not the greatest on that light.
It's definitely not a sniper.
No, it's not a sniper whatsoever, but the spots, this is just, the mouse, he can't see this light tank. He's literally trying to find a needle in a haystack. I mean...
Yeah, it is, I do appreciate seeing a light tank understand distances and spotting well enough to know exactly how far he should be in order to be, safe. And that's something to pay attention to, because you want to stay outside of their range, inside yours.
Yeah.
It sounds fairly obvious, but it's something that a lot of scouts don't think about. They'll end up kind of crossing into 300 meters, 200 meters of their opponent for the spot, when they really should hold that damage.
Look at this though, Diplomat pushing up now as well. This gives Nidin the information he needs to maybe make a play. He's going around again. Monty spotted out, so as Diplomat, Nidin knows where 2 out of the 3 remaining Kazna crew players are. And if he can get the first one, he might be able to save him.
Yeah, 2 minutes left though. 2 minutes.
Keep this into account though.
Where's Isne?
If he, no matter where Isne is, he's in a T100 light tank. He can climb anywhere.
Well, it's the fact that can he get up to the top where Isne is over in the northeast? Can he get there in time? He can get the kill.
He can get the kill, but he just got the first one on towards Vetso. Yeah. Now he's going to chase down Diplomat, and then he just needs RT. Monty, if he survives here, he doesn't though. Diplomat picks it up, but now Nidin, multi-kill, picks up Diplomat, 1v1.
Yeah, he's a minute and 20 seconds now to go find.
He has time to climb this. He knows both climbs. We have seen him do it.
Yeah, absolutely. But now we have to see him do it. And we have to see the UDES not stop him. Like Isne has options, doesn't he? Isne can try to peek over, find the angle, watch the approach, and counter out. Because how many hit points? 504. That's 2 shells, right? I don't think there's a high roll that
No, he's going to be
definitely 2. Definitely 2.
Nidin is lining up the climb. We have seen him do it before. Can he make it quickly though? He spotted that. He knows that Isne is up there. He's lining it up. Can he do it? No, he fails.
See, that's what...
Ooh, he takes 445! And I think Isne saw that as well.
Yeah, he saw that. He was lit. He knows. He absolutely knows. So now he knows he can just pop on back, run. 59 hit points, if you ram into the UDES, that might be enough that you just kill yourself. So he has to play careful.
Solid climb, but he needs to be quickly. He's reversing to save some time as well. Turns around now, 20 seconds. I don't think he's going to be making this one. 18 left on the clock now. Nidin needs to get there rather quickly. Isne, he's hiding all the way in the back. It's all he has to do.
He knows. You see, this is what I was talking about. It doesn't matter. You can make it there in time, but that one missed jump, that just ended it right there for NSS. And this is great for Kazna to start out. Although I don't think this is exactly the win they wanted. And that's it. That's it. The timer's out.
That was rather close, I'd say. Kazna crew, they're pushing in. I don't know if it was really worth it anymore at one point. I mean, when they sacrificed a lot of HP against Shotnik, that was fine. Killing Shotnik was a good move, but then continuing onwards. Kaizu trying to go for the RD. I feel like that was over-eagerness, and definitely at that point in time, not worth it anymore.
Yeah, and I think there was a lack of coordination that I saw as well. It seemed like the Kazna guys should have pressed all about the same time, so that when artillery fires, they don't have to. They're not sitting there still searching until he's reloaded to get the kill.
They came in one by one, to be honest. I
mean, they made it easy for NSS. Now, credit to NSS. We saw Nidin. He did an excellent job of kiting around, being mobile, trying to play the vision game. And that's
there we talked about it.
Yeah,
coming to show, but
yeah,
I like what Diplomat did there though. Killing off Monty is a thing many people would wonder. Why doesn't he do one shot of damage to Nidin, make him one shot for the UDES? Well, there's 2 things there, right? Cap is always a thing with 2 tanks.
Yes.
Would force Isne into the open, but Nidin climbing and then RT.
And then RE could get the spot, get the splash, and with the UDES, he doesn't exactly have the armor that...
Yeah, he would take a lot of damage rather quickly.
M4043 is hurt a lot. Now looking at the post-game stats, you're going to see this is something to watch. Look at that. There's a lot of Kazna players not dealing nearly as much damage as the NSS guys.
And even Kazna almost losing that fight with the fact that 2 of the tanks from NSS were ammo-racked, if you take that into account.
That's a good point as well. But did they use their kits, or were they?
No, they were ammo-racked when the mouse was pushed in, I think. I saw them come in and I saw 2 of the 113s being ammo-racked, so...
Now I'm sitting back wondering. I didn't check to see if they had large repair kits, but the thing is, with a large repair kit, it's on a timer. You could have dealt with the ammo rack.
Yeah, it's 90 seconds, or they might have used it before.
And with 90 seconds, the thing about it in this format is like with 10 minutes, 90 seconds means we'll just wait for batch heads to reload, right?
Exactly.
And you're fine.
But now getting into the second round here, Kazna versus NSS. Kazna currently 1-0. Gonna be attacking NSS, gonna be defending. Monty, solid climb. That's what we expect.
Yeah, makes it the first time. That's what you want. And of course, that's the little easier climb. The one from the south on the 0 line is quite a bit trickier.
Kazna crew did not send the light tank aggressive.
Yeah, nothing on the west side, leaving it completely open.
This is different from what I've seen. That's what I asked you about. Why does Kazna not use the light tank? Why do they decide to just believe they can clear it out without actually...
It's a risky play because
I agree.
Yeah, there's a ton of mobility, vision, camo that you're losing out on. Now, maybe you're making that up with hit points. No, doesn't feel like it because you're bringing S-Tank, you're bringing GW Tiger P.
It has the biggest splash.
It does.
One of the biggest splashes.
Yeah, but as far as a profile, hiding it and its mobility, I tend to like something that can move a little bit because depending on the time, when it is in the match or the battle, I should say, you might want to actually get out of your initial spots. Like that's why I like French artillery, faster firing. Maybe the arc's not so
It
great.
doesn't work so well against mouses.
Yeah, I think that's the main point. Is the mouse meta really makes it so mobile RDs and so effective.
Now, you can see Kazna still thinks there's somebody on that A2 position. He's not targeting the map on towards A1. We can obviously see that on our screens. So he's not targeted A1. Now NSS trying to blind fire the possible climb coming out from Kazna crew. So when does Kazna realize there's nobody up there?
Yeah,
with two light tanks, it's hard to tell, obviously.
Well, we'll have to give them a minute to see if they're going to decide to do anything off of this. They're getting plenty of vision, plenty of spotting, right? And it goes both ways, but I think the next thing we'll see come into play is possibly some artillery splash. So if Isne gets a connection on anything, that might force NSS to maybe put their heads down a little more, and that opens the window for the jump we've been talking about. And if that happens, then we're getting more and more interesting, aren't we, Doggy? We're getting into a crazy place where we've got plenty of sniping going on, although it's Object 40 Batchat sniping. Say what you will about the effectiveness there.
I think Kazna realized. I mean, Stefan going this aggressive kind of says they know there's nobody on A1, because otherwise he'd be spotted right now.
Fair enough, yeah. There's
only one position to sit safe, and then Stefan would spot it from there.
Yeah, informed decisions. But you can see that Udes, Monty up top, was able to sink one into Stefan.
Nice shot there from that Udes.
Hey.
That's what you pick it for.
Yeah.
There's obviously one thing to keep into account when playing a position like this. With we all know about render.
Oh, render range, max render distance.
Max render, right? So
yeah.
you have your view range up to which we can see tanks. You have render ranges up until where they...
how far the game will actually display a tank, and then beyond that...
You have where the shell disappears.
Exactly. Then it varies based on certain tanks.
I think it's like 600 meters.
So my understanding is that actually first you should look at the shell, because depending on the gun, the shell might just automatically drop off at...
I'm talking about when the RU was played at, it was like 600 meters.
Oh, okay. I think that, yeah, that's about right. It's something like that. They just kind of vanish after a certain amount of time, so you can't just spam across the map.
In the meantime, though, Kaizu drove onto the cap, got spotted. They do not know one thing, and one thing alone is Nidin. They did not spot him. He's using one of those spotting positions that not a lot of teams get away with using. And Kazna crew, it doesn't seem aware. It's costed them about half of the STRV. The STRV pick makes a lot of sense now, obviously, because you pick the STRV. Why? Because some of the tanks will actually auto-bounce it.
Yeah.
So, blind fire.
That's exactly what to watch for.
Although I'm not a fan of that, because you see the shell bounce. If you hit something on the cap and it bounces, even if you can't see it, you will see the shell go up.
Most of the time. A lot of that also depended on your render ranges and your game settings. Whether or not you'll see certain shells bounce, or if you'll see a splash, you hitting dirt, depending on the range there. Always something to pay attention to. And that's what these guys... Nice shot.
Nice. Monty again coming out there. And
although
Nidin, how much... It's not Nidin spotting right now. He has 808 spotting damage, so it's a combination of Nidin and I think one of the mouses spotting from their position as well. So it's not just Nidin, it's also the position of the mouses from NSS that's really crucial coming out. Kaizu still sitting in this gap, but how much is this going to work out for them? If this is obvious that, you know, Nidin knows that it's the only position he can spot when the bush is in the way.
Yeah, he knows that, but if... Correct me if I'm wrong. They're getting closer, but correct me if I'm wrong. But there are technically a few spots beyond that he could be in, that he could sneak into, because he's got a camo net.
When Nidin with binos, well, his camo net wouldn't activate until he goes into siege mode, though.
Sorry, good point. Yeah, he could sneak in at least from one angle. Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. I was forgetting my order of operations there.
It's okay. But now, Enzo joining onto the cap.
That should sink it. That's got it right there. There's no artillery on the other side. Kazna doesn't have... Yeah, sorry, NSS doesn't have anything to deal with this.
They bled too much HP though. NSS is about 3,500 up right now. Kazna crew, 22 seconds left, is on the base capture. Beowulf pushing forward. Somebody's gonna have to get a reset because Vetso is covering Kaizu rather well in that STRV. 15 seconds left, NSS, you gotta react and you gotta do it right now. They're gonna be sending Nadine forward, Just Cause on the side as well.
I think Nadine might be the one to have the connecting shot. He's just got to put it just in the back.
Yeah, just needs to keep going though, but there we go. HC actually comes out. It's the reset from the mouse, from Coca-Cola, if I'm not wrong. They're going to lose Nadine. They're going to lose Just Cause as well. But Kazna crew, they've wasted a lot of time, and it's not even the game.
Yeah, this looks like it's just about over. Hey,
how is he alive?
It should be over, but we can't. NSS needs to not get too aggressive. They could throw this one away.
He's going to kill Kaizu.
Okay, there we go, there we go.
That's just unacceptable from the side of Kazna crew, letting Nadine sneak in behind enemy lines. He almost got a second. Haiba, Vetso falling in quick succession.
It's dominoes here. It's dominoes now. You've got a few tanks left alive. Diplomat's been doing fine.
The Chaos.
He's dealing plenty of damage.
Yeah, but
just not enough.
Not enough.
Yeah, it's like a 140 is a great damage dealer, but it can't be your top damage dealer.
They needed something else.
Yeah.
But sacrificing a mouse in the cap that removes one of your damage dealer. I like the amount of chaos that both Just Cause and Nadine caused in their T100 light tanks, going both at the same time. Catching Kazna unaware that they might be sending both at the same time, don't know who to focus. Nadine makes it in behind enemy lines and kills the STRV. Now, if you're Kazna crew, that is unacceptable.
You're raging right then, right?
Yeah.
You're just like, how did this happen?
If you're the STRV, you're sitting there, kill him!
Yeah. Because you know that's what needs to happen. But then, of course, Mouse comes in from the south and sinks a shell to reset, right?
Yeah.
And that's the whole point of the strat. Make them look at the big shiny light tanks. Hey, look, they're scared.
Yeah,
They're coming in
but
close.
the others do the damage and do the resets preferably.
It's good teamwork right there. It's just good coordination. It's what you need to do. It's hard to deal with, too. Because when you're presented with an obvious target that is an imminent threat, but you know there's something else lurking when you decide to deal with it, it's two bad choices.
NSS finding Stefan as well, puts it into a 6v3 now. This is not something that is going to work out rather well for the side of Kazna. With an RT as well, where Monty's in the Udes.
They're holding on for a hero.
They're going to need more than a hero. They're going to need like the entire Superman, the entire
Justice
DC
League.
Comics universe,
Yeah,
the Marvel universe for that matter.
Calling some backup. Yeah, they'll need a little bit. Now, we've got, that's Dirt's moving in against, we've got 50M from Shotnik and Just Cause, but that's not going to last very long.
That's shut down rather quickly.
And now Isna?
Isna.
Oh, is he going to sling one out there? Maybe he'll get a connection. I bet he'd love to get a connection on Just Cause.
Ooh, 324, close but no cigar for Isna. You see Just Cause, he wants that RT. He's going, he repaired everything going for that one. It's another funny thing that made RT more viable now. Nobody actually spoke about that. I think even on the desk, the alternate artillery view, it actually, for a map like Himmelsdorf, you can sneak shells through the windows because of that view.
Yeah, I've found it useful on every map because you get to understand how the slope
I've seen so many on Himmelsdorf now, even from the attacking side, because they can sneak those shells in between the buildings, through the windows. I don't think we actually mentioned it whatsoever.
It almost never comes up. Yeah, actually, you're right. It's one of those things that we take for granted, I think, very, very quickly. And a lot of RD players are probably really enjoying that new feature. Now, that's going to be in first one for NSS. Ties it up, start this one off. And
strong win from NSS, really.
Yeah.
Last round, super close. Strong win now. Momentum-wise, they're ahead.
Yeah, Kazna's battle won. Yes, it was a win, but it was on time.
It was a hard win as well.
Yeah.
And this is a hard reset again because they came off of a very, very close win where they had to work for a lot. NSS, arguably on their attack, was okay with giving that away, but they made Kazna crew work for it. Strong win now.
Yeah, NSS probably isn't feeling like they were too cheated or anything. They felt like they're probably sitting there going, we didn't do it fast enough.
We did what I think we did what we were supposed to do.
Yeah.
Pick our defense.
Yeah, and NSS probably doesn't feel too bad. So Kazna's probably not sitting in a great spot right now. The rest of the series is going to be dependent on can they stay focused and
yeah, I would
get
say Steps
better.
defense is the easier side right now with the climbs if you do it right.
Yeah.
And they struggled to win that one. Well, you could see NSS, the dominance they showed on their defense. Let's just say it wasn't really close. The only reason they lost a lot of HP is because Kazna did an all-in cap play.
Yeah, the contrast is certainly there. So favor all the way to NSS right now. They look like they're going to be leading in the series.
Display right
here. This is fun. Although
this is what I like from Nadine. He decides to ignore the damage he could do on the mouse, kills off the STRV.
It's the focus you want to go for, because if you don't kill the STRV, you kill the mouse. Now there's just a tank wreck and an STRV behind it. So what's
you kill
more?
the STRV, then
There's just a mouse out there, and the mouse no longer feels like he has much of a
he's
purpose.
gonna die anyways.
Yeah, he's sitting there like, I was protecting him. Now what do I do? And then everything falls apart. Yeah. So as we get into the next one, what map are we moving into is the big question here.
You tell me, Randall.
So to fully honesty here is because of the way we run around, we don't get to see the map picks until we're dropping back here. So we'll find out, I guess. It'll be a fun surprise for everyone. And then but in the meantime, NSS. Do you still feel like you can hold on to that 7-3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a few maps where you can always see NSS pulling ahead. I think Runeberg will be one of those maps to begin with. Ghost Sign is obviously one of those as well, but it's obviously been banned out, so we're not going to be seeing that one. But I think Prokhorovka, for example, which is the tiebreaker as well, is a map where NSS could pull a 2-0. Kazna's been doing well on Prokhorovka, but NSS, like the way they play, like we just saw, which is a little bit of chaos from time to time, but like organized chaos, good chaos. Yeah. So it is really, really good, really solid. Here are the maps once more.
Thank you so much to our
we're going to be going on to Mainz. Mainz is actually a map I could maybe see. I think Kazna will pick up at least one round on Mainz, right? I do not believe they're going to be a team that throws away their defense. But
I don't think I agree, dude. It's Mainz, and we both know how that feels. When you're defending on Mainz, the map has been the way it is for so long. Even with the variances added by the jumps, the boosts, you still do have a solid defense, right?
Oops got 2 bad shots on the 0 line. It was not enough to break them.
Yeah, and honestly, I think 1 is most of the time more appropriate. Putting 2 up there, that's a resource that you.
It's a security factor, though.
It is, but I feel like that resource could be better used elsewhere.
You can always like try to get him off afterwards. Because the thing is, what makes it sort of valuable is the fact if the first one doesn't make it or gets really damaged.
Yeah.
You have to imagine if the first one gets really damaged down to a 1-shot, you would have to send another one, which would then have the same fate. Now, if you send 2, one of them might get really damaged, but the other one will be on high HP.
What is it? The 2 people crossing a window kind of a mentality there. Yeah, I see that one. But yeah, I'm always going to sit there and yes, that's valuable, but what about the time that he could have spent on the west side of the map, maybe clearing water? I'll point back to, you were watching the Elevate match earlier. We saw Dodoma go over in the southwest. We had a tank up on the 0 line, and it theoretically play with that scenario and say, okay, what if that tank in the west is not there? And it's actually on the 0.
But then you've got to argue as well that tank in the west should have arguably never made it. With the positions from the defender coming out, he needs to take at least 2 shots on the crossing. The T100 light tank, the Doma would be like 600 HP then the T100 light tank kills him one-on-one.
Yeah, but that sounds like every commander in a defense of Mainz. Every commander's like, they shouldn't have been allowed to get through. They shouldn't have been allowed to make the jump. You can't just stop them. And if you're aggressive enough on Mainz, you're going to take a position. That's kind of what's nice about Mainz. If you decide to just throw 3 or 4 tanks down a lane, you'll make it at least halfway before you're stalled out. And sometimes it works out, most of the time it doesn't, if you just kind of do it, without enough focus, but you know what I'm talking about.
At least Kazna crew so far is looking hopeful. I'll forget about the last round. I'll think about the first one where up until the last 2 minutes of it pretty much. They looked okay. They were making some decisive moves, not really sitting back, waiting for NSS, trying to take the fight to them.
They didn't seem too timid. They didn't seem like they weren't giving.
I don't think the way to beat NSS is to play timid. The way they can play aggressive and the way they've shown us to break stuff, I think if you sit back and let them do what they want to do.
Tempo. Yeah. It's all about tempo, right? You can't sit there and let someone else tell you how the battle's going to go down and then you have to sit there and answer their questions, right? You have to sit there and go, no.
They have all the information they want and they make their play. And unless your play is equally strong, usually the one that gets to get all the information, assess the information, then react towards the information, gets to have the better play. And I definitely feel like that would be NSS.
Yeah, they do seem to be a little bit quicker right now, but that's not all the time. That's not every map, and it does come down to a lot of those little factors like, will the scout player make the right run? Will he play just aggressively enough? Are the tank choices in line? because very often I really feel like we talk about how important tank choices are, but then at the same time, sometimes I feel like almost universally everyone kind of just lets it kind of, I don't know.
And it depends. Like some teams always have their like personal preference. Like they play the same tactic, but they just like this or this tank working out. Like Elevate with their Doom Turtle shot. It's kind of a standard tactic, but they decide to do it with the T95. Although I wasn't a fan of it.
I gotta be honest. Like it's when you bring out those weird tank choices. Like there's a reason that tank doesn't get chosen so much. It's not as optimal as some of the other choices that you really could bring. Like instead of a Doom Turtle, there are arguably more artillery. Okay, but that's you choose one of the options I don't favor.
It's been mainstream. It's starting to become mainstream though on Himmelsdorf now. We have seen RD.
Yeah, M4043s.
GW Tiger P mainly on the defense even.
That as well,
and
yeah.
the school bus on the attack. We saw it from Oops. We saw it from Eclipse.
I gotta say, I'm not a fan of the school bus. But I'm
You're
also
not a fan of School Bus? It was a great team, though.
Oh no, the team. I used to love those guys. The shirts they had, though they were creative. They were driven. I miss School Bus. Yeah, but now about to get into mines. So let's focus back on this one a bit. Starting on attack, it looks like.
Kazna crew is going to be starting on the defense, and SS is going to be starting on the attack.
Okay.
So,
what do you? Yeah, that's nice for Kazna. That gives them a better place to get back into this series. Whereas
it is a nice place up until you lose that round, because then it puts you in the worst place. It's the best place to be in, starting on the defense on mines. But if you lose that one, I think it's much worse than.
Yeah, because now you're coming off a loss into the side that you probably don't prefer.
Yes.
Yeah.
It makes you look at to a 3-1, and then coming out with the maps after. Moravanka maybe. Kazna crew has been okay on Moravanka, although against Yato it was very.
That was
iffy. It was close. I feel like Yato had the advantage. Well, they picked up both Moravanka rounds, obviously, but in the tiebreaker, I'm talking about that one because Kazna won the tiebreaker, obviously, on Moro. I feel like Yato even had the upper hand at a lot of stages, so anything can happen in this series. I mean, it always depends on how I feel how the team styles match up.
Yeah, and with Kazna, I mean, there's that coin you were actually talking about earlier.
He always has that one.
Yeah. Is that specifically like any kind of coin, like one of the challenge coins of Wargaming or something? Do you know?
I think it's just a poker chip.
You think it's just a poker chip?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because for a second it looked like one of the challenge coins that I've got here in my pocket.
I mean the ones that were given out in New York as well?
Yeah, those
I got
ones.
one of those.
Yeah, you got one. We use those for the coin flips when we were doing picks and bans. It was always fun to kind of like throw something fun into the mix. Players always had a little fun doing the picks and bans that way. And they got to see what heads and tails was, argue over what should be heads and tails. All of that. Oh, and look at that. That is calm, cool, and collected on the screen right there from NSS.
They have to be.
Yeah, he just looks so ready to go that he's just like, come on, guys, countdown timer. Let's just finish it. I want to go. It's time to beat Kazna.
If NSS wins this match, I want them to go to the final. They would deserve it as a team that's always been at those kind of events, but never made it to the final. They've always been the team, but never the one.
Yeah, they're on the short list this time to be the team that makes it to the grand finals of this. But yeah, most people will talk about Na'Vi, although let's not get into that subject yet. And then after that, I mean, the group's pretty small. There's about 4 teams that most people were betting on, and then you're looking to see Kazna if they were to show up and blow up out of nowhere, elevate.
I'd give them like a
that.
3-1 odds, though.
Yeah.
That was a bookie.
Yeah, I think that would be accurate. You definitely can't put much favor on some of these guys for going all the way, but it is really interesting to see how far they can go, because that's growth, that's change. Every single time we see Kazna, they're one of the teams that's had trouble being consistent, but if they can show that constant improvement, playing well in this match.
But I feel like we keep saying that every single event.
We do, but it's because we hope that they'll do well. We like Kazna. Their personality is fun.
What is the point where we stop looking at that potential they have, that we think they have, and just judge them on what they actually do?
I mean, you could do that forever. We could probably go for years based on these guys. If they keep most of the roster together, I feel like I could get behind, supporting Kazna here and there, just when I watch them out. Just winning here, yes, tilting every so often and throwing matches away that they shouldn't, but there's some charm to
to
that.
be at that major event, It's the heartbreak story. Kazna crew coming to another event, big expectations, to then lose against the team they shouldn't lose again. Losing a finals one time because of it, not getting into the grand finals, 2 finals because of that loss against E in the semis, and here missing the arguably weaker side of the bracket because
that performance earlier in the grand finals here is really reflected poorly on them, and it's taken my expectations, which were much higher, and I've definitely had to knock them down a peg.
I think I knocked them over.
You just were like, no.
I was like, before the tournament, I was like, semis for Kazna. Now I'm like, knock that pillar down, and we're not building another one.
They're not making it to semis, in your opinion. I mean, that's based on the expectations of this match. This is where the journey ends. But I'm always holding on for that underdog story. See if Kazna.
We all love a good underdog story, but Kazna, we can't call them underdogs anymore. That's the thing with their experience. Can you justify calling a team like Kazna Crew an underdog in the grand finals, where they have been so many times?
But we know they tend to fall short. We know it happens every time. We know they fall in the mud and they just have trouble getting back up and winning.
And they seem to enjoy it, and they roll around 2 or 3 times, and then the next time they're like, oh, I remember this mud, let me try it again.
Yes. I certainly see that. That's why we love Kazna. So
we love them because they lose?
No, we love them.
We
love them because they keep getting back up, Like, that's why we watch sports, right? It's not because we want to watch a team sit here and completely dominate, right? If every battle was, for just hypothetically, Kazna, just winning straight out, like 7-0, right? If it was 7-0s all the time, they wouldn't be interesting, because there's no challenge. True. But when Kazna goes up against opponents that just keep going at them, but they come back every single season, every single time, they do not stop. That's what makes me love Kazna. That's why they've got a following. That's why people like them, because they don't stop. A lot of other teams we've seen rise and fall. They've been here 1 or 2 seasons, but the staying power hasn't been there for a lot of teams because of how stressful it can be to do this. And Kazna's one of how many that's still around from season 1-2.
The only one remaining in the European region.
Exactly. In North America, we don't have almost anything.
Well, that's part of the region as well, though. Yeah, from what I've noticed, from like
a little more volatile, yes.
Yeah, a little bit more roster changes every season.
And then look at Russia. You've got Navi, but
unchanged since 2014.
And they've changed quite a bit, but the team name is still there. The core.
The last change was 2014 when Red Rush Unity joined. I think it was Red Rush they were called. Where Rhino, they already called Navi. They could have already been called Navi. I think.
Oh, you're talking about that switch around.
Yeah, where Rhino and the Anatolic switched over, and the Lux and the Light stepped down. That was the change from 742 into 754. So it was Red Rush Unity and Navi, I think, at the time they were called. And that's the last swap.
Yeah, and they picked up that banner, they've run with it. Now, I think we've all become a little skeptical about them, but let's not get off the topic of Kazna and NSS here, because we're just now starting to load into mines, and just because we have a sneak peek, looking at the lineups, any expectations here, Daki?
Maybe some quick climbs coming out, but I think we're going to be seeing a similar start to what we saw with Ding. Sending the lights onto the hill and then TVP behind to shoot.
And then of course, we need to break down the lineups for you guys on the side of Kazna. You're going to have a mouse, 2 bat chats. Looks like that's 2 E4s, T110 E4s, if I'm correct. T100 and an Object 416 for the side of Kazna. The red team on the blue side, not serious. They're going to have 3 mouse, bat chat, TVP. nice little German scout, and M4043.
I like how we all decided not to pronounce the name and just to call it the German Light.
It's like when they came out with the Rheinborstig Waffentrager.
Yeah.
Like most of us Americans are embarrassing to say, like everyone else cringes, so we just called it the Waffle Tiger. I haven't figured out the nickname for this one yet.
So for the people just tuning in, it is Kazna versus NSS, currently 1-1. We've had one map, Steps, which ended up both teams picking up their defense. Now moving into Mines. Obviously Kazna is going to be on the defense first. Very heavy alpha setup, even if you want to talk about it like that. Not really HP-wise, because those Z4s, they don't have a ton of it, but it's a lot of alpha.
Yeah, if you poke your head up in the wrong spot, they're going to punish. But you bring up the right point, which is that because there's an M4043 running around, they need to watch out. The Z4s need to be careful, or else
especially
they'll...
Kaizuet in that position over there by the Batchat. It is a counter we have seen. It's not the first time we see it. The Batchat waits there for those mouses to push down 8-9 line. I think it was Navi even, yeah, with Jan Anatolic over there. They were waiting for this exact counter for those tanks to push down, and the Batchat peeks out, gives 5 shots, goes back safe. Now, if Monty smells this out, splashing on towards that position is disastrous for Batchats.
Fair enough. We'll have to see if anything comes of that. But let's talk a little bit about the opening move here from Not So Serious. So we've got high ground control. What's going on with Just Cause? I don't know what I think of that. Playing on the high ground of the mine, kind of exposing yourself quite a bit.
I'd be checking if somebody from Kazna crew made it on towards the 0 line by any chance. Maybe spotting out over a few buildings.
Just seeing what he can see.
There's really nobody that can punish him for that kind of play.
Yeah, it just felt kind of dangerous, I guess.
Maybe he just likes living in the danger zone.
He just can't stop, won't stop. Well, it looks like it's coming around for actually a second run up top there as 2 Mouse from the side of NSS along with Coca-Cola making their way east. While Haiba is moving up just enough to get some spotting, but he's not quite close enough yet.
This is the kind of play we expect now, though, from the attacker. Sending 2 Mouses, 8-9 line, but then continuous push 3-4 line as well. In the meantime, probably Coca-Cola is going to be trying to climb the 0 line and try and work it that way. If it's going to work, that is the question. I mean, it all really depends on the amount of damage they take, on the approach, the shooting in between. How will this Batcha do? What effect is Monty going to have before they make the play, or are they going to make the play without even caring about the idea?
Yeah, and then watch out for, of course, like sneaky counters, whether or not we can see anyone find that perfect angle, knowing where artillery probably is. And we've seen it before, like blind fire and fun stuff like that just kind of pops out, catches you off guard. I remember when we were seeing later in the season, people started to spot from Alpha 8,
I like
9.
Nadin's position here, though.
Oh, this
Look
one?
at it.
A mouse on the side of a mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little unusual, but it makes sense.
That's it?
Yeah. I mean, it's a mouse. You just throw it out there and it just... it's hard to deal with. You can't just make it leave. You can't just treat it like a batch at a TVP, something like that. Shoot it once or twice, and all of a sudden he's at 2/3 of his hit points. A mouse is going to be able to bounce a few, take enough damage that he can just sit up there and be as annoying as he can. And yeah, I'm not exactly saying it's a great idea.
Coca-Cola lining up the 0 line climb here.
Always pay attention to the way they approach these.
We'll make it. Beowulf pushing towards the rock, also taking some damage. Coca-Cola, he did not have the angle that he needed, so he's going to be going back. That's a shame. That's a bummer. Really, it loses him some viable time. Talking about peeking your head, by the way, Shotnik peaked on that middle hill, took about 750 from Vetso. So
that's what the E4s are here for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's their purpose, and well, it works out. Now we can see Diplomat trying to snipe the corner of a turret there, but not quite able to find the angle yet. He's gonna hold a shot, and Artillery's gonna put one into Haiba in the meantime. And with that, Beowulf follows it up, tries to take what free damage he can, but not able to connect. And this is going to be a slow attack from Not So Serious.
Yeah, but Diplomat firing, though, maybe on towards the Coca-Cola, who has now made it onto the climb, so 0 line is a possibility here for the side of NSS. So far, holding strong, though. Nidin now pushed up a little bit as well in his mouse, taking some damage, but all good so far.
I'll have to see. Wait, am I seeing a pull back there in the middle from Nadine? Is he actually leaving? it looks like? Or is he going to decide to go forward? Because sitting out in the open like this seems...
He's trying to get a different angle on towards Haiba, as we can see here. Obviously, the shot hitting the ground, but from that position, he can kind of angle towards K4, but he can also force Haiba to commit one side. The thing is, they need to kill Haiba before they lose Nidin, obviously.
Okay, and there we go. We can see actually Batchat from the high ground, a little fire coming in that way towards Diplomat after he fired on Nadine. So kind of playing like you were talking about, trying to take that attention elsewhere and let some other tanks find their way. And this 511 into the side of Diplomat's turret.
See, what does Diplomat do here? I mean, he goes forwards, he gets shot, he goes backwards, he's getting shot. Kaizu now sprung the trap, but that's a bad shot trading against a Mouse Beowulf. One of the best heavy tank players in the Russian league even, so squaring off against him is always going to be quite tough. And there comes Lostro. His Mouse still has 2.6k HP available.
Yeah, and look at this. You see Stefan going into the background. You see Durs
It
trying to
just goes
figure out
and
what
they
he
won.
wants to do. Durs hasn't been able to find a way of being effective the past few minutes. He's mostly just kind of been waiting to see if an opportunity opens, but because nothing's presented itself from Not So Serious, I feel like because he's out of the fight this long, he's actually going to really take away from Kaz's ability to hold on here. That actually might be just the opening that Not So Serious doesn't realize they have yet.
The amount of damage taken on the NSS side is severe, but is it going to be enough for Kazakh Crew to hold on? That's the question. As Beowulf picks up Kaizu in that Batchat, and now this could be the domino effect. Diplomat picks up Beowulf in return, though. Nidin, damage Amarak, damage Gun, not going to be doing much. Stefan pulling back from that 1-2 line, because obviously just God's over there. Durs actually picks it up from the distance, and this is good because now Shotnik is left alone in the open with nothing to play for. He's going to be running away. Just Cause is going to be coming closer, but the damage has been done. Kazakh Crew is about 2,300 up. They have better positions now as well. They've retaken the hill, and this should be the end of NSS's attack.
Yeah, it's NSS on attack. They've got not a whole lot of options. It would take something really crazy for Kazna to mess it up at this point. So this is good for Kazna. This is really good. They just have to make sure that they finish this clean and can focus on the next side, because as they go on to attack, that's where this one evens itself back out, and we end up with a net 0, right? No real gain or loss for anybody.
Exactly. So Kazna doing what they're supposed to do, but doing it well. It's not really a close round. They're far ahead. They've made the correct moves.
But I feel like there's some criticism to be had. I think Kazna knows what they made some mistakes in, because you know Kazna, we've talked to them plenty. They're very critical of what they do.
Yeah.
They're always going to step away, win or lose, and say, oh, it was not good. We need to work on this, and we didn't really turn around our strategies here. We're not coordinated enough. But that's their competitive edge just coming out, maybe.
I think they're just going to be kicking themselves, I mean, NSS side, about Nidin losing so much HP. Being critical for them as well, obviously, not just for Kazakh Crew. Nidin, he's supposed to be the factor that makes Haiba die, pretty much. Haiba survived on 1.5k HP, so it didn't really work out, because he can only turn his turret either way, right? He can only watch one side at the same time.
But it really didn't pan much there. Anyway, this one's wrapping itself up. Coca-Cola is still alive, not anymore, and that's going to be Kazna going 2-1. And there they are, passing the high fives down, feeling a little bit better. Maybe Kazna catches a breeze here and starts to look a lot.
They can't let momentum take them either, though. You just find balance between what is good for you and what is taking it too far.
I like the way you say that, because that was what I was thinking as well. Overconfidence is one way of putting it. Don't let it go to your head. But with 2 points on the board, we switch sides on mines, and Kazna's attack. You know their attacks better than I do. What do you think?
All teams seem to have a similar style now on the way of how to attack things. It is always that 3-line attack with the 7-8 line at the same time, kind of pincer in the tanks from two sides, maybe an early behind that. It is very standard. I like what Oops did, though. I mean, even though they lost a round with the LTTB shielding and the 2 batches going up, they could take a lot of map control very early on. I think it's something you can repeat. I kind of like that.
Yeah, you like the already on attack thing, right?
Yeah, but I also like the LTTB from Oops, which they climbed up 0 line, shielded 2 batches. I think it's nifty.
So you're waiting to see if maybe that shows back up. We'll see if maybe they change things around or go for a different strat altogether.
I think for Kazna, I mean, NSS probably knows how to defend, so I feel like they need to play something not really super obvious, you know? I feel like they need to...
We're going to need to see the special strats.
Yeah, something maybe slight variations of what we're seeing, but at least something new.
Okay. So if you think if Kazna plays predictable, not going to happen.
Yeah, NSS, we saw it on steps, right? Kazna played kind of predictable. They tried to do some special things, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and NSS knew exactly
I feel
what
standard, playing standard against NSS, who are going to be defending, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, now as we load into battle number 4, it's going to be Mines again. This time Kazna attacking, not so serious. Our blue team defending in the lineups. Looks like, oh, 2 Mouse, a Type 5. I'm a fan. I know you have IS-4, E4s, 2 of them actually, and an M4043. So not so serious is all heavy. And well, by that I mean big tanks, big guns.
No real intention to
scout or
to go on to line whatsoever. It's gonna call Park the best. I'm not such a fan of the Type 5. I feel it's a very situational tank.
I think what it's my stance on Type 5 is it's very reliable damage, right? You always hit something and it takes damage. This is what you're talking about.
What?
Oh!
Talking about something unpredictable. Kaizu getting killed within the first minute of the game. Let's say we didn't expect that.
That was Coca-Cola, that was Just Cause, that was Beowulf, and that was Shotnik. All of them firing at
I
once.
think Kazna crew listen to us. They need to do something which surprises us. Suiciding a tier 10 light tank might work in that case.
Perfect. Great strat, guys. All right, that's one way to turn around. They won't know how to deal with this.
This I do not understand. That is
no, this is not so serious. Just landing their shots.
Yeah,
great job from them. That's where it goes.
Even if he made it up, if the Type 5 doesn't hit him, Artie with the 2 other guys, he'd still be low HP.
That's what this strat does. You try to make that jump, everybody's got a gun trained. Enough guns on target, yes, RNG's a factor, but enough guns on target, someone's going to connect, and a light enough tank's going to really get taken down. For example, here, Veko.
Vetso gets stunned as well by Haibas, so playing now aggressive in counteraction to what happened. It seems like Kazna crew had an idea, a special tactic coming out, but Stefan, he's the second part, trying to cross. They tried to get the attention from the NSS guys. Let's just say it didn't work out very well.
No, it's like you poke, it's a game of whack-a-mole right now. They poke their heads up in mid, they got whacked back down. Then they poke their heads up in the west side, they get whacked back down. And hit points wise, just look, not so serious, sitting at 14K right now versus the 9,000 from, sorry, almost 10K from Kazna.
So I feel like Kazna crew had a special tactic in mind here.
356 into Stefan. That's a 604. No, sorry, it's mine. Sorry, that's like a 400 meter shot.
I feel like Kazna crew had a special tactic coming out, but
it's over.
Counting on the Type 5 heavy to miss, but then also the Mouse to miss, the Artie to miss,
and the
E4. It's a lot of counting on personal mistakes coming out from NSS, which arguably
you're playing probabilities that aren't in your favor.
Yeah,
that's what you're doing. You're saying, look,
this is. I mean, rather than this, I'd have them play standard. I mean, at least they'd have a better chance than something where you count on your enemy missing.
Yeah, something that's a little more like, if they decide to push, it doesn't matter. I'm here, they're there. We're gonna shoot each other. I have more damage. I win, right? But with these ones, yeah, you're playing roulette. You're flipping a freaking.
Let's just play. They've played Russian roulette and they've lost twice.
Oh. Usually you can only lose once at that.
Yeah, well, in their case, they managed to do it twice. Don't tell me how that happens.
That's skill for you right there. All right, so as we look at it, every tank on the battlefield rather healthy from Not So Serious. I don't think
I understand the position, right?
Where's the way in? Let's look at that. Where's the way in for Kazna? They are down a tank. They can deal the damage, right? It's possible, difficult, but
the only thing I see for Kazna crew is the way out, and it's called escape exit battle.
Oh. All right, so you're calling it right here now. I can't disagree.
With this position,
it looks like it's done.
I mean, you kind of want to like give it to Kazna crew. Maybe they can do something, but they needed zero line. I think honestly, for this to work, they need zero line control, like that position, because I can see what Stefan's trying to do. Right, K1, you have a 113 there. He works kind of well when the RT is positioned in K5, K6, because he can't really shoot him well, and he can play on the turret. Shoot his IS-4 behind the rock, push back the guys under the hill, but then you need the crossfire coming in.
But that's Shotnik, not there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Shotnik is just sitting there at this rock, taking the 113 damage, bouncing already up to 3k bounce, and he has nothing that's challenging him from behind. Nobody that puts pressure.
Yeah, that zero line is what should be there right then. And with Artie, you might see Artie get pressured out. You might see a number of little details come out just because of that zero line. You're absolutely right. But here and now, I think you've called it. And we've both run enough defenses and attacks on Mines to know once you lose a lot of your early tanks, once you're behind in hit points, once you're behind in position, it's such an upward climb that really you're depending on your opponent to make a mistake, and you're hoping that you find it in time to exploit it.
782 on the thirds from Nadine as well, just making it a little bit worse from the side of Kazna Crew, who can't catch a break. NSS is now almost double their HP. You can see the reaction though from NSS, and that's why they wanted zero line against Kazna Crew. When they did this and got to 113 across, NSS started taking control of that 8-9 line to make sure there's no possibilities from a flank or pressure from behind. Now if they had that zero line, then obviously there would have been a different story.
Yeah, although, do you see on the minimap, there's someone moving out to the east.
416.
He can't make the jump. Yeah, not without a boost.
I think he would just die as well. Even if he made it.
But he's so low.
Yeah, but once you come past the rock, you're in the open, no matter what.
Then the Type 5 would have an easy time with that. It's practically designed to just catch AT shells on the top of it. And here we go, more shots out towards the IS-4. That's Stefan. Not quite making those connections. He's kind of flinging those out there, isn't he?
Well, he kind of has to rush his shots. In his position, you are on 2 HP in the 113. HE from Shotnik will finish you off, so you have to peek, snapshot, and get back, because if you stay for that 1 second too long, you're done, you're out.
Fun fact, Shotnik doesn't have any HE loaded.
Okay, well...
Just, of course, Stefan doesn't know that.
Exactly.
So he's playing assuming that Shotnik loaded 1 or 2, and there we go. There's a kill. He's able to pick one up, so there you go.
With HE even, so Stefan there, good uses of HE ammunition, low HP target.
Always deals damage, right? That's the
Not always.
Most of the time.
It can actually bounce.
70% of the time it works every time?
Maybe. I'll give it to you for now, but...
Okay. I know, HE's a fun thing to talk about. Now Durs is going to go down, and for a moment I was going to bring up the topic of Kazna having enough guns on the battlefield that in the right position, but there we go. Monty's going to be down. I don't think Monty is crucial to the victory for Not So Serious right now.
Look at Nadine though, peeking out all the way, no fear, takes down Stefan. He's like, mate, you've come to the wrong neighborhood, comes around the corner, just removes him from the battlefield, and I think the rest of NSS is feeling it right now. They might even push for all they know.
Yeah.
I feel like they're that kind of team that would just push in at one point.
Yeah, they're just like, guys, this is 2 minutes left. That's too much time. We need to end this now.
Yeah, look at it. Lodestop pushing the east against Yzna. Nadine sitting in the open, playing against Diplomat. The rest of the team now starting to make their way towards the hill. Diplomat
is having trouble right now. All four of
backwards,
those.
Forwards, makes them miss. The rest of the team's like, let's go take the hill, guys.
Yeah, Nadine actually has some moves there. Diplomat, I would have expected a TVP to sink at least 2 of 4 into the top of an E4. But that's not the point. Now, Vetro is up top of the hill, and, well, he's got a 3v1 to deal with.
Yeah, maybe if they weren't all above 70% health, there might be a chance, but with Beowulf there as well, Diplomat now came back, put some shots on towards that Type 5. Very realistically, it's not really going to make much of a difference as Coca-Cola just calls Beowulf come around the corner. Haiba is not their first target, it's Vet, so they want to pick him up, 312 HP. Diplomat still reloading for 10 seconds, and with NSS just pushing in, it kind of just shows they just want to close out the round. They don't feel like sitting around. So, what is there to say? I mean, good display from NSS.
Yeah, solid play. I mean,
they could have sat there and kept 10k HP, right? But they chose to drive it.
Yeah, they chose that. Let's make this a fight. Let's not sit here and waste our own time. Let's end this and let's kind of bring it to Kazna. Because let's say you're playing against Kazna, you know, going to a draw victory is probably less effective than just.
Well, it's always a little
right?
bit of you know, smashing your opponent if you drive in and kill all of them. It's like, you know, we could choose to sit there and wait for you, but instead we're just gonna go and kill you to make it feel even worse.
It makes a statement, sends a message.
It's like in the beginning of the match, I'd go and kill them. In the end of the match, I would just sit there.
Really?
If it's like in the end of the match, yeah.
Oh,
because then they have to deal
with
the fact that, you know, they're at the end of the game. It's not working out.
Oh, Diplomat having trouble there. I would have auto-aimed while strafing on that one.
The E4 is a tank you can auto-aim on.
I mean, on the shots 3 and 4 where he was on the backside of an E4, I would have done that because the auto-aim goes into the shot trap on the backside of the turret of the E4. So if you're ever behind the turret of an E4, I've always felt like you could reasonably safely just auto aim for those shots. If you're ever risking, of course, needing to drive, shoot at the same time, and it's both maneuvers happen to be quite complicated when that comes up. Yeah. But
I can fully agree with that one. Good stuff there though from NSS. Picking it up against Kazna Crew, 2-2, all tied up. Moving into our next map.
It's Muro.
Muravanka.
Yeah, Mad.
Now, a map Kazna has struggled with throughout this tournament.
But on the side of NSS, they seem okay. They seem fine at it. So, I mean, is this another 1-1, or is this where we catch a breakaway? I don't think there's any signs saying breakaway yet.
No, not yet.
Not yet. This is probably where it continues to go back and forth. Defenders have a solid play they can make. Attackers have quite a bit against them just to try and get into a fight. Unless we see some crazy, like Magical Forest play, east side. Both teams just rush it.
Such a weird round though from Kazna Crew.
In what way? What are you thinking?
Just the light, he felt kind of slow getting there. Because we have seen this play come out before, but it felt so much quicker.
The timing on it, yeah.
Yeah, it felt kind of slow because we have seen teams climb instantly, even throughout this tournament, and then they went like C-line instantly through the little city, like through the city that's in the eastern side, northeast. He would just drive through the city, turn on the last possible moment and drive up, and he would be before the Type 5 Heavy.
That's probably what it was. He probably didn't go for the most effective timing. He probably just kind of meandered over there. And just when he just kind of meandered on over, just trying to figure out his things, he just happened not to make the timing. And that's what contributes to you getting taken out. And if you take a look, guys, don't forget to get involved following us on Facebook using hashtag WattGF2017.
Or hashtag WatchPlayWin. I think that's on Facebook and Twitter as well. So you can use those to tweet. Maybe me and Randall will read a few as well in between the breaks.
If we get a little time, of course. I'm following everything everyone's throwing up on Twitter. There's been some fun memes, a few jokes here and there. Love interacting with my North American pros who are always sending me little comments about everything. They've always got an opinion on the match.
We all do, I think.
Well, everyone does, but they reach out specifically like Rukel. No, I believe in Kazna. They've got it. They've got the secret.
Well,
they've got the secret sauce, man. They're gonna do this.
Let's figure out if they have the secret in this one, though. Kazna Crew versus NSS.
West side.
2-2. Super aggressive play coming out from Kazna Crew in the beginning on the attack. Already starting the cap with 2 guys on that one. 53 seconds left now at this moment in time. NSS being forced into the reaction. They have Shotnik in the position over there, though. Just Cause taking some damage. Nidin as well. Not the greatest of starts here. Vetso taking some in his 4-1-6, but that's only the tier 8.
Yeah, and we're going to need to see if the 113s decide to aggress a little bit more or not, because right now we're going to see the counter push coming in from Not So Serious. You're going to see the Bad Chats moving in slightly on the east side. They're going to try and pressure out Diplomat, Stefan, and Yzne, or if those guys aren't in front of them, they'll try and go for the cap. But it looks like the 113s are going to go after the Bad Chats on the flank, and look at he's on fire.
Lost though, not going well for him. Triple 113 coming off the cap. Everybody else following quickly behind. Kazna Crew with the aggressive play, catching out the first Bad Chat. Coca-Cola not very much better. Haibak wants some piece of the cake as well, pushing straight in towards him. Just Cause in the meantime picks up thirst though. Haibak goes down, a little bit over aggressive there. They need to be careful not to throw it now. Stefan driving in. Monty kind of farming damage from the back lines. Beowulf trying to tank it like a champion, like Rocky Balboa in his best days. Guys are now taking a lot of damage as well. Kazna need to close this clean.
Yes, they do, but the thing is, this can still go either way. You do have you have one more gun on the battlefield right now for Kazna. Hit points still in favor of Kazna, just a little bit, but watch out.
Beowulf.
Yeah, you need to get that kill. If they can't get him off the battlefield, they're going to regret it. They're going to pay. And Kazna right now, they've got more tanks on low hit points. Just Cause gets taken down. Good. That's what Kazna needs.
It feels like Kazna is throwing this game at this moment in time. Yeah. Beowulf still alive. Yzne needs 2 shots to take him down. Stefan in the meantime dueling with Shotnik. Monty picks it up from the backline in the Udes, and this has gone from bad to worse for Kazna. Yzne goes down, Vetso picks it up. But what has happened to Kazna Crew in this round? They had it, they were ahead, and they just didn't hit the shots.
No, it's one of those situations where it's the brawl, everything's in chaos, and you're just trying to focus fire. There's a billion things happening at once, and they missed it. Not So Serious landed the shells they needed to.
They had it right there, and there. They came over, initial volley, Beowulf, great, but then they all kept moving. Nobody was aiming their shots, all on the move.
Yeah, it's the discipline.
That's the moment where 2 guys just stand still, aim the shot, finish off Beowulf.
Yes.
Or one guy stays on his side and just make sure he dies, right?
And someone forgot. Someone wasn't focused, or someone didn't think it was their
push
job.
The coordinator, because then the other guy started aiming at Beowulf. Monty is shooting them with the Udes. Shotnik from the side. The mouse survives. TeamSpeak is like, we need to kill Beowulf. People splitting off. He's the one side, Stefan another side.
But now we're sitting at a 2-2 to kind of just jump past all of that now. Where we are is a 2 versus 2. Monty and the Udes, this 1,000 hit points, so...
You gotta say though, an SS advantage with that STB, tank that can play hold down as well. And that Udes, yeah, he needs to go into siege mode, but...
Monty, though, has moved out of his position. He's moving to the north right now, and that's what worries me. I want to see if he's going to run into the Bat Chat. That is
Monty's still
Kaiju.
within supporting range from Shotnik though, so if he would come over...
Maybe.
He's
but
spotted out now though, but I don't think
he crossed over,
go for this.
Yeah, if he actually... No, did he get spotted on purpose, maybe? You think he's trying to? If he can try and bait...
I think Monty will find him. It seems to be looking straight at him. There we go. Vetso is spotted out already by Monty. 369 in towards him. This makes him a 2-shot. Prediction play there coming out from Monty, knowing that this is a possibility, anticipating it, and dealing with it.
Yep, and we're going to see... You saw how we were looking at those POVs for a second. Monty was waiting to see if something's coming behind. And look at that. Shotnik, he knows. Look for the Bat Chat moving around the flank.
Him getting spotted out. Kaizu is spotted out by Monty. He sees him running away. This kind of leaves a moment in time where both Shotnik and Monty might go for it.
I don't think he actually had him spotted at that moment. I think that was...
no, they didn't.
No, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't know. He got spotted, though.
But getting spotted is the same thing, though. You can see Monty is driving forwards, and Shotnik is going to be coming in as well to try and pick it up. Vetso needs to pick up Monty. He misses. That's crucial. Shotnik might be able to pick it up, but he has a house in between him and Vetso. So far, so good.
That shot might change the course of this. That was where Kaznik had the win.
Monty might die towards Kaiser, though. He's coming from behind right now.
Maybe, but that's if Shotnik can actually get a shot on target, the correct target, that's where this can turn around. Now, Kaiju's he's moving up at about half the distance of where you'd normally expect, but spotted. There we are. All right. We know where Kaiju is. We know where the Bat Chat is. And
it's
so...
not Kazna, is it?
I know.
Defender.
It's not good.
Kaizu shoots, misses. Shotnik does the same. But now the two tanks in the same position. I don't know. I don't like them sitting in the same position, but I like the concept. But I think one of them should be further back to cover them.
I think what they're trying to do right now is just regroup, make sure that they don't get caught out, because what you're up against is a more mobile, dangerous lineup, right? The Kazna side is... Oh, nice shot. Monty
blind shot. Kaizu was spotted first time driving into the bush. Shotnik fired, missed. But the second time around...
He called it.
He called it. Monty called the bluff from Kaizu. He's going to drive into that bush again. Shot it. Killed him. Great play there.
And then everyone does it too. We all do it. Everyone.
One more shot into the bush just to be sure?
Just to be sure. Always, you know? You're just like, okay, he left, but that's he went there for a reason. He was looking for the right shot.
I don't like Kaizu driving into the same bush, honestly.
Yeah.
Getting spotted, driving into the bush, Shotnik missing the shot. Well, Kaizu backing off obviously and juking it, but then driving into the same bush and sitting there.
It's one of those things where you're gambling. You're hoping your opponent decides I'm gonna change my guess.
They still had a lot of time. There was no need for an overcommitment. You know, like why is he making a commitment there? They had around 4 minutes on the clock. They know where both tanks are. They have time to play with.
Yeah.
It feels like a waste.
That's what Kaza's probably thinking about right now. They're probably sitting there regretting that exact decision.
Honestly, what I think would have been a good play for them is to put somebody in the bushes in front of the number 2 base, the Bat Chat, to spot out everything with the 416 in the cap. Because the 416 would spot anything coming behind him. So I think that would have worked.
I agree. That's a good way to play it. Try and say, okay, well, the one cap isn't an option. There's too many enemies around there.
Kaizu could have driven into the obvious bush, which a lot of teams use,
and we already
would
know.
never figure it out.
Yeah, we already know the boundaries I can approach my opponent from, and we know that
neither Monty or Shotnik could have spotted him driving into those bushes, and with the 416, as Shotnik picks it up. That will be NSS winning a round, which was never theirs to begin with, making it 3-2 in their favor. What a comeback. Beowulf staying alive around, and I'm very interested. How much did Beowulf actually manage to block before he went down?
Beowulf, we'll have to check. I'm looking at my own post-game stats.
Too much. That's too much.
2,200 if I'm correct.
That's way too much for the kind of aggressive play Kazna went with.
Oh yeah.
That's let's say 5 shots from 113s.
Yeah, and a few other of the smaller tanks maybe.
Well, 4 shots from 113s.
4 shots from who?
From a 113.
Oh yeah, that adds up.
Yeah, just about adds
Just
up.
yeah, a little RNG in the mix. You know, sometimes you can actually throw a fifth shell in there depending on how you want to pace it out.
And Lolsto doing 0 damage. Coca-Cola doing 400 as well.
Yeah, that's the problem I have is see
Kazna was overexcited. It definitely felt like that. The way Haiba drove in, I already said it. He wants a piece of the cake, but apparently, you know, his plate wasn't ready or something.
Yeah,
because he drove over first, kind of suicided, even if you want to put it like that.
it's too risky. It's when you think you've got it, you
One
don't.
match out of life and Beowulf never survives, for example.
Yeah, this is true. But there's a lot of what ifs in that range. So maybe I think it's best to look back at this replay right here. This is what you were talking about when things got crazy, right? The push forward, 113s get the kill, Haiba moves up, makes a little sense there, right? But after that, that's your criticism, right?
Yeah, when the 113s continue pushing, you can see them split up. Diplomats, G1, Stefan on the side, Yzne very far away, Beowulf yet still alive.
I did like that shot that we showed there with Monty's supporting.
Monty did amazing.
Yeah, he did a great job. He was doing exactly what he needed to. He's practically an artillery piece placing shells like he did. And without him, you don't have NSS winning that one, definitely.
And even then in the later stage, like this is the play from Kaiser.
Because that's it. Then he follows up that with the blind kill. So that's, what, 2 already up there for him. And then, yeah, you've got Shotnik making that last one, but it felt like without Monty there, Shotnik couldn't have had the confidence.
Without Monty, that would never be this end of the round, so he did amazing. But we're getting into the second round here on Moravanka between Kazna crew and NSS. Kazna currently down 2-3. NSS going to be on the attack. Kazna going to be on the defense, and it looks like another quick play coming out.
Yeah, nice little west side play is the opening from Nadine. Nice little scout run, not too aggressive. And we'll see how this one pans out. It's going to be cat pressure from NSS, but I think you and I can both tell already this cat pressure is only going to last for the next minute before this all devolves into a brawl.
Ooh, but look at this though, Stefan catched out Monty in the beginning of the game already, doing a lot of damage, but Fedsto seems to be the one taking most of it. He pushed around he didn't push around the corner, the Batsas actually did, and they picked him up rather quickly in that email too, obviously, but not hold down. It doesn't survive very long, and a great counter reaction there from NSS on losing the HP on Monty. They made the play. Kazna not ready whatsoever.
Yeah, the email 2 was a tank that if this goes longer, it performs even better.
Yeah.
Now that it's died so early, of all tanks that could have been taken off the battlefield very early, that's probably one of the ones that hurts the most, or that is the most. Yeah, I think specifically hurts the most. You want the email 2 to at least get a clip.
Yeah, because you could play against these heavy tanks, put some shots into their armor when they peek out, but now 14 seconds left on the cap. Diplomat is going to have to go forward, or Kaiser. Somebody needs to reset here for the side of Kazna crew. Diplomat seems to be making a move for it, but that's going to take so much damage. 4 seconds left. They might not even get back to defend this one. 1 second left on the cap, and Kazna crew is going to go down once more on Moravanka. That's it. Base captured. NSS in a 1 minute 50-second victory puts Kazna 4-2 down.
Wait for it. You got to wait for the timer because remember, kills. Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay. I always say to wait because they.
Yeah, but in this situation, nobody.
It's always about the dream, man. I'm always about the
somebody told me that now, even though if you kill everybody, it's a win.
No, not necessarily. I think there's some scenarios where absolutely, depending on the way the battle ends.
Because I know how it used to work, where if you kill everybody in the battle end, you win, even if it's captured.
It depends, because the way the defender and attacker objectives work out, we'd have to go through all the different scenarios to kind of show the contrast of those. But that's a bit of a rabbit hole of a topic. But altogether, it's if the defender, if he kills everything, pretty much the defender wins. If everything's dead on the battlefield and no one's capped the base and the timer actually even if the timer's ended, then it's all done there. So any thoughts right now on the match so far, sir?
No, not really. Just an impressive play from NSS, but I'm pretty sure the analyst desk will have something to say about at least Moravanka.
Oh yes, we're gonna send it over to our analysts on the side of the stage. Gentlemen, take it away.
That was an outstanding match there on Moravanka. Started off fairly close here, but starting to see a bit of a gap starting to form now, aren't we?
I mean, it was super close on the last games. We've seen that, but Moravanka, what was once Bastion of Kazna, I would say one of the best maps they have, kind of twisted sideways for them. In the previous game, I think it tilted them a bit because they had a game, they had a really high aggressive approach, and then one part of the push was not really well coordinated, and some of the tanks didn't penetrate the shots they needed to pen on the mouse when they pushed him. Like what Beowulf survived there, I mean, he should have died so much faster. So much faster than earlier. And I think that really saved the game for NSS, bought them all the time they needed, then just 4-1-6 and one-shot budget, they just couldn't bring the game back.
Now, the first map that we played on was Steps, and round one was one timer defense there, Rockstar, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they tried to go for that same sort of boost play in the north, but the problem was NSS went all the way over to the 9-0, so they very quickly realized that a tank up there was completely out of the fight. They tried to come back in. The Mouses pushed around in the bottom and it ended up basically in a 2v3, which NSS almost pulled back, but just almost, I want to say by luck, Kazna managed to stay in it.
This is definitely the moment that Kazna even had a lot of luck, I would say, because they broke the Amorex of 2 vehicles, no less. So a lot of crossfire that NSS would usually have, it just didn't happen here. And they out-survived all the possibilities, which really brought the game close, super close. And you could see that from start that NSS was actually a bit surprised with Kazna's aggressive approach on that part of the map.
Yeah, they were playing fairly aggressive on the south end. If you think about it, if teams go for that A1 climb, that's a tank out of the fight. So you can kind of assume that if they have a tank there and a tank at A0, depending on how effective that A0 tank is, you might be able to get a couple tanks out of the fight if you go for that brawl in the lower ground. However, they weren't expecting Kazna to be pushed up as far in the low ground as they were.
Now, interesting thing that we saw on this map is near the end we had Yizny hiding up on the hill and we had Nadine trying to do that climb. Now, we had spoken earlier on, Rockstar, to Safi about the climb and he explained the dangers of it.
Yeah, if you hit it at the wrong angle, especially if you miss it, when you fall down, it's very easy to actually land just not even sideways, but just on the front drive wheel, and you take a lot of damage, easily 400 or 500 damage a try. And when he tried to do it at the end of that game, he missed it, and he almost killed himself. Luckily, he still managed to survive, but at that point, he had burned so much time just from missing the boost. It didn't matter how much damage he had taken, because even if he hadn't taken any damage, and he had gone and gotten that climb, there was no time left to get all the way up there to kill Monty in that Udis.
Okay, now Mojo, the key kind of points in that battle then, the key turning point.
Well, the first thing, that the original tactics from Kazna was a bit risky, I would say, even, because they placed a light tank here completely alone, more or less uncovered, and we've already witnessed if a team pushes like this from the start and goes on them, they would really see him and annihilate him. Kazna, being the screening partner in NSS, they pretty much guessed it's not going to happen. So what they did is, they set it Udas here, so he will have an upper shot if anyone comes here. This guy here was more like checking what's going on, and they pushed with full force here. So we saw that actually worked. They avoided to play long game against Artie and so on. But honestly, what didn't strike me really nice in a later part of the game is because after all this commotion here, you can see when they were chasing the light, the big fight, and in one moment it's gonna just stay very few guys on low HP. But those guys on low HP were, look at this, we have an Artie and a light tank fighting 3 vehicles plus Izne. So we have a situation that we have a TD here still lurking on a high ground, still watching like this. We have all these guys here and him missing on this light tank when he drove. They wanted to kill the RT, but for me, the biggest loss in this game was because they didn't utilize Izne. Izne is also a fast tank. Yes, he is a tank destroyer. Yes, he needs to go to the siege mode when he wants to shoot, but not when he's point blank. He could have went this line full speed and killed the RT without risking all of the big tanks.
Because that Artie almost turned it around. He got damage onto pretty much all of these tanks, including the kill onto that 430 there.
Yeah, the game came super close because of that. I mean, surviving on one shot with Iznek, hiding in a corner from a game where you had a complete dominance, this is really bad. And I mean, Ducky was completely right, because NSS almost won a game there, and the next game really brought their dominance.
Yep. And in the next game and in that first game there on Steps, there was a standout player in both of those rounds in the Dean on the light tanks, which was a player that actually Daki had highlighted as well as being somebody to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely, and he definitely, just by the way he played the end of that first game even, popping around, constantly getting those tanks lit for the Artie to get the damage, and then here on the second game, he was the one that got a lot of the lights on the cap. He made this run past these guys, and he got the reset onto the S-Tank there to where they had to turn and deal with him. So even if he goes down, he's breaking turrets. He's making them turn to deal with him. He's making them chase him around through his backfield, and it's all the other guns on his team that are pumping out the damage right now that pretty much won that game for NSS.
And that was beautiful because they were trying to get the resets, and then all of a sudden, boom, he just pops up beside the tanks in the tank circle, in the capture circle.
Yep. Exactly, and that's something with those new tier 10 light tanks, with high camo value, plus they're very quick, so if you take the right approach, you can get really close to some tanks without them even knowing you were ever there.
So we had it going 1-for-1, but I mean, Mojo, let's go into this in more detail again, like looking at it tactically.
Well, from the start of the game, when you see that someone has actually 2 light tanks, like NSS has, normal tactic, what people would think, okay, they're gonna go with one guy up here, one guy up here, one guy to spot aggressive, maybe even press the middle with some, but they have mouses, so they can't. They can just maybe snipe someone if he's here spotted, which is something that NSS already did, which is exactly why they didn't push them. Instead, they just kept a light tank here in the bushes in this area with Binos, where he can just spot the cap and the arriving tanks, Udes covering them, and they kept a roaming light tank, faster than a Bachat, more mobile, slower silhouette, and all of these other guys. They're just snipers getting different angles on the cap.
And one subtle thing I want to point out, you mentioned the light tank in the bushes. He was doing something a little bit tricky. He actually wasn't sitting directly in the bushes. Instead, he was sitting all the way on the red line, behind all the bushes a good way, far enough away that the spot right here could not spot him, who will normally spot those bushes in that area. So just that subtle little change made it so Kazna crew were sitting there trying to figure out what was going on, and it slowed them down in their on their attack, and it bought NSS a lot more time to just kind of sit there and burn that clock down.
I would say Kazna did logical things. They pushed their tanks here so they would have a shots. They pushed tanks all the way here so they would have a spot. They had people covering the middle. They had people covering the back line shooting, and they put the lowest profile tank, which would be an STRV TD, in here in the cap. But playing against 2 lights, it definitely doesn't really work like that, because this guy is free to do whatever he wants. He can just go from back, he can spot, he spotted, and in worst case scenario, it is exactly like they did. They just pushed one light like this, full speed, low profile, and he spotted whatever's going on. And what's worse, we can see later that even though he did it like that when he pushed, he actually survived and killed the TD. Like, that was disastrous moment, I would say.
Watch the route he actually runs as well. It's super impressive. He does a hell of a lot of running. He goes all the way up over the top.
I think they're way above the mileage, but there you go. Look at this. TD gone. Unbelievable, in the middle of the Kazna ranks, right next to the mouse.
Yeah, he just pops up beside them, like, use the rails beneath Stefan. Nicely done, nicely done. So we were there 1-1 at Steps. We then went into Mines, and the first thing that Kazna were able to do was actually they were able to break the defense of Not So Serious there.
Yeah, and looking at it, they went about it in a kind of an unconventional way, taking those mouses, getting them all the way over towards that 0 line and trying to push around. But at the end of the day, Kazna was just ready for it. They had too many guns trained on it. And even though they end up killing this Batchat here in a second, there was just too much firepower from Kazna to really for them to overwhelm it, even with just the raw armor and HP.
It's my bad. Kazna were able to hold the defense against Not So Serious. Next time round, in the next round, it didn't go so well, but Kazna crew were able to stay ahead here, and this is an interesting thing in this exchange between these two teams. Kazna crew were, you know, taking the lead each time, and it kind of goes okay, but after Mines is when it doesn't go okay. But in this round, Kazna kind of held themselves up and then pushed in together when you knew they had that advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And then we moved on to the round after that, which that's the line I want to talk about for a second when we get to it. Just the opening volley from NSS onto Kazna crew. They were set up with it with so many different angles. And we can pull up the map. I really want to go over every single position, because NSS clearly were trying to counter that 0 line. They said, this is how we're going to do it. We're not going to boost the tank up of ourselves. We're going to put almost every single gun we have onto that line.
I would say first here, Kazna had a really, really fast approach on this map, and we should see it. I mean, they were the guys that were trying to play super aggressive, and they really wanted to approach from different angles. This was This was one push here, one push here. These guys wanted to press the center, and this is the middle.
Yeah.
But there we have NSS from the other side.
Yeah, but then look at this. You have this gun here, these guns here, plus that one there.
Okay, well, we're ready to go into the rest of this match. Let's go back over to the casters as the Killzone Rookie are waiting for us.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Some good points there on the analysis desk. I especially liked the part where you said you agreed with me.
Yeah, we were chatting back here about that, and of course then they're like, Docky brought this one up earlier. I'm just like, yeah, of course, Docky's right again, but
we're both right. We're in this together.
oh, because we put our bets in already that this was going to be a bit NSS sided. I mean, right now
I'm starting to feel like I'm cursing these teams here because, like, in the last match, I said steps was going to be a deciding factor, and so it was. And in this one, I said Moravanka might be the deciding factor, and so it is.
So yeah, it's like
like next time, I'm just going to, like, cheer for other teams and say different maps are important, all that kind of fun stuff. But yeah, Moravanka was super important, but this is another one where I said the difference could be made on the side of NSS, honestly, more in that one, because it is that kind of tactical map. Very aggressive play lends itself towards it as well. So
yeah, and then of course these guys are coming off a short break. For Kazna, that means a chance to regroup. For NSS, it means a chance to relax for a moment and make sure that you maintain your focus. And they're just about to start off. Now it's going to be Kazna defending to start. So
that's a good thing for them, I'd say.
Yeah,
they need this round. They need this round desperately. If they don't take this round, it's over.
Yeah, if they lose here, all of a sudden the lead's too much. It's almost impossible to dig yourself out of that hole. It's
especially coming then into Roomberg attack yourself.
Oh,
so
that's a miserable map side. That just never looks good. So I'm glad you brought up the point about being on defense first.
So
there are very few teams that could take attack and say that.
Yeah, especially against equally skilled. But here we can see guys who are spotting out the initial play from NSS. A lot of bad shots. Kind of says they want to fight Zero Line, but Kazna crew has literally everybody except for Yizna in that area. So we're gonna get a fight. We're gonna get a brawl.
This is good though for Kazna. They've chosen the correct side of the map to defend. They haven't
backing
much in the north. Well, maybe they back off for a moment just to get in control. But
Stefan caught in the open.
Oh no, not more.
Shotnik shooting him from behind, drops into 917 HP. But the trade so far in Kazna crew's favor, I'd say. Just Cause taking some, Shotnik taking some as well. Yes, Stefan was caught out of position, but thankfully they hit the shots, and I think Kazna, they're gonna come back now with a vengeance.
Oh, they are, and it's time for NSS to not to linger. They need to back off, give some ground. They know the Kazna guys are going to start moving in, and they know that their time here is running up. They're going to need to back off, see what they can do, because look at that Zero Line. Look at that push. They're just moving in to 113s. That's going to be almost impossible to deal with once they're settled, and that's going to mean NSS is probably going to start going back to the west and maybe back up towards our 1 cap. What do you think?
Yeah, nice. They might go back towards the 1 cap, but they're going to have to abandon Losha for that, though. There's Vetso now pushing down Losha over there. We know that 113 is not 100% safe. You can see Coca-Cola already abandoned that window position as he knows he wouldn't be safe there. Lostra is a little bit dead in the water here. Rest of his team doing what they're supposed to do, which is abandon him. He's just expected to do as much damage as he possibly can from that position between Durs and Vet, so he won't survive very long. There we go, another one coming in towards him. Nidin sticking around for a little bit. Shouldn't stay for too long though, because obviously in that tier 9 bad shot as well, if you linger for too long, you're not giving up just one tank, you're giving up 2.
Exactly, and look at this up on the north side. You got 2. I think that's just 2 mediums from NSS moving on up. Monty taking the lead and losing about half of his health to pay a toll in order to take position. I don't know if this is really going to pay off for NSS. This is starting to look like they're going to just throw their faces into a bunch of bullets here.
Interesting there. Shotnik wasn't even tracked, but still, I think he thought he was tracked standing in the open. Didn't make much sense.
Or trying to get that last little bit to 0 on your bat chat, maybe?
Yeah, perhaps, but they do take down Kaiser in the meantime. Monty coming in as well. Picks up Yizne.
Oh,
that's 2 tanks down for Kazna crew. That's the northern defense down. This leaves the cap wide open.
It does. The only support that exists is currently, what is it, almost about 400 meters away on the 0 line. Maybe we can move up Beowulf onto the cap. A full health Mouse, 3,200 hit points, plenty of armor. On top of that, you could hide, two or three of those bat shots behind him pretty easily without all that much to pay.
Look at Haiba already taking damage from those bat shots. Coca-Cola holding on as long as he can. A bounce comes off, but Coca-Cola is not going to do that one. He's still in that window. He's still surviving. Nidin being a nuisance in the side from that K4-5 area. Now shooting Diplomat. Diplomat trying to cross in the opening. He might go down for this. They need to be careful. 3 guys have joined the cap though. 25 seconds left. I don't think there's a way out for Kazna.
And Diplomat throws one that should have been a kill shot right into the wall next to Coca-Cola. And yeah, that's probably it. This is only a matter of time before the caps should finish up. And there, that's it. 50B is down.
Beowulf picks up Stefan Heiber, returns on towards Monty though, but with 8 seconds left, Kazna crew is about to get capped once more. The second time in a row here, 2 seconds left. NSS is gonna pick it up, and that will make it 5-2 in favor of NSS. And again, Kazna crew falling.
Oh, it's not formally there yet, but you were saying it's.
They're on their way down the slope. Man.
Yeah, Butter's getting called.
This is the second round in a row they get capped, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's an attack on Muro from NSS, and that's an attack on Ruinberg from NSS.
It doesn't. They seem to catch no break whatsoever. NSS with the better rotations and the quicker rotations.
And usually you would expect to push like that on the north side to get shut down pretty quickly.
I mean, Durs and Vetso are peaking in the south.
And there was
Where did the bad shots go?
There was advance notice. There was every reason to know.
Where did the bad shots go? Where did all those bad shots that were currently on 0 line, where did they all go?
Yeah. What happens when you have that setup? You put 2 113s on the 0 line.
Kazna would be like super afraid of a re-counter push onto 0 line?
No one does that.
Nope. Well, Elevate did it.
Okay.
It didn't work.
Yeah. Then my point still stands, right?
Yeah,
you're just, for a second I was like, oh wait, I'm wrong? Oh, no, you're backing me up here. Yeah, exactly. Just don't think that's
it's
coming.
illustrating the thing that it doesn't work, but that they might still be afraid of it.
Fair enough. Like, you might still be wary of it because you know it could
but the
work.
rotations, come on, Kazna crew, we expect better than this.
No, even that hypothetical where they do a reverse push where they'd fake it and still come back, it probably still doesn't work.
So the bad shots managed to pull back from 0 line. Beowulf managed to pull back from the middle, drive all the way north, park himself in the cap, and cap out the base.
And they got spotted before they got to the cap. That was a good at least 50 meters minimum to the cap before they were spotted.
I don't know what Kazna was doing, but they needed more tanks there. Sending Kaizu, who took a lot of damage, was like 600 HP with a T-rate. How do you expect to hold the north with that? One bad shot to get across, that's 2 tanks dead.
I think the end, Kazna should have seen it coming. They should have read what was going on, and they didn't. Or if they did, they chose not to react.
Well, we're going to get into the next round very soon. Lineups here between Kazna and NSS. You can see a lot of bad shots towards the side of Kazna.
And look at that, 5100
we have actually seen it.
We do from time to time. I
think it was NSS as well that brought it during the group stage.
It was.
So
it's just nice to see.
I think he bent like 4 out of 6 as well. So
it's not a bad gun on them.
No, not whatsoever. Yeah. But Kazna crew, I don't know if I like the start here. NSS, what the difference between NSS and Kazna, it feels a little bit like, NSS went aggressive, decided they couldn't, and then rotated. Kazna's already putting half an all-in on that A-line.
Yeah, this is...
I don't know. They're not going to take this bait. Just calls for spotting. He sees 3 tanks. They're not going to take this bait.
If anything, they're expecting some 0 line stuff, and I've seen a lot of blind fire, it looks like, going out in various directions from the buildings over there.
I guess what Kazna crew expects is the NSS counter push 0 line against Elevate. They expect maybe the similarity coming out.
I see what you're going for. Yeah, the tanks they don't see are obviously 0 line. That's the best place for them to be. But no, they're actually over there in the northwest, and it looks like spotting has happened. Because of that, the jig's up. Not So Serious knows there are tanks coming from the northwest.
I don't know if I like Kazna crew stopping to get some shots on towards Monty. They did connect, but this gives times for the guns to turn.
Your payoff isn't there, right? You're not going to connect enough shells, deal enough damage to the point where stopping and wasting those precious seconds is going to pay off, right? It's better to just keep going forward, and you're probably actually more likely to get the damage you need just shooting on the move at that point.
So a lot of damage being done here towards the side of NSS, though Beowulf taking a lot of it. Monty gonna go down to that 5100. Vetso picks it up, but Monty there, you can see he made a shield for Just Cause. Did it on purpose, but also getting caught here in the open between Haiba and the Batchas. Luckily enough, the Batchas are on reload. This will make him survive for just a little bit longer, but in the meantime, look at the rotation, Rukil. There's multiple tanks coming towards the A-line. Diplomat goes down, but look at that. Who is coming there? I think it's Coca-Cola. I think it's Nidin. And they're going to take this overmatch. These Batchats are all on reload.
Oh yeah, they're done. And look at this. The other tanks from Kazna Crew that could have been pushing up from the south to kind of delay this or distract it or make them pay, they're not there. They're moving around to the west. They're moving around to the southeast. They're taking the safe road when they should be trying to make as much of a spectacle as possible.
Look at these Kazna tanks. Kaizu down, Durst to follow. Haiba now reloaded, but it's a little bit too late for this kind of stuff. I mean, all Batchats wasting their ammunition. But standard stuff.
Hey, 4 tanks versus 4 tanks. I mean, the hit points surely are in favor of NSS, but I mean, at least as far as guns on the battlefield, you got to give them a little credit here. There's
True.
It's got a minute more.
It's not over whatsoever, but when Nidin comes off reload, that will be Vetso down and out. Coca-Cola needs to be careful by Haiba. Yizne is in the back line, so he's spotted out. He needs to be careful as well, not to stay here too long. He does 2 shots of damage, which is nice, which is very well done by him. But now, he is stuck in a position, and Shotnik comes in with the HP to clean up Haiba.
Okay.
This leaves Stefan and Yizne and Nidin. He's out for that match point. He wants to get it. He's going to find Yizne as well. And then it will be Stefan left against 3.
Yep, that's it right there. That last mouse kill, kind of, that absolutely solidified it. Now it's not even possible for the potential damage to really be there.
Stefan's doing some damage, I guess, on towards Coca-Cola.
But think about how many reloads it takes for those French tanks.
4 now to, no, actually still 5. Coca-Cola, Nidin, 5 shot in between them. And then Shotnik is 2 clips.
Yeah, but on the other side, I was aside from that, think about it. Kazna, when they were at 3 tanks left, the damage they could deal, even theoretically, assuming they connect all shells and all that, it wasn't there. They don't have...
And they're not going to let him go.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Kazna...
Basic mistakes, though.
Yeah,
nobody is spotting for the side of Kazna Crew. 2 tanks cross the A line unspotted. There's no reaction.
It's like if there was a checklist of everything you made sure you covered when you made a strategy in World of Tanks.
They forgot the most important check mark.
Yeah, they just missed parts of like the first page. Like they might have just lost it and they decided, oh, second page it works.
Well, Nidin picks it up. That is NSS putting themselves on match point against Kazna Crew, and our worst fear has become reality, 6-2.
Yeah, it is. This is such a deep hole. Kazna's pretty much done. It's
down and out.
I mean, it would be. I feel like I'd be lying if I said
they're
there was.
being battered, Nate.
Yeah, it
just doesn't get any better. Like in the first Ruinberg, I'd say bad rotations, not quick enough, not realizing what their opponent is doing. In this one, yet once more, all the Batchats, every single one of them, emptied their clip on towards Lostro, who was on a bad angle for them to pen him, which is already shots you don't really take. Because in a situation like on Ruinberg, you know most of the time you're not going to get to reload. If you have 3 shots, you have to keep them for a while or coordinate in between your guys who's reloading, keeping shots, and then there's nobody spotting. And Coca-Cola and Nidin are just having a stroll across the A-line in towards those Batchats.
Yeah, and no one's stopping them. No one's pressing from the south. That's what I think should have happened. If Kazna had decided to follow up that west,
if there was one guy spotting, they would have all pushed up, and then they might have been able to shoot the A-line.
Yeah, and then maybe you've got the damage that Kazna stays
competitive. Though in his mouse.
4,900, almost 5K in the mouse, and he stayed in the middle of the map most of the time, just swinging his turret around, just shooting at whatever showed up, and plenty of targets were willing.
Mouse picks for NSS really paying off. Losho didn't do a lot of damage, but he blocked more than 4K.
That's always nice.
He did like 1 shot of damage, but blocking 4K.
That's an entire. That's a tank exchange.
Actually, he was one of the most important ones because those Batchats emptied their clips on towards him.
Yeah. Think about it. If it doesn't immediately come to our viewers' minds, what 4,000 damage blocked means is that's another free mouse.
But in this case, you see Durz is not even reloading. He just comes off reload when they've lost 2 guys. Vetso is the only one that gets to fire more than 1 shot, which is just not good enough from a team like Kazna Crew.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. I really want to kind of maybe just say we're always really harsh on Kazna. We always set the bar very high because they're an experienced, long-standing team.
Because they're supposed to deliver at these kind of events.
Yep, but not so serious.
Is on another level. It's just...
Yeah, and we always get back to this too. Kazna's an incredibly talented team, and against other opponents, they look a lot better. But against NSS, who's so crisp.
But then again, you have to wonder, why is Kazna Crew in this situation to begin with?
Because NSS, other opponents running around here, is just that good?
that and perhaps looking too far into the future. I think it's a combination of two. EL Gaming showing up better than they've ever done before, I think. I'd say the levels on the Orbital Firmware were like different, to put it. They were better than any other event so far. They came up and played. Kazna didn't. This is where they are now, and NSS showed up. Kazna crew giving it their best, but NSS just showing that the amount of practice and hard work they put in towards this grand finals is paying off, and we might see it here in the last possible round, possibly the last round of regular time between NSS and Kazna crew. 6-2. What do you expect, Rukil?
All right, well, first I want to talk a little bit about the lineups. Looks like we got the 2-1-13s to pay attention to from Kazna, and a bunch of Bat Chats. On the other side, Bat Chat, TVP, and T49 in there, but it's all Bat Chat cells. And we've got a little west side from Kazna, so taking a little low ground. They left Stefan in the east side. What do you think of that? That solo Bat Chat?
He's trying to climb the hill, I'd say, but is he gonna make it? He already takes 2 shots from Beowulf, who's doing very well against him. Nidin needs to be careful in his Bat Chat, but Kazna bleeding across the place. I don't know if I like the Stefan play. He needs to get on towards that hill. Nice shot there though from Kaizu. Nice shot from Stefan on towards Coca-Cola. He's clipping him out. Can he kill him though?
Nah.
I don't think so. Stefan's on a one shot. Coca-Cola picks it up. And that is the ruin towards this tactic, I'd say. If he takes the hill, they can support him. But now, they have nothing. They have nothing.
They have 2 angles that exist. They don't have a whole lot of places to run. Even if they try, that gets them in a worse position.
I don't like this tactic, Rukil. It's all about that one Bat Chat making it up, which was Stefan, and he didn't.
Single point of failure, right? Everyone knows you never have just
one thing fails, everything else falls. It's just not something that's an acceptable tactic.
Yeah, at this level, you should have the backup ready to go. Yes, it's a risk, but it don't feel like this kind of strategy pays off well enough when the risk pays off.
Whoa! Towards Diplomat.
Insulted.
Insult to injury, Kazna crew. I feel like they're just driving into the guns now of NSS. They know it's over. Beowulf picks up a kill as well with 4 tanks left standing for Kazna crew. They're gonna be going home. They're not gonna be moving towards the semi-finals, but NSS showing everybody here at this event, they are a force to be reckoned with, and they're here to play.
Yeah, keep your eye on these guys. They could be one of our final teams. Absolutely on top for it right now. And with that, you can see it. Naza Serious knows this is over.
Kazna knows it is over.
Yeah, but they're just freezing up right now. They're just like, guys, come on, finish it.
Finish it. They're just driving in. Now the boys from NSS pushing forward as well for the final kills. They want this. Durst picks up Lolsto. No going out without a fight. He is. But with 6 tanks remaining on the side of NSS, Just Cause goes down. Coca-Cola peeking on the top. Kaizu still on reload. And the rest of the tanks will be pushing in. Shotnik coming in there as well with full HP. Nidin from behind. Monty picks up a kill as well. NSS going to be closing this one out. Coca-Cola picks up his double kill. And Nidin, Coca-Cola actually to get the triple kill will be NSS picking it up 7-2. And Randall, we should not predict scores anymore.
Oh gosh, no. I feel so bad right now because that was just absolutely insane from NSS. Kazna didn't stand a chance. Not this Kazna, at least.
Nope, blow for blow in the beginning, but NSS always picking up their rounds, which is also more convincing every single time. And then Morovanka coming out, NSS just showing.
They'd worn
Kazna tilted on Moro.
Yeah, but you could also say that NSS just needed a little warm-up time, right? They just needed a little time to get used to things.
Being down, they recovered. Kazna showing that they were up on Morovanka on their attack. They had everything going for them. I really do think that it's a breaking point for this map where they tilted. That Moro, that round where Beowulf survives for no reason, everybody drives in, Haiba goes in too early, the 113s don't coordinate too well. Anywhere last words, Randall?
My last words have to be, I think you hit the main point. Kazna was always up and they managed to drop the ball. NSS was down and managed to really rise above. It's wonderful to see NSS. My bet might be on them to go far here today.
Yeah, I think so as well, Randall. And on that note, let's send it back over to the analyst desk and see what they think about the last few rounds.
Thanks very much there to Killzor and Rukil. Bit of a heartbreak there for us, wasn't it, Mojo?
Well, I mean, it's not like we didn't expect it. I was hoping Kazna will actually manage to put up resistance and fight. The first games were really promising, same like Oops had, but then they just broke down on one map. Again, one map is enough, it seems, to break some of the teams.
Muravanka as well. It seemed to fall to pieces trying to do some rush tactics and stuff. Didn't quite go at all that way, did it?
Muravanka is okay when you play rush tactics. It's not a problem. But it's development. Like in one moment they needed to connect the shells on one guy and they didn't.
Yeah, well, and I don't mind the idea to go aggressive from Kazna. Realizing they've been struggling with the slow play against NSS, they're kind of unmatched or unevenly matched in that regard. So when they got to Muro, they said this is a map where we can play very aggressive and try to go for that. The problem was, like Mojo said, they just kind of fell apart individually. They didn't really focus fire as well towards the end after the first initial push. They didn't take out guns quickly enough, and it just kind of all snowballed out from there.
And the thing we kind of noticed from Steps, and it seemed to be like carry through all of the rounds, is that there was a lot of missed shots from Kazna, wasn't there? A lot of key shots that should have been hit.
Some of the shots that were actually biding the rounds even earlier against Nidian as example, and later on Muravanka and so on, were simply not there. We saw the similar situation even on Ruinberg later, where Lolsho had about 4,400 blocked damage by the Bachats, who emptied entire clips in him and didn't kill him, and that costed them the game and their heads in the game in that moment.
And that's exactly what Daki was talking about. Now, we actually have the manager of Not So Serious on stage with Matt Andrews, so let's listen in to hear what he has to say.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, Andre from Not So Serious is here. We already had an NA semi-finalist and an EU semi-finalist. Now the CIS region have got one in there as well. Congratulations, I can see from your face. You're really pleased about that.
Thank you very much. We are very pleased, we are very happy. And then semi-finals with Tornado or maybe Navi.
Let's come to that in a minute. First of all, Kazna Crew, we talk them up as being really strong opposition, but sometimes they don't deliver everything that we hope they will do, particularly when it comes to a big stage. They were quite a challenge for you, maybe more than that scoreline showed.
It was not easy for us. It was not easy. After 2 maps we have 2-on-2 score, but after that we had our guys made a massive impact, and then we had what we had.
So what happened to you as a team? Was it one guy saying, right, come on? Did the energy in the team lift? How did you change it around?
I think guys remembered how to play right.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Were they getting affected by being here? You know, it's a big arena, it's Moscow, you had the crowd on your side as well, of course. Did that get to them a little bit?
It's not the first time when we are on the big arena, but anytime it's like the first time.
And our final quarterfinal of today is, of course, this incredible match between Na'Vi and Tornado. You have a bit of history with Tornado in particular recently. Who would you like to face in the semi-final?
Both teams are very strong. Very strong. Champions, world champions. Both teams are world champions. I don't know who will win. And
who do you want, though?
No.
No preference. You don't.
Preference. We will fight with any team that will be.
You've got to beat everybody to be champions, yeah.
Yeah. I think it must be sport. It must be. I don't know what to say.
That's all right. I can see how this is exciting for you, and you're trembling a little bit, Andre. No, don't apologize. It is sport. It is competition, and it matters. You're right. Congratulations to all of you on NNSS. We will see them in one of our semi-finals tomorrow against Tornado or Na'Vi. Let's go back to our desk and talk about that incredible win for NSS.
Thanks very much for that there, Matt. A really interesting answer there, actually, from Cafe. Who do you want to face? He's basically like, to be honest, we'll take on anyone. In a way, he's pretty much saying there, isn't he?
It's not like he has a choice. Who comes, he will have to fight him. It's like, pleasing or not, the better team will come because it will be the other one.
Which team don't you want to annoy?
to be champions, you have to be willing to take on anyone. You have to be able to beat anyone to be considered the best. And so they already know that. They know whoever's up next, we got to beat them. Doesn't matter who is going to be. And like Mojo said, we don't get a choice. Whoever wins this match, we have to play.
Yeah. Now, before we went into the break, Not So Serious stepped ahead. They were up 4-2, and then we went into round 7 and rounds 8 on Ruinberg. And Ruinberg was just more misery, really, for Kazna, wasn't it, Mojo?
It was really a complete disarray, I would say, like we were watching here. I mean, this is already a moment when Kazna emptied the tire clips on Lolsho and didn't kill him. I believe this is what costed them head. Look at this, 3 fast tanks, Clippers stuck. Jaskos calling his teammates and they're just going as a pack of wolves for them. And once they fall, that's it, there is no more game.
Yeah, exactly. They just got, even though it wasn't an overmatch, they're all reloading. They all knew they had this short little window to get in there and kill them if they waited any, say 10 more seconds. All of a sudden those batch jets are loaded and who knows how this fight takes out. But they recognized the opportunity and they didn't hesitate. They jumped on it and they took those guns out.
Look at these guys. There is no mercy in them and they're just going and Pac-Man playing them.
The shot priority is interesting as well because they don't touch Vetso. Like they rip down, I think it was Kaizu first, and then they take down Dares right after that, and then Vetso just runs away and they take him down after that as well. Brilliant shot priority from the team.
I mean, the main point is how the tactics was developed. It's always like that. Like everything has an origin, and why did those tanks even end up on those places? So that's we're gonna see when we check out our map. But in both of the maps on Ruinberg, we can say definitely Kazna was late on rotations and was not reading the game the best.
And for a brief second, it looked like they were okay because they got into position undamaged, didn't they? That was where you were actually talking about that, Rockstar. You said, hey, they've made it, no one got hit. Normally that crossing they get hit at the top of the map.
It was a little bit surprising, but they ended up getting across because everyone was busy chasing those batch jets in the south, and then they spotted the mouse in the middle of the open field, and they unloaded their clip, and that's the opportunity that we were just talking about.
This is something like I wanted to say. This is the basic tactic of Kazna. They played really aggressive from the lower side. They pushed all these tanks like they're actually going to push just that side of the battlefield to dominate this part. And they pushed one guy here who has a lot of armor and a good guy to snipe. They were hiding them behind the corner, hoping that NSS will actually attract themselves here, that they will run away with most of these forces back, and these guys will push in here, establish the dominance, kill whatever is here. Other guys will come, they will cap, and they will more or less do the same as NSS did to them, like a little Ropa-Dopa. But what happened in reality is, okay, we killed him, as if you remember, that's not a problem, but after him, disaster. This mouse here, he outlived every possible expectation you can out of that guy. Like, look at this. Diplomat here, he's dying, he's getting pushed by these guys. And what do you do then? Counterattack comes and they're dying.
Yep, and one other thing to point out here is, look at all these tanks. Well, this whole fight's going on. You have tanks here, here, and down here. And at that point, Kazna
cannot help each other.
They can't help each other. They can't even engage. In theory, they should be able to maybe find a pick on one of these, or maybe, find this guy who's already low health. But they don't. They just sit there and they let this just fall apart. And
they cannot, because even if they try to engage, they will die.
Well, but they have to try something, is my point. At this point, with that going down, they're going to lose regardless. They needed to try to do something to get in there to maybe help out their team.
But I'm trying to say the tactic was so risky that effectively in this moment it was already done.
Yeah.
Because NSS already read through all of their intentions and did all the correct moves, and Kazna was left stranded on all over the place, not able to help each other. Yeah. No buddies whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
The interesting thing as well from NSS is when they did that push when the Batchats on reloaded, we've seen this happen on steps quite a few times as well, as the 113s, the ability of the single shooters to be able to catch Batchats on reload, you can have some players with some tremendous high damage games because they rip through those tanks.
Yeah, definitely. And towards the end there, you saw the 113 just bullying through all those Batchats who are reloading. He knows he doesn't have to wait. He knows they're not going to clip into him, so he's just going to hold his W key. He's going to make sure he keeps one of them right next to him. He's going to keep firing every 8 seconds. As soon as he's loaded, 440 damage. Another 8 seconds, 440 damage. Just going to keep it up. And those Batchats have nothing that they can do except maybe try to run away.
And that was something again we were saying where the focus fire was so important. And then here on Cliff, Stefan gets himself caught out so quickly that he's edge of the map where he was, edge of the hill he was trying to climb up, and eliminated. And that was the turning point straight away.
Yep.
Kazna was playing there again a bit risky tactic. I think by this moment they were already out of the patience. Like the key thing that is needed for every strong team when you want to turn the game over, and we've seen that happen many times.
Yeah.
You need to be patient and you need to fight your trench forward till the end. Like they tried again a quick tactic, they put a guy here, they push with some guys here, they push from here and try to establish dominance if someone comes on this area. But NSS was not even close there. Like they were not doing anything similar. you can see the displacement of their tanks. They even have a T-49 light tank here, like he's just watching this. These guys are clipping on Stefan, and Stefan is completely left alone here, which of course has only one possible consequence. He's gonna die in a second, and NSS can do whatever they want, because effectively Kazna is stuck in this area, in a lower ground, and NSS controls everything on a map, every possible angle.
Yep, and very similar to the last round, the one thing I want to point out is they lose Stefan over here, and the rest of these tanks are not really in a position to do anything just because of how NSS set up. It's the same thing from the previous round. They get the free pick, and the rest of the guns, because of how they're playing, they're not in a position to make any sort of trade, and that just leaves them tanks down with no real solution.
It's just NSS reacts faster, and that wins them the games. Like, they're better coordinated, maybe they need less communication about it, and they just establish dominance. They establish multiple guns against less guns, and they win the games. And when it matters, they pen their shells. Yep. They pen their shells. Kazna was struggling with both of those factors, and thus they are losing so far.
Yep, definitely. And the other thing that, just real briefly, that totally just escaped my mind. I had one thought I was going to go with there at the end, but I cannot remember for the life of me what it was.
Well, it doesn't matter because I'm pretty sure that Kazna also forgot by the end what I wanted to do.
Forgot half their playbook today. I mean, they were talking about it, both Dekilzor and Ruka were talking about it. There was like a slippery slope. Kazna are on the slippery slope. Is this it? You know, they were long gone. Like they never looked like they were going to recover. They looked like they perhaps needed to take a breather, and they just never had any opportunity.
I think Morovanka just killed them. Morovanka just killed them. Ruinberg was just like display of disorganization between them. It was never one of their better maps. Morovanka was. I think they had high hopes for Morovanka, maybe even to break the match into their favor. And they had a really close fight in some moment. And I think tactically, they actually had a chance. Tactically, they had a chance. That's the worst thing. When you know you have it and you don't win.
Now, this leaves us with one more match to go. It's going to be the Clash of the Titans. It's going to be Navi versus Tornado. Now, this means we also currently have 3 out of our 4 semi-finalists. We know that we're going to get Elevate tomorrow playing against Ding. We're going to now have Not So Serious playing either against Tornado or Navi. Europe and America still have a chance to get through to the finals, and we're definitely going to have one Russian team in the finals as well. This is hype for us. I mean, this is really good. Obviously, for me and Mojo, we're super excited for the Europe team, and you're saying as well, Rockstar, this is the best that an American team has ever done at a grand final.
Yep. Well, like I said earlier, this is the first time an American team at a global grand final has ever made it out of the group stage and all the way to the semifinal. We've had a team make it to the quarterfinals, but never the semifinal. So I'm really excited to see how they can do tomorrow versus Ding.
Well, step by step, and maybe.
And if Elevate can do, I mean, as Daki said, every match at a time. Don't be looking too far ahead. Every single match at a time. Now, we're going to get ready here for this match between Navi and Tornado. If you guys want to participate in the fun at home, you can join in the quest system. Just go to your local World of Tanks portal, and the instructions there are how to join in. You guys can also join into social media. Use the hashtag WOTGF2017 or use the hashtag WatchPlayWin. Send us any kind of funny messages, any kind of cool pictures you think. Send us your predictions as well for the next match. It'll be really interesting. Whilst everything gets set up for the next match, we're going to take a short break. We'll see you right after that, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon. welcome back to the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017. This is our last match of the day. If you're just joining us, my name is Ryan Ektar Mojo, and let me introduce you to our colleagues. First of all, on my left, it is Mihailo Still Mojo Jugovic.
Maybe I will become Ektar because you're Mojo now.
I was going to go just straight with Still Mojo there. I'm so used to calling you that by your nickname all the time. How are you today, Mojo? As tired as I am?
Totally cool. A bit tired, but it goes well. I mean, I love tanks enough so I can stand here entire day, no problem.
And of course, on your left, Mojo, coming all the way in from North America, we have James Rockstar Greaves. How are you, James?
Yeah, doing great. It's been a pretty long day so far, but we got one more match, and it's going to be a really good one.
We have been indeed going for a long time now. Let's introduce these two teams that are going to be playing today, because these are the two titans of World of Tanks esports.
Natas Vincere G2A are two-time Grand Final champions and the most decorated team in the history of the Wargaming.net League. As Season 1 champions, they have set the pace for the other teams to follow, boasting an all-star lineup that has been unchanged for 3 years. The Na'Vi players work together like a well-oiled machine, known for strong counterattacks and patient play. They are a force to be reckoned with. Grand Final champions last season, Na'Vi are looking to repeat their performance and pick up Grand Final Championship number 3.
Мы очень рады команде, что турнир проходит в Москве, потому что мы на турнире увидим наших болельщиков. Мы не смогли на последнем лан-финале их увидеть, потому что турнир проходил в Польше, но вот Wargaming, можно сказать, сделали такой подарок и провели гранд-финалы именно в столице. Мы давным-давно, там, на Рамбле года полтора назад проигрывали уже команде из другого региона. А на этот раз мы очень сильно облажались, мы готовились к команде Ding, потому что мы знаем, что это очень сильно тактически команда играет. И вот не получилось, в матче индивидуальных ошибок было слишком много. В общем, теперь у нас довольно сложная сетка, и чтобы стать чемпионами, надо действительно всех обыграть. Будем стараться, настрой у ребят не потерялся. Нам очень хочется сыграть против EL Gaming, ну, к примеру, в финале.
Tornado Energy. Tornado Energy are no strangers to the Grand Finals. Winning the title in 2015 and finishing second place in 2016, their impact on the Wargaming.net League is legendary. Most recently, in their domestic region, they came second place in Season 1, and then followed that with a Champions Rumble win and Season 2 League Championship. Eager to challenge for the 2017 title, Tornado Energy are one of the strongest teams here and are looking forward to picking up the trophy in front of a home crowd.
Мы очень много готовились к этому гранд-финалу, все очень заряжены, и мы приехали только за победой. Нам очень хочется сыграть против китайской команды EL Gaming, потому что они показывают очень интересные разъезды. После лан-финала в Катовице мы неделю отдохнули и продолжили усердно тренироваться к текущему гранд-финалу. Европейский регион показывает хорошие результаты на этом гранд-финале, и он реально очень удивил.
Okay, I like that there from Tornado Energy there. A little bit of acknowledgement to the EU region, and interesting to see who they wanted to try and get through to the finals and play.
Well, wishful thinking, they will not get EL Gaming, but they first need to win it over each other, and then we will see tomorrow who will they play, but it's definitely not going to be EL because they lost to Elevate.
Yep, so someone's going to have to go through either Elevate or Ding if it comes down to it. That's going to be one heck of a match, but first, before we even get to that, we have this one right now, which this is a match that we've all been looking forward to all day.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, these teams should need no introduction. I mean, they have a lot of history, don't they, Mojo?
I mean, these guys were taking all the grand finals. There was a total of 3 of them, so Navi took the first one. Hellraisers took the second one, in the process beating Navi. And on a third one, Navi was back in a tiebreaker after one person known as Applebow got stuck on a cliff.
Applewell's cliff, indeed. He has a little memorial now on cliff because of that defining point of the Grand Finals 2016. But I mean, it's just always generally...
If you see an apple tree with a sign, watch for falling apples
yep.
on cliff, that is why. And that is exactly where it happened.
And the thing is that so much ends up these two teams against each other, doesn't it, Rockstar? I mean, you have it in season finals, in domestic CIS season finals. You have it here at grand finals all the time.
Yep, you have to wonder if Applebow has a chip on his shoulder after that. You have to wonder if he wants redemption for costing his team that last one. Because you have to remember, that wasn't a tiebreaker round that happened to him.
Oh, he already fell again on Ghost Town, man.
Yeah, and he fell again on Ghost Town. But it's still, the difference is they came back and won that tournament. So this one, you have to wonder if they're going to be able to turn it around.
Indeed, now Tornado Energy coming out on stage here, Navi already on stage. Looks like they actually came out at the same time here. Big, huge smiles. These guys are excited. They know their opponents. Whoever wins this knows that they have to go up against Not So Serious. And there you go. I wanted to say, Griffon, you can see him there, third in from the right-hand side, always ends up staring at the cameras, likes making little faces.
Yeah, Tidor is always here in a danger mode, man.
Oh, look at him. He's like ready to fight the cameraman.
Fight. I mean, these guys really played so many tournaments. Even lately, if we remember, they were just taking championships between each other. Navi won the first season. Second season one was won by Tornado, formerly known as Hellraisers. Championship Rumble was taken by Tornado, where they beat Navi. So these guys are probably still the best what you have on the planet.
And many people tipped it to be a Tornado Navi final, but Ding threw a spanner in that works, and we saw from the Navi video that they were quite hit by that. They were not expecting that.
Yep, and now they have the chance they have to recover. It puts them in this place where one of these two teams goes home at the end of the day. So they need to pick it up because I watched that Navi match versus Ding, and a lot of uncharacteristic moves out of Navi. Kind of, I guess, maybe naive or underestimating Ding a little bit.
I don't know, is it that or it was really good preparation by Ding maybe that caught Navi off guard. Also, Navi is tending to slack a bit lately. Like, he didn't have the best season even, although they were first in online period. They lost like 5 games, and even some totally inferior teams. And then when they met Tornado in a LAN finals last one, it was 7-3, and it was not even close, honestly, because they simply did not have any solution.
And the big thing about Navi, for anyone, obviously they'll have a lot of fans around the world, but these names are not unfamiliar. Navi don't change the roster, do they?
They change the roster only when something specifically changes in a game. So when a game was originally in 7-42 format, that meant usually 5 tier 8s, 2 tier 1s, and Deluxe, who is now manager, was playing, and Eclipse, who is our ESL admin, played.
CIS region,
yes,
yep.
And when they changed that to different formats, 7-54, those 2 tier 1 players stopped playing and another guys came.
2014 was the last time that they changed anybody on the roster.
Pretty much, yes.
We have teams in Europe that change their roster at pretty much every available opportunity. Now, that camaraderie, that obviously plays into their favour, doesn't it, Rockstar?
Yeah, you have to think so, but also if you look at Tornado, they haven't made too many roster changes themselves either. So you kind of have to wonder if that's a trend between these top teams, you know, keeping the same people, really building that chemistry amongst each other. You have to look at the other teams and see if maybe there's something they need to copy.
Yeah, but Navi had like Strike from 2011. Lesha from 2012. Anatolic was latest acquisition in 2014. So you cannot really compare them because Tornado actually came from really some older teams like New Star, Unity, and then formed into Hellraisers and Tornado. They were looking for their way and they lost some players on the way, like Luzik stopped playing and he was an MVP on Grand Finals too.
And for either team, would you say it's fair to be, it's difficult to pick out a single player, or do you think, I mean, both teams are pretty much superstar, all-star players, aren't they?
It's all about cohesion in Navi. So maybe they're all superstars, of course, but maybe per skill, Tornado should have one-on-one some better players, but Navi is all about cohesion, focus fire, team management, and so on. So that's their biggest strength. But Tornado, again, a bit younger and maybe a bit more eager. So this is the battle between those two. A battle between the guys who want to prove, hey, we are still here and we are still dominant, and Tornado who wants to say, hey, it's actually our time, guys.
Picks and bans coming out now here. Steps being taken away by Tornado. Navi taking away Prokhorovka as well. So that's two of the more open maps that we see getting removed.
Well, Steps is something that a lot of people are avoiding, and Navi, honestly, I was expecting it to be a ban by Navi because they didn't play it at all. But both of these teams were avoiding it, and Navi played only one game. Prokhorovka, on the other hand, by Navi ban. Well, that one is not that surprising, let's say. It's not one of their best maps, but in my eyes, they have much worse. Maybe like Murovanka, which they're really horrible.
Yeah, but they also didn't play it a whole lot, though, so you have to wonder if that's kind of the mind game here. They tried to avoid playing it as often as possible.
They played Prokhorovka 25 times during the season, as example, and they banned
that's true. That's true, but I'm more talking about Murovanka in terms of they've avoided it a lot. They didn't play it so much, and so now coming through, there's not a whole lot of research that Tornado can do against them.
On the other hand, Prokhorovka is the best map of Tornado, so I guess Navi just like, let's pass on that one.
So in the middle there, it'll be across the break. We have a triple whammy of city maps. We have Ruinberg, Ghost Town, Himmelsdorf all in together. Then we have the more open maps of Mines, and then Cliff finishing on Ghost Town as a tiebreaker.
I do find it pretty odd that Cliff is coming in there, the second to last map next to the tiebreaker, right towards the end there.
The thing is, the first maps we have, like Murovanka, Ruinberg, and Ghost Town, it might end up really fast with these guys. They're not known to play them rather slow and wait for 20 minutes for something to happen.
That is true, because both teams are known for really strong counter punches. You take one guy, they'll immediately come back here and
It's not only that, it's like tactics that actually evolve from the very first second. They don't wait usually on those maps to establish themselves over 2, 3, 4 minutes. They usually try to do it first minute and then do more rotations and more rotations.
Okay, now this match is going to be extremely difficult to call, so I'm not going to ask you gentlemen first. We're going to throw it over to our fantastic predictor and see what he says is going to come from Tomato the Lobster. Interesting, he was coming down there looking like he was going to go for Navi, but instead he switched.
He's faking his moves.
Went for Tornado.
Playing with our hearts a little bit.
Interesting, interesting. Now, once again, I'm going to delay it a little bit. I'm going to wait for you guys, going to wait before I get my own, because I actually really want to hear from our casting duo who are going to be casting this one. So let's hear what their predictions are.
Well, Rukel, this could be the finals of the grand final, so asking for predictions is a bold statement.
Yeah, this is a match that really should have happened tomorrow. I totally agree. And in my mind, it's got to go to a tiebreaker. It's at least close to that, and either way for me.
Anything else than a tiebreaker will be disappointing. But Rukel, I got to put you on the spot. I'll go first. I'll say no tiebreaker, but 7-5 for Tornado.
I don't know if I can back that up. I at least give it tiebreaker, maybe to Navi, but Tornado I can understand. They're playing really strong.
So we are both on the fence about this one. Let's hear from the analysis desk and see what their prediction is.
Okay, so we have a split desk. We have Tomato the Lobster going with Tornado. I'm going to go with Navi myself. I think Navi are going to bounce back hard after that Ding match.
I think still that Tornado is the one that is on their eyes. They've proven it on several last tournaments, and I think they're going to keep it up.
I think Navi have a point to prove after losing the last couple of meetings between these two. I think maybe the season finals may have been Navi trying to maybe save some of their strats a little bit, hold it back a little, because they knew that they were going to be here and there was a good chance that they were going to be playing Tornado in this tournament. So I think this is do or die for Navi right now.
Interesting. So that basically means we have 3 for Navi and 3 for Tornado.
You're valuing Lobster very highly.
Hey, dude, this Lobster's out picking me right now. Tomato is not to be underestimated. You said yourself, my clan's called Tomatoes. Like there we go. I have a new field commander right now. Like, he's going to tell me how things go.
Давай.
It's going to be Tomato the Lobster. We're going to just get him in the clan, say, like, Tomato, what's the plan? And just watch where he goes on the keyboard.
Maybe it will help you, actually.
Probably. He probably has a better win ratio than me. WN8 will be higher as well.
Well, that wouldn't be hard, as Zaki would say, but we will not go in those details.
Oh, Mojo, you're killing me here. Okay, now, a match, actually, there we go. So, what's your round predictions for it?
I would say that Tornado was really dominant lately, and I would give it even maybe 7-4. If I want to play it really safe like Daki, I would go with 7-5.
7-5. So you're playing it safe, 7-5.
7-4, I will say.
Tornado.
I'm going to be bold.
7-4 just to try and get one over Daki, okay. Yeah. And what about you, Rockstar?
I have to agree with Randall on this one. I think it goes to OT and Navi edges it out. I think a really close series favors Navi. I think they probably go behind early on, but I think they're going to hold it together, bring it back, and kind of ride the momentum towards the end, especially in Mines and Cliff.
I was saying to Mojo actually earlier on during the break that a tiebreaker between these two is highly likely. It's something that I think has happened a lot of the time in the past. They know each other well, they play each other well, and I mean, this is it. You're not going to get any easy passes. We talked about it before.
Yeah, but definitely something is wrong here, because Navi beat them 3 times with ease, I would even say, like 5-1, 5-0, 5-2 during the season. And then they lost everything that mattered in the tournament. So something is wrong there. Like, Tornado definitely pays attention to the tournaments. I really don't agree that Navi would hold any kind of tactics. I mean, they threw everything they had in them on a season offlines. They really tried anything, even out of the box. Some things that I would not even imagine team like Navi would play, like Super Zerg rushes. Nothing worked. Everything bounced off.
That's an interesting point, because Navi looked frustrated at season finals. And Tornado looked like completely chilled. They were all smiles, all happy. Like, it didn't seem like they were actually playing in a season final.
Yeah, unbelievable. Like, usually you would see the stiff laugh of Apple Wow when he falls somewhere, but here it was like, yeah, easy katka.
But yeah, it's so much, you know, after that game, the Tornado still ended up coming back to win it. Now, Navi, I get what you're saying in terms of throwing stuff out there, but you have to think they had something more than that, at least in my opinion. Because I watched some of those matches, and it didn't look like they tried everything. It kind of just went, all right, these few things didn't work, so we're just going to go for it and just push. I think they could have gone back to the drawing board a little bit sooner, maybe pulled some of those rounds back. I think it was more just kind of tilt.
But when those two play together, it's usually aggressive play, and honestly, it was a previous patch, so they knew already they will play on the next patch, they will play on 9.18. 9.18 means they will play new tanks, they will play completely new set of rules, how to play with RT, with light tanks, with consumables and so on. So that's a whole another story.
Right.
There is nothing to hide. You must go all out. These competitions are all about it. You don't save anything for the future.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I mean, the thing that I was actually surprised at personally myself is that we asked for predictions, and we know what Daki can be like with these predictions, and I was expecting Daki to just say, I think the team that plays in black and yellow is going to win. You know, Daki and these special predictions, Mojo, that we have to put up with?
Sometimes. I usually don't listen to him when he starts like that.
Switch off straight away.
I have a brilliant button. It's just like, duck you off. Duck you off.
Okay, so unfortunately we're going to have to put up with him a little bit longer, Mojo. They are ready to get this match underway. Let's go over to the Killzor and Rukill.
Well, thank you so much. The analysis desk, although I don't know why we have the desk in the first place, but second on that note, I just want to point out I got like, what was it, the last 2 predictions, right?
Just about spot on,
And also the maps on which it was going to be decided.
I believe that was also 100%.
It kind of feels like the analysis desk has been sleeping on the job, haven't they?
I think they're jealous. They're just jealous of you. And just how amazing your predictions are.
Well, I hope they're going to enjoy the love of my voice, because they're going to hear it for the next long match. Now, Randall, back on track. Navi Tornado. This is a finals matchup in the quarterfinals, which means we're going to have an exciting final no matter what. But this is, for some people, the highlight of the tournament. Having this in quarters, this puts even more pressure onto both of them, because if you don't win, you don't go to finals.
Yeah, it's disorienting, right? Because this is, like you said, you'd expect something like this in finals, right? But then you play it in quarters, you're like, what? You look around, you're like, why? This isn't right. This isn't the right world. Am I dreaming? This isn't where anything should be. And you feel like you're in the Matrix for a second, right? But then you have to snap out of it. Remember, this is that finals team, and you can't take them for granted just because you met them a little sooner, right? You also can't let them get to your head, right?
Both these teams, like, it's just so it's so surreal that one of these two teams will be going out in quarterfinals and only make a top 8 finish. That is what blows my mind.
The implications of the fact that it doesn't matter who wins.
It doesn't matter who wins. One of the
loses.
2 teams will be 4 to 8.
Yeah, and normally that team would be expected to walk with a second, third place at least.
At least.
Yeah, which is, I agree, that's pretty crazy. And, well, as we look at it right now, you can see, well, looks like it's Morovanka to start us off. That's
Morovanka to start these two off on. We know Na'Vi, they can go really aggressive, but it's the same story for Tornado Energy. They are prone to pick those heavy lineups. Kazna S, from what we saw in the last match, a lot of 113s, very heavy firepower, driving in on their opponent. Do you think we're going to be seeing something like this?
Of course. 113s are a solid choice, and of course they're one of the things that both of these teams love to pick. And well, we're gonna get a crash course if you haven't spent much time watching high-level World of Tanks. If you want to see exactly how this is supposed to play out and executed just about as perfectly as you could ask for, this is the match.
These are training partners as well, which make it so much more interesting because they know each other inside out. They are both accomplished teams, the most accomplished teams in World of Tanks. So this is going to be one hell of a match, and it's going to start all right here on Morovanka, and I am excited.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
Yeah, looking at it, opening runs right now, we've got the red team, Na'Vi. They've brought an E50, some Bat Chats, looks like 3 of them, T100s and UDES, and oh, I missed one.
The Panzerwagen 12, I think? No, 7. It's the new German. Let's just say
the new 7, yeah. Yeah, okay, I missed it. Sorry, it's we'll have to find one, and we'll show you when we see it, but he'll come up eventually. On the other side, Tornado, our blue team for this series, has brought a Mouse, 2 113s, an S-Tank, Bat Chats, and an Object 416. But right now, we've got opening fire from Na'Vi. Is that not quite blind?
No.
Nuclear.
This is the counterplay coming out from Na'Vi. They send Left Shy into the bushes forward, rest of the team behind. Like, we're going to see a lot of this between these two teams.
Yeah, and they screened him out by providing the cover fire so no one can worry about peeking at him while he's doing what he's doing. But at the same time, he's going to abandon that position they just put him in. And I guess that's because Na'Vi's decided, well, yeah, we could leave a passive scout here, but we really don't think this is going to work out for us in the long run. Let's find something else to do.
So looking at it, Na'Vi, going towards the 5-6 line in the beginning, has now decided to back off, though, going more towards an 8-9-0 split. Now, Randall, for the people that are unaware, what is the difficulty of approaching this number 2 base, especially with all those?
All right, well, let's start, of course, with the camo element of all this. There's tons of bushes all over here. You can see one object is Object 416 off in, what is that, Kilo 6. And that's what you're going to have to watch out for. See if he's able to spot anything from the side of Na'Vi as those tanks approach. You're going to wait to see if Tornado's going to be able to provide cover fire. Because you know, on the east side, you don't have hard cover most of the time. You have a few defilades, some low grounds, as it were, and some high grounds to kind of throw yourself behind. But it's tricky. It's very, very tricky to try and make anything happen. It's very nuanced and relies heavily upon a laundry list of to-dos.
We're mainly as well spotting checks.
Yeah.
You know, for the people that don't know, spotting check is when you fire up in the air, then you get spotted, which means that from that where I fired, I can only be spotted from X, Y, and Z. That's
exactly. Yeah. And sorry, go ahead.
An interesting thing before we continue about number 2 base, Rhino has binoculars.
Where is he sitting?
He's sitting in Delta 7 right now on the edge of the forest, and he's actually spotting from there with binoculars on a heavy tank. Just felt like obviously pointing that out.
That's actually curiously, he's actually going to be spotting completely outside the area that any tanks from Tornado currently are. There are actually no tanks even within his...
Maybe it's for when Na'Vi makes their play, the reaction from Tornado. Anticipation.
They're betting on the counterplay through the north. But look at the lineup that we have from Tornado. I don't feel like that's necessarily flexible enough that they'll risk doing that, right? Because you've got 2 Bat Chats. Are you going to send them all the way around the north? And you know you have to send more than one. You can't just send the one on his own, because that's asking for him to get picked off. Yeah. You send 2, more reliable, you can do some work. But then you're kind of abandoning some strong positions. I don't necessarily agree with it. I see what Rhino's going for, but I'll have to wait and see if Na'Vi is able to prompt something.
Yeah, we want to see if it actually works, but these blind shots in the meantime getting rather close. You can see the lasers there. Left shot, you move, you die pretty much, but those shots are getting close. Left shot takes one though, already from Nuclear in that mouse. Nesqui is going to be found because the tanks from Na'Vi were getting rather close with those shots. One more blind shots going through those bushes. Left shot clearing in front of him. They haven't found Nesqui just yet, but they're getting damn close.
Yeah, they're just going to have to go bush by bush by bush, figure out what angles they've missed, what they've hit, and it's going to be a lot of chatter and communication for the next few minutes. Now, what would you say the timer is right now, based on the lineup Tornado has, that Na'Vi, how long do they have until Na'Vi has waited too long to start?
I feel like the lineup from Tornado plays into the favor of Na'Vi a little bit because of those slower setup, semi-slower. I mean, it's not bad shots, so they can't run away effectively. So I think the gap is 2 minutes 30. Anything lower than that, and they'll be forced into a heavy commitment, probably 1-2 line. 1-2-3 line push. So I think they have till about 3 minutes where they can play around with it, trying to clear out the bushes. If they can find him, it'd be amazing.
Yeah, that would work out. That would be nice for Na'Vi. Now, of course, they can abandon this east side, right? They can decide, you know what, maybe we want to go and hit the 1 cap.
Kriloid here in siege mode.
Oh yeah, and he's got his butt right up in the air, just so he can peek up and over and see what he can see.
I tested this. I couldn't get onto the Udes, onto the cap, without getting spotted. So I want to see if Kriloid is actually able to pull it off.
I doubt it. My expectation is based off of, if you're looking at where Nesqui is right now, you can see there's an angle actually. I know you can spot through this bush.
Oh, but they found him. First blind shot from Inspirer coming out. The second as well. Nesqui down to 473. Nesqui down to 84. One more shot. He's trying to move. Inspirer is out of ammo though, lucky enough for Nesqui, but I think they found him. Lefstra has seen it. More shots coming out. Strike, slide from the back lines. Desperately trying to find him, and Strike does it. That is Nesqui gone, and that is still enough time for Na'Vi to make it work.
All right, so we set the timer. They've got a huge amount of extra time now, so they can keep pushing this up, inching and inching and inching. Now, Tornado, you just lost your forward scout. There's, of course, the answer, which is I usually see a scout move up and over the north, or we see someone get really risky and hit the building in, what is that, Juliet 6, right? Right near where we saw Nesqui go down, but a little bit harder cover, and it has its own risks, so we'll get to it if it comes to it. But
here we go.
It doesn't look like the north flank's going to come in, so Rhino's actually going to need to figure out what he's going to do next.
It depends on how Tornado responds to this. They had near you still on top of those bushes, spotting out, but obviously not good enough to spot that Udes in siege mode. Obviously in siege mode he gets a camo bonus, so he's able to drive into that cap just fine without taking any damage. So now the question remains, is Tornado Energy capable of blind firing this Udes?
Absolutely. I mean, you know process of elimination for most of these. There's going to be...
It's just so hard when the entire cap is unspotted because there's so many places he can sit in.
Yeah, but...
And he's also very low. He might be able to sit in some areas where it's very hard to hit even.
These are good things to consider.
Shells going high.
All considerations that these players are thinking about, right? But there's about 3 or 4 good hot spots. Things that are more reliable than the other spots on the cap, and that's where you're going to start looking first. Although, I do agree with this more. I think this is the more appropriate. You just go with something more reliable. You try not to waste too much time getting in position, and you see that Rhino's actually going to start moving in. So we'll see if he'll actually even join the fight in time, because those 113s are really moving.
So Rhino pushing up. Left shot, Kriloid on the cap, 24 seconds left. They have to make a move. Diator, Apoao, maybe even Server are going to go across the K-line. Near you is going to try and spot it out. So far, he doesn't find anything, though. That's a bad shot. He needs to be careful. The 113 is already spotted out. Near you rushing in. 10 seconds left to get a reset on this one. He still doesn't see anything. Near you needs to get the reset, but how much damage will he take? He spots Left shot, and finally he spots Kriloid as well. Left shot is on the run. He goes down towards the one shot. Kriloid's still alive as well for now. Apoao taking a lot of damage, but look at Tornado's energy lineup.
They give it up.
2 minutes and 9 seconds. Was it worth it?
At this point, look at the hit points. Tornado is down about 2k, so...
Kriloid would just drive back onto the cap, though.
Yeah, and they could put the pressure back on again. Now, Na'Vi still got all the guns in the game, right?
They need a second player on the cap, though. Left shot?
Not Left shot. No. Maybe that's what Rhino's job is. Just put him on the cap as a shield.
But it doesn't seem like they're going for that so far. They're moving towards the 1-2 line.
Flake, because he got the 113s to come down south, means they can't support on the backside of the hill very easily. There's a blind spot, so Stray Kids Light can move in, and the timing could not be better. Look, it's Server. Waiting.
Server.
Takes one.
No. It's Strike, gets hit and return though, puts him down towards the one shot. He can't trade anymore. In the meantime, Anatolic making a very bad peek over on that K-line position, loses most of his HP. Actually, he loses all of it. He's down and out. Na'Vi seems to be just a little bit too much under pressure, starting to panic just ever so slightly.
Yeah, solid pickups right there. You've got near you, Nesquik down. Now only the Antilich in return. It's not a bad place to be. Of course, Tornado, though, hit points wise is kind of in the lead where there are more guns on the field for Na'Vi.
But look at this
so
play now. Na'Vi
it can still go either way.
Abandoning base number 2. Might be going towards the other base now. Base number 1, try and play from that point on, but it's going to be so hard to hold on from that
A lot
one.
easier to make that work at this point in the battle. Because you got a lot better cover, your opponent, you know exactly where they are.
That's what they're going to try. Rhino's going in, he wants to pick up Nuclear. Inspire is still on the reload for now. Nuclear wants to push forward, trying to get the reset, but Rhino will reload before he can do that. 7 seconds left on that one. Strike in the meantime picks up Server, and Tornado's going to have to sacrifice a lot for this, but all they need is 1 or 2 resets and it should be enough. Rhino's going to pick up this mouse. No, he doesn't. He bounces. It's a little bit of shake there, a little bit of frustration in his aim. Inspire trying to block them off as well. 4 seconds left. A reset needs to come out right now for Tornado Energy, and it doesn't look like it's going to be. Griffon needs to reset, and it doesn't happen. Na'Vi pick up the first round with 5 seconds to spare.
Nicely done. Way to play it close.
And they tracked Griffon. They tracked him.
That's
Very much
what it
tracked him on top.
I saw him sitting there for a
I
minute.
didn't see him on the main screen, so I didn't want to go like about him.
I have got the side, but
I saw it on your screen that he got perma tracked. I think he got perma tracked.
But I thought he had the angle, barely, but apparently not. Apparently not.
It depends on how he got tracked, right? If he has enough gun depression on that exact spot, obviously the Swedish CD having nice gun depression, but it depends how he gets tracked.
You're right, and where he got tracked, thinking about it, that makes a lot of sense. I'd believe that. I'd buy that. He was probably tracked
That's
on the
amazing
slight
play from
uphill.
Na'Vi.
That slight uphill right there on the back
Amazing
side.
play. Perma tracking him. Well, it's not the hardest thing in the world to track an STRV because he has to siege up, right?
And the tracks.
But if you're Griffon, don't you just drive into them?
No. You probably don't even have time. Think about it. You're driving forward downhill.
It depends on how long he was sitting on that slope.
If you get tracked on your right side going downhill at your opponent, you're going to turn all the way around. That's worse than getting tracked on the side of the hill there, I think.
They had that, though. They had that.
You're right. But that reset, I think we both agree, very well should have happened. Like 80-90% of the time, that shot should have come out, should have connected, should have got the reset. And then, although at the same time, the battle was still lost. It was still over.
This is the blind fire we were talking about, clearing out those bushes. But see how good Na'Vi are at that exactly. Took them a while to find Nesquik, but when they did, as soon as they saw those shots not go through, obviously for the people that don't understand, what do we mean when we say when the shots don't go through?
Well, you can see the tracers, of course, right? And of course, you're going to connect with an opponent or you're going to hit the dirt. And when you hit the dirt, you see a nice splash of dirt come up, right? The impact of that shell. If not, well, it disappears, right? All of a sudden, you're like, where did that go? Well, it went into an enemy tank. And now you know there's something there.
Yeah,
you may not know exactly.
You can see there on the screen, Griffon's track indicator. It was right. He was perma tracked.
Thank you for that. That's good to know, because that's one of those little details that if you miss, you just
Strong
miss the
start
whole.
for Na'Vi. I think that's what they need though against Tornado Energy.
I agree. Because right now I believe everyone's
Can I still
favoring
change my
Tornado.
prediction?
No, you can't. You're stuck with it. Tornado's your bet. So I was actually about to bring that up, because you're leaning a little towards Tornado, which makes a lot of sense, and your arguments stand. But when it comes down to it, Na'Vi is one of those long-standing teams that, yeah, they've been solid for a little while. Yeah, they may not have had the sparkling reputation that they've had in the past where they seemed completely untouchable, but I just give it more to Tornado, and, well, this should just be close. That's all I'm betting it'll be. It should be close. Any given Sunday, any given battle, it'll go either way.
Well, here we go. Tornado coming out with an aggressive play. Already putting 3 guys on the cap. That pushes it all the way back down to 35 seconds left. Apoao is going to be pushing in towards those houses with his 1-1-3, trying to block off the likes of Strike who are playing behind that. Apple takes some damage to get there, but now they'll be able to play against Strike. Left side is going to be joining there though. It is 113. Takes the first shot on the crossing. Needs to be careful. Diador is waiting there as well, but Reset needs to come soon.
Yeah, we need to see that out of strike, but the thing is, he's pinned. He doesn't have the opportunity to peek out and get these resets without taking a good 1k damage at least, is my bet. And even worse is he might get permatracked, but you see,
5 seconds.
Lefshaw is in,
Lefshaw
Drake is out, they
Strike
both
is
peek.
out, the reset needs to come. There we go. Server takes it, but Lefshaw, he's gonna pay for this one. He's down to half HP already. Theodor takes loader damage, so repairs that quickly. Damage taken is actually now starting to stack up
But
on the
look
side
at
of Tornado.
There's the flank fire coming in from the east. You got Kiruloid, although Griffin is in a little 1v1. That's against, is that Inspirer? Off on the east side? Yes, but oh, he's gone.
It is Inspire, or it was Inspire in that case, and the Kriloid Udes might be going down here as well, but he's going to be running away, making sure he gets safe in that one. Anatolej, though, picks up Griffon in return. A beautiful shot there from the team captain from Na'Vi coming out. That evens the battles of the tier 10s, but the HP still going with Na'Vi.
Still going with Na'Vi. You got a few very healthy tanks. Not a lot of crit damage, though, if you look across Tornado. So, yes, they've lost hit points, but no one's lost too much combat capability.
Look at this damage coming out now, though. Lefshaw just continuing to take shot after shot. Kriloid now getting in position, gets the first one towards near you. That's the power of that Udes. Decent reload as well, makes it a very powerful tank. Apoao takes a truck ton of damage as well in his 113. He seems to be permatracked on this corner. Lefshaw, is he going to get the finish on towards Apoao? He does! At the same time, near you goes down, and that is 4 tanks left standing for Tornado Energy, and that was the nail into the goblin.
Yeah, this is completely tipped into the favor of Na'Vi. In just a moment, they got the kills they needed. I was becoming skeptical because I saw the pinned down tanks of, that was the 113 Lefshaw, and then with him, Strike. Yeah, I felt like that was going to turn
Lefshaw was taking so much damage, but Apoao peaked. We used both of his repair kits and go permatrack.
And then, the permatrack was exactly what they needed. And from that, everything falls apart, right? At this point now, Na'Vi just cleans it up. They've got it. They go on to the next battle. And that's a strong way to start this one, especially because we're expecting Tornado to play well, but Na'Vi's going to start this one off with a nice 2-0 lead.
Who would have expected that? If Na'Vi takes the next round, I want to change that.
You want to change it? I'm not letting you change your bet. You're sticking with it, at least until Battle 5.
I just feel like if Na'Vi starts, okay, at least on Battle 5.
Battle 5.
I'll make you a prediction now. If it's 4-1 in Battle 5, coming into Battle 6, then I'm going with Na'Vi.
Okay.
I want to stick with Tornado, but what I've seen so far doesn't look good. That's
what do you think?
That gives me warning signs.
What indications do you see out of
their
Tornado?
reactions are not that great right now.
Usually they're a lot sharper, yeah.
Yeah.
But was there any move in particular that just kind of told you?
The fact that they go outplayed by Inspire and Kriloid, those 2 tanks, the Bachadan and Udes, completely sealing the deal almost. And then Apoao, player of his caliber, getting permatracked there, something that would almost never happen.
It says something's going on. Something's a little different.
It doesn't necessarily say something's going on, but it just doesn't.
Or something's not
it
going on.
It doesn't make me feel the confidence. I feel Tornado is the best team when they start strong, when they get that ball rolling early.
But only 2 battles worth of results right now, right?
But in high important victories, though.
Fair enough, but
especially that first one, that close round, you know.
I don't know. I'm looking at Na'Vi and they look sharp.
They look sharp.
No
much
real
better
mistakes.
than in the group stage, for sure. And picking up their second round here, already taking a small lead over Tornado. Now, this is not the start of the match we expected. I mean, we expected these teams to go blow for blow straight from the beginning. The first round looked like it, but this wasn't enough from Tornado.
But look at that, Nuclear trying to carry as hard as he can, just cannot manage to do it. Right behind him, you've got 5 players of Na'Vi before you see the next player from Tornado. So stats-wise, damage hugely in favor of Na'Vi.
Especially like Apoao, who's supposed to be one of the main players from this team, Griffon as well. One of their best players together with Apoao, in my opinion. And they're just not having the performance just yet we're expecting from them. This man had a massive game during the group stage against Eclipse, probably solo-handedly wiping them up in that Prokhorovka battle. So.
Oh yeah, that was a stomp compared to what we're seeing now. Absolutely, but what? I guess the big question is like, I don't know if I want to say that Tornado looks any worse than they usually are. I think
the second map will tell us a lot.
I think so. It's like too few results to say anything yet.
But if there's any second map where you can favor Tornado, it would have to be Ruinberg.
Ruinberg's not a bad place to go.
I mean, they were the ones that introduced the triple mouse on attack against Na'Vi before the patch. That was them.
Yeah, I guess it was.
That was them, and I think that was even at the Champions Rumble they did that before the patch and caught Na'Vi completely off guard. So if there's anybody that knows how to play this map, it should be them.
Yeah, although against Na'Vi of all teams, Na'Vi might know a thing or two after playing those matches.
From what I've heard, these teams have trained each other for 2 weeks straight.
So they know
trainings.
everything.
They know everything. They know them inside out.
So now it's a head game.
Yeah, it's a mind game.
It's not actually about
you
playing
bring the lineup,
strats.
do you play to your strategy, or do you play something else?
And you just try and mess with them. One little switch up, they start overthinking it. You know enough about your opponent.
I think in mind games, though, Na'Vi is the better team.
Okay.
I think they have that experience still a little bit more than Tornado Energy. But if it comes to a head-to-head, then you're obviously going to give it to Tornado Energy, player skill-wise. But we'll have to find out. We're almost ready to get to this one underway. What do you expect from Ruinberg?
Ruinberg standard Southeast play, right? I don't take teams like this to go with North 1 side caps. It doesn't seem their style. It seems weirdly risky and very dependent on the lineup, especially since...
Well, you might be very wrong, Randall.
Am I wrong? What's the lineup?
I can't tell you. We're going to wait. We're going to discover this together, and then we're going to talk about what Na'Vi is going to do and how they are going to try and pull this off, because this is
a
hardcore one. No, Randall, we have to wait for everybody.
I'm just excited because I look at lineups and I see things, and there's so many things to talk about. I mean, we're seeing some old school tanks that we don't see every day.
So here we go. Lineups coming out. Talk me through this one, Rukel.
Okay.
Mouse, Batchat 113, Batchat 113, IS7, and AMX CDC.
Flip it on its side, throw it on the cap. There you go.
Randall 2017. They're not going to go towards the northern base. Well, Randall, let me tell you, that might be
I am
exactly
so wrong. I could not be more wrong. I assumed Na'Vi wouldn't do that. I just assumed that would be too obvious. But I guess it isn't. So, okay. I misjudged Na'Vi's head game. So,
you might still be right, though. Kreloid is currently situated in the southern side of the map.
So you think maybe I'm actually right and it's a head game?
No, but I'm just trying to make you feel better.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, even if it's a head game, bringing an AMX CDC seems like a little bit too far. It seems like you're taking the joke a little far when you're bringing the CDC.
Seems like a massive head game. Kreloid pushing across the K-line with left shot.
Yeah.
It is that mind game you talked about, but it's the reverse one. Pretend you're going towards the south to rush the north. Kreloid goes down almost instantly. Left shot is kind of safe behind it, though. Nesqui trying to rush out. Left shot should be supported from Strike, though. Left shot needs to be careful. Tries to make the shot, doesn't. Has 3 left in the chamber. Nesqui right next to him, and here we go. This is the northern rush coming out from Na'Vi, trying to surprise the side of Tornado. They're hitting some shots from near you on the move, though. It's some brilliant shooting. Rhino's going to be getting onto the cap rather quickly, and this is going to work out.
You think so? Because we're going to see a little bypass, but will the toll be high enough? Can Tornado make Na'Vi pay just enough? A few bounces that are key right there, but with near you dropping, yeah, I'm starting to see what you're talking about here. This should go in favor of Na'Vi because there's not really a lot there for Tornado to actually support their own #1 cap or even spot it at this point.
They have lost left shot, which was obvious, but he did what he was supposed to do, play out the mind game. They killed Nesqui that way. And now, how does Tornado get back to the base?
Oh, they don't. They just try and get back there. Although, if you do that and you peek out, I mean, that's a great way to get reset. If you just take a mouse and you peek. But ignoring that part, there is at least who's right there behind Rhino. I can't tell on the mini-map.
It's 2 tanks on the cap. I think that is the Anatolij.
Slide, actually. No, it's Slide and Rhino.
Slide and Rhino.
Yeah.
My bad.
And with them there, oh, and I love this. Look, Griffin's coming in on the west side. You've got a Batchat Diodor and straight.
It's going to be enough, though, because both these tanks on the cap are going to turn around. Griffon will get the reset, like you said. Here we go. The MX-50B going to peek from behind. Slide is already waiting there. That's what I'm talking about. 2 shots coming towards Griffon. He's already down to half HP, and he's going to be reloading at 1 point anyways. There is Strike as well, peeking out. Server goes down in the meantime. Strike doing the damage. Going to pick up Griffon. This leaves 3 tank for the side of Tornado. And again, Na'Vi coming out strong, coming out swinging 3 rounds in a row. Tornado's going to have to rethink how they're playing this round.
Oh, yeah. This is an amazing start for Na'Vi. Completely unexpected from both of us. I thought it was going to be close. This is beyond that. We can't take any credit for knowing this. Na'Vi's done their homework. They're focused. They're ready to go. And with a strat like this, they faked him out. The CDC, honestly, didn't think that was going to work, even if it's a fake. And so it does.
And Tornado thought it was a fake as well.
Yeah, they just...
Leaving just near you, as sole defender of the northern side, getting completely caught off guard, thinking Na'Vi would not make the northern play. And they did, and this is Apuao going down and just leaves Diador in his bad shot. He has everything available towards him, but the base is captured, and that makes Na'Vi go up 3-0. And now I am starting to get worried.
Yeah, you definitely should be. I think Tornado should be worried. They really don't look like they're playing up to the level that we expect them to.
They're getting mind-gamed.
Super hard.
Na'Vi brought the CDC. Obviously what we said is one of the possibilities is to flip it over, drive it onto the cap, set behind it. Now, Tornado did not think Na'Vi was going to go north whatsoever. Leaving just near you is very standard for Tornado. But I've never actually seen near you die on the way away.
What do you
Driving away. I've never seen him die.
Driving away, like trying to run or
Yeah,
retreat?
like he tried to run away from A7 and he died.
I didn't notice that. That's not something I'd normally think that I'd see from him. Yeah, I can see why you're pointing it out now, because it's just kind of weird. But looking at post-game damage, let's actually take a look at that. Type 5 able to put out only 565 over there with Griffin.
Just not much to do for Nuclear.
Oh,
Driving across the open of the field, getting shot at by 113s, Mouse side scraping in the cap.
yeah, I thought I'd bring it up just because I know you have some thoughts about Type 5s, and they
Just don't like it. I remember a discussion what meta was going to be more superior, Mouse or Type 5.
It turns out it's really the Mouse most of the time. It's more consistent.
Maybe that's why James is on the analyst desk.
Oh. I mean, I love the Type 5. It's fun. But it seems like the mouse's fun cousin who likes to like go out and, you know, go bowling all the time and whatnot. You know, just have a nice time. Not too much fun though.
Yeah, but I've played Type 5. I just don't really enjoy it. But now,
Not your style? Yeah.
Oof, Randall, you're gonna guide me through this one. I mean, 3-0 down. Now Tornado backed up into the corner. Na'Vi 4-0 down. If Tornado goes 4-0 down, books are closed. We're going home.
I mean, maybe. I've seen best of 13s come back from worse, but
against Na'Vi.
Against Na'Vi, maybe not. You're right there. Na'Vi of all teams, but
guide me through this one though, Randall.
Okay, the lineup.
1, 2, 3 IS-7s for the side of Tornado.
Yeah, Russian power. That's what you do. You bring just nice Russian hardware, and you drive forward is the best direction, find the bad Ben, shoot the bad Ben, win because. I feel like that doesn't need more explanation there. This is what IS-7s do. They go forward and they kill things.
Well, we're getting underway here in game number 4 between Na'Vi and Tornado. Na'Vi on the defense, Tornado on the attack. These triple IS-7s rush in the middle. Diador takes some damage. Griffon did some too, took some too. Diador taking some more. So far, the initial damage on the side of Na'Vi, and this is an all-in play if I've ever seen one, Rukel.
Yeah.
They're all going on towards the cap. They're trying to shield it. They're trying to make this work, but is it going to work?
It might just. You're going to see a few resets, and that's what I need to see. Apuao and Server, they need to start screening the cap. They need to delay those resets just enough to the point where it barely is going to get through. If they can do that, yes, they've got the win. If not, you're going to see a drawn-out brawl, and I think this might be Tornado's one to kind of...
Look at this, Na'Vi now all going towards the middle road, coming up and over to get the resets. Janatolich is the first one. The shield is still going onto the cap. Diador is shielding Griffon and Nirio behind him. 12 seconds remain. Kreloid is down towards 160
They're getting off the cap.
They're abandoning. They're going to go for trying to overmatch in the zero line. Rhino is waiting there though. Slide is there as well. They've lost so much HP. Can they pull through with this?
Maybe so. The high ground, you have a lot to work with, and if they can secure the control, there's an option there. But you can't get too strung out. Have to worry about the focus fires there. That's good. Kill Slide. Nice. But losing Server for that, I don't know if that's going to make it even.
Look at the HP of Rhino. That mouse just disappeared. 3,200 HP like it was nothing. Tornado coming with the aggressive play. It seems to work straight down the middle in towards Na'Vi. That head-to-head that we talked about. They're making it work right here, right now. Na'Vi is kind of surrounded. Nuclear in the meantime wins this 1-1 in the middle road. And this just leaves 3 time for Na'Vi in a crossfire. And Tornado finally going to pick up that first round.
Nicely done right there. Okay, so what we saw from Tornado, they could have gone with a more aggressive screen, but they held back. And I think what that actually created was a bit of a vacuum, would you agree? And it kind of sucked a few of those tanks up onto the middle road that otherwise would have probably had a defilade to retreat back to. And without that, there was that tiny opportunity. Tornado kind of just came into it, and there you go. You get your few kills. And your nice little win for Tornado.
Definitely an overreaction from Na'Vi though, you know, all afraid of getting capped. and all driving on top of the middle road. It's leaving the zero line
Completely exposed.
Completely exposed.
No, you say argue, but I say completely. Don't hold back on that one. That was exposed. There was nothing really there.
Too many tanks in the middle road.
Yes. Everything's decided to jump into the same spot. They didn't think they were going to get the resets. Tornado knew what was coming. They didn't take enough damage from those tanks in the middle road, and so they were able to retreat.
Amazing.
Na'Vi probably could have won that by focus firing the tanks that left cap a little bit better, taking at least one more down.
2 I-7s were one shot when they drove off of the cap and they survived.
Yeah.
One of them even got a kill. So, I don't know. That was great play though from Tornado. Gotta say, 3-0 down, coming out with a play like this, which is an all-in play.
Did you see that right before we cut to this? Well, real quick, we'll talk about this. Nuclear, 4,000.
Again, he's been there every single battle. He is on top. Nuclear doing the work for his team.
Yes, that's good to see. Now, and then you see this one, the stats for this battle are definitely different from what we've seen in the past. It's all been stacked way into the favor of Na'Vi, but now you've got a nice mix. Tornado players that put up some decent damage.
Actually, Randall, I'm starting to believe just a little bit again in the side of Tornado. I don't know why I ever lost my faith. This next one, map especially, if there's a map which again should be going towards Tornado, it should be Ruinberg. I mean, Ghost Town. Sorry.
Yeah, we're just wrapping up Ruinberg. It's been a long day, buddy. It's been a long day.
I saw Ruinberg on the screen, so I was like, oh,
yeah.
I mean, Ghost Town, because we talk about Na'Vi, Tornado head-to-head. And we all say, Analyst Desk as well, that head-to-head between Na'Vi and Tornado, we believe that Tornado has just the 7 better players. So Ghost Town is one of those maps where you do get into those fights. Those individual brawls, team brawls.
Yeah, those tiny lanes that exist on either side. You go to the southwest, you've got 3-4 lanes that you can play with. You go to the other side of the map, you still got 3-4 lanes you can play with. It's very easy to kind of slice and dice your opponent that way, yeah. But if you think that's where Tornado comes back into this one, then what happens is if Tornado wins 2 in a row right now, you're just looking at a tied series.
Yeah,
effectively null.
From 0.
Yeah, you throw out Moreau, you throw out Ruinberg, you throw out Ghost Town, and then
playing a best of 5, a best of 9, then kind of.
Yeah, you can look at it that way, but if it almost kind of downplays the fact that a series is quite as much as it is, because this takes at minimum about an hour. Like, the very quickest best of 13s and best of 9s take near an hour.
Yeah, best of 9 like 40 minutes if it's really quick, but...
But that's really, really quick. Not a lineup like this. Not Na'Vi versus Tornado.
So Na'Vi, Tornado, 3-1. Ghost Town coming in. Na'Vi is going to be attacking. They're bringing 3 Mouses, double T57 heavy, and a double WZ heavy as well.
It's almost... Wait, was that almost mirror, but not quite, right? Yeah.
Almost mirror, but not quite. Tornado replacing 1 WZ with a tier 9 Batshot.
I like that. I like the WZs, the 111s, but having an AP mixed in there, especially when you have 3 Mouse, T57, T57, 1.
Somehow I feel Na'Vi is driving like this on purpose. You see how Nesky was doing the initial spot on the northern side, B5, B6. Na'Vi seemed to purposely, at least it looked like that, have dodged that little gap or window in which you could have spotted them. I didn't see any of them yet.
Good play. That's good driving.
He could get surprised here, Nesky. He's standing in the open.
And firing, by the way. So he'll be on reload, not able to even try and throw out a scary response.
Try getting spotted out to HE, 10 damage on towards Griffon. Nesky should know how to get safe. He spots 2 guys. That should give him the information he needs, but this is going to be Na'Vi getting onto the cap rather quickly. Rhino takes a shot from Nuke on the crossing, but the cap is going to start, at least we think so. There we go, first guy onto the cap. Na'Vi is going to be trying to hold this one, Rukilk, but
this is tricky.
It's going to be hard.
Yeah, are we going to see an overmatch first onto the Mouse that are between the cap and almost and literally everyone from Tornado? Or are we going to see people try to bypass? Because that's going to be important for the reset here.
All those Mouses from Na'Vi have now pulled back. There was nothing to overmatch on. They've now pulled back around the corner.
There we go.
Good decision making.
Yeah, that's good. Because you know they're going to group up. You know you're going to be outplayed there. And you know there's probably going to be that AP we were talking about slipping in and getting a crucial reset.
Look at this. Diana Tolic slide on the flanks. They don't expect it. They're going to peek out right now, trying to do the damage. Diador seems to be tracked already. Tracked and health. He's repaired again. He's fine for now. Near you, Apuao rushing across, trying to help out their teammates. The Anatolic again in the T57 on Ghost Town is not having a good time whatsoever. Apuao in a few seconds will be able to finish him off, and that will be a T57 heavy down for the side of Na'Vi. There we go. The Anatolic in the slide tried to make the chop, but they got chopped instead.
It did not work. That blew up in their face very, very quickly. And now you have some Na'Vi players in positions that I'm not sure I like. You see LeShaw down below. Just down below right now, not able to really contribute to the fight, and if he decides to get much more aggressive, he's completely out of position. Everyone else on Na'Vi is trying to hold their current lines, but I'm not sure I like this as far as Na'Vi goes. It seems like only a matter of time where it's just going to be bullied out by Tornado. Tornado should have us.
Look at it though, Na'Vi is just losing the fight one-on-one. Well, 3-on-3 there between the Masters and Spire is the first one to go down. Rhino not very much better, but for the side of Tornado still so much this speed. Left shot pushing across, like you said, him being on the low side, lost most of his HP, is now on 381, and Tornado, the head-to-head that we were talking about, they're just cleanly winning. It's still 7 players alive, and here comes the push from Tornado, wanting to close out this round. This head-to-head fight, it didn't go well for them whatsoever.
Although look at that, Strake's playing it's all in, forcing like 4 or 5 bounces, I think, before he's forced down. Gotta give it to individual player skill on Na'Vi. People do tend to favor Tornado many times, but gotta give it to Na'Vi. They still hold up their end when it comes to it. And yeah, this is going to be over in due time. Give it a moment.
It should be over in due time. Slide 15 seconds on reload. Might get at least one more clip out, but he's going to need a little bit more. It's enough for Griffon. It's enough for Nuclear or Diodor, but after that.
Yeah. It's at this point. Slide probably can't do much, but I mean, theoretically, there's a number of places this could go, but we'll probably just see this clean it up because these guys are too good to make those kinds of mistakes most of the time. There we go. Slide should go down momentarily. Griffin and Diodor moving around. Nuclear actually might even be able to get the kill right there on the slide, although it looks like they even found Kirloid, and that's Diodor looking for that.
That's Nuclear picking up slide, just clear the building in the way. Griffon doesn't want to destroy it for Diodor, and Diodor doesn't want to destroy it for Griffon. Don't just win, do damage is their motto, and they're sticking with that. But Griffon picks it up, and that puts it 3-2.
Not bad. That's Tornado coming back. And do you want to take back your
I don't know.
Or one?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Tornado.
You're gonna stick with Tornado?
I'm gonna let somebody on the analyst desk get right for once. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. You also have to throw everyone off. You know, they don't want to. Because everyone depends on you being right.
You know, if I throw off my prediction here, then we'll go back to the analyst desk and they'll be like, Daki changing his prediction, but I'm sticking.
Yeah, because after a while, it's like, what's the point? Daki just knows the future. You know, we gotta add a little suspense to all this.
I was just playing with them.
Although I have to be completely honest.
Yet again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course. Nuclear. 4,600. It's a little less than last time. He's slipping.
He's slipping. He's lost about 100 damage, but Ghost Town is that map, head-to-head. They just won.
I can't believe it. It's crazy. I really did not know, or at least I didn't feel like I could come to a conclusion about Tornado versus Na'Vi. It doesn't feel like a match that you can just know is going to have a favor one way or another. Because both of these teams are the kind of guys that pull what we've seen so far in the series. And with all of that, like, you play head games, you just do stuff on the next level, and I guess what that means is any given Sunday, any day of the week, in fact, any hour of the day, you'll get a different result because of the way these guys are.
I don't feel like we have always. I know Tornado won the last 2, right? Tornado won the last 2, but it doesn't usually say a lot. It kind of just depends on the day itself, the preparation, the first few rounds.
Because you can tell these guys are intensely playing so that they're countering their opponent. They're not just trying to play a better strat. They know what their opponent is going to do, and they're trying to force specific behavior so that they can take advantage of it.
Well, now Na'Vi is going to be switching to the attack on Ghost Town. Can they make the difference there? Or is it going to be Tornado energy to make it all even between these two? That'd be impressive. 3 rounds either side.
That, and also a bit strange for this caliber of play.
Yeah.
Usually I would expect a bit more back and forth. Rather than one map
it's those
dominant.
percentages we talked about in the beginning, though. But apparently, between these two, those few percent that Na'Vi was better on Moravanka showed off, and maybe here those few percent Tornado is better than Na'Vi and Ghost Town might show off.
Maybe just. We'll have to see. This is battle number 2. on Ghost Town. I think that's on total. That's battle number 6. And good old mouse meta. Nice slow opens, some bat chats to make it exciting. And an email too from Apple WoW. Remind me, that's not common, is it? The
No,
email
not
too?
for Ghost Town whatsoever. It has good turret though, strong turret even.
Yeah, but
already double cap coming out for the side of Tornado. 52 seconds left at this moment in time. Nesquik is going to be joining in though that one in just a second. There we go, 30 seconds left. And it's going to be on to Strike to get those resets, at least for now. And look at AppleWoW. He's actually found a very good position there for that Emil too. He tracks Strike. The first one going in towards the truck. The second one going into the trucks as well. Strike does not have a repair kit anymore. This feels intentional almost from AppleWoW. Holding Strike where he is.
Exactly what he's going for. And look, another track to follow it up. You've got 8 seconds left, and if looking around, I don't see
anybody that's going to be able to get a reset.
Inspire
finally.
maybe. Inspire maybe.
He did just get a reset. 8 seconds left to Inspire is going to have to get another one if he wants his team to survive. 5 seconds left. Inspirer needs to make the reset right now. He needs to hit the shot. He does. 17 seconds left. What a play from Inspirer. Just about saving his team in this one.
And it's going to have to be a break, right? Give up on this cap right now and focus on the next step. Tornado's going to have to go for something more important. That's the brawl, right? Focus fire, pick your targets, and move on, right? You don't hold back and wait for yourselves to be picked off.
Yeah,
and that's what we see. Inspirer goes down. Now it's Drake.
Out of here. Strake is also in trouble. He's getting flanked from everywhere, left, right, and center. Yes, Na'Vi has a lot of HP, but the gun in the game, 4 versus 6. Tornado, they're doing it part 2 on Ghost Town, and they still have the cap going. 15 seconds left. The resets in the meantime didn't come in anymore. 12 seconds now on that one, and now another player from Na'Vi will be forced to go into the lines then to get another reset. 6 seconds left. Slide, I think he's going to be the one that needs to get it, but they're moving off the cap, and finally another reset comes out. But how long can Na'Vi keep doing this before they fall?
But look at this, Anatolich zeroes on a target, gets the kill. That's near you, and this is still a fight. This could still go either way. Hit points wise, it's not far off. And as far as guns in the battlefield, yes, you've got 4 on the side of Tornado, but positioning, that's what's important here, because you just saw Anatolich roll on out and pick up a crucial kill.
Yeah, but in return though, he lost all of his HP, the full 2000. Nesquik, AppleWoW, not connecting the shots so far. AppleWoW has only one more. Rhino's trying to play around with that. I don't know if it was worth it, or he's going to take 2 shots for this one. Nesquik just about to be reloaded, going to pick it up in that WZ. There we go, double kill from him. Mistake from Rhino, I'd say, to get on the side there of the WZ. Complete nonsense.
I think he panicked there. And not to say he went completely crazy, but he just didn't make the right choice. He needed to focus on what was going to happen about a minute ago, I guess. He wasn't thinking ahead soon enough, found himself at a place he couldn't win. He'd already lost by that point, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those.
7 seconds left now for AppleWoW to reload. Reload might get one shot in towards him though, onto that Emil too. Some misses here costing the side of Na'Vi dearly, but AppleWoW is going to pick it up, and there we go, 3 straight rounds in a row for Tornado. What a play, from 3-0 down to 3-3, and Ghost Town, like predicted, the map for Tornado.
And there it is. They win it in decent style. Na'Vi, it looked like they almost had the answer that last battle. It looked like they almost had the solution in order, but they let half of the tanks in their team get hung up on.
Strike and Inspire.
Yeah, get hung up on that, and that didn't need to happen.
And then Anatolich had to go in as well, full HP.
And just running and taking fire, and didn't even have his turret in the right spot for him to comfortably take his first shot. Like it didn't go very well for them.
Still guns in the game, especially Diador. He did above 3k damage. Strike, you can see that in the mouse, should have arguably done a little bit better at the very least. And I think Inspirer as well. I saw him miss 1 shot, which he should have always hit at least.
Yeah, but okay, you give him 1 here or there. And then the email too. I liked that a lot.
Yeah, the tracking on purpose. There was tracking on purpose there.
Oh, yeah.
Waste the repair kit, track again. So that was amazing, but it's not just about our thoughts, Randall. I want to know what the experts think about that comeback from Tornado.
Comeback from Tornado has been absolutely quite a surprise here. We were actually having quite a laugh, Daki, listening to you, thinking about changing your predictions there. And see now, he looks like he's got the right choice, staying where he is.
I would say that this comeback is worth of bringing Fateful Ones at least a bit.
I was looking so happy there, 3-1 up, and
I told you it's not over, man.
It's flipped big time, hasn't it, Rockstar?
Yep, game of momentum. Started off strong. First map going to Na'Vi and then Ruinberg. It's typically a 1-in-1 map. Defense really strong on that map for whoever plays it, so it got split there. And then going on to this third map, Ghost Town definitely went to Tornado. A lot of great stuff, which we're going to break down in a second.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, starting off on Muravanka, it was looking like plain sailing for a little while for Na'Vi, wasn't it, Mojo?
It looked like it was actually quite a struggle, to be honest, here. I mean, look at this. The cap pressure here by Tornado is huge, but already there is a plan in motion by Na'Vi. They're going from the lower line. I will show later on the map what happened there really before. But this is the moment that once they get resetted, they are in a problem, because entire force of Na'Vi is right there ready to apply pressure and damage on them.
Yeah, they're really easily able to find that overmatch in the middle here. The TVP, the server, in that bat chat in the 416, they get kind of isolated, and they have to give up the crossfire they hold in that 0 line. And the second they have to start moving is when this whole thing just falls apart for Tornado.
Sorry, what I should say is when it was said it was plain sailing, I mean, they were sitting ahead 2-0. Certainly it was two extremely hard-fought wins that they had to get to that 2-0 situation.
I mean, this was the game that brought them to 2-0, but I would like to go on the map, honestly, and show something.
Yeah, because tactically the cap rush that they did at the start brought in the wrong fight.
This is the key thing I want to show from the start. If you watch this group of tanks, you will actually notice from the start they're going here. They're not paying attention to anything. They didn't spot anything. That tells me something really important, that they actually know what's going on. Look at this. Like, they're immediately positioning to get a crossfire and to rotate. So there is a cap pressure going on here, and they're now positioning to go and create a crossfire. Now, why is this important, guys? Because every time we were watching the cap rush here passed on, like we saw teams like Kazna, if you remember, lose the fastest game on Muravanka here, and things like that. Many teams replied by positioning in a previous meta a light somewhere here, and he would usually get something like crossfire shots directly here. But that is not enough. People are expecting it. That is why you have him to counter any kind of rotation from this side. That is why you have him who will spot them and so on. So that is not enough. But combo of him and him combined, now that's another story, because he can even aim blind shots if he doesn't have enough of a draw range, because there is a very narrow point here where the tanks can be. It's like 3 tanks on a group, you will hit someone, that's for sure. So no one of these guys actually here don't have to peek too much. They have to attract some attention, and they did, and they lost some HP, but they don't have to risk their lives indefinitely.
Yep, and the crossfire they set up, they made sure that this group here was covering them. So if this group right here decided to try to dump onto this overmatch and try to even finish them off, this group right here was going to have the shots onto this whole cross, so they couldn't go that way. And if they pushed out here to try to come get around, the tanks out here had the crossfire as well. So no matter what happened in that situation, Na'Vi was going to put damage onto Tornado and put them in a world of hurt.
Of course, but the key is, first to do all that, you must reset.
Yeah,
that's the cornerstone of every tactic.
Once you get the reset, that's when the questions start being asked. Because once the reset comes in, that's up to Tornado to figure out what they're going to do. Because they can't sit there. If they sit there, they're going to lose no matter what.
And in a way, it's no real surprise, because we've seen Na'Vi do exceptional cap rush tactics. We've seen Na'Vi in the regular season get outplayed on cap rush tactics. So they've had plenty of time to learn how to do it themselves, and also how to deal with it.
I mean, these guys are really experienced, that's definitely, but Tornado is more prone to rushes. Like, we've seen that many times, and that's actually quite a fact. Even in the last games that we witnessed, all the aggression usually came from Tornado, like all the super fast play, and that is their trademark. They're known for it. They're known for it. Now we can play super slow, they can play super defensive, they can rush if they feel confident.
Yep.
But Tornado, they can always rush.
Yep. So map number 1 was done and dusted. Na'Vi were sitting on a 2-0 lead. Going into Ruinberg here, we then saw a really fantastic play at the north of the map that allowed Na'Vi to take a further lead against Tornado.
They did what a couple teams tried to do earlier, where they really sold that bait towards the south. They had tanks spotted. They said, hey, we're down here. They used that CDC. That's something that we saw a long time ago, was using a tank to be a bunker down there in the south so you can sit there. And so by doing that and throwing the CDC down there, which, once again, this is mind games. Most teams have been bringing CDCs for the north cap to be a hold down for the IS-7 in the north. So that's what Tornado immediately jumps on. They say, hey, they're probably going for a north fast cap. And when the CDC pops up in the south, now Tornado's thinking, oh, that's what they're doing, so now they're playing south. They don't even think north is an option anymore, and so they move all their guns away except for the one tank they left in the north. And what happens is while they're busy dealing with that CDC and the Batchat down there, just 2 tanks, all of a sudden, all these 113s and IS-7 appear in the north along with the Mouse. They get that cap pressure on there, and then Strike comes up the middle road, and that just completely pincers out that A6 village, and from that point on, it was smooth sailing for Na'Vi.
And the key thing was, as well, as when that happened, that you were impressed with it. You said, wow, they made it across and barely anyone took any damage.
Yeah, no, they, like I said, they sold the bait exceptionally well, and it all comes down to the mind game and the lineup choice. That CDC, once again, Team CDCs, they're going to think north, especially with the IS-7, and not, because they have some 113s, but they bring that IS-7. What do you bring that IS-7 for in this lineup? To put it hull down behind the CDC to force that cap pressure.
And how exactly did they use, like James is saying there, with the CDC like not going where we expected it to? So how exactly did they play that, Mojo?
This is the thing. Like usually what they say is you flip a CDC and you want to position him here and then tank beside. But I think this is retro tactic that no one else actually uses. There was also beginnings you could put a CDC here, do the cap pressure and a tank behind it because CDC is tall, and then apply pressure to the team. But they had a Mouse, he would have to go through the middle, he would be spotted somewhere here, so that was out of the question. I actually quite don't understand why did it fall for this, because that left only one option. CDC had to go this way. Ducky actually said it in the start. He had to go this way because he's tall and fast enough to die and provide cover for a Batchat who will be behind him. If they get somewhere here in the bush is perfect, a little bit before is okay. And then you can get some dominance over here. But entire play was a bait. He had only him covering him to apply damage, to kill the spotter for sure. And then they put a real full push here when all of these guns here are actually aiming mainly on this side and not paying attention, because this route here, this is the most critical point on the map, and you get shot to pieces there if all of the team is actually aiming.
The one other subtle thing I really like about this play is when those heavies pushed, Strike was able to come right in here and clean up the 62A, because when these guys push, 62A is going to go to one of two places. He's going to come to the back here,
that was part of
or
the plan.
Dump in here.
That was
all part
the
of
beauty.
the plan, and it was a perfect catch. They pushed him out, and then Strike could just run away and get out of there. Unfortunately, he got caught by some of the tanks right here, but by that point, it was already over. The cap pressure was there, the positioning was there, and this was all for Na'Vi to take.
I would say there was some also RNG there in their favor, because I noticed those 113s and I-7 like driving like gangsters and shooting and hitting that T-67 in distance, like he was running away. I'm pretty sure he's upset about that.
Yeah, definitely, but you know, sometimes that's how the cards fall.
Things happen, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, everything going in their favour in that round, but then Runeberg next round didn't go in their favour, and we were back down to 3-1 with Tornado coming back into it. Now, sitting on 3-1, I mean, the favouritism still with Na'Vi. They're looking great at the start here, but then when we go into Ghost Town for the third map there, things just kind of fell to pieces for Na'Vi, didn't it, Rockstar?
Yeah, and Ghost Town's a map where Tornado have actually kind of struggled recently. This is the map where Applewoww ended up getting stuck during the season finals, or Champions Rumble, I believe it was. Got stuck and he ended up dying. However, once again, they bounced back on a different map. But Ghost Town itself, not one of Tornado's strong points. However, like we were talking about earlier, just this raw aggression is Tornado's style. And they came out here, they put a lot of cap pressure in the north. And because of how Na'Vi were set up, especially with these Mouses, it took them a while to get back here. And the main thing I want to point out from Tornado is how vicious they were with these Mouses. The fact that they were able to kill these Mouses as quickly as they did is what won that game for Tornado. Not necessarily the fact they killed them, but how quickly they did and how quickly they were able to get back onto cap and get that cap pressure going again. Another 10 seconds, and Na'Vi could probably clean that up. But because they got that cap pressure going so quickly and they kill those Mouses, that's what won that game for Tornado.
It's interesting as well that you mentioned Applewoww, because when everyone talks about Applewoww from last season and what he did wrong in the final match, he carried their team through a Ghost Town match, and he would never have got to where they were if it wasn't for him in Ghost Town. So Tornado know this map really well. They play it a hell of a lot.
Well, this is what we were meaning in this map. This is really interesting. ML2 is not the usual pick for this map, because that's not the fastest tank. It's an autoloader, 4 shells, not too accurate hit shells. But here, perfect, because look at this position here. He's in cooldown here, and the cap he needs to protect is here. Only way they read Na'Vi from beginning till the end. They knew that one guy will come from this area and he will try to DK break the houses and so on. Solo purpose he had. Solo purpose this tank had was just to track him all the time. You saw it was deliberate. You could see he's not trying to do damage. He was just trying to do the decaps. I mean, to track him, to make him stop.
And that's a brilliant use for a tier 9. Remember, that's an Emil too. That's not even a Kronwagen. So that's a tier 9 they're using to stall out a tier 10 while they have the cap pressure. And from this point on, you know, just look at the setup.
This is a moment now what's going on. Navi is understanding what's going on, of course, and they're trying to push in with full force here because the cap is always on a brink. And you have a lot of mini engagements here, and you have to defend it, and eventually they must lose because the pressure is always there.
And then, unfortunately, from that meant we saw Ghost Town come back to 3-3. Things are all squared now. If you like, the slate is clean between them. No team really has an advantage. If any, it would be
Tornado.
Tornado having the back-to-back wins. We're about to go into yet another close map. It's going to be into Himmelsdorf. We always have the saying in the EU region, you don't want to play a CIS team in Himmelsdorf.
Well, both are from CIS, so...
It'll be interesting to see how this one goes. I'm looking forward to it. Let's go back to Dekilzor and Rukil.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. Yeah, we definitely agree on the points that we're making there. I mean, Tornado doing very well on those last 3 rounds, and Navi doing extremely well on those first 3, using almost everything they had available to them, especially those blind plays.
Yeah, and actually I want to jump off a point that the guys on the desk brought up right towards the end, which is that as far as it goes with Himmelsdorf, should be close again, right? But with 3 wins for Tornado, maybe we want to lean that way. But how about that little few-minute break we just had?
I'm saying this is a 1-1 map.
Yeah?
I'm going for a 1-1. I don't feel like anybody has a clear favorite here. It's not really head-to-head, and it's tactical as well, but it's also very much about shooting and the correct timing. So I'm going to go 1-1 here between the two.
And of course, depending on what strats they all decide to open up with, that could dictate the entire pace just on that alone, right? Because you decide to go east side and defense goes, what is it, northwest? All of a sudden you've got a long battle that can go either way. If we see some crazy, both teams go west side, defenders probably come out just fine. And there's a lot of just opening moves that dictate this. But
yeah, we'll have to see what kind of opening moves these two teams go for. We're gonna talk about it again, where they know each other so well, not just because of being at multiple events over and over again, with the teams attending there being mainly the finals than them and Tornado, or Navi and Tornado.
But these are their practice buddies.
And that was the second thing I want to say. They have been practicing for this event. Nobody thought they're going to be in the quarters, including them.
This is a scrim, just extended. That's all it is for them.
Well, just a scrim, which could lead to up to a part of the
$300,000 prize pool. Absolutely. Now, I don't mean to diminish it, but think about it. At the end of the day, these guys
That's one expensive scrim.
Hey. It's always worth it. Always practice. Be prepared.
Lineups, Randall. Navi, E3, Batshot, Triple Mouse, Object 416, and an IS4. No Hardy.
No, I'm not surprised there. That happens. And then we got a 12T.
They like that one, Tornado.
You just flip it up. That's because you flip it vertical, right?
No, they haven't flipped it yet. They just seem to like it. Netsqueeze played it quite a few times already. I'm not a big fan of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to play around with it more, but I haven't touched it since the last light tank
adjustment. I played it like once or twice. I'm just not such a fan. It has 2 seconds into clip, as you can see there on the reticle from Netsqueeze. Yeah. Low alpha. It's just like a pea shooter is what we call it, a pea shooter.
Yeah, it's not really effective enough when you bring it up against maybe the Mouse and the IS-4. 50B, sure, if you run into one, but there's an E3 over here, there's Batchats, the Object 416. It doesn't have a lot of targets it can really address. But that's not the point, is it? You don't bring a 12T to shoot things. 12Ts are to spot things and to be tiny.
To be put on the gap.
To be lit. And hopefully he doesn't do anything that gets him killed up until the time it matters.
Randall, we don't say those kind of things. Now he'll do exactly something that will get him killed.
You're right. I've made a mistake. We'll see if it pans out, or if the tanks, if RNGesus is kind to me.
It's a very split tactic from Navi. I don't know if I'm a fan, Rukel. It's very, very far away from each other. The rotations distance is quite long.
You're right. It reminds me of when 50Bs were more popular, and T57s, right? When flexing.
And you could get away with flex.
Yeah, exactly. But you've got LeShaw in the 416 all the way in the southwest, right? Then you've got IS4. That's Applewell. Or is it? Sorry, IS4 is Kierloyd. I was picking the wrong team. Kierloyd over there in the west side. He's not going to be able to flex really. IS4 that goes to the far west.
He's kind of
the one
like
line
locked down on that side no matter what.
I was going to say that. Yeah. It's he doesn't really have the option to leave. He can if nothing happens at all, but otherwise you take a good 1,500 just to reposition. Yeah. It's not worth it. And he might just, and then the Batchat hanging around in the backfield because you don't want to get him caught out early on. It's always a waste to watch a Batchat die.
All the rotations from Na'Vi though. I mean, Nesquik's just been sitting there, been spotting them, and now they decide to rotate. So, I don't know.
With the tornado push, here's what I expect to see. And tell me where you start to deviate from what I'm seeing. We're going to probably see the Anatolich, Strake, Lichov south along the G line, back up through the same route that tanks from Tornado are taking on the 8 line right now. So just down around to the south, loop, come up behind him, shoot him in the back while they're trying to cap, while Rhino, Slide, Inspire, Killroyd hold the north. Seems straightforward, right? That's the expected right now.
It does seem expected, but if by the time they do this move with those kind of slow tanks, will be about 7.5 minutes and 3 maps later.
Yeah, you're right, because I forgot to mention that the Anatolich isn't a mouse, by the way. LeShaw's an Object 416. He can make the move. You can also see Strake. Strake, they can be fine. But you're right, that mouse is going to be left behind.
What surprises me is why Tornado hasn't started the cap yet. Are they afraid of a tank on A7 or?
No, they're probably just making sure everything's in order. They probably are a little bit aggressive. But look at, after we see this cap, there's one thing I want to jump to on the southeast side of the map with the 50Bs. And nice right there, 360, that's HE.
It's a very nice HE damage shot coming out.
So while this is happening, you have Griffin from Tornado and near you actually, holding back in something that we've seen time to time that doesn't often get played, which is the 250B hit squad.
The timing depends on when it's going to get sprung, because now they're starting to go. They might try to catch left shot, but Strike spots it out in the bot shot, and Anatolich is there in the mouse as well. Like you said, left shot, kind of a no man's land, but the cap, 6 seconds left. There needs to be a reset right now. No reset yet, 3 seconds left. Na'Vi, you've left it too late once more. No reset yet, and this is it. Tornado captures the base with all 14 tanks alive.
Wait, yeah, that's it, confirmed. Absolutely through, amazing. I always wait for the end right there because you just don't believe it for a moment.
Na'Vi,
a cap fast.
Asleep.
What was the time on that?
I'd have to check.
Yeah, I'll check the post game, but 4 minutes 34 seconds, and that's by the way with a mousetrap, right?
And 14 guys alive, and most of them on full HP.
Exactly. So that doesn't happen normally. And surprisingly enough, okay, that right there I think is a good enough reaction for you. Just the energy coming out of Tornado.
Maybe a little bit of frustration even.
Why wouldn't you be frustrated? You just got cap fast.
Well, it was Tornado.
Well, the cap fast just happened. Sorry, you're right. Yeah.
Frustration from the first 3 rounds is still a possibility though.
Yeah.
The damage here is significant. Griffon, what an amazing performance. 743 damage. The man who can. Griffon from Tornado. Oof. Just so much damage.
Oh my god.
So many zeros must be an issue, right?
Newski, Lishaw, Slide, Kierloyd, Inspire, all nothing. Slide got 750 blocked. That counts for something, right, Docky?
We'll give like participation points, I guess.
Gold star.
That's probably, to be honest, the only thing these Na'Vi guys did this round.
Don't just win. Do it.
Damage.
Deal damage?
Yeah,
Always
don't
deal
just
damage?
win, do damage.
With HE?
I don't know if it's with HE.
Is that taking it a step farther? Winning and then winning by only firing HE? Or by
I'd be
only
very
firing
impressed if one of these teams could win with just firing HE. I don't know what Na'Vi is doing here, why they left it so late. It's not like they didn't have the info for it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it seemed like you should know it's coming. And Oh, okay, there's that excitement we were looking at. I thought that was anger a minute ago. He's pumped.
Nesquik is the team captain, so it's a good win here for Tornado, honestly. Now, coming into the next round, Tornado want to take that second Himmelsdorf round. Na'Vi want to make it all even once more. What do we think about the lineups, Randall?
Oh, well, with these lineups, we're looking at AMX50B, looks like 2 Mouse, IS4, Batchat, T110E3, and a 12T again for Tornado. And then Na'Vi's going to have 113, 2 50Bs, 2 Mice, T110E3, and 12T as well. So we got the little 12Ts to square off, whilst it looks like hill play from both sides. So we don't get this every day. We had one earlier today with the Elevate match, but I don't know if we've seen any actual hill fights since then, have we?
Nope, I don't think so. When my memory still serves me.
Yeah, it rarely gets used quite that much.
Very similar to what EL did here.
And
but EL did it with 50Bs.
And
is this going to work out? But that's the question. There's too many tanks here, I think, for the side of Na'Vi. As soon as this is spotted out, unless they can get the flank on towards the Anatol, it's just in such a blind play.
No, yeah, this...
Slide was spotted. Slide should spot it. Here we go, Nesquik near you. Griffon lining up on the corner. Anatol spots it out and he's just about away. Rhino is there as well. He's going to have to turn his tank around near you. Continues to push. All of the bad shots continue. Anatolich might be catched out, but the price that's going to be paid from Tornado is going to be very, very high. Anatolich is now on reload. Griffon going to finish that one off. Slide is now off of reload. He's going to try and kill near you, but Griffon shielding near you goes down for this one though. 2 more shots available for Slide, and Rhino finally getting into the fight. This is a weird hill fight, if anything.
Absolutely is, and I don't know if this is, you could consider this a huge win for either side. Look at the hit points lost, right? It's about even right now. And
I'd say it's a win for Na'Vi because Anatolich can lead now.
Fair, actually, that's a good point. But losing the 12T in for a 50B, okay. Let's give it a little bit to Tornado, right?
I think Nesquik is gonna take some damage on the way out here.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna take it out for free here because Slide lines up the first, but misses it.
No.
He's not happy about that one. You can see frustration on his face.
Yeah.
Those kind of shots, you know.
But Nesquik's got to be feeling great. I mean, that shell should have connected. He knows it. He's sitting there going, okay, I was saved because just the tiniest little minuscule movement I made here or there.
Now we reset. That was a weird engagement here. Both teams playing the hill.
And so
some lucky spotting run there as well. Anatolich just about backing off as they came across that E0 corner.
Yeah, so let's take a moment to account for what each team has, right? So we've got 150B that's dead on the side of Na'Vi. Tornado, they've lost their 12T, so they're light scale. That means Tornado, they're defenders though, so they don't have a 12T for capping. It's just, he's just there.
I'd say Na'Vi came out ahead in this race, to be honest, when we're looking at it. You know, they lost an AMX50B, but they've taken a defending tank away on Himmelsdorf, where you kind of need to split. They still have their 12T to cap, and while Nesquik is going to be useless most of the game.
Fair enough, yeah. He's probably just going to chill out. And, well, now we just wait and see. What is this angle from Applewell?
Side scraping from A6 and trying to spot the 0 line.
Oh, okay.
The other can shoot it from.
Oh, I see. Okay. And that's going to be 8-line push. I don't know if this is Na'Vi confidently moving forward. It kind of looks like an arbitrary move almost, because.
But it got spotted out, so they decided to make sure that there's nobody aiming there. We saw the other against Eclipse, if I think it was, do like 6.3k damage from the 3 lines. So Na'Vi is going to make sure that that doesn't happen to them. They are going to go 8-line, which is an obvious play now.
Yeah, it's a little too obvious. I don't see a trap going on.
How are they going to dig out that big old IS4 from Applewell, though?
That's tricky. That's probably something that's a non-fact or not really an option. You could they left the TD. That's Rhino, right? Rhino's up top still, up in the hill. Yeah, he is. So Rhino's up top. He could maybe force out the IS4 a little bit.
Could maybe give a shot towards the nuclear here as well. You can see Rhino there appearing in the distance. He's gonna be ready for it, though. I don't think so. Tanks crossing. Rhino makes a shot towards the server. Is not connected.
And at the same time, just a side note, that Slide is all the way in the south. He's in about Kilo 6. typical spot down there, and he's actually going to be watching for a flank, possibly from Nesquik or someone else. But 50B could end up flanking a little bit later, and we'll check back in with that if it becomes something relevant. But right now, Lasha and Strake, do you think that's going to end up with cap pressure, or is Applewell going to be able to hold this
They
setting?
need to find a way to dig out Applewell first. We see a lot of teams reach to the 5 line, but all of Tornado's tanks have already pulled back. So I don't think 5 line is an option, because then they'll just get overmatched. So now, how do they deal with Applewell? Rotation is almost in order, but I don't think Na'Vi is going to be falling back from this one anymore.
In A-line, far north, only A-line isn't really an option, is it? Just kind of gets you into a bad hole. I'm just kind of running through the scenarios, because IS-4 is against the wall in what Alpha 6, where Applewell currently is. That's not something you can easily angle out. You could go up mid-road, up the 5 line, and get into Bravo 5 and try and use the angle there to shoot the IS-4, but that just begs for a counter push from Tornado, and it probably doesn't pan out well for Na'Vi in that case.
Well, here we go. Inspire is going to join the cap. Left shot is going to be behind him. And then Strike covering the back corner.
What are the...
Waiting for Applewell to peek. I mean, Strike already tried to splash there, so...
Okay. They're just trying to avoid the HE splash hitting the mouse and using that splash damage to hit Lasha, right? As opposed to, if they're not there...
Making sure Strike has a better angle, that's a possibility too. Here we go. Applewell's going to peek out. He's going to find Inspirer in just a few seconds.
Deciding that maybe this is a little trickier than...
Here we go as well, though. The rest of the Tornado lineup starting to push across the A line. The Rhino, in the meantime, took a big shell there from Diador in that big old E3. Now the corner fight under full effect here, but look at the damage taken on the Na'Vi side. Inspirer, Strike, they're just bleeding so much, and Tornado putting their entire team here on this corner is really starting to work out for them, because the different angles they have, Inspirer taking more, Strike taking more, Applewell delivering from that A7 position.
And now Na'Vi needs to back out. Na'Vi needs to back out. They need to kill some time, because look at this, 12T's out of there. 12T is on the way to the #1 cap or something else.
Lost too much. They've lost too much HP.
But they can play time. They can maybe play the time game. If they do that, there's a chance, because look at the lineup. How fast is it? Can it make its way over to the west side? Or is that Batchat just going to come and spot and shoot things? Is that really what they're going to do? Are they going to play a Batchat for damage? Or a 12T, I should say specifically?
I don't feel like that's the correct choice at this moment in time. He might go behind Diador, but with the 4-shot autoloader, how much is he realistically going to do as Inspire? It takes more damage on his mouse. Surfer trading on the front, but the rest of the team's still pretty healthy. 5.4k damage left now for Na'Vi, but look at Tornado, still so healthy, so many tanks available. This is not the trade Na'Vi is looking for, because they're not winning it even. Left shot going towards that C3 position is not worth it. Applewell picks up Strike, and this is the beginning of the end of Na'Vi in this round.
Absolutely, as Tornado should be able to clean this one up from here. There's no reason that they can't pull victory from this one. It's already in their hands. Na'Vi doesn't really have an option. They don't have the hit points. Damage isn't going to be there much longer. I mean, you've got Rhino. There's crazy mistakes Tornado can make, but they're not playing that way. They're on point.
Now, Left shot went into the cap too late, can't cap it by himself anymore, so he's going to need team support to get into that one, and even then, they don't have the HP required to shield off. Rhino picks up Griffon, though, an important kill, but they need more.
And look at this, I don't even think many of the Na'Vi tanks will be able to support the west side before Tornado tanks have shots on cap. Like, before they're able to actually stop this cap, there might still be the Na'Vi tanks in transition.
Server there, very close miss against Slide, but in the meantime, Diador delivers about 750 to Kriloid, who doesn't penetrate his shot, and Tornado look to put themselves on 5 rounds here. Left shot still playing on the cap, but Nesquik is going to reset out one for sure, and even then he needs somebody to join him. That's the reset they were looking for, and now Na'Vi with 2k HP left and no real HP on any guns as Slide goes down. Tornado, 5 straight rounds
in a row. That's one kind of comeback, and they don't need much more before this is over. How do you think Na'Vi's feeling right now? How do you think they're reacting to losses like this?
Down and out.
Really? You think they've given up by this point?
I don't think they've given up yet, but I think they're starting to get worried, especially when they're losing trade after trade after trade goes down. They're losing trades here. They're just losing the trades. The guys from Tornado are just making their shots count, and Na'Vi cannot get into position to support the others, and Server picks it up. That will make it 3-5 for Tornado.
Absolutely. Wow. I mean, this is ending up going in a lot towards the direction you were predicting, so don't feel so bad.
Well, you know, I said it.
Uh-huh. And so it became true. But Na'Vi is...
My reality has become your reality.
It will soon, though, and I'm starting to adjust, starting to realize that Na'Vi may not be able to stand up to Tornado the way I thought
Not
they
looking
would.
like it.
Yeah, and looking
Trade
at...
maps, look at this. First
Yeah.
5 players.
It's Server, Applewell, Diodor, all of them Tornado. At 4,000, 3,000, 2,000. The lowest of that, it's 1912. 1912 damage is something you'd expect from an average, solid player during a regular season, right? Like, decent. Without someone
Not
getting...
great, not bad.
Yeah,
Put it
exactly.
like that.
But when that's your lowest of 5 people, that's good. That's a good sign. That
Well-
says the damage is really there.
All right, so that was Himmelsdorf, Rukil.
Yeah.
This was the fight we were talking about. Anatoly trying to do what he can. He's obviously never going to get safe in that area of the map, which was really good.
And this one, I think what you can sum it up to is Tornado can look at that and say they overextended. Na'Vi can look at that and say, well, we got caught. We got caught, taken advantage of and used.
But now Himmelsdorf
is over.
We're moving into Mines.
Yes, Mines' favorite map. And
I just don't know. I feel like Na'Vi has the slight upper hand on this one.
Really?
Yeah, because it's very tactical. Mind games work here as well.
And a lot of slower play tends to lend itself to Navi's playstyle. On defense, more so. I think on offense, I've always tended to favor approaching it more towards the Tornado perspective. But I agree. From defense side, Navi's mentality and approach to this has always been right. But they also haven't exactly reinvented the wheel of Mines. They just play the straight up strategy that works. You know, there's no weird bells and whistles most of the time.
Navi's going to be defending first, so they got that going for them. They can watch how Tornado decides to approach their
They can
attack.
rally here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They need the strength. I mean,
They need to get their heads back in order. They need to reset, and they need to use that to carry this back into a almost full crazy comeback.
well, let's see if they can do it though. Na'Vi again in a tough situation once more. Let's find out what they can do. Lineups here. Randall, what do we think?
Looks like Tornado bringing that 5100 and looking at 3 mouse on
It's
either
almost
side.
a mirror matchup.
Actually, yeah, just ordered around a little differently. 3 mouse.
Well, they have one. Na'Vi has one more mouse.
You're right. They traded out one of
Tornado has
those.
TVP.
Yeah, they get rid of the TVP. So that's a little mobility for a lot of hit points and armor. What do you favor, mouse or TVP? Mouse.
Mouse.
Yeah, usually.
That HP, that armor.
Yeah, if there was no mouse on the battlefield, I'd be.
I mean, just look at the deficit right now between the two.
16k versus 17.7. 16.4 versus 17.7. Yeah, that's a nice gap. That's a healthy amount of hit points that you can play with. Not to mention the potential damage blocked that you're going to be dealing with as well. And you can see Inspire and LaShaw going southwest, but nothing's there on the side of Tornado.
I wonder what the ultimate goal is here from Na'Vi, to either sit like this or to push out, but it's starting to look like they just want to, they're content.
Oh yeah, they're okay with this. There's no artillery. They don't have to worry about arty angles or staying arty safe, right? They can just hold the typical positions and play some weird corner and hill games, right? Just up and down, try and pen some nice cheeks and see what happens. Now, what I'm waiting to see is you see we're Inspire, and down in the southwest there you've got, in addition to him, that's
Lefsha.
Lefsha, thank you. Do you think they have the opportunity to flank at all, or do you think that's more so just hill cover? Because like,
I mean, look at a position from Nesky. He's also holding that back area with the 5100. It's very interesting that both these teams have decided for an AMX 5100 as their tier 8 on Mines.
Actually, yeah. Let's address the elephant in the room, so to speak.
Yo, that's mean, man.
Why? Well, it's of course they didn't bring a Ferdinand, so we'll talk about that later. But why a 5100 on defense?
I'm still thinking about this one. Why no RT on attack? I mean, on defense, I can understand it. He's covering the entire back. He can shoot a B-line crossing.
But as a tier 8, does it bring anything that there's a good number of other
6
tier
shots, a little burst. What other tier 8 has this?
Okay, that's a good point as far as damage potential there. There's a reason the 5100 was as popular as it was. But Yeah, it's the same question. Why not an RD? Why not a tank destroyer, maybe, or any number of other options? What exactly are you doing when you're trying this, right? Because it's sure, maybe a 5100's a fine tank, but what are they trying to do with it? Maybe I'd like to know, just to know what's in their heads more so than the options that are theoretically infinite.
Well, we'll find out at one point in time.
Yeah, a little spotting. Near you spotted. And actually, I was mentioning earlier that this didn't seem like it was going to become anything, but Inspirer gets to put a few shells out. And that's going to fake out the guys from Tornado. They won't know that LaShaw is actually there passive scouting. They'll think that was Inspirer probably the whole time. And that might lend to a little aggression from Tornado that, well, looking at the layout of the battlefield, that's not going well for Tornado if they push the 1-2 line. They're going to have to play West Side Story or East Side Story.
I'm not sure how they're supposed to break this one.
Zero line probably. Right? Zero line do the boost?
Maybe.
I mean...
But with 3 mouses aimed there, you're going to lose a lot of HP.
I think at this point, if you just went for it, you might actually be okay, you know? Just because the timing is super odd right now, why would you make the jump to the zero line at 6 minutes into the battle? It seems like you'd do it early, or you would just not.
Well, if they're aimed on the correct place, all they have to do is press click.
Yeah. But that might only be... Yeah, that's only Rhino.
Yeah, but what about the 2 guys behind him, though? Slides?
No, Slide's been looking at mid. He's now focusing the other way. But the Anatolich also was looking. So there appear to be small windows that open and close to be able to make that jump. Just finding out what those are and when those are.
It's not something that Tornado can count on, though.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, if you attack 1-2 line, like we're seeing, it looks like Tornado's getting ready to do that. If Tornado attacks the 1-2 line, they're walking into Crossfire. They're going to pay a toll, and that's going to be at least 1K, right?
More, I think.
More because the mice, right? If they can get on target quickly enough and they don't miss their shots, they won't have time to zero completely, right? They'll be just about, and it'll be a little bit RNG to get those connections, to turn their turrets and holes around that way. But
well, here we go. And this is the move, I guess.
That's
Nuclear.
the distraction. That'll prevent the damage on the west side, yeah. That'll
Trying to come aggressive towards the middle road. Trying to be aggressive. Nesquik, in the meantime, getting spotted out on 1-2 line. Kind of gives away the game just ever so slightly. Nuclear Dealer still trying to sell this fake. Trying to make Na'Vi think that they're doing some middle play, but with left shine those bushes, they know. They will know soon enough.
Yeah, they may have some sneaking suspicion. They also might not just care.
Well, here we go. Nearyu started to cross over. He already took a lot of damage, 800 to be exact. Left Shah needs to be careful because he's sitting in that bush. Left Shah gets struck by Nesquik, might go down towards Nesquik as well. And he does. Left Shah needs to be careful. He should have run much earlier.
He had 5 shots loaded, it looked like, and he didn't get to use those. That's a lot of damage that's taken off the battlefield right there. A lot of potential damage that never even got to happen.
Nice clip there, though, from Inspirer. Very important server. Obviously going to punish him for that one, but Left Shot really made a misplay in this one. He looks to bring down his team. Inspire now getting shot from behind him because he has nowhere to go. There was supposed to be a covering fire from Left Shot, but he's dead, and so is Inspire, and now Nesquik picks up a double kill.
At this point, we have control. West side goes to our blue team, the attackers. Now it's a matter of time. Na'Vi is going to have to make a play. They need to reset tempo. They need to take control. Because if they just sit where they are, it's Crossfire all day for the next 3 minutes. And then it'll be over. If they take the hill, like I'm seeing Na'Vi go for right now, I think this is the way that Na'Vi salvages this battle. What do you think?
We'll have to find out because they're 3,000 HP down. They're going to start getting shot from behind, up wall on the hill, Nuclear Dealer from the other angles. I don't feel like this is a play they can go for. But those two bad shots are going to pump shot after shot from behind. You can already see the damage Rhino has taken. He was on about 3.1 and now he's down actually. He's dead. Rhino goes down, Killer goes down. 3 tanks left standing. Tornado has dismantled this defense with great effect, and it all started with 1 bad shot staying for a little bit too long, and it resulted into 7 players being alive from Tornado and just 2 from Na'Vi.
Oh, wow. You add that one on at the end. That really brings it home. You would expect at least a few kills here or there, but an ace? Tornado over Na'Vi, an ace? You gotta be
7
kidding
kills.
me. Against defense on mines.
Defense on mines. Tornado has 10,000 HP left at this moment in time where we see teams struggle to win an attack. Na'Vi is getting obliterated by the guns from Tornado. Strike is the last one standing with a mission, with a goal, but nothing's gonna save him from this one. Tornado, they won it, and they won it badly, and just look at this. It looks too easy even for them.
Yeah.
The simplest of plays completely wrecks Na'Vi, and this is match point for
It's
Tornado.
not necessarily that they were simple plays, it's that they were simple plays executed expertly. You saw the manner and the way, the nuance to the way Tornado approached the situation on the west side. Let's talk about that one first. The way that they recognized what was going on, they were being spotted, they couldn't approach, and they needed an overmatch. Now, they kind of deconstructed what was going on and said, okay, what must or what can be over here, right? And looking at that damage, wow,
Yeah.
Mouse, Diodor, Server, Griffin, all picking up well over 2.5K there.
Nescree is number 8 in the 5100, doing better than 5 Na'Vi players.
Oh, that's because it's a 5100. You brought this one up earlier. It's the number of shells, solid damage. What is it? It's still 300 damage, right?
I think so, but I'm not.
Yeah, it has a weird damage on the 5100 because it's somewhere in between a lot of those other tier 8 heavies and a lot of other. They kind of pull back the damage.
All I know is that Na'Vi is currently sitting 3-6 in favor of Tornado.
You know what? That's the important part here because yeah, one more and this is over. This will be it, and Tornado will move on. This will be the first time I see Na'Vi live lose like this. I've never been at an event where
3
that happens.
rounds for Na'Vi brought us to 3-0.
And only
6 rounds for Tornado.
In a row, by the way. And
there is no comeback for this for Na'Vi.
No.
I said 7-5 and I was being generous apparently.
Yeah, apparently so. It's more one-sided than you have believed, and I thought this was going to be dead even. But I mean, up until Himmelsdorf, I was okay. Up until Himmelsdorf, this felt safe. After Himmelsdorf, you're right. This is starting to run away.
Let's go back on track though, because I don't think Na'Vi is that one team that would be able to pull this into a tiebreaker if they play their best.
But they just aren't today. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. They started off so strong, but something happened.
Something happened. Well, that's going to be the big mystery. I'm hoping our guys can figure it out in the post-game interviews and all of that to find out what's the story with Na'Vi. Why aren't they playing up to what they were? I know there's talk always amongst players about who's slipping, who's on the rise, who's a paper tiger and who's not. Always stuff spinning around in whatever fashion you can imagine. Everyone's opinion matters, but some people say Na'Vi's slipping. Some people say they're on the way out. I don't believe this, but
well, currently they're playing like they're in the retirement home.
yeah, I was wondering about that because that's what it looks like right now. But I haven't seen anything up till now that says that necessarily to me. I mean, there's the loss earlier, of course, but
They started off really good. They started off really well playing the mind games, but then I just feel like Tornado has the better lineup.
yeah. After the CDC fake, because that was battle number 3, right, Ruinberg. So on battle number 3, Ruinberg, you saw that the CDC fake. And when that happened, that was the last battle Na'Vi had that went their way. That was it. After that, it was
rather one-sided.
Yeah. And I don't know if I want to read into that too much, but it might have been where they kind of maybe they were too pleased with themselves. 3 in a row against Tornado Energy is impressive. You wouldn't expect that at all.
Yep.
So maybe that's where it is. They got a big head and then they got smashed. Now they're just trying to figure it out.
Don't forget, people at home, if you are watching, feel free to get involved with us on Facebook, Randall, with the hashtag WhatWhenFinal 2017 and hashtag WatchPlayWin.
Fantastic. Yeah, guys, get involved. Tweet at us. Let
Tweet
us
at
know on
us.
Facebook.
Let us know on
everything.
Facebook.
Yeah, we'll be throwing out.
Tell us what you think about the analysis desk.
Yeah, tell us, Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Never mind. All right. I'm not going to make jokes about the analyst desk. I love those guys. They're great to me.
Sure, I'll go with that one
You,
as well.
on the other hand, I know you rib them all the time. You're the one that pokes them. I'm the one that sits there and is like, hey, you want a cookie?
Yeah, but that's supposed to happen as well. But let's get back onto it. Possibly the last round from Na'Vi in this tournament as they take on the attack against Tornado Energy, who's going to be defending its match point at 6-3 in favor of Tornado, and Na'Vi has a mountain to climb.
Well, quite literally, they're going to climb a very small mountain. A slide on his way up in the TVP. Fires 1, reloads. and behind him is LaShaw. The way this one's playing out from Tornado on the defense side is, I wouldn't be reading into this too much, that this might just be a mid-fight where it devolves into a brawl.
Wow. Look at them. They're pushing up 1-2 line. Does Inspirer expect this, or does he fall to the Wolves? He just about gets the correct spots up both of them. Okay. This will keep him safe, at least for now.
For now, yeah. And that'll mean we'll have to see Applewell back off.
4 Mouses starting to make their way towards the middle near you. Gonna be joining them as well. Krilloid in the very, very far back on A2, A3. Inspirer slightly backing off from that one. Tornado.
Do you play much 416 these days?
Not really.
Yeah.
I played a bucket, the 430 version too.
Yeah, I really haven't. I really haven't felt like it fits so well in the mouse pad. I don't know. It's got the heat shells right, but reliability against mouse cheeks is.
Yeah, but what else do you use against mouses?
I get you, but I'm skeptical. I always question that one.
You got spotted out by Krilloid in that 4-1-6, and now here we go, the middle rush coming in out from Tornado Energy. The first damage being taken, but in the meantime they are going down the 1-2 line with 3 tanks up on Nesquik and near you, and they are starting to do the damage. Left shot on the hill, they're gonna push past, they're gonna try and focus Rhino in his mouse, trying to do the damage towards him, but Yana Tolic seems to be the first victim for the side of Tornado Energy. Rhino getting a bouncer off of our Griffon. Anatolic trying to peek as well, but here we go. Krilloid is surrounded already in the 4-1-6. Nesquik going in over there with Applewell. They're going to be removing him rather quickly from the game. Inspire trying to do what he can. Nesquik picks up that 4-1-6, and Randall can Na'Vi hold on.
I don't know about this one, dude. After losing the 416, that's the first one to drop, and from that, the autoloaders are going to get to reset, and from there, you're going to see a small lull. Tornado might give us just a second where it looks like it's going to even up, right? It might look like Na'Vi's about to come back, but my bet is this one closes up in just 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's starting to look like that as Applewell is pushing on towards Inspirer in that light tank. Applewell still has the shots available, but Inspirer comes out and picks him up. Nuclear goes down in quick succession. Tornado Energy, they seem to be running out of steam, especially Nesquik, who run out of shells. Inspirer picks up the double kill, and that might just be the victory condition for this round. The Anatolic though, he's dropping rather low in his mouth. Inspirer goes down. The Anatolic goes down. Near you picks up Inspirer somehow from the backlines, but left shot picks up Diador. Near you now putting shots in towards the side of Strike. It's not over just yet, but it's everything on a knife edge. And so far, Tornado is taking it better, but Griffon is taking a battering server as well. Strike holding on for dear life. Na'Vi, Tornado, they're about 140 HP. Now 200 HP from each other.
There, that's it. 2 left. With the shot and slide, they have the high ground, but I'm not sure about that one. Oh, what's look at the reload. Slide's almost
reloaded just now, but can he get into the game? Can he make the play?
He's got the damage.
He got the damage, but how do they approach this one? Near you, covering from behind, he has the HP.
To kind of be a smart bet here, very, very carefully is the only way he approaches this. He needs, I see, maybe jump off the backside of the hill, north or south. What do you think?
Yeah, but Griffon's already watching towards that.
North,
Near you is flanking around. Back.
South then.
I don't think he can get an opening into this one. He needs to find Near you somehow.
This right here, this cap. Is he gonna get on at all? No. If he avoided that, then he's undetected, right?
It's Near you.
Yeah.
Even if he drives over that, he's defending.
No, oh, good note. I'm colorblind. I miss things.
You're welcome. But Slide is just watching towards Near you right now.
But he's undetected in the backfield. They don't know he's there, right? There hasn't been spotting so far as I saw from him all the way up back in the north in like Charlie 4. I don't think he's been really spotted since then. Okay, now he's lit. If he'd been able to stay hidden for a little longer, I think maybe you would have seen Na'Vi guys get a little careless in that area. Maybe give him the opportunity to get that kill. But otherwise, LaShaw might be able to get this mouse shot.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
just about misses it as Server when the spotted left shot tried to make the blind shot. He did not get the connection he was looking for. Slide ever so slightly edging forward, trying to make a difference, trying to make a play. This man already on 3.6k damage, trying to carry his team towards the next round, the next map even. You know, how do they go for this one? You see Tornado just sticking together.
There we go, near you. Look at him. He's there covering LaShaw. What you do is you use Griffon to kind of bait out a little bit.
He might get a shot here on towards just left shot.
Yeah, get him back up.
Ever so slightly.
Have him back up just.
Does he take this? Does he take the shot on towards left shot? He's looking for it. He takes it. It doesn't go through. The second one doesn't go through either. The third one neither. Near you.
Nothing.
Tried the clip. Where to try? But is this the moment Na'Vi tries something knowing he's on reload?
I don't think so. I think it's still too risky. Look, 788, 679, that's maybe low rolls save you, right? With 2 shells connecting, maybe. And what do you get out of your 2 shells? You might bounce, right? Very reasonably, you could bounce with Server. Server's going to take 2-3 shells before he goes down.
Look at this. Oh, they get it together. Don't slide and left shot.
Okay.
Both connect the shot and take down Server. The mistake coming out from Tornado.
It's that split second where they recognize the weakness, jumped right on it.
This brings it back to because Griffon is only on 273 HP himself, in that mouse, and Slide has the potential to make this happen. He's that kind of player. He's the kind of man who's always been there at every single event. And if anybody can do this for his team, it should be Slide. And
they've got time. They've got time. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. That's plenty. That's plenty. That's absolutely. That's a minute and a half more than Slide and the shot needs to bring this one back.
On the south side here, clean. No damage taken by him. Already on 3.8k damage. Slide. Near you in the
MVP
meantime.
of this battle.
Flanking to the south side once more.
Is he? No, he'll have to avoid the cap, make sure not to alert anyone. And look at this, I'm getting a little deja vu in our lower left. TVP near you, moving back around so that he's looking from the south to the north at the mid hill.
The timing here is everything. As soon as Slider makes his first shot, near you will rush on towards that hill to take down left shot.
Yeah.
It's already going right now, actually.
This might turn into
near you. He knows he's not spotted. He knows Slide's flanking around. This is the moment.
Griffin might need to, wake up here for a second and figure out what's going on. He starts to turn.
Near you. Left shot needs to go right now. Near you is coming behind him. Here we go. The first shot from Near you comes out. The second one as well. He's going to take out our left shot cleanly. Near you does it. A triple kill for him. And Slide now has to play against Griffon. Pick him up. And they know where he's coming from. This is disastrous from Na'Vi. Griffon is holding the angle. He needs to get the shot. Slide picks out. Griffon gets the shot. Slide picks it up. But he only has 2 shots available. Near you. He's going to come up and over. He's going to finish it right here, right now. And it should be Tornado. Slide needs to run. There we go. Near you. Multi-kill, and it is Tornado to put themselves in the semi-finals.
Defeating Na'Vi. This was the match that should have been our finals. And just as the fates have it, it happens today.
This is the quarter-finals.
Yes. This is crazy. And look at them. They deserve this. That is a straight 7. Straight 7 battles. Back to back. Uninterrupted.
What a
Na'Vi.
play from Near you. Doesn't get spotted, decides to drive in, up and behind left shot. The timing is everything.
So many tiny details, so many tiny leaps of faith. Just taking the tiny data points and just stringing them together and getting it right. They had so many reasons not to get this right. Tornado had every and Na'Vi had every reason to be able to come back, but no, not today. Not against a team like this. Tornado's they're on fire. They look amazing to take
Randall,
first.
final words of the day before we send it to the analyst desk.
I'm stunned.
That is amazing. I agree completely with that. Amazing stuff, and I want to hear the analyst desk say how right I was. Ryan, take it away.
Wow.
How right he was. Well, he was almost right. DeKelzor did predict that one to be 7-5. However, it did end up being 7-3. That was an education on how to take a lead and lose a lead by Natas Vincia.
Well, I'm gonna just go with Daki's way. It's not like I told you so, but I said 7-4, Daki.
So close yet so far there, wasn't it, Rockstar?
Yeah, definitely kind of disappointing for Na'Vi. However, Tornado earned it. They asked the questions of Na'Vi, and Na'Vi just didn't have the answers. Ever since Ghost Town, it just spiraled out of control.
And speaking of asking questions, Mojo, you highlighted a very good thing here. This has not been a good season, has it, for Na'Vi now?
It was disastrous. I mean, honestly, they won all 3 games against Tornado, but they lost all important matches, as I already told you. And this is a karmic match here. Season 1 finals. Na'Vi against Tornado. Tiebreaker match decider. Mines, Tornado is defending. They rush the middle and die and lose.
Baited into it.
But they did the same again. They did the same again. They did again, and in grand finals. But this time, you can't say they rushed it, but they pushed it with 4 mouse tanks and everyone else. And they actually made it work and broke Na'Vi with something really obvious.
And it was 7 wins in a row. Let's take nothing away from here. I was joking with Daki in the group stages about if a team throws a lead, and we were talking about the group stages and it was first to 5, if someone throws a 4-0 lead. Na'Vi, I mean, that was 3-1. They were ahead, and they've lost this one now 7-3. This is massive for Na'Vi, really. This is really, really bad.
I mean, Na'Vi here, they'll have to think what will they do. This is definitely a sign of weakness by them that was not shown before. I believe they will have to sit down and talk seriously what do they want to do with their future. Because I don't think second best or losing in quarterfinal is something they want to do in their careers.
And another thing is important to highlight as well here, Rockstar, is, okay, Na'Vi lost, but credit where credit's due. That was a fantastic load of rounds, like not just a couple,
absolutely.
A whole load of rounds there from Tornado.
Absolutely, back-to-back games. Ghost Town looked great out of Tornado. Then later on, especially even on this last map, it just looked like they had control on mines. I never know at no point did I see Na'Vi really show any signs of life after the first couple of rounds. It just they were there, they were fighting, they kind of stayed with it for a little bit, but after a couple of minutes, they just dropped off. They'd just start bleeding too much HP. They'd lose the first tanks. Tornado would find the isolations, and then at that point on, it was over.
I believe when it goes well for Tornado, it really goes well. They needed that one round. They needed that one round on Ghost Town. They actually won. That brought them back to life. If they lost even that one, I'm not sure this would actually happen.
Well, what's really interesting to hear is that right now on stage, Matt has Near You from the winning team, so let's listen and hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, indeed. Near You is here completing our semi-final roundup tomorrow with Tornado Energy, who are through. And there's some people here who are very, very pleased about it right next to the stage. Near You, you must be very pleased about that as well.
We're really take nervous about this match and feel really confident after 3 battles that we're winning, after 3 battles that we're losing. And there is really...
It must be a lot to take in right now. There's a lot of people who've been willing you on, a lot of Na'Vi fans here in the arena as well, so very hotly contested. We all wanted to see this game, but we all thought we'd see this match in the grand final. Were you expecting that as well?
We really expected that this the greatest match all over the grand final in the quarterfinal. A lot of our fans and a lot of players of World of Tanks watch only this grand final because of our battle with Na'Vi, and there's a problem that we beat each other in the quarterfinal, but we won, and we want to win this grand final and take champion at 2017.
We all remember that incredible grand final last year. We all remember seeing some unusual things in that grand final that we weren't expecting. You have this history with Na'Vi, not only here, you've had recent history with them. You beat them to win the Season 2 final. So were you confident coming into this that you could definitely do it?
Yes, because of our previous 2 victories against Na'Vi, we're really confident that we can beat them. In real life, we're friends, but on battle, we're really enemies. If we can beat them twice, so we can beat them in the 3rd time.
So what changed after that 3rd round? You were 3-0 down, then you take 7 rounds in a row. That's incredible. What was the difference for you?
It's a good strategy that we're prepared to these battles, and we just told each other, we're the best, and you're the best. You're better than other player of Na'Vi, and we're a team, we're the best team. We need to do this, and come back. Just come back.
Well, the comeback happens. If you're going to prove you're the best team, you've got to get through NSS to get to the grand final. How are you thinking that match is going to turn out for you?
It's not so serious. We have our players. It's Lol's War and the Montiablo. There's our players of the Accelerators team, and we really want to fight with them because they're was our players, and it's really cool to play against them.
We are really looking forward to that. That'll be one of our semi-finals tomorrow. Great scenes here at the VDB Ice Palace. Back to Ryan and the guys on the desk, and congratulations again to Tornado Energy, who'll be joining us tomorrow.
Thanks very much for that there, Matt. I was half expecting to see Daki run up on stage near you as one of his most favourite CIS players.
Yeah, I've noticed that he describes him in very best words all the time, but he deserves it. He's a really brilliant player and he proved us so at the moment.
I mean, the biggest thing today is those 7 wins in a row. That was just massive, wasn't it?
That's the feeling when a team realizes their strength and they start thinking like predators and not victims, because they were not bloodied in a while. I mean, obviously they didn't play the season the best, but every tournament they took really serious. They played it to the fullest. They played every time aggressive. There was no cheesy wins with some camping and stuff. They were always at the throat of the enemy. They are the predator in this tournament. They're hunting.
Yeah, I mean, like, after that, the comeback started. At no point did they really look rattled after that, did they, Rockstar?
No, not at all. And more or less, I'd say it was more Na'Vi didn't look like they had that kind of predator instinct that Mojo was just talking about. You know, while Tornado is definitely showing it, I never saw those fangs come out for Na'Vi after those first 3 rounds. They looked good going in, and then after they kind of lost it, it just never came back.
You could see in the eyes that something is wrong. They just don't see the solution. It was so deja vu of the season 2 finals when it was pretty much similar, 7-3, and now he was trying to throw whatever at them. It just didn't work out.
Well, guys, that has been some fantastic matches today. We've had 4 quarter-final matches. We've seen Elevate go through from match number 1. We have seen Ding go through from match number 2. Then we saw Not So Serious go through for match number 3. And now we have just seen Tornado Energy go through for match number 4. And this sets us up for what we're going to see tomorrow, Mojo.
It's going to be a blast. I don't expect an easy match for Ding. Elevate actually showed a lot of stamina. I really need to give them the credit for that, but still, I'm gonna stick to the opinion that Ding is too experienced to fall for that. They've been through a lot of rough times, their players on different tournaments, and they know ups and downs of it, and they know even to come back in the games even from the brink of defeat. With them you have to play till the fullest, so Elevate will have the hands full there.
Yep, and gotta remember that's a rematch of the Challengers Rumble, so you know, maybe Elevate have learned a thing or two since then. So we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that, and also NSS versus Tornado. NSS playing as well as they have so far. It's gonna be a fun match.
So we know for the finals that's going to happen tomorrow, we're guaranteed at least one Russian team in the finals. We're guaranteed either an EU team or an American team. So fantastic run from both those regions. If Elevate can get all the way into the finals, that'll be madness. That'll be fantastic for them. Best run that any team's had. Ding as well, they've had a fantastic season. We would be really happy, obviously, to see Ding there. I predicted away at the start I would like to see Ding, win the grand finals. I think they have a good, strong team. But I mean, Tornado and
they look so strong, man. Yeah. They look so strong, like absolutely ghastly strong.
It's certainly either way. If you're Ding or Elevate, you don't really have a favourite. You just be like, okay, we'll just take anyone. But first, let's get through those matches. It's been a long day. It's been an entertaining day. Final thoughts before we go?
It's been a blast, but tomorrow is the big day.
Yeah, no, I definitely have to agree. I'm looking forward right now to tomorrow's matches.
Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. We've had some fantastic viewer numbers. The audience in here has been fantastic as well. We're going to go and have a very well-earned rest, and we'll be back again tomorrow. See you guys then, and thanks for tuning in.